Chapter 1. Awaken Talent, Allocate Attributes, Profession, Knight. Level Talent, Talent Magic Amplification. The most suitable profession is Mage. Next, in a luxurious room within a church, the bishop was awakening the talents of children about to undergo their talent awakening. Heaven would guide each child to their most suitable profession, indicating that in this world, everyone's innate path was predetermined from the start. This is the operational rule of this world. Every child awakens their own talent at the age of 16, ranked from S, A, B, C, D to E. Normally, most people only awaken D or E level talents. Once a talent of C level or above is awakened, as long as they don't completely give up and the awakened profession is a combat profession, they can generally live a life above the ordinary. Kron looked at his peers who were awakening their talents, feeling noticeably tense, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was not from this world. He had been hit by a stroke of luck while playing on his phone and not paying attention to the road. When he woke up again, he found himself in this world in the form of a baby, and he had now been living in this world for a full 16 years. Thinking about the hardships of these 16 years, he felt a bit regretful. If given another chance, he would definitely not look down at his phone while walking. The girl behind, Kron, gently patted his back after noticing his nervous demeanor. "It's okay, Kron. After all, you're the child of a baron. With your parents' genetics, you will surely awaken a good talent." Hearing the girl's comforting words, Kron turned to look at her. This was his only good friend in this world, Julia. Unlike his situation, Julia had been cherished since childhood, and it was because of her that he had been able to endure until now. He wanted to say that he wasn't nervous, but rather excited. Because once his talent was awakened, as per the Empire's regulations, he would have to go to the Royal Academy for study as a noble heir, finally able to escape that suffocating household. "I am fine, I'm just too excited." The girl was taken aback by Kron's response, not expecting that was the reason for his demeanor. Next, Kron Gassa. Hearing his name, Kron perked up and quickly walked to the bishop in white robes. Looking at Kron, the bishop showed no expression. Although Kron was a noble child, his clothes were not luxurious, and he looked frighteningly thin, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. Though his attire was clean and tidy, it was hard to tell he was a noble child. "Relax your whole body and quietly feel your surroundings," the bishop said coldly. Upon hearing this, Kron nodded and, following the instructions, tried to relax and began to feel everything around him. Soon, a pleasant sensation washed over him. Kron could feel something entering his body, making him feel lighter, and a faint white light appeared around him. Soon, the attribute allocation and profession, Knight, appeared on the awakening stone. Upon seeing these words, the bishop's expression remained unchanged, his face as cold as ice, raising doubts about his humanity. Level Talent, Attribute Allocation, Most Suitable Profession, Knight. This talent was actually quite rare and had a wide range of effects. Based on past cases, those who obtained attribute allocation talent could show vastly different performances depending on luck. Since attribute allocation allows for the increase of one attribute per year, and this point is randomly assigned, if one is lucky, this attribute could be added to the main attribute each year. Then this talent would be extremely powerful, considered a top-level talent, even bordering on a level talent. However, if one is unlucky and does not get the main attribute in their youth, constantly receiving strange attributes instead, the value of this talent can vary randomly. And in the worst-case scenario, it might be as useless as a level talent. Yet, most people with this talent find it hard to get the attributes they desire. Moreover, those with this talent require a long time to fully realize its effects. Thus, the final evaluation concluded with this talent being rated as clever. Upon hearing the bishop announce his talent, Kron felt slightly disappointed. He had been enduring all this time, waiting for today to explode, but from today's test results, it seemed he had obtained a rather ordinary talent. However, attribute allocation isn't bad either as long as he has enough luck. It seems this talent could turn out to be decent. Kron convinced himself of this. After the awakening, a blue light screen appeared before Kron, and he was somewhat surprised upon seeing it. If he wasn't mistaken, this seemed to be the legendary attribute panel, and a cold prompt sound echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained one strength attribute point today." Name, Kron Gassa. Profession, Knight. Age, 16. Level 1. Martial Art. Gale Sword Technique, LV1. 4 basic attributes. Strength, 51. Agility, 5. Constitution, 4. Spirit, 8. Attribute talents. Wind 1, water 4, thunder 6, fire 3, earth 2, wood 1, light 0, dark 0, void 0. Time 0. Additional attributes. Charm, 64, luck, 3, lifespan, 62. Extra talent. Swordsmanship talent 9, magic talent 4. After seeing the attribute panel before him, Kron was stunned. It was a long attribute panel filled with talent points. He hadn't expected that after awakening his talent, he would also gain an additional function, which could be considered as 2 talents, granting him the ability to view his own attributes. This was a pleasant surprise for Kron, as he quickly grasped the usage of this panel. He had always practiced the Gale sword technique within the family, but progress had been slow. He had thought it was simply due to his poor talent. Now it seemed he indeed had poor talent, but only in the wind attribute. If he had practiced thunder or water techniques, his strength would undoubtedly be incomparable to his current state. After completing the test, Kron did not leave immediately, but waited in the outer hall, firstly for his friend's test to finish, and secondly to prepare to head to the legendary Royal Academy. Chapter 2. I want to go to the Royal Academy. As for that home, he had no intention of returning. Now that he had awakened a clever talent, in that woman's eyes, a clever talent was already considered quite dangerous. If he returned now, he would definitely not live long. Unlike most other transmigrators, Kronstar was relatively good. He was born into a Baron family. However, the Baron had more than just one wife. He had many concubines, and Kron's mother was one of the concubines. At first, he could at least learn the family's martial arts and have food to eat, living much better than the average commoner, at least not starving and having a pathway for advancement. However, after that woman married in and harmed his mother, Kron's life began to become difficult. As is well known, having a stepmother also means having a stepfather. That woman acted very obediently in front of the Baron and voluntarily offered to help take good care of the Baron's offspring, due to his trust in women and his indifference towards the children. The Baron entrusted all these matters to the woman, which marked the beginning of Kran's nightmare. The woman had a polarized attitude towards the Baron's children. For those with good talents who were willing to get close to her, she would teach them normally and brainwash them to become dependent on her. For those with poor talents who were disobedient, they faced heavy chores and beatings every day. She was clever and did not treat everyone the same way. She simply found a model to follow. And that model was naturally Kran, whose mother had died and had no background making for the most suitable target. As long as others saw Kran's miserable state, they would not dare to disobey her words. Of course, Kran tried to resist multiple times. However, even though Kran was the Baron's child, the Baron had more than 20 children, and due to Kran's average talent, he never paid much attention to her. This allowed his new wife to bully Kran at will. Moreover, the other children sided with the woman, and every time Kran tried to argue, they would help prove that the woman was right and that Kran was wrong. Over time, in the Baron's eyes, Kran became a child with poor talent, who liked to frame others, lied, and was inherently malicious. Starting from the age of 6, Kran had to do heavy housework every day and was often beaten and scolded. However, even though she worked hard, she could hardly get enough to eat. She also had to endure misunderstandings, humiliation, and other emotions, making it hard to imagine what Kran's life had been like before. After a year of this life, Kran suddenly understood something. Perhaps the Baron was aware of her grievances, but simply did not want to care. After all, to him, she was just a dispensable child, but the woman had a beautiful appearance and a likable personality, so he was willing to indulge her. During this time, Kran thought about escaping, but without the woman's permission, she could not leave at all. This experience taught Kran to endure no matter what the woman did to her. She was very obedient, which made the woman believe she had completely controlled her. Regardless, Kran had to survive and grow up to take revenge on everyone. If it weren't for the good friend she later met, Julia, who was currently undergoing testing, she might have starved to death in the Baron's mansion long ago. This time, being able to awaken was also because of Julia. "Come, I've awakened." A cheerful voice broke Kran's thoughts. She looked up and saw Julia running towards her with an excited expression. "Julia, how did it go? What talent did you awaken?" "I awakened a level talent, Ice Crystal Bloodline, and even the bishop just praised me." Hearing this, Kran was momentarily taken aback. Then a not-so-pleasant smile appeared on her face. It wasn't that Kran felt bad. She genuinely wanted to celebrate for Julia and was happy for her, but due to years of torment, it was really difficult for her to show a bright smile. Let's hurry back and tell the family this good news. Cran shook her head at Julia's words. You go back, I plan to go directly to the Royal Academy through the church later. Julia was taken aback by Cran's words. You're going to the Royal Academy? She said incredulously. She had heard about the Royal Academy. It was a real hell, a place that truly released the extreme of class opposition and human malice. Of course, that was only for the weak. For the strong, the Royal Academy was a real paradise, depending on how one chose. But was Cran strong? Her impression of Cran had always been of a child who was easy to bully and made people feel pity. Yes, it's something I planned for a long time. For Cran, the environment she was in was no different from hell, but going to the Royal Academy still held a glimmer of hope. Why, Cran? There's no why. This is my decision, Julia. I can't go back to that home. Don't worry, if I can successfully come out of the Royal Academy, I will definitely come and find you. With that, Cran walked away without looking back. She didn't want to be so resolute, but she knew clearly that she had to do this now. She couldn't let a moment of weakness keep her here to waste time. Julia watched Cran's back, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, she felt inexplicably sad. She knew very well what Cran had endured over the years and understood why she would make such a decision. So now she couldn't stop her, and she also knew that she probably wouldn't see Cran for a long time, or perhaps never again. The only thing she could do now was silently pray for Cran in her heart, hoping that nothing would really happen to her. Soon, the test ended, and there were now more than a dozen boys around Cran. If nothing unexpected happened, these boys were all eager to join the church. For these boys, joining the church was the fastest shortcut to reach the upper echelons of society. After all, if you wanted to join the church, generally speaking, as long as your talent was sufficient and you showed enough longing for the church, you could basically get the opportunity to join at AS for whether you could pass the subsequent assessments. That was not something to worry about for now. Just trying was enough. Before long, the white-robed bishop, who had just helped them awaken, appeared before them again. Looking at the boys in front of him, the originally cold expression of the bishop surprisingly showed a hint of a gentle smile. Chapter 3, Choosing Weapons. The boys standing before him may one day become the living force of the church. So the white-robed bishop naturally had to treat them differently. You are all good children who wish to join the church. Now, those who want to go to the academy, come to my left. Those who wish to pass the test, go to my right. Upon hearing the bishop's words, the boys around Klan didn't hesitate at all, with most walking towards the right, while only 4, including Klan, chose the left, which meant joining the Royal Academy. Seeing that 4 people had chosen to join the Royal Academy today, the bishop's smile became even brighter. After all, the more people who chose the Royal Academy route, the greater the rewards he could gain. Good, you're all good children, and the church is proud of you. Klan showed no expression at the bishop's hypocritical demeanor. How could the bishop not know the dangers of joining the Royal Academy? But that had nothing to do with him. These children would likely die in the Royal Academy, essentially trading their lives for his future. So why not give a few more kind words now? The true nature of the Royal Academy was actually a scaled-down battlefield. Various countries sent their youth to compete, and each country or force like the church had its own influence within the Royal Academy. As long as their influence ranked well in the resource competition, they would gain more benefits. Therefore, these people actively wanting to go to the Royal Academy was naturally something these forces would welcome. However, the bishop also understood that these boys must have some unavoidable hardships, which led them to make such a choice. But he had no interest in understanding their suffering. After all, to keep climbing and become a dragon among men, one must consume talent. You will rest at the church tonight, and tomorrow morning, I will take you to the Royal Academy. According to the rules, each of you will be issued your own identity token and a weapon. You will choose them with me shortly. Yes, Your Excellency. The 4 answered simultaneously. Klan glanced at the other 3 who would go to school with him, 2 boys and 1 girl. Their clothes had patches, indicating they were likely from poor families, and, like him, were quite thin. If nothing unexpected happened, they had probably chosen the Royal Academy for the same reason. Life had become unbearable. The other boys who joined the church were dressed cleanly. Their fabric was not necessarily expensive, but it was clear they came from happier families. Follow me. Yes. As they spoke, the 4 followed the bishop and soon arrived at an armory. Inside were various weapons, but they were all basic, ordinary weapons. All right, you can choose the weapon you want. Each person can only select one. Once you finish, come out with me, and I will take you to rest. Yes, the few of them didn't waste time and quickly began to choose seriously. Klan naturally selected a sword, but the craftsmanship of these swords was very crude. After comparing for a while, Klan finally chose a one-handed sword that looked decent. The other three also chose their weapons. The girl picked a dagger, which was clearly of better quality than the other weapons. The other two boys chose spears. Seeing this, Klan nodded secretly. For those who didn't know how to use weapons, longer weapons had an obvious advantage. Although the girl's dagger was beautiful in a real conflict, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. Of course, her choice of a dagger might also relate to her profession. Once the four had finished selecting, the bishop took them away and soon arrived at a room. All right, you will rest here tonight, and tomorrow morning we will set off together. Yes. After saying this, the four entered the room, which contained 10 small beds lined up together. The smell inside was not pleasant, and there were already a dozen people there. Upon seeing this, the four were not surprised. It was even slightly better than they had expected. Klan had thought they would be sleeping in a shed tonight. Once inside, Klan realized he would inevitably have to deal with these people in the future. Although he was currently resistant to talking to others, he had to get used to it. Let's introduce ourselves. My name is Klan Gassa, and I am a knight. Hearing Klan's name, the three were momentarily stunned and turned to look at him. They were surprised because Klan actually had a surname. In this world, only nobles had surnames. Commoners only had first names. So how could this thin boy, who looked like a monkey, be a noble? They couldn't understand why a noble would choose to join such a life-threatening place as the Royal Academy. Of course, Klan couldn't explain this to them. After all, they had just met, and a preliminary understanding was sufficient. Because Klan had started the introductions, the three became less reserved. One boy, slightly taller than Klan, actively spoke up. My name is Arlen. I have 13 siblings. I came to the church because my family could no longer make ends meet. Upon hearing this, everyone felt it was not surprising, as this backward world operated like this. Poor families often had many children to increase their labor force, and the more children they had, the greater the chance of hitting the jackpot. If one of those children turned out to be a chosen one, they could escape their current predicament. Another slightly shorter boy spoke up. My name is Mosin. I have 10 siblings. My reason for being here is the same as Arlen's. After he finished speaking, everyone looked at the last girl. Seeing this, the girl also relaxed. My name is Lena. I joined the church because I didn't want to marry an old man 50 years older than me and become a concubine. These were very realistic reasons that were common in this world. After sharing their experiences, they had a preliminary understanding of each other. Klan then looked around and noticed that many people were secretly observing them, but no one chose to cause trouble, as this was the Holy Church, and they were afraid of being kicked out for doing something wrong. Chapter 4. The Difficult Journey. The importance of physical attributes. It is evident that the room is filled with honest kids. In this regard, Klan had no intention of gathering these people together. After all, having too many people would lead to various troubles. Moreover, he felt that he was not very good at socializing, and there was no real need to do so. That night, the four of them curled up in a corner and endured the long, tough night. However, just after midnight, Klan heard a very familiar prompt sound. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 strength attribute point today. This voice made Klan suddenly open his eyes wide, and he glanced at his attribute panel. Indeed, his strength attribute had increased from 6 to 7. It was not his illusion. But why was it like this? Wasn't it supposed to be that attribute points only increased by 1 each year? Thinking of this, Klan felt a bit strange and recalled the prompt he just heard. If you remember correctly, it said he gained it today. That's right, today. So, according to Klan's understanding, was it possible that his attribute points increased differently from others? Others gained 1 point a year, while he gained 1 point a day. After realizing this, Klan swallowed hard. He understood that as long as he remained patient during this period, there would eventually be a day of rewards after hardship. With the increase in strength, he could feel that his physical power had significantly improved. He now wanted to spar with someone to test his newfound strength. However, glancing around, he remained calm. It was not the time to explode yet. He had heard that the Royal Academy was far from their country, and he did not know what level his strength would reach before arriving there. Early the next morning, Klan and the others left the room and followed the large group outside. The church had prepared simple breakfast for each of them, 2 pieces of black bread that tasted like with shavings, but surprisingly, there was a cup of milk. He ate one of the black breads and saved the other for emergencies, in case they encountered any crises along the way. The others did the same. After breakfast, the group set off in a grand manner. The carts transporting them were cargo carts that could hold over a dozen children each. These carts were very bumpy, and the experience of riding in them was not pleasant, especially with so many people on board. It was only after they came out that Klan realized they were not the only ones from their room. There were actually hundreds of people in total, and it took 8 carts to transport them all. Once on the cart, Klan felt a strange sensation. He felt like he was not a person, but rather a piece of cargo being transported. Clearly, this feeling was not pleasant. And the most frightening part was that the journey was likely to last a long time. After a long torment, the final journey would not be paradise, but true hell. However, Klan was still full of hope, even wishing that this journey could last a bit longer, because the longer it took, the more attribute points he would gain. And he would start at a higher level in the Royal Academy. Klan glanced around and noticed the confused expressions on the faces of those around him. In fact, the initial promotion of the Royal Academy was very appealing. For these poor children, it was a cradle of dreams, because if you were good enough, you could truly change your fate. However, as time passed, the true nature of the Royal Academy was gradually revealed. The so-called cradle of dreams was merely a trick to deceive the naive. For families like theirs, even if 10,000 people entered, only 1 or 2 would truly succeed. It could be said that it was a true 1 in 10,000 chance, and generally, those who succeeded would undergo a drastic change in personality, often becoming cruel and heartless, forgetting their past familial bonds. On the other hand, children from noble families, while also facing danger at the Royal Academy, had much less risk because they had the protection of factions. They were going there to gain prestige. Klan knew so much because he had overheard it at home. The reason was that the eldest son of the family was going to the Royal Academy for prestige. He had listened to it all clearly from outside the window to ensure the eldest son could return safely. His father, who had always been indifferent to him, spent a considerable amount of money for this. Recalling his family, Klan did not notice that his expression had become a bit cold. This journey was even tougher than he had imagined. Because the cart had no roof, everyone, including Klan, was suffering under the scorching sun. To cope, Klan could only tear apart his clothes and wrap his head to avoid sunburn. It was not until noon that they finally took a short break. Fortunately, there was a water mage in their group, so water was not lacking. For the church, they were precious resources. If they were tortured to half-death on the way, they would be of no use at the Royal Academy. They would only become a burden. Therefore, their resting time was sufficiently long. Many smart people used this time to find leaves to make makeshift umbrellas. Although most of the products were tattered, having something was better than nothing. Then they continued on their way. After a day's journey, Klan felt as if his body was about to fall apart. For someone with weak physical attributes like him, riding in such a bumpy cart with no protection overhead was akin to torture. However, fortunately, they had meat for dinner, though it was little. Everyone indeed received a piece of jerky and a piece of black bread. Although it was hard to swallow, Klan still finished it all with water. Time quickly reached midnight again, and Klan heard that cold prompt sound once more. To Klan, it was the most wonderful and captivating sound in the world. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 Constitution attribute point today. With the increase in his Constitution attribute, Klan could immediately feel the uncomfortable sensation dissipate a bit. His mind also became clearer, which made Klan realize that if he wanted to get through this journey smoothly, it would be best to increase his Constitution attributes more in the future. However, after glancing at the ever-lengthening attribute panel, Klan felt that adding more points would still be a bit difficult. He couldn't expect to be lucky every time, could he? Chapter 5. Lucky +1 in the 3 days following, Klan gained a bit of agility, a bit of spirit, and a bit of constitution. Due to the increase in attributes, Klan's condition was still quite good. However, the others accompanying him were not in good shape. Their physical condition was already poor to begin with, and the long journey had left them pale and with swollen eyes, staggering as they walked. If it weren't for the ample food and water, Klan felt they would have lost members on the first day. Because everyone was in such poor condition, there was little desire for conversation among them. However, the escort captain was not surprised by this situation. With rich transport experience, he knew it was a normal phenomenon. So at noon that day, he found a place to stop and informed everyone to rest for half a day, continuing the journey the next day. Upon hearing this news, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, that cart was truly torturous. It's important to note that for every person who could reach the Royal Academy alive, the escort captain's rewards would be more plentiful, and the transport schedule was not too tight, so a proper rest was acceptable. The four of them now gathered together, and Lena spoke up. Do you think the Royal Academy is really as terrifying as the legends say? Alan replied, it shouldn't be. They won't starve us to death. At worst, we might get beaten, but we shouldn't go hungry. Mosen nodded eagerly. Exactly, it's better than starving. The past few days have been tough, but at least we have plenty of food, much better than before. Hearing their words, Klan nodded. He had to admit that these people were quite simple and easily satisfied. By the way, we've known each other for so long, but I still don't know what your talents are. Mine is a C-rank talent for attribute points. Upon hearing Klan's question, the three were somewhat surprised, as they all only had D-rank talents. At the same time, Klan clearly noticed Alan and Mosen shifting slightly away, seemingly wanting to avoid contact with him. From their first meeting, Klan could sense that, perhaps due to their backgrounds, they didn't seem to like him. Alan scratched his head and spoke. Mine is strength enhancement. A D-rank talent gives me a lot more strength than average people. Mosen added, I have precision. My accuracy is much higher than average. After the two introduced themselves, it was Lena's turn. She seemed a bit hesitant. If this was a time to win hearts, perhaps Klan should lighten the mood. However, he didn't do that, as he needed to understand their talents. This was a necessary step for future safety and arrangements. After a moment of hesitation, Lena finally spoke. My talent is D-rank, invisibility, which allows me to slightly conceal my presence. Klan was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. Invisibility? He felt this skill was actually quite powerful. How could it only be a D-rank talent? For professions like assassins, it could be considered an essential skill. However, such a talent was only rated D-rank. Klan felt the classification of talent levels needed to be updated. Too many talents were not proportional to their actual effectiveness. After Lena introduced her talent, Alan and Mosen looked foolish, seemingly unable to see the strength in Lena's talent. They even thought it was weak. However, that was indeed the case. The invisibility talent would only become powerful once they all leveled up. But given their backgrounds, the usefulness of such a skill was far less than strength enhancement and precision. In fact, Klan felt that if his talent for attribute points was the same as theirs, only gaining 1 attribute point a year, although he could accumulate quite a few attributes if he lived long enough, he still felt it was inferior to these ordinary talents. After all, the development cycle was too long, and if luck were to remain poor and he gained some insignificant attributes, he wouldn't be able to compare with an opponent who possessed some unique characteristics. Of course, he didn't need to worry about this, as he could gain points every day. In just a year, or even just a few months, his attributes would far exceed those of his peers. Anyone who has played League of Legends knows that while in terms of extraordinary stats and mechanisms, high-level players usually choose mechanics. But when the stats reach a point where they affect the version, there's nothing more to say. Just embrace the stats, buddy. After the four introduced their talents, Alan felt that Klan, the noble young master, was not impressive. The attribute point gain skill didn't seem that great. Gaining 1 attribute point a year felt completely inferior to his talent. Not just him, Lena and Mosen were thinking the same way. However, Klan did not explain anything. Since they wanted to think that way, let them think so. In the blink of an eye, 3 more days passed. In the first 2 days, Klan gained a bit of constitution and a bit of strength, but on the 3rd day, he gained luck attributes. This brought his luck attribute to 4 points. He didn't know if 4 points of luck was high or low, but Klan was very clear that luck was definitely a useful attribute, akin to the fortune found in fantasy novels. In the dark, there is a predetermined fate. He even began to fantasize that when his luck points reached dozens or even hundreds, he would be able to pick up treasures whenever he went out. But before that, he had to survive. That said, it had already been almost a week of travel. He wondered when they would reach the Royal Academy. Although he wasn't in a hurry, he still wanted to know the approximate time to make some preparations. However, Klan did not realize that the escort captain was secretly observing him. After so many days of transport, He had already noticed Klan's uniqueness. Despite the ample food and water provided during the transport, everyone else inevitably felt low in spirits after so many days. Only Klan was different. On the first day, he was in the same low state as the others, but he quickly adjusted on the second day. At that time, he hadn't paid much attention to Klan, but over the next few days, Klan not only maintained his condition, but actually improved, which left him puzzled. He had already reviewed Klan's profile. Chapter 6. Attribute interaction. Knowing that the other party's talent was an attribute allocation, he could only attribute everything about the other party to this talent and allocation, which should have been allocated to very good attributes, hence the excellent performance. However, what exactly are these attributes? Why can they do this? But he didn't actively inquire, as there was no point in asking. After all, his life with Klan would likely have no intersection in the future. Soon, another week passed. During this week, Klan increased his strength by 2 points, agility by 2 points, constitution by 1 point, and spirit by 2 points, which can be considered very balanced. Although the constitution, which was most needed, increased the least, given the current situation, 8 points of constitution were already sufficient. He no longer felt the discomfort that others experienced. He only felt that his body was much lighter than before, as if he had shed a heavy burden. At the same time, Klan also noticed that during the allocation, most of the time, the 4 primary attributes were increased, and there were few instances of other attributes being increased. So far, there had only been that one lucky occurrence. However, this coincided perfectly with Klan's wishes, as his attributes had now undergone an update. Name: Klan Gasa Profession. Knight Age: 16 level. 1 skill: Gale Sword Technique LV. 4 primary attributes: Strength 10, Agility 8, Constitution 8, Spirit 11, Attribute Talent: Wind 1, Water 4, Thunder 6, Fire 3, Earth 2, Wood 1, Light 0, Dark 0, Void 0, Time 0. Additional attributes: Charm 66, Luck 4, Lifespan 69, Extra Talent, Swordsmanship Talent 9, Magic Talent 4. It can be seen that Klan's attributes have all significantly improved, and the most surprising for Klan is his lifespan. Originally, according to Klan's initial attributes, he should only be able to live for 62 years, but with the increase in constitution and other attributes, Klan's lifespan has now risen to 69 years. Moreover, his charm value has also increased to 66, because his body is now slightly sturdier, and his complexion has improved a bit. This made Klan realize that even without allocation, his attributes could change, but that required additional effort. Furthermore, these attributes also carried interactive properties. If one attribute was high, it could allow other attributes to grow alongside it. Meanwhile, Klan's 3 companions, no matter how dull they were, had now noticed something was off with Klan. Clearly, they all ate the same food every day, and they were half dead, yet Klan seemed more and more energetic. Is this reasonable? Moreover, Klan's talent didn't seem to have anything strange about it. The one most eager to know this was Lena. As a girl, her constitution was inherently weaker than that of boys, so she was feeling worse than the others. She was well aware that if this continued, she might truly die on the way. Although, due to their identities, the 3 of them rarely spoke to Klan. Now it was a matter of life and death, and they could no longer afford to be concerned about these things. Klan, I have something to discuss with you. Can you come with me? Upon hearing Lena's words, Klan turned to face her. After spending time together, he was now very aware that although he initially intended to bridge the gap between himself and them, they had always been concerned about his noble background. It must be said that Klan's current situation was quite difficult. He was unwelcome among the nobles, and the commoners deliberately distanced themselves from him due to his identity. Good kids like Julia were still too rare. What is the matter? Can it be said here? The movement of the 2 attracted the attention of Arlen and Morrison. After seeing this scene, both Arlen and Morrison frowned. Although the group had not openly clashed these past few days, they had been deliberately distancing themselves from Klan. Yeah, what is the matter that can't be said here? Don't you consider us friends? Arlen said somewhat sarcastically. Seeing this, Lena also realized that if she really pulled Klan aside, Arlen and the others would probably distance themselves from her afterward, and even after entering the Royal Academy. They might spread rumors, saying she acted like Klan's dog or something. As a commoner, She understood better than anyone how malicious these people could be. Klan certainly noticed what Lena was concerned about, but he didn't point it out. After all, this world lacked the most basic education, and most people turned into thugs after growing up. One shouldn't expect the wonderful social conditions of his past life. Actually, I just wanted to ask why. After so many days, you don't seem to be in discomfort at all. I feel like I'm about to die. Upon hearing Lena's words, Arlen and Morrison quickly perked up. Yes, why could Klan maintain such a good state? He remembered that when they first met, Klan seemed just as weak as they were. He must have some means to maintain such a state, and they needed to know what method Klan used. Looking at the eager gazes of the three, Klan shook his head and said, "There's no trick. It's just that the last allocation I got was adaptability, which allows me to quickly adapt to various environments. This method you can't replicate." Perhaps because he was no longer hungry, Klan's mind was exceptionally clear, and he had long thought out this explanation. This explanation was also overheard by the escort captain not far away, but he wasn't too surprised. After all, he had heard that attribute allocation could lead to various strange attributes. However, looking at it this way, this Klan was quite lucky to have received such suitable attributes. With this attribute point, Klan's chances of survival in the Royal Academy should also be higher. In reality, the highest mortality rate at the Royal Academy was during the first month. If one could survive the first month, they would gradually begin to adapt to this cannibalistic academy. However, most people could not adapt to this academy. Hearing Klan's answer, disappointment appeared in the eyes of the three. They never expected that the reason Klan could adapt was truly because of this talent. Now the three were completely disheartened. At the same time, Arlen's gaze towards Klan became even more displeased. Why? Why did this guy have such good luck to possess such a great talent, and even get such suitable attribute points? Chapter 7. Monster Attack. However, he looked at Kron with a sinister gaze from behind him. He did not expect Kron to suddenly turn around. The two locked eyes, and Kron caught a glimpse of the other's vicious expression. The reason he turned around was that he felt an intense gaze upon him, likely due to his heightened mental attributes. Noticing Arlen's eyes, Kron was somewhat surprised, but not entirely taken aback, as he had sensed the hostility from these people from the very beginning. As if to cover the awkwardness, Arlen quickly turned away, pretending that nothing had happened. Kron didn't go directly to cause trouble. After all, the escort captain was watching. There probably wouldn't be any opportunities along the way, so it would be better to wait until they reached the Royal Academy. Soon, another 10 days passed. During these 10 days, Kron increased his strength by 3 points, constitution by 4 points, agility by 2 points, and mental attributes by 1 point. This brought his four-dimensional attributes to strength, 13, agility, 10, constitution, 12, mental, 12. Still, all points were added to the 4 core attributes, which made Kron begin to wonder about the probability of increasing other attributes. Surely it couldn't be less than 1%. However, it didn't really matter, because even with only the 4 core attributes increased, Kron would still be able to crush his opponents with his powerful stats in the later stages. It was evident that with the increase in stats, Kron no longer looked as emaciated as before. Although he still appeared somewhat thin, he could barely be considered to have a normal physique, and he had also grown taller, with his pants now fitting him like cropped trousers. Originally, Arlen was half a head taller than Kron, but now they were of equal height. Kron looked at the others in the group. They seemed to have adapted to the road conditions, and many of them were in better spirits than at the start, no longer appearing as miserable. However, everyone had vacant expressions in their eyes, expressing some despair at this endless journey. Initially, everyone thought their days would continue in this manner, but a wolf howl at night shattered this tranquility. A long howl echoed through the air, waking everyone in the group, who then looked around in panic. The escort captain quickly stood up. The path they chose was a common route used by the church, where patrollers often cleared monsters nearby, so typically they wouldn't encounter any. However, it was normal to face unexpected events on such a long journey. He quickly began to give commands. Everyone gather together. Armed personnel form a circle outside. Others quickly enter the protection circle. Hearing the captain's words, Kron hurried to the center, but in such a chaotic situation, the probability of a stampede was high. Before Lena could even get up, someone stepped on her stomach. She didn't react to this sudden scene and felt a strong wave of pain. realizing she might not be able to get up. Kron quickly pulled her up. "Let's go," he said before Lena hurried towards the center of the crowd. Just as Kron was about to leave, a sudden force from behind nearly knocked him over. Turning around, he saw it was Arlen. Although Kron had thought Arlen disliked him, trying to trip him in this situation was no different from attempting murder. Kron didn't care much anymore and turned to kick Arlen. Surprised that he couldn't push Kron down with his strength-enhancing talent, Arlen was caught off guard. But before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his body uncontrollably flew backward. As he fell to the ground, several wolves had already surrounded them. Upon seeing this, Kron didn't hesitate and rushed towards the protective circle. Just as Arlen tried to get up, a magic wolf opened its massive mouth and bit down on his shoulder. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, but no one paid attention, as he wasn't the only one attacked by the magic wolves. He could have escaped immediately, but was instead doomed by his momentary malice. Kron moved quickly, reaching the center of the protective circle, which was considered a safe area. Once he stopped, he began to seriously assess the current situation. The number of magic wolves was far greater than expected, easily numbering 40 or 50. It was clearly abnormal for a pack of this size to appear in such a place. However, the most important thing now was to get through this immediate crisis. The 20 armed escorts formed a large circle that enclosed everyone inside, but it didn't provide much sense of security, as the defense seemed too weak. It seemed like the ferocious wolves could break through at any moment, and even Kron was prepared to flee if the defense was breached. However, the magic wolves did not immediately attack upon seeing the protective circle. Instead, they began to circle around it, seemingly looking for weaknesses in the defense. It was evident that although they were monsters, these creatures had tactics and did not just attack recklessly. The escort captain watched the scene with a serious expression. He was around level 39. He could tell that the wolf pack's alpha was also around level 35 or 36, roughly comparable to himself. But the numbers were overwhelmingly in the opponent's favor. Furthermore, wolf packs, unlike other species, often attacked with great organization and discipline. The larger the pack, the higher the danger level. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but swallow hard, uncertain if they would be able to safely get through the night. The wolves' attacks were faster than expected. Without any warning, several magic wolves charged from different directions. Even the most ordinary magic wolves were over 2 meters long, approaching the size of a tiger, and the impact of so many suddenly rushing in was unimaginable. Fortunately, the escort personnel were well-equipped and more reliable than expected, and they did not immediately breach the defense line. Watching his fellow tribe members fighting, the Wolf King kept its cunning and sinister eyes fixed on the crowd, searching for their weaknesses. It seemed the Wolf King was smarter than anticipated, as it quickly realized that these outsiders were trying to protect those in the center. Chapter 8. Heavy blow to the Wolf King. Upon realizing this, it quickly let out a chilling wolf howl. Accompanied by this howl, the wolves' aggression suddenly surged, and they crazily charged towards the crowd. The escort captain, seeing this scene, thought to himself that it was bad and knew they would suffer heavy losses this time. He could only shout urgently, "Everyone, pay attention. You may be attacked at any moment. Spread out, and when the wolves attack you, fight back with your weapons." The captain's voice was as loud as a bell, and almost everyone heard it. But clearly, not everyone had such awareness. Many people remained huddled together in fear like scaredy cats, completely unwilling to move away from the crowd. After seeing this, Kron realized that the crowd was very dangerous. It was so crowded that he could barely move. However, he was still positioned relatively in the middle, so even if the wolves charged in, they would not attack him first but would go after others instead. With this thought, Kron could only wait. He had no expectations that the wolves would leave after they were full, as he knew they would first kill everyone, drag the food back, and then start eating. Soon, casualties appeared on both sides. The first to be killed was a magic wolf. It was pierced through the skull by a guard from below the jaw, but just as the guard tried to pull out his weapon, he was knocked to the ground by another magic wolf and bitten through the neck. The level of bloodshed at the scene was comparable to a horror movie. Most people were so frightened by what they saw that they cried, and some even lost control of their bladders. The air quickly filled with the smells of blood, urine, sweat, and other indescribable odors. Before long, a magic wolf charged into the crowd. However, The terrified crowd was now completely unwilling to resist. They had completely forgotten the captain's earlier words. Once the magic wolf entered, it began a frenzied slaughter, as if it were at a buffet. The escort captain, seeing this scene, became anxious. If all these children died, then all their efforts over the past days would be in vain. However, the magic wolf that had just been rampaging in the crowd suddenly froze in place and then collapsed with a loud crash. Many people present were stunned, some unable to believe what they were seeing, while Kron walked over and pulled out the one-handed sword embedded in the wolf's eye. He looked down at the blood-stained sword but did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt an unsettling calmness. It seemed he did not hold life in such reverence. Moreover, these magic wolves were not as powerful as he had imagined. They were still flesh and blood and could be injured by weapons. At the same time, Kron realized that if all the youths around him had the courage to resist, their chances of survival would greatly increase. Although these guys did not have high attributes, they all possessed strange talents that might truly have the ability to change the tide of battle. These magic wolves were not a big deal. Their strength was not that great, and as long as they picked up their weapons to fight back, they could kill them. Kron's words were simple, but after just killing that magic wolf with one sword strike, his words seemed to carry some kind of magic that made people inexplicably want to believe him. Especially some of the youths, who felt their emotions becoming unusually excited, imagining themselves piercing a magic wolf's head with a sword. Such emotions quickly began to spread among the crowd. Although it was still uncontrollable, at least a portion of the people now knew to resist. Your talents might help the team. Step up now, and you can become a hero. Hearing Kron's words, everyone became even more excited, and soon many began to showcase their talents. Before long, a huge surprise appeared before everyone, as a youth in the crowd was now shining with a strong light, instantly illuminating the previously pitch-black night. Fighting the magic wolves at night was the biggest disadvantage for the escort team, as their vision was completely inferior to that of the wolves. The wolves were not affected at night, while the humans had to rely on their instincts to fight, which was a huge disadvantage. But now, with the strong light shining, the situation changed instantly. The well-equipped escort team could easily handle 1 versus 2, or even 1 versus 3, and soon they killed 7 or 8 magic wolves, narrowing the gap between both sides. Seeing this, the Wolf King furrowed its brow. It knew that the glowing human was the key to changing the tide of the battle. Without hesitation, it charged forward, its speed unmatched by any other magic wolf. It transformed into a shadow and instantly vanished from sight. Fortunately, the escort captain had been paying attention to the Wolf King's movements, so when it acted, he intercepted it midway. The Wolf King had always been surrounded by 7 or 8 guard wolves, and he knew that if he charged in, he would likely be overwhelmed by those magic wolves, which would not end well, so he had been waiting for the right moment. Fortunately, this moment came much faster than he had expected. The Wolf King looked at the escort captain before it, its eyes filled with killing intent. It naturally knew that this human was the strongest among them, feeling the danger he posed. However, it was the Wolf King, and since this human was challenging it, it had its own pride. In the blink of an eye, it launched an attack. Come on. The Wolf King's attack was fierce and brutal. The captain felt the terrifying power of the wolf during their first collision. Although he had some advantages in level and equipment, the attributes of magical beasts had a natural superiority. The two quickly became entangled in battle as they fought. An inexplicable aura seemed to form around them, and the surrounding people dared not approach, as if they would be injured just by getting too close. Although he sustained some injuries, the Wolf King was exceptionally excited. Encountering an opponent with such close strength was a rare occurrence. It bit and tore at the captain, enjoying the battle to the fullest. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through the captain's abdomen. His deputy had appeared nearby at some point and, taking advantage of the Wolf King's blind spot, pierced his soft belly with a sword. A wolf. Chapter 9. Thunderstrike. The Wolf King let out an angry roar, suddenly turning around and instantly locking onto the human who had ambushed him. The lieutenant also swiftly drew his sword. Unlike a typical long sword, this sword had a sharp blade on one side and a row of jagged teeth on the other. As the sword was drawn, the sharp barbs inflicted multiple wounds on the Wolf King, and the intense pain caused the Wolf King to collapse to the ground, utterly exhausted. The captain was quick to react, stabbing the enemy in the neck and mercilessly ending his life. The Wolf King had not anticipated that after struggling so hard to defeat his opponent alone, he would be ambushed by a treacherous human. In the moment the Wolf King died, the entire pack descended into chaos. Without leadership, the wolves only attacked those around them indiscriminately. Although the threat of the pack had significantly decreased, the final toll was still devastating. The entire guard team, including the captain, was left with only 5 survivors. Each of them suffered varying degrees of injuries, with the lieutenant losing an arm in the battle. The losses for the youths were even more severe. Originally over 100 young people, now only a little more than 30 remained, including Klan. Looking at the brutal battlefield before him, the captain found himself speechless, overwhelmed by immense sorrow. These were brothers who had fought alongside him, and to suffer such heavy losses was a blow to his spirit. But there was no time for mourning. He took one item from each person, intending to return them to their families. After a brief cleanup of the battlefield, he led the remaining members away. He sensed that this attack was not as simple as it appeared. Although unexpected events were normal, it was highly illogical for such a large pack to evade the patrols. Could something have happened with the patrols, or was someone targeting their church? Regardless, he needed to report this incident to his superiors upon returning. If fresh blood could not be replenished for an extended period, the church's influence within the Royal Academy would undoubtedly weaken, and such a situation could not be allowed to occur. Before leaving, the captain called out to Klan, "Come here." Klan was chatting with Lena, who was very grateful to him for saving her earlier. Surprisingly, Mosin had also survived, while only Arlen, who had intended to harm Klan, received his due punishment. When Klan heard the captain call for him, he was curious about what he wanted. He hurried over. Upon seeing Klan approach, the captain spoke, "Child, this incident was greatly aided by you. If you hadn't stepped up in time, our losses would have been even worse." Klan was not surprised by the captain's words. It was clear he had noticed Klan's exceptional performance. "I want to reward you. Is there anything you want?" Klan, being somewhat untruthful, shook his head. The captain simply smiled faintly at Klan's reaction. After all, they had just gone through a tragic event, and it was unreasonable to expect him to smile brightly. "Child, how about this? I will teach you a technique. If you're interested, you can come to me to learn during your rest each day." Upon hearing this, Klan nodded firmly. If it were any ordinary technique, he might not have been interested. But yesterday, he had seen the captain's magic was purple, indicating a lightning attribute, which was the most suitable for Klan. He certainly would not refuse. Seeing Klan's reaction, the captain nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, then you will learn from me tonight, and we will continue our journey during the day." Yes, if it were an ordinary child, the captain would have offered some different rewards. Most others lacked the physical strength to endure further training after a day's journey, which would only harm their bodies. However, the captain had been closely observing Klan's performance and felt he did not need to worry about that. In fact, he could have ignored Klan and withheld rewards. But after the events of last night, he realized that Klan might achieve something significant in the future. Perhaps he could even emerge from the Royal Academy. And once that happened, he would undoubtedly become an important figure. Even a chance encounter with him later on could yield unexpected benefits. He had done similar things many times over the years and believed that eventually someone would bear fruit. Soon night fell. After dinner, Klan quickly approached the captain. "By the way, before we officially start learning, let me tell you my name. I am Leighton Wayshaw. You can call me Mr. Wayshaw from now on." "Yes, Mr. Wayshaw. I am Glanjessa." Mr. Wayshaw nodded, clearly having known Klan's name already. It was rare for nobles to participate in the church these days. "All right, Klan. I will first teach you the breathing method, because my technique requires synchronization with breath to function. The way you utilize your breathing greatly affects your use of magic." "Understood." Klan listened attentively. "Good. From now on, you need to practice your lung capacity. Since practicing my technique requires long and deep breaths, controlling your breathing is very important." Upon hearing this, Klan inexplicably thought of an anime from his previous life and nodded seriously before beginning to train alongside Mr. Wayshaw. Mr. Wayshaw was curious about Klan's talent. However, after Klan held his breath for over 2 minutes, Mr. Wayshaw began to be surprised. After all, Klan was still quite thin, and he had expected Klan to last only a short while. Ultimately, it was only after 3.5 minutes that Klan finally stopped. The reason for such an impressive result was primarily that Klan's physical constitution was already quite strong, stronger than that of an average adult. This world was inherently extraordinary, and prolonged breath-holding was feasible for those with exceptional physiques. All right, now we will proceed to the next step. Hearing this, Klan was momentarily stunned. Was it time to move on already? Chapter 10 level, foreseeing the confusion on Klan's face. Mr. Wayshaw did not hide the truth. The reason for starting to learn the next step now is that in at most half a month, we will arrive at the King's Academy. By then, I won't be able to teach you anymore, so you must master all the learning methods during this time and then practice on your own. Hearing Mr. Wayshaw's words, Klan nodded heavily, agreeing that it made sense. If he didn't know the subsequent cultivation methods, he would indeed face difficulties later on. Then Mr. Wayshaw demonstrated a set of very strange movements. This technique is called the thunder drawing technique, and its highest realm involves using lightning to refine your body, transforming it into a true body of thunder. Although this technique is not particularly profound, it is much better than ordinary basic techniques and will be sufficient for you to use for a while at the King's Academy. Of course, you can still switch techniques later on. Okay, I understand, Mr. Wayshaw. Good, let's continue. The two continued their training until midnight. Mr. Wayshaw knew very well that sleep was very important for a child of Klan's age, but given the urgent situation, he had to push the child a bit. He can also train during the day while on the carriage. Okay, I understand, Mr. Wayshaw. After saying this, Klan finally went to rest. However, as soon as he returned, Lena and Mosin surrounded him. Due to the previous wolf attack, Mosin no longer rejected Klan as much. In fact, he greatly admired Klan for being able to lead everyone in counterattacking under such circumstances. Klan was exactly the person he dreamed of being. Klan, what did that old man call you over for? It's nothing, just some special matters that you don't need to know about. Since Mr. Wayshaw hadn't said that this matter could be shared with others, Klan chose not to elaborate. Hearing Klan say this, Lena felt a bit disappointed. She was still very worried about Klan, and her reason for asking was actually concern that Mr. Wayshaw might be causing trouble for him. All right, I'm tired. I'm going to rest now. Upon hearing Klan say this, the two did not press further and lay down on either side of Klan. Since the journey began, Klan's sleep quality had been poor, remaining in a half-awake state. After all, they were in the wild, and it was impossible to sleep deeply. However, today Klan had just closed his eyes and fell asleep immediately, even letting out slight snoring. Hearing this sound, Mosin and Lena were a bit surprised. It seemed that Klan was really exhausted. Since that was the case, they would take turns protecting Klan at night to prevent anyone from stealing from him. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. As the sun shone on Klan's face, he suddenly opened his eyes. Damn, he had only intended to rest a little last night, yet he had slept so soundly. Fortunately, he didn't have anything valuable on him, so nothing was lost. Realizing this, Klan breathed a sigh of relief. Then they all went to have breakfast together. However, Klan soon discovered that his meal today was very good, comparable to that of the escort officials. Today he had sweet, soft white bread, relatively fresh meat, and even some fruit. He didn't know how the escort captain managed to preserve these items. However, Klan didn't make a fuss about it. He quietly finished eating to replenish his nutrition. And he also remembered Mr. Wayshaw's kindness, vowing to repay it in the future. Afterward, Klan checked the attributes he had gained yesterday, which left him stunned. The attribute that had increased last night was actually his lightning affinity. This brought his lightning affinity to 7 points. Originally excellent, his lightning affinity now became even higher. He wasn't sure if 7 points was considered high among others, but for him, it was already at a top-tier level. In the following 10 days, Klan learned new things from Mr. Wayshaw every night, absorbing knowledge quickly and efficiently like a sponge. Witnessing Klan's astonishing progress, Mr. Wayshaw was also shocked deep down. If he'd only been slightly optimistic about Klan before, he could now basically conclude that as long as Klan didn't meet an untimely end in the future, he would definitely be able to grow. It seemed he would need to ask an old friend at the King's Academy to look after Klan a bit. During these 10 days, Klan's attributes increased by 6 points in spirit, 2 points in agility, 1 point in constitution, and 1 point in strength. Klan was also a bit surprised by this result. However, increasing his spirit wasn't a bad thing. At least now that his spirit had improved, he felt more energetic every day, and his rest time had decreased. He needed very little rest and could be full of energy the next day. And his thinking seemed to have become more active, with his memory becoming particularly impressive. This made Klan realize the importance of the spirit attribute. Moreover, he didn't know if it was because of the good food he had been eating these past 10 days. But Klan's physique had now become like that of a normal teenager. He no longer had that frail appearance, and his complexion was rosy, visibly improving. At the same time, he had also grown a bit taller. Perhaps due to the nutritional replenishment, Klan was practically growing taller by the day. Here are Klan's current attributes. Name, Klan Gasa profession. Knight age, 16 level. For technique, Gale Sword technique LV1. Thunder drawing technique LV1 4-dimensional attributes. Strength, 15. Agility, 13. Constitution, 14. Spirit, 18. Attribute affinity. Wind 1, Water 4, Lightning 7, Fire 3, Earth 2, Wood 1, Light 0, Dark 0, Void 0. Time 0 additional attributes. Charm, 70, Luck, 4 lifespan, 74 extra talent. Swordsmanship talent 9, Magic talent 4. His lifespan had directly increased to 74 years, and his charm had also reached 70. Additionally, his basic attributes had slightly improved due to this period of training. His level had directly risen to level 4, although Klan was still not very clear on how this level was calculated. To be honest, due to being well-nourished, Klan now seemed somewhat out of place among the other boys. Although most of the boys in the group had become slightly sturdier due to the ample food during this period, Klan's physique stood out. Chapter 11 arriving at the King's Academy, but it was only slightly better than being skin and bones, and they were basically all pale and emaciated. In this group of people, Klan, a calm and composed young man with fair, rosy skin and red lips, really stood out, almost like a dimensional strike. Because of his outstanding appearance, Klan attracted attention every day. There was nothing he could do about it, but didn't he really matter? Since these people were willing to look, he would let them. Due to the reduced number of team members, their actual speed was a bit faster than expected. Before them lay an endless expanse of sea. In addition, there was a building that seemed to exist solely to receive them. Upon seeing this scene, Mr. Weisha clearly realized that it was time for them to part ways. Fortunately, Klan had a strong learning ability and had memorized the entire process of practicing the thunder summoning technique during this time, and had already made preliminary progress. So he should be able to practice on his own in the future. Klan, it's time to separate. Here is something for you. When you arrive at the King's Academy, look for someone named Quinn. He will help you. After speaking, he handed over a wooden token. Klan didn't expect that Mr. Weisha would prepare a gift for him at the moment of parting. He nodded heavily and took the token from him. Regardless of Mr. Weisha's reasons, he had indeed helped Klan, so he would definitely repay him if he had the chance in the future. I understand, Mr. Weisha. Okay, let us go. The reception staff will safely take you to the King's Academy. If all goes well, you should arrive at the Academy in 2 days. Good. After saying that, Klan boarded the ship with the main group. However, before leaving, Klan clearly saw Mr. Weisha whisper something to the reception person, then hand over a bag. And the other person nodded with a smile. Then Klan made eye contact with Mr. Weisha, who smiled back, and Klan nodded in response. Once on the ship, Klan and the others were quickly assigned to a stuffy and cramped cabin. Spending 2 days in such a place was a torment for anyone. However, Klan hadn't squatted down for long when a middle-aged man walked in. Klan Gasa, come out. Hearing the voice, Klan quickly stood up. Sir, I am Klan Gasa. The middle-aged man glanced at Klan, and upon seeing his incongruous demeanor, felt somewhat satisfied. Very good, come here. Yes. Klan didn't suspect anything and quickly followed the man out of the stuffy cabin. As soon as he stepped outside, he felt much more comfortable. Although the air over the sea was still a bit salty and humid, he couldn't ask for much more. The man then turned and walked away, and Klan hurriedly followed. Before long, they arrived at a new cabin. Go inside. Klan didn't hesitate and walked straight in. He could see that this cabin was noticeably larger than the previous one, and it had far fewer people. The air inside was also much more bearable. Klan knew that he would be spending the next 2 days here. The journey over the sea was very calm, without any incidents. There were a few small windows in the cabin. Although they could be opened, they were pitifully small, apparently to prevent anyone from escaping through them. Looking out at the vast sea, Klan felt a sense of oppression for some reason. There is truly no turning back now. If he wanted to leave the academy, he would have to cross this sea, and he wouldn't know the direction then. Thinking of this, Klan took a deep breath and began to practice his breathing technique. Since there was no way to turn back, he could only accept it. The other few people in the room also seemed very tense, showing no interest in getting to know each other. Meanwhile, Mr. Wayshaw had already started his return journey. Although it had only been a short time since they parted, he began to recall Klan's performance over the past few days. Although, from the current situation, Klan was not the most talented child he had seen. He was indeed the most composed, serious, and intelligent one. He felt that Klan had a better chance of surviving in the academy than those so-called prodigies, and his investment in Klan should not be a mistake. 2 days later, Klan's physical condition improved by 2 points, and, at the same time, their ship finally docked in the afternoon. The middle-aged man who had picked up Klan reappeared before him. "We've arrived, come with me." For some reason, upon hearing the man's words, Klan felt a sense of doom, like a condemned prisoner hearing that it was time. The group dragged their heavy feet toward the door, and one person even collapsed to the ground because their legs were weak, taking a while to finally get back up unsteadily. The middle-aged man only coldly observed their behavior without saying much, clearly accustomed to such situations. Soon, Klan followed the group out of the cabin. He quickly spotted Lena and Mo-san not far ahead. They also saw Klan and hurriedly greeted him. Of course, they were merely excited in expression, not daring to act too out of line, as the atmosphere was quite heavy. Then, everyone slowly disembarked and stepped onto the island. Once back on solid ground, there was an inexplicable sense of reassurance. But Klan couldn't smile, because before him was a huge ring of white mist on the island, within which seemed to be hiding something, like a monster lurking in the depths. "Everyone line up, hold each other's hands, don't fall behind. If you fall behind here, you will undoubtedly die." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the people present became even more nervous, quickly lining up and holding hands. The person in front of Klan had sweaty palms, which didn't feel very pleasant. After ensuring everyone was ready, the middle-aged man quickly moved to the front, took the first person's hand, and walked into the mist. Fortunately, they didn't walk for long before leaving the mist, revealing a magnificent and grand cathedral before Klan. "From today on, this will be your residence. Your future itinerary will be arranged by new people. You have a day to adjust today. Tomorrow you will undergo testing. The results of this test are very important, so you must take it seriously." Chapter 12. After the enrollment assessment was explained, a few young men dressed in monks' white robes quickly approached. For some reason, these individuals gave off a sinister feeling. After their arrival, they kept looking at them with an evaluating gaze. Then the leader of the group furrowed his brows and asked, "What's going on? Why are there so few people this time?" The middle-aged man informed them about the attack they encountered, and upon hearing this, the leader frowned, realizing something was amiss. "Forget it. I'll take these guys back first." "Okay." Seeing that the other party didn't ask many questions, he felt relieved. He then turned to everyone and said, "Follow me." Kron and his group quickly followed behind and were led into a series of rooms. Upon seeing the room, Kron was somewhat surprised to find that it was an 8-person dormitory. Moreover, it was an 8-person dormitory with beds, and most importantly, there were indeed only 8 people in the room, including himself. The accommodation had improved so much that Kron felt a bit unaccustomed to it. As the young men left, they informed Kron and the others that there would be an enrollment assessment the next day, which made everyone uneasy and started to worry about the test. The other 7 people in the dormitory had no intention of greeting Kron, and just the thought of the assessment tomorrow made them unable to sleep. After seeing this, Kron said nothing and walked to the only empty bed, lying down directly. He closed his eyes and fell asleep, as he felt that with his current situation, he shouldn't perform too poorly in tomorrow's test. Of course, Kron didn't sleep too soundly. These were strangers, and he didn't know when they might harbor ill intentions toward him. So it was better to be slightly cautious. Sure enough, halfway through his sleep, Kron felt someone groping around him. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a person holding his single-handed sword, unsure of what they intended to do. The person panicked as soon as they noticed Kron had woken up. "What are you doing?" Hearing Kron's voice, The surrounding roommates immediately woke up. Looking at the standoff between Kron and the other boy, momentarily unclear about the situation. "Put down my sword." Kron's tone was very serious, and the person was instantly frightened by Kron, causing the sword in their hand to drop to the ground. Kron then approached him, and before he could react, slapped him across the face. Smack! The sound was loud and crisp, instantly dispelling everyone's drowsiness. As Kron's slap landed, the boy felt a blackout, unable to withstand the tremendous force on his face, and he fell to the ground. The people around watched in horror at the scene, as a clear handprint appeared on the boy's face, with blood seeping from it, indicating that the slap had broken the skin. After seeing the boy collapse, Kron gained a rough understanding of his own strength. If there weren't any exceptionally gifted individuals among them, he should be able to easily kill these people in battle. He felt he wouldn't perform poorly in tomorrow's assessment. The boy who had just attempted to take Kron's sword was now fully aware of the gap between himself and Kron. Looking at Kron with a face full of fear, that slap had made him realize that if he dared to resist, he would certainly suffer a more tragic outcome. Moreover, the person before him now seemed to be lost in terrifying thoughts, suddenly becoming motionless. After a while, Kron finally squatted down and gently patted the boy's face. "I ask you, why did you touch my sword?" To the boy, Kron's tone felt no different from a threat. I didn't." Seeing that the boy still wanted to deny it, Kron frowned slightly. "Do you want to die?" After Kron calmly finished this sentence, he suddenly caught a whiff of a foul odor and looked at the boy, noticing that his groin was already wet. "Damn it." Kron then opened the door and directly threw the boy outside. "You stay out there and reflect on your actions." Kron wasn't sure if what he did was right, but in the current environment, he could only act this way. He didn't know the personalities of the other people yet, so he could only make an example out of one. Meanwhile, the boy who had just been thrown out after regaining his composure no longer held the previous fear in his eyes. Instead, there was only resentment. He had indeed planned to do something to Kron that night, intending to stab him. The reason for such a thought was that the gap between Kron and them seemed too large. Kron appeared too strong, handsome, and tall, while he looked ugly and behaved crude. People like Kron would surely shine in tomorrow's exam, and he couldn't stand such individuals. Yes, it was just because he couldn't stand it that he developed such malicious thoughts. The mere thought of dragging someone like Kron down into the abyss filled him with inexplicable excitement. Unfortunately, he had just been discovered by Kron. He then touched his swollen face, feeling the stinging pain, and his eyes now held not just resentment, but also fear. If Kron had punched him instead of slapping him, he feared he might have been killed on the spot. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 1 strength attribute point today. Hearing the notification in his mind, Kron was quite satisfied. At this moment, increasing strength was indeed very important. Early the next morning, someone came to their room. Upon seeing the boy squatting at the door with a handprint on his face, the person calling them over said nothing, just slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Something always happened before the annual assessment. After all, these people were powerless, and they couldn't be bothered with such matters. "Everyone come with me. It's time for the assessment." Hearing the words, everyone quickly got up and followed behind him. Before long, they were all led out of the room. Kron glanced around and felt that it was densely packed. Roughly estimating, there were at least 4,000 to 5,000 people around. Were they all here for the assessment? Wasn't that a bit too many? They were brought before a young man dressed in white priestly attire. Once everyone had gathered, the young man spoke. "The assessment is divided into 3 phases over 5 days. Today, all of you will stand here. The 1,000 who can stand the longest will enter the second round of assessment. Chapter 13. Getting through the first round easily tomorrow, you will be divided into 5 groups, each consisting of 200 people for the first round of assessment, an obstacle race." Hearing the sudden mention of such a modern term as obstacle race, Kron momentarily lost his composure. Each group has 200 people, and only the top 20 from each group will advance to the third round of assessment. Kron was taken aback by this astonishing elimination rate. Isn't it a bit unreasonable? However, even if it seemed unreasonable, Kron didn't say anything, as he was currently in a lowly position. The details of the third round of testing will be announced later. Now, everyone step back. In 15 minutes, we will begin the first round of assessment. Suddenly, the assessment was about to start. Once everyone realized this, They quickly dispersed, maintaining a certain distance from one another. The 15 minutes passed quickly, and the scene was still chaotic, but soon, a voice broke through the commotion. The assessment begins. Instantly, everyone froze in place. Oh, I forgot to tell you, from now on, none of you are allowed to move. Stand straight. Hearing this, Kron was momentarily stunned. Oh, so it's standing at attention, right? Who doesn't know how to do that? Kron stood straight as well, but soon he felt a slight pressure on his body. This wasn't due to fatigue from standing for too long. It was because someone was doing something. Kron shifted his gaze to the few examiners in the center. Were they the ones causing this? Even this small amount of pressure caused several people to collapse directly. A few examiners quickly took those eliminated individuals away. After that, they never returned. Kron didn't know what happened to those people after being taken away, but he didn't want to know. After all, he was certain he was not among them, and he didn't have the energy to worry about them. Soon, Kron realized that although it was just a bit of pressure, the damage caused by its persistence was astonishing. After all, the physical condition of those present was not even as good as that of fragile college students. To be precise, they were not as fit as college students who had already been localized after 2 years, not the energetic freshmen just starting college. With such weak physical fitness, training them militarily, along with the gravitational pressure, naturally led to a quick elimination of many. Although these people were struggling to hold on, their physical condition was simply too poor, and soon many could no longer control their bodies and collapsed. Kron initially thought this selection would last a long time. However, in the end, it only took an hour and a half to determine the final 1,000 people. Among these 1,000, many had pale faces, as if they might collapse at any moment. They were all holding on with an unimaginable willpower. Kron was also sweating a lot. This assessment was actually much more difficult than he had anticipated. Seeing this scene, the chief examiner smiled slightly. Very good, the remaining individuals. You have successfully passed the first assessment. Congratulations, you have shed the identity of a slave. Hearing this, Kron's eyelid twitched. What does that mean, slave? Is there still slavery in the academy? He seemed to have realized something significant, but before he could understand what it really meant, he was taken back to rest. Back in the room, only 3 people remained. 5 had been eliminated. The person who had moved Kron's sword yesterday had also been eliminated because he spent the night outside and was in a daze today. Seeing Kron in such good condition, the remaining 2 were somewhat afraid of him and didn't approach to talk. Congratulations to the host, you have gained 1 to physical fitness today. As a result, Kron's physical fitness directly increased to 17 points, which was truly remarkable. Now, whether it was endurance, recovery ability, or other aspects, he had far surpassed normal people. The long-distance obstacle race scheduled for tomorrow should not be a problem. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Kron felt very satisfied, especially since the next day would involve long-distance running, which undoubtedly had high physical requirements. In the morning, Kron could clearly feel that today's food had become more sumptuous: a piece of meat, a bottle of milk, and a bowl of soup. However, he quickly noticed that it seemed only his food was so lavish. The meals of the other 2 in the room remained at the previous level. This made Kron realize something. Perhaps it was because of his outstanding performance yesterday that he received special treatment. There must be quite a few others receiving such special treatment as well. At that moment, Kron felt that the Royal Academy wasn't so bad after all. At least for someone truly capable like him, there would be some privileges to enjoy. Soon, it was time for the long-distance obstacle race. Kron hesitated about whether to bring his weapon. He felt there might be places in the obstacle race where a weapon would be needed, but the longsword was a bit heavy, making it very inconvenient for running. However, when the arrangement results came out, Kron breathed a sigh of relief because he was placed in the second group. This way, Kron could observe the situation of the first round before making his own decisions. Soon, the first round of the competition began. It was evident that due to the large number of participants, there were still a few outstanding individuals among them. The one charging to the front of the first group was a girl with wings on her back. She had a pair of snowy white wings, and there were some feathers on her body. It seemed she had awakened some bird-human bloodline or similar talent. However, her appearance was reminiscent of a beautified angel. Therefore, Kron could almost conclude that this person would definitely do well in the church in the future, as her image was too fitting for it. Although it was called a long-distance run, it was actually only about 10 kilometers. Those who could pass the first assessment could barely be considered elites. And given their extraordinary talents, most should have no problem completing the entire distance. However, Kron was also curious about whether such an assessment was a bit unfair for students whose profession was a mage. After all, mages primarily enhanced their mental attributes. What was being tested now was primarily physical strength. But Kron quickly realized that there seemed to be no mages in the group. They were all warrior-type professions. He understood that mages must have been arranged for a different assessment, which was why they were not present here. Chapter 14, the second round of assessment, begins. Kron quickly realized that this track mainly consists of 3 types of assessments. Rather than a long-distance run, it resembled a triathlon. The first challenge was to cross a mud pit that stretched over 1,000 meters. After traversing the mud pit, there was a 2-kilometer straight path, which could be considered a rest. Following that was a 1-kilometer track with gravity applied, then another straight path, and finally a track where small magical beasts roamed, allowing participants to choose to defeat the beasts or escape. Running 10,000 meters would already be exhausting, and with these challenges added, it was really difficult to keep going without sufficient stamina. Kron looked at the small magical beasts in the final challenge. After some hesitation, he decided to bring his sword with him. Although carrying it would be cumbersome, the speed of those beasts was simply too fast. If he couldn't fly, there would be no way to escape their pursuit, and their attack power was decent as well. Getting injured would not only affect his score, but also the final assessment. While thinking about this, Kron continued to observe the ongoing assessment. The Birdman had already crossed the finish line, easily securing first place. Behind him, various contestants were showcasing their abilities. The second tier was mostly composed of physically enhanced contestants, whose physiques were extraordinary, leaving others far behind. The third tier consisted of contestants with elemental control abilities, and their gap compared to the second tier was quite large. They felt somewhat awkward, as elemental control professions were best suited for mages. However, these individuals had awakened warrior-type professions, so their physical enhancements were not particularly strong at this stage. In fact, these contestants were likely to have stronger talents in the later stages, but currently, those with physical enhancements had an advantage due to their recent awakening of abilities. As for the remaining contestants, they had all sorts of strange abilities and could basically be classified as weaklings without any chance of competing for the spots. Within just 2 hours, the top 20 had emerged. They could have been faster, but during the final stretch, they hindered each other. The judges did not intervene, which indicated that such behavior was allowed. This delay made Kron even more certain that he needed a weapon for protection in the later stages. While contemplating this, Kron reached the starting line of the track. Once there were enough participants, the judge directly announced start. With that, everyone surged forward. After a brief run-up, Kron arrived at the mud pit. Stepping into the mud, his speed quickly slowed down, as pulling his legs out of the mud required a significant amount of strength. Kron knew he needed to conserve energy. Otherwise, he would just tire himself out even more later on, so he deliberately slowed down. Unlike the first round of the competition, there were several people around him who had already started fighting in the mud pit. It seemed that for many, as long as they eliminated those around them, they could secure a spot in the top 20. Seeing this, Kron became alert. He realized what was about to happen. Sure enough, it wasn't long before someone targeted him. Although Kron was not as frail as others and was relatively tall, his slower speed made him appear to be an easy target. This assessment could injure people but not kill them. Therefore, Kron decided to teach those guys a lesson. Soon, 2 individuals approached him. He didn't wait for them to strike first. Instead, he drew his sword. Accompanied by a flash of purple lightning, their arms were instantly severed. "Ah, my arm! My arm!" Hearing their screams, Kron felt no pity. He turned and continued forward, and some people around him were genuinely frightened by the scene. To cut off someone else's arm in the blink of an eye seemed rather cruel. They immediately regarded Kron as a tough opponent and abandoned their target. Now, Kron had already made preliminary progress in his Thunderstrike technique. When attacking, he could mobilize the meager amount of magic power within him to produce a certain lightning effect, along with paralysis and burning effects from the electric current, significantly increasing his attack speed. The judge's vision now covered the entire field, and they were chatting amongst themselves. "See, I told you yesterday that this kid is quite strong. His talent seems to be based on points, and it looks like his luck with those points is pretty good. Indeed, if nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to pass the assessment and rise above the commoners. Kron was unaware that he had entered the judge's line of sight. He was steadily making his way out of the mud pit challenge. When he exited the mud pit, Kron was slightly surprised to find that he was the third person to leave. He had intentionally slowed down a bit, yet he still finished so quickly. Moreover, Kron could clearly feel that he hadn't exhausted too much stamina. While thinking, he shook off all the mud on his body. After all, he still had the gravity challenge ahead, and that mud would become a burden later on. Of course, he couldn't clean himself completely, and some mud inevitably stuck to his pants. Half a minute later, Kron continued on his way. In the hot weather, the mud began to dry slowly, leaving him with a sticky sensation that was quite uncomfortable. If Kron felt this way, the other contestants were likely even worse off. Kron quickly caught up to the two ahead of him, both of whom had physical enhancement talents. One of them was clearly specialized in speed enhancement, while the other was more balanced. The other contestant gave Kron a sense of equilibrium in their abilities. When they reached the gravity challenge, the three of them tacitly did not hinder each other and began to tackle the challenge from a distance. Not long after, Kron passed the two. It was evident that the contestant with speed enhancement fell behind right from the start of this challenge, completely unable to keep up with Kron and the other person's pace. It was clear now that Kron had the strongest physical quality among the three. There was no way around it. Kron's physical advantages were too significant, not only in terms of stamina, but also in recovery speed. Meanwhile, many contestants who had completed the first round chose to stay and watch, while those who were eliminated, like the first round contestants, were taken away by the judges, not knowing where they were being sent. The first-place Birdman was now fixated on Kron, who had yet to showcase his abilities. Kron was dominating the other contestants solely based on his basic stats. Chapter 15. Taking the lead at the moment in the mud pit, Kron's swordplay was indeed quite stunning. She had only recently awakened her talent, and although her strength had seen a significant increase after the awakening, she still hadn't mastered the technique taught to her by the church. Therefore, if it came to a fight with Kron, she truly didn't know if she would be able to match him. However, one thing was certain. She had the ability to fly, and if Kron had no means to deal with ranged opponents, she would be in an invincible position. Kron's speed in the gravity test was also slowing down as the pressure on him increased the further he progressed. However, to others, Kron's speed was still incredibly fast. He only took 12 minutes to get through the mud pit. To put into perspective, the fastest contestant in the first round, besides the Birdman, took 15 minutes to cross the mud pit. It was clear that the intensity of the first group was noticeably lower than that of the second group. In the end, Kron completed the second round in 20 minutes. Adding the time from earlier, it was only 39 minutes since the second round began. At this pace, Kron's final score would likely be very close to that of the Birdman. When Kron emerged, the other two contestants had not yet finished. Soon, Kron entered the third segment of the course. Not long after, a wolf-like creature charged out from the side. However, its size was not large, much smaller than the magical wolves encountered during travels. At the same time, Kron did not sense a strong, killing intent from this magical wolf. It seemed like this creature had been fed regularly and showed signs of slight domestication. But that didn't matter. He just needed to kill it. As soon as the creature appeared, Kron drew his sword. With a whoosh, accompanied by a flash of purple lightning, he cleaved the creature's head cleanly in two. This was supposed to be the most difficult part, but for Kron, it posed no challenge at all. The little wolf died on the spot, and Kron smoothly pulled his sword out. The quality of his sword was not the best. It was evident that after splitting the creature's skull, the blade had become somewhat dull. Fortunately, there was only this one magical beast in this round, so all Kron needed to do was finish the run. The Birdman watched in astonishment, as until now, she had not had any real combat experience. It wasn't just her. Many others lacked practical experience as well. Thus, what seemed like a simple third round was challenging for these contestants, while Kron clearly had rich combat experience, allowing him to appear so composed. After defeating his opponent, Kron started sprinting with full force. In the end, he completed the entire course in just 51 minutes. Many people looked at Kron with changed expressions. He was like a superhero. After finishing, Kron left the course, but had no intention of leaving just yet. He wanted to see if there were any noteworthy contestants among those who would appear later. However, he had barely stopped when the Birdman from the first round approached him. "Nice to meet you. I'm Saga," she said, extending her hand towards Kron, looking at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl before him, whose skin was pale but slightly dull and whose frail appearance seemed somewhat unflattering. Kron could imagine that she likely came from a common family before awakening her talent. "Kron Gassa," he replied, while shaking her hand. Upon hearing Kron's full name, Saga was taken aback. Was he a child from a noble family? After all, noble children were rare in the church, although they weren't completely absent. After awakening her talent, Saga's growth speed was rapid, and she became aware of many things she hadn't known before. She understood that some noble children might live worse lives than commoners, growing up in such environments. If someone wanted to target them, they could face not only hunger, but also endless humiliation, torment, and even life-threatening situations. However, the Kron before her was well-proportioned, fair-skinned, and handsome, looking like a pampered young master. This attractive appearance, combined with an air of aloofness, made him seem like a flower on a high mountain, waiting to be picked, which was quite endearing. She felt the same way. So approaching him was not only to get to know a strong individual, but also because she felt a certain fondness for Kron. She tactfully refrained from asking too many questions and simply said, "We should keep in touch. Would you mind if I become your friend?" "Not at all." Kron gently shook his head. "That's good." As she spoke, the other contestants from the second round were gradually finishing. However, Kron was slightly surprised to see that the contestant who had lagged behind in the gravity round actually caught up and secured second place. Meanwhile, those facing the third round were far from as composed as Kron had been. They initially thought they could easily deal with a magical beast just like Kron, but the reality was different. Even among them, a significant portion had strength that surpassed the magical beasts. However, most lost their courage when confronted with the ferocious-looking creatures. Only thinking about fleeing, many contestants only exploded with power after being injured by the magical beasts, turning the tide to kill them. After defeating the magical beasts, their anger typically didn't dissipate, transferring onto the other contestants around them. This round of competition was more brutal than expected, taking a full 2 hours and 15 minutes to finally conclude the second round. Kron watched the remaining 3 rounds one by one. Notably, each of the remaining rounds featured outstanding contestants. In the third round, there was a guy who could transform into a stone giant. After transforming, not only were his strength and defense attributes greatly enhanced, but he also possessed the ability to control earth elements. Such a talent was truly exaggerated. It could almost be determined that this was an A-level talent, likely on par with Saga's. However, there was more than one performer of excellence in the third round. The second-place contestant, while not particularly fast, had combat abilities that were just as exaggerated as Kron's, also killing the magical beasts with a single sword strike. Kron could tell that the opponent's swordsmanship was much more refined than his own. Such extraordinary swordplay was impossible without years of practice. Therefore, Kron speculated that this person was likely a noble or had a martial artist in their family. Chapter 16, the third round of assessment begins. First victory, the first opponent in the fourth round was also a shapeshifter, but their transformation was into a bat. Klan could tell that their bloodline ability was likely on par with Saga's, but the image was far too evil and did not align with the church's image. Therefore, even if the two had similar talents, Saga would have received the most training. In the final fifth round, there was surprisingly another shapeshifter, this time transforming into a giant wolf, essentially a werewolf. As a result, Klan found himself to be the most ordinary among these individuals. It seemed that these people had agreed in advance. After achieving first place, they approached Klan and Saga to introduce themselves. After all 5 rounds, only 100 people remained on site. "You all did well, congratulations. You have now escaped the ranks of commoners and have truly entered the stage of nobility. The next third round of assessment is the most direct practical test, and you will be paired off through a draw." Of course, this draw was not random. There was a specific order. The first place of the first group would randomly draw the last place of another group. The second would draw the second to last, and so on. The assessment would last 3 days, and the top 10 would advance to a higher status, at which point they would gain a different starting point than others. After the announcement, the expressions of Klan and the others became serious. Especially Klan, as he could feel that none of the individuals around him were easy to deal with. Their shape-shifting abilities were sufficient to turn them into superhumans at this stage. He was just an ordinary human and truly didn't know if he could rely on his attributes to defeat these people. When Klan returned to the dormitory that night, he found that he was the only one there. Clearly, the other two had been eliminated in today's assessment. However, this was also good. Now he had the entire space to himself, allowing him to train more. Without hesitation, Klan immediately began practicing the thunder calling technique. Congratulations, host. You have gained swordsmanship talent 1 today. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Klan was taken aback. He didn't expect to gain swordsmanship talent today, which was considered a rare attribute. After acquiring this attribute point, Klan quickly got up and practiced swordplay for a while. In just that short time, he discovered that he had gained new insights, clearly indicating that this talent point held extraordinary significance for him. In the blink of an eye, the second day arrived, and Klan had more than one match to fight today. A total of 80 people were to be eliminated today. Everyone rushed to the assessment site, where 50 examiners were already present. Clearly, all 100 of them would be assessed simultaneously today. Soon, under the guidance of the examiners, Klan arrived at one of the examination venues, where his opponent was the 20th place from the first group. Klan had a good memory and remembered some of those who had reached the finish line. If he recalled correctly, this person's talent was earth element manipulation. In fact, manipulating elements was considered a very powerful talent, ranking at a C-level standard. However, these individuals' control abilities were currently limited. When the opponent saw that his opponent was Klan, he seemed to let out a sigh of relief. It was evident that anyone with keen eyes could see that Klan was the easiest to deal with among the first place in all groups. After all, the others possessed shape-shifting abilities. Once transformed, their combat power surged and was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Moreover, their appearances were very intimidating, giving an impression of being unbeatable. Klan, I know you are strong, but that's only against magical beasts. You might not be my match. Hearing his words, Klan did not respond, as after this encounter, they likely wouldn't have any further interactions. Seeing Klan's aloof demeanor, the opponent looked displeased, thinking that Klan was underestimating him. He was determined to make Klan regret it. The examiner saw that both were seemingly ready and announced, "You cannot kill your opponent. You may use any other methods you wish." The match begins. Upon hearing the referee's voice, both immediately drew their weapons. Although Klan's sword was somewhat dull now, it was still usable, and his opponent also wielded a sword. As soon as the battle began, the opponent quickly summoned the surrounding earth element power, and before long, a thin layer of yellowish-brown membrane appeared around him. This should have slightly increased his defense and strength, but correspondingly, his movements were somewhat slower, a textbook example of earth element control. However, the next second stab, Klan's sword pierced directly into the opponent's abdomen. The stab wasn't deep enough to be fatal, but it was enough to defeat him, causing Klan's opponent to lose the ability to fight. Upon seeing this, the examiner announced, "The opponent has lost the ability to fight. Klan wins." Hearing this result, Klan approached his opponent, who initially thought Klan would help him up. But the next second, Klan simply took his sword and coldly said, "You won't have a chance to use this later anyway. This weapon belongs to me." After saying that, he walked away, leaving his opponent furious, nearly spitting blood, wanting the examiner to intervene against Klan's bully behavior. But the examiner ignored Klan's actions and directly took the opponent away from the scene. Klan also went off stage to rest, glancing around to find that Saga and the others had also finished their battles. It was evident that the gap in strength between the first and last place in each group was significant. The first round of battles ended quickly, and in the blink of an eye, only the last 50 people remained. According to the rules, as long as Klan won this round, today's battles would be considered over. Because according to the rules, once 25 people were eliminated, the next 10 would compete for the last 5 spots. The strongest would face the weakest. This rule clearly favored the strong, but what could be done? The Royal Academy was a very realistic place where the weak could not survive on their own. Only under the leadership of the strong could the weak survive here. The second round of the competition soon began, and this time, Klan's opponent was the 10th place from the first group. Chapter 17. Thunderstrike Technique Breakthrough. All attributes enhanced in the previous battles. There were basically no surprises. It was mostly the top-ranked contestants defeating those ranked lower. Only a few had unexpected losses, but they were all close in strength. When the opponents saw that their competitor was Klan, they became serious. They knew very well that they couldn't possibly match Klan. However, having come this far, they had to give it their all. Klan didn't say anything. He simply planned to quickly defeat his opponent and move on to the next round. So far, none of the opponents he had faced had been able to withstand his second sword strike. This time, however, the opponent was clearly stronger than the previous one, as they possessed a comprehensive body enhancement talent. Moreover, their weapon was a spear, giving them an advantage in attack range. Now, the opponent was ready for battle. Pointing the spear at Kran. Due to the opponent's defensive stance, Kran couldn't simply charge in and take them down as he had before. Soon, with the examiner announcing the start of the match, the opponent took the initiative to attack. If they had maintained a defensive posture, Kran might have had to exert some effort, as the spear's attack range was too large, and he would have had to circle around to get close. But now that the opponent was attacking, they exposed a flaw. Kran slightly leaned to the side, dodging the opponent's attack. Just as the opponent was about to retract the spear, Kran grabbed the spear shaft. The opponent struggled to pull it back, but it felt as if the spear was welded to Kran's hand. They couldn't get it back no matter how hard they tried. What monstrous strength is this? Could it be that Kran's talent is strength enhancement? Otherwise, there was no way they could lose to Kran. However, Kran couldn't explain this to them. In the next moment, Kran's sword tip was already pressed against their neck, causing a small wound. Feeling the sharp pain at their neck, the opponent knew that if Kran moved forward even an inch, their life would be over. Ultimately, they swallowed hard and reluctantly said, "I concede." Upon hearing the concession, Kran didn't make things difficult for them. He sheathed his sword and left, not staying to watch the remaining matches. The gap was simply too large, making it a waste of time. He would rather use that time to train more. Whether it was because of his high lightning talent or not, Kran could clearly feel that he seemed to have touched the edge of a breakthrough and could break through at any moment. Meanwhile, in the midst of her battle, Saga quickly eliminated her opponent after noticing Kran's departure. A golden energy ball appeared in her hand, which she threw directly at her opponent. Boom! Accompanied by an explosion. Saga's opponent was blasted away. Although they didn't die, they were left bloodied and had lost their combat ability. However, after using this technique, Saga began to breathe heavily, clearly showing that this move had taken a huge toll on her. Kran only glanced in Saga's direction, but his expression quickly turned serious. Saga's combat power was even more terrifying than he had imagined. This move would even injure him if he faced it. However, judging by Saga's current state, she could probably only use it once. Soon, Saga caught up with him. "Kran, why are you leaving so early today? There's nothing interesting to watch here. So I decided to go back to train." "I see. Do you want to go together?" Faced with Saga's overly enthusiastic attitude, Kran frowned slightly. "I think I'll go train by myself. I'm not used to having someone around." "I understand." "All right then." Since Kran said so, Saga didn't insist. So Kran returned, immediately starting to practice the Thunderstrike technique. A few days ago, he had already been able to practice it using the special breathing method combined with specific movements. Now, his movements were even more proficient. However, just after starting to train, beads of sweat began to form on his body. Although he could now practice the Thunderstrike technique proficiently, it still consumed a lot of his stamina. He could only practice 2 full cycles a day before he could no longer continue, as further training would cause significant harm to his body. An hour later, Kran suddenly opened his eyes and fine purple arcs of electricity began to flow around him. Then, they burst forth, and the bed in front of him was sliced in two by his sword. His Thunderstrike technique had thus broken through. Upon realizing this, Kran was somewhat surprised. He had practiced the Gale Sword technique for many years without any breakthroughs. Yet he had only been training the Thunderstrike technique for less than a month, and had already broken through to level 2. This demonstrated the importance of choosing a technique that suited oneself. Moreover, it wasn't just that. After the breakthrough, Kran's body seemed to have been further enhanced by the electrical currents. His 4-dimensional attributes had all increased. Strength, 18, agility, 15, constitution, 19, spirit, 19. All attributes exceeded 15. with 3 approaching 20. If we exclude those awakened with bloodlines, his attributes should now be the highest among everyone. Not only that, but after breaking through to the second layer of the Thunderstrike technique, Kron's control over lightning power became more proficient. He could now manipulate lightning to attach to his body. With the stimulation of lightning, his strength and agility could increase by about 20%. Kron named this mode Thunderbody. However, correspondingly, once this mode was activated, it consumed a lot of stamina and magic power, so it couldn't be used lightly. Once activated, he had to defeat his opponent within a short time, or else he would be drained by the intense consumption. However, on the other hand, after the enhancement, Kron quickly felt an intense hunger. He hurriedly took out some food he had hidden away and quickly devoured it. Yet even so, his hunger was not alleviated. There was still some time until dinner, and the church only provided 2 meals a day, breakfast and dinner. He was really struggling now, feeling as if the food he had just eaten was being digested rapidly. So Kron quickly rummaged through his dormitory, hoping to find some leftovers from his former roommates. To his surprise, he actually found 3 pieces of black bread. Luckily, there were also 2 barrels of water in their dormitory. Accompanied by the water, Kron finished all the black bread, which had a gritty texture, and finally felt a bit full. Chapter 18, a little numerical shock. This finally eased his mind, but he could still feel the food inside him being continuously digested. There was still some time before dinner, and Kron did not waste any time continuing his training, needing to endure a bit more hunger. Now that his physique had been enhanced and his cultivation method had entered the next stage, he could practice a little longer every day. Soon it was dinner time, and it seemed that due to his recent advancement, Kron's meals had improved once again. In front of him lay a large piece of meat, 5 white loaves of bread, a bottle of milk, a bowl of soup, and even an apple for dessert. This rich dinner truly surprised Kron. Seeing his stunned expression, the person delivering the food smiled and said, "Eat up. You performed exceptionally well today. Congratulations. You have now broken into the noble class, and the Royal Academy will become your paradise." Entering the noble class? Kron had some vague guesses about the other person's words. He nodded. He indeed felt that the Royal Academy was quite good, even though he was still in the assessment phase and had not formally enrolled yet. After the person left, Kron began to devour the food, managing to finish it all by himself. After eating, he finally experienced the long-lost feeling of being full. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 strength attribute point. Hearing the notification in his mind, Kron was not surprised at all. It was an old reward, which was fine. Time quickly passed to the next day, and now only the final 20 contestants remained. Today, everyone would have to compete in 2 rounds to determine the top 10 and the rankings from 11 to 20. On the last day, there would be a physically demanding and brutal round-robin battle. Each person would have to fight against others to decide the final rankings. The strength of the 20 contestants was at the top level, so the gap was not that significant anymore. This was truly a random draw battle. Kron's opponent this time was none other than the second-place contestant from the 3rd round, perhaps the same guy who had instantly killed the monster with a single sword strike. Upon seeing his opponent, Kron's expression became rare and serious. The other party was one of the few strong individuals Kron acknowledged, although Kron could now confirm that his basic attributes were above his opponent's. He might be overwhelmed by the opponent's skill. It could be said that this battle was a clash between numbers and techniques, and Kron decided to bring a little numerical shock to the other party. When the opponent saw that his opponent was Kron, a serious expression also appeared on his face. Before the battle began, he spoke up. "Kron, my name is Gato. I hope you remember my name. I know you are strong, so I will give it my all in this battle, and I hope you won't underestimate me." "All right." Kron nodded seriously. He felt that he would likely have further interactions with this guy in the future. After saying that, both drew their swords, with Gato taking the initiative to attack. The angles of his attacks were very tricky, and Kron could feel that if he were hit, he would certainly not feel good about it, and there was a real risk of falling behind, so he could only choose to defend. Clang! The 2 iron swords collided. Although Kron was only passively defending, Gato still felt an overwhelming force that was hard to withstand. This force almost made him lose grip on his sword. After a brief exchange, both retreated, realizing that the other was not easy to deal with. Then Kron made the first move, intending to strike first. Unlike Gato, Kron's swordsmanship while having improved somewhat, was still a bit rough due to the short amount of time for improvement. However, he did have his advantages. Kron's sword strikes were very fast, and each strike was powerful. Gado's eyes could see through the flaws in Kron's sword techniques, but his body couldn't keep up with Kron's attack frequency, and he could only do his best to defend. The sounds of their swords clashing echoed through the battlefield, and just listening to the sounds made one imagine how intense their battle was. The situation on the field now showed Kron fiercely suppressing Gado, seemingly gaining the upper hand. But both were well aware that once Kron lost this fierce pressure, Gado only needed one strike to potentially turn the tables on Kron. However, the situation was not so friendly to Gado either. Constantly receiving Kron's powerful attacks, his hands were slowly losing feeling, and if this continued, he would no longer be able to hold onto his sword. Clatter. In the end, his sword fell to the ground. Although their battle looked fierce, it had only lasted about 3 minutes. Kron pointed his sword at Gado. "You lost." Hearing Kron's words, Gado felt somewhat unconvinced and wanted to pick up the sword on the ground to continue fighting, but the next second, Kron's sword pierced into his right arm. Feeling the sharp pain in his arm, he finally came to his senses. He then spoke with some difficulty. I concede. Kron won this battle." Upon hearing the referee announce the result, Kron finally sheathed his sword and went to the waiting area to rest, quietly awaiting the next assessment. Medical staff hurried over to take Gado away for treatment. After all, Gado had a B-level talent, a weapon master, capable of mastering various types of weapons in a short time and even more easily comprehending weapon spirits. So even though Gado had lost, the church would still focus on cultivating him. But Kron was different. Although he performed decently now, he still needed further assessment. After all, his attribute allocation talent was too unstable. Unless Kron could maintain his current performance and steadily enter the top 5, he likely would not receive focus cultivation. On the other side, Saga also quickly finished her battle. As soon as she was done, she hurried over to Kron. "Kron, you are amazing. You always went so quickly." Saga's praise was sincere, as she realized that without her flying ability, she might not necessarily be Kron's match. "You are also strong. If I faced you, I probably wouldn't stand a chance." Kron replied. Although he said this, Kron had already begun to consider how to deal with those who had flying abilities. His strategy was to wear them down and wait for them to attack first, giving him a chance for a decisive strike. Chapter 19. Saintis. As the two praised each other, the battles on site were coming to an end one by one. This time, Kron was watching very seriously, as the remaining contestants were closely matched, and they would be showcasing their true skills. After the morning battles, these 20 participants took a break at noon, and in the afternoon, they would have another match to determine the top 5, 6th to 10th places, 11th to 15th places, and 16th to 20th places. The next day would be a round-robin match among these 20 in their respective zones. Time quickly passed to the afternoon, and Kron had made it into the top 10, so his opponent was also among the top 10. Kron's opponent this time was a bit weak. She was a girl with the ability to see through, which was a B-rank ability, allowing her to easily identify her opponent's weaknesses and flaws in their attacks. However, her physical condition was very poor, even worse than Gado's in the morning. But Kron didn't know what her ability was yet. He just knew that her attack style was similar to Gado's, consistently finding his weaknesses with precision, so she should still be a tough opponent. However, once the two started fighting, the situation quickly became one-sided. Kron used the simplest attack methods against this girl, horizontal slashes and vertical cuts, one strike after another. With each attack, the girl felt as if her weapon would fly out of her hands. Ultimately, on the 13th strike, Kron knocked the weapon out of her hands and won the match. Cecilia fell to the ground, looking up at the seemingly invincible boy in front of her, her eyes filled with unwillingness. She had worked hard to reach this point, only to be casually defeated by Kron. She truly could not accept such a result. As Kron was leaving, Cecilia shouted, "Kron, my name is Cecilia. Remember this name. Next time, I will win against you." Upon hearing her words, Kron paused for a moment. Then he simply walked away, fully aware that that day would never come. His talent for growth was too exaggerated. Given enough time, the gap between them would only widen, leaving her no chance to catch up. So, in her next encounter, she would only lose more miserably, even with a top-tier ability like seeing through. Afterward, Kron stayed to watch the remaining matches before finally leaving. In this round, Batwoman and the werewolf faced off, and in the end, Batwoman won due to her advantage in the sky. This battle left a deep impression on Kron because the werewolf's strength and speed were both extraordinary, making it normal for him to rank among the top 5 with sheer physical prowess. However, Batwoman was even more abnormal. Not only did she have high attack power and speed, but she also possessed the ability to drain blood, although her combat skills were somewhat rough. After draining blood, Batwoman could quickly recover her stamina and injuries, and once bitten, the opponent's body seemed to instinctively fall into a state of fatigue, basically losing the ability to resist. If it weren't for this monstrous blood-draining skill, Batwoman would definitely not be a match for the werewolf. With these thoughts, Kron returned home and continued his training, only stopping when it was midnight. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 agility attribute point today. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Kron could distinctly feel his body becoming lighter. Soon, the final day arrived. As usual, after breakfast, Kron arrived at the venue early. The others had also arrived. The 20 participants were now divided into 4 areas, and Kron naturally went to the highest-ranked area. The 5 people in his group were Kron, Saga, Stone Giant Boy, Batwoman, and another boy who had also awakened a B-rank ability. Looking at it this way, in the first tier, only Kron had a C-rank ability. The others all had abilities above B rank. Yes, above B rank. Kron was uncertain whether any of those with awakened bloodline abilities possessed an A rank ability. The opponent Kron least wanted to encounter was the boy with the awakened B rank ability. According to Kron's observations, the boy's ability was also a strengthening type, capable of significantly boosting combat power in a short time. So it would be better for that guy to face someone else first. By then, he would have exhausted a considerable amount of magic power and stamina, greatly increasing Kron's chances of defeating him. Quickly, Kron began drawing lots. However, as he stepped onto the lottery stage, he noticed 3 very conspicuous young men not far away. They looked to be about the same age as him, around 16 or 17. However, unlike the other contestants, these 3 exuded an elegant nobility, and their eyes were filled with disdain when looking at the participants. This made Kron somewhat puzzled about their identities, and he could clearly see the examiners hastily running over to flatter them upon their arrival. Lady Saintess, are you here to observe the final assessment? The leading girl among the 3 nodded slightly, seemingly bored, and asked, is there anyone interesting among these people? Yes, Lady Saintess. This time, one girl awakened the winged bloodline, and her ability reached A rank directly. Upon hearing this report, the girl who was the Saintess showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. The winged bloodline was a lower bloodline of the angel bloodline, which could be said to be the most compatible with their church, so it was unexpected to encounter it here. In addition, there was also an A-rank vampire bloodline and an A-rank werewolf bloodline. These were the only A-rank ability holders in this assessment. The Saintess was even more surprised upon hearing this introduction. After all, she had heard that, generally, only 1 or 2 A-rank abilities would appear each year, and it would take 10 or even decades for an S-rank ability to emerge. She never expected 3 to appear this year. Immediately, she became even more interested in today's assessment, knowing that most of these individuals were from common backgrounds and likely had little combat power, but it would still be good to see their specific abilities. Kron, on his end, couldn't figure out who they were, so he focused on the lottery before him. After the drawing results came out, Kron was pleasantly surprised to find that he had a bye in the first round, allowing the other 4 to battle first. This meant he could save some stamina and gain a significant advantage. The other 4's matchups were Saga against the Vampire Girl and Stone Giant Boy against the B-Rank Boy. Chapter 20. Not necessarily after seeing this result, Klan was even more satisfied, as these people had no sense of restraint among them. It could even be said that they were all quite evenly matched in strength. If they fought like this, they should all expend a lot of energy, and at that point, he would be making a pure profit. When Saga saw her opponent, her brow furrowed. Among all her opponents, the last person she wanted to face was the Batgirl in front of her. While she was thinking, Batgirl had already stepped into the arena. Unlike the blonde, blue-eyed Saga, Batgirl had messy purple hair that covered most of her face, with pale skin lacking any color. Her walking posture was awkward, always hunched over, and she had a very thin frame. No matter how you looked at her, She appeared sickly, but there was a faint aura of black energy around her, giving off a rather eerie feeling. In short, after seeing Batgirl's appearance, Saga was not keen on having any connection with her. After Batgirl entered the arena, she kept her head down, and, as usual, it was unclear what she was thinking. The match began, with the examiner's voice dropping. A pair of snow-white wings and a pair of terrifyingly large bat wings appeared on their backs. Then both flew into the air simultaneously, creating a scene that looked like a battle between an angel and a demon. The fateful imagery of the two in the same frame attracted nearly 99% of the audience's attention. Of course, all of this happened before the two started fighting. As they moved closer and began to exchange blows using their basic fighting techniques, the newly born sense of fate suddenly shattered. It was evident that although both possessed top-tier talent, they were still lacking in terms of postnatal effort. This quickly made many spectators lose interest. On the other side, the battle between the Stone Man and Bee-Man was quite captivating. Although neither had much technique, their high stats were an advantage. One had high health, strong defense, and great power, while the other had unmatched explosive power. They were practically hitting each other with every punch, and due to B-Man's explosive advantage, he was mostly dominating the early stages of the fight against the Stone Man. However, if he wanted to defeat the Stone Man, it was best to do so before his stamina and magic were exhausted. Otherwise, dragging it out would be of no benefit to him. At the same time, battles in other groups also began, and all 8 arenas erupted into chaos. Klan looked around and found that Gato had also been given a bye. They exchanged glances, and Gato seemed to recall the scene of being beaten by Klan earlier, turning his head away in annoyance, no longer wanted to look at Klan. Upon seeing this, Klan didn't care much. He just smiled and turned his gaze elsewhere. The duration of this battle lasted longer than expected, and in the end, the Stone Man couldn't withstand B-Man's fierce assault and lost. However, judging by B-Man's appearance, both his stamina and magic seemed to be nearly depleted, and the subsequent battles would likely not stir up much excitement. He would probably lose all of them. Meanwhile, Saga and Batgirl were locked in a fierce battle, seemingly competing on stats. At one point, Batgirl attempted to absorb Saga's blood, but after just one try, she quickly spat it out, even pretending to gag as if Saga's blood were something very disgusting. Upon witnessing this, Klan quickly realized that holy attributes should greatly restrain Batgirl. Unfortunately, he was of the lightning element, not holy, so this restraint had nothing to do with him. Eventually, after a full hour of fighting, a victor was finally determined, with Saga narrowly winning. However, the reason Saga was able to achieve victory was primarily due to the fact that it was daytime, which weakened Batgirl's powers. Additionally, Batgirl had expended a lot of energy in her previous fight with the werewolf. Otherwise, this battle should have been a victory for Batgirl. After that, everyone took a half-hour break before immediately starting the second round. In this round, Klan had a significant advantage no matter who he faced, especially since he had a bye in the first round. Saga and the others were obviously aware of this, so they didn't want to face Klan. But there was bound to be one unlucky person, and soon this unlucky person appeared, B-Man. Yes, even after resting for a while. He had nearly exhausted his magic and stamina in the previous round. Now, facing Klan, he truly was down on his luck. When the two faced off, Klan saw a bitter smile on B-Man's face. I didn't expect that unlucky person to be me. Klan thought for a moment and nodded in acknowledgement. That's right, you really are unlucky. Hearing Klan's assessment, B-Man was quite displeased. Don't get cocky. If it weren't for my current exhaustion, facing you in my prime, you would definitely not be my match. Not necessarily. B-Man, already angry, felt his blood pressure rise even higher after hearing Klan's retort. Initially, he planned to concede immediately since his abilities were not suited for this kind of prolonged battle. Rather than expending more stamina now, he thought it would be better to concede all the next 2 matches and then burn out in the final match. But now he changed his mind. Klan was just too infuriating. He had already won 1 match, and if he lost the next, then so be it. Today he would definitely make Klan expend some energy. Thinking this, he coldly stared at Klan in front of him. Noticing the look in his eyes, Klan smirked slightly. He really was young, getting provoked so easily. Soon, the examiner announced the start of the match. At the moment it began, B-Man instantly entered a state of enhancement and charged towards Klan. Clang! Klan's reaction speed was quick, and he instantly blocked the opponent's attack. B-Man wielded an iron rod, and as it made contact with Klan's sword, it created a notch in Klan's iron sword. Seeing this, Klan frowned. Regardless of winning or losing this fight, he wouldn't be able to keep this sword intact. Afterward, B-Man, like a mad dog, completely disregarded his stamina and launched a frenzied attack on Klan, who was struggling to hold on in front of him. He felt that perhaps he might have a chance in this match. After all, Klan's talent was not that impressive. It was quite normal for him to be able to defeat him. Chapter 21 Targeted Matchups. As B-Man was thinking this, Kron's one-handed sword was directly broken with a single blow. At the same time, Kron seized this opportunity and kicked him hard in the chest. In that instant, a slight arc of electricity surrounded Kron. With the lightning attribute, Kron's abilities were enhanced to a certain extent. B-Man felt as if he had been hit by a speeding carriage, and his body flew backward, the intense pain causing him to lose consciousness for a moment. As if he had lost control over his body. Kron did not miss this chance and continued to press the attack. Just as B-Man fell to the ground and had not yet gotten up, a fist began to rapidly enlarge in front of him. Then he lost consciousness. Originally, Kron wanted to continue attacking, but seeing that his opponent had fainted like this, he decided not to hit him anymore. This guy was weaker than he had imagined. Kron then took out the slightly dull one-handed sword he had used before. Although it was dull, it was still usable. The other broken sword was truly unusable. With Pharaoh losing combat ability, Kron achieved victory in this battle. Winning made Kron feel much better, and he quickly went down to recover his stamina. Meanwhile, another battle was still ongoing. Batgirl was truly having a terrible time. In the first match, she encountered Saga, who countered her. Now in the second match, she faced another counter, Stone Man. Although after turning into a vampire, her claws could tear through the stone walls. She found that her teeth were not long enough to penetrate the thick stone wall because her body was completely wrapped in stone, preventing her from drawing blood. Not being able to drink blood meant her greatest ability was rendered useless, and on top of that, she had not had enough rest. Although she had an advantage in talent level, she was severely countered, and it was uncertain whether she could win against Stone Man. Watching the matches, Kron frowned. Was the draw truly random? Was there a possibility that the church arranged such matchups for Batgirl because her bloodline talent was not favored by them? As he thought about this, Kron felt that this outcome was not impossible. In fact, it was quite likely. If it were indeed targeted, then Batgirl's next opponent should be him, followed by B-Man, who had mostly recovered. Such matchups were undoubtedly a nightmare for Batgirl. Coupled with the werewolf from yesterday, Kron had every reason to suspect that these people were indeed targeting Batgirl. Of course, all of this was Kron's speculation. He did not know if it was true, but he had every reason to believe it was. Sure enough, due to the excessive consumption of energy in the previous battle, Batgirl lost combat ability again after Stone Man accurately threw a large rock at her, losing the second match. At the moment the match ended, Kron glanced at the chief examiner and noticed a rather strange smile on the chief examiner's face. This made Kron even more convinced that they were indeed targeting Batgirl. Soon, the results of the third round of draws were announced, and as Kron had thought, Saga would face B-Man, while he would deal with Batgirl. B-Man immediately conceded, clearly realizing that if he surrendered now, Kron would likely exhaust Batgirl in the end, giving him a good chance of defeating her. Meanwhile, Saga would also get a round of rest, allowing her to perform better in the final match. Kron's battle with Batgirl was likely to result in his victory, but he would also expend a lot of stamina, which would significantly lower his chances of defeating Saga in the next battle. Saga would be able to face Stone Man without difficulty, and with a lot of stamina saved, her chances of winning would increase drastically. Realizing this, Kron suddenly understood that his first round rest was not due to his good luck. Instead, this matchup was arranged to be more advantageous for Saga, making him merely an invisible beneficiary. With this thought, Kron recognized the darkness of the Royal Academy. He looked around at the expressions of those around him and found that these people seemed completely oblivious to this. It made sense. Everyone came from humble backgrounds. So how could they think so deeply about a test? As he pondered, Kron arrived at the competition venue. Batgirl, too, walked up slowly, seemingly fatigued. Her back had become more hunched, and she was almost walking with her head down. From their previous conversation, Kron knew that Batgirl's name was Winnie, a name that seemed out of place with her current image. Once she approached, Winnie quietly said, "What bad luck I have to encounter you now. I might lose to you this time, Kron. My luck is really terrible." As she spoke, her voice began to tremble, as if she might cry at any moment. Faced with this unexpected situation, Kron was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Should he comfort her before the match? The competition system was like that. There was no way around it. He did not share his suspicions with her, as they were merely conjectures. Moreover, saying them would not benefit Kron, only bring endless trouble. After hearing Kron's words, Batgirl gently nodded. Then you should be careful. I will give it my all." Unlike her dark exterior, she was actually a very polite child. Therefore, Kron had quite a good impression of her. The match began. The examiner's cold voice rang out. Hearing the examiner's words, Kron spoke up. If you want the subsequent matches to go more smoothly, it would be better to concede this one. Although this sounded somewhat harsh, it was indeed the best decision Kron could propose at the moment. If his speculation was correct, Batgirl would absolutely not get a bye in the next round, making her the only one among everyone who did not benefit from the bye. If she rested now, she might still have a chance to defeat B-Man in the next round. If she didn't rest, facing B-Man in the next round would likely mean certain defeat. Upon hearing Kron's words, Batgirl felt that she should be angry, but for some reason, she vaguely sensed that Kron was saying this for her own good. Winnie truly could not understand why Kron wanted her to concede for her benefit. She wasn't that clever, so she remained steadfast in her original belief. Chapter 22. Batgirl. Seeing that Batgirl had no intention of conceding, Kron understood her meaning. Since she insisted on fighting, then let us fight. Soon, Batgirl transformed and flew into the air, gaining the advantage of altitude. Kron knew that maintaining this state would also consume some of Batgirl's energy. Using her bloodline would already drain her magical power, so prolonging the fight would eventually wear her down. If Batgirl were at her peak, it would be no problem, but that was clearly unlikely. Winnie's only option now was to end the fight quickly. If she could bite Kron and activate her vampiric ability, she might still have a chance to win. She could even replenish her stamina and magical power by absorbing Kron's blood. If she couldn't do that, then there was no hope. However, Batgirl's practical experience was very limited, and it was evident she hadn't learned from her previous failures. After transforming into bat form, she could launch long-range attacks, and her attack was a black crescent blade with strong lethality but high energy consumption. Once airborne, she immediately used the crescent blade, which appeared in front of Kron in an instant. The speed of this attack was so fast that Kron had no chance to dodge. He could only defend with the remaining sword. Clang! A smooth notch appeared on the sword blade, but Kron successfully blocked the attack. In contrast, Batgirl began gasping for breath after using this move. Observing her condition, Kron did not rush to attack. He simply waited quietly below. The Saintess, seeing this, smiled slightly and remarked, "What kind of talent does that person have?" She was indeed somewhat interested in Kron, as he was clearly different from others. His combat experience seemed rich, with each choice being very precise, and his aura was evidently a result of specialized training. The stark contrast with those around him piqued her interest even more. That Kron Gassa, with a sea-level talent and attribute points. After hearing Kron's introduction, the Saintess quickly lost interest. She had thought he was a formidable character, but he was just sea-level talent? After learning Kron's name, she realized it was likely due to some family training, giving him a head start over these people, which is why he was performing so prominently now. Given some time, he would be surpassed by those around him. The young man beside her had been quietly observing the Saintess's expressions, and upon seeing her disdainful look, he understood that Kron would have little status in the church in the future. Meanwhile, on the field, Batgirl had gone mad, causing some damage to Kron's weapon with her ultimate move, while Kron himself was completely unharmed. Batgirl finally realized that her only way to win was through bloodsucking. Unlike the previous opponents, Kron's blood was certainly not toxic, and her fangs could definitely pierce Kron's skin. With this thought, she charged at Kron like a diving black eagle, a speed that would scare any normal person. In an instant, Winnie was in front of Kron, and just as her claws were about to scratch him, Kron swiftly reached out and accurately grabbed Winnie's neck. Kron's hand was longer than Winnie's, which meant that when he caught her, her claws did not touch him at all. Winnie was very light. Kron estimated she weighed no more than 60 pounds, and he could easily lift her with one hand. Winnie now felt as if she were being controlled by an overwhelming force. A huge sense of panic and the intense pain from her interrupted dive completely engulfed her, leaving her unable to react for a short time. Boom! Kron slammed Winnie down onto the ground, like swinging a hammer. At the moment her back hit the ground, Winnie felt like her body was falling apart. She had completely forgotten about resisting, and her eyes were filled with fear, not wanting to continue fighting. Kron saw this and calmly said, "Judge, she is lost." Hearing Kron's words, the judge approached, observed for a while, and after noticing that Winnie was trembling and completely unwilling to resist, declared Kron the winner. Winnie lost her fighting ability, and Kron won the match. After the battle, Kron originally planned to leave the arena, but glancing at Winnie, who was still lying on the ground with a face full of fear, he hesitated for a moment and walked over to help her up. Feeling someone pulling her and seeing that it was Kron, Winnie finally reacted. "No, I concede." Kron replied, "What are you saying? The match is over now. We can go rest." Hearing Kron's words, Winnie finally came to her senses. Had this match ended? She had lost again. With this thought, her mood sank. How could she be so useless? Clearly, she had awakened an A-level talent, but until now, she hadn't won a single match. Feeling extremely dejected, she followed behind Kron. After stepping down from the arena, Winnie said somewhat glumly, "Kron, am I really useless?" Kron was taken aback by her words. What happened to this girl? How did a single match knock her confidence down? After thinking for a moment, Kron felt helpless. After all, so far, she had lost all 3 matches, and she still had to fight against a B-level guy later. Judging by her current state, she would likely lose again. No, you just had bad luck. Since the fight was over, Kron didn't want to discourage her further. Bad luck? Hearing Kron's words, Winnie looked up at him. The two locked eyes, and Kron was momentarily stunned. It was the first time he saw Winnie's face clearly. Contrary to his dark imagination, although Winnie's face was pale, her features were delicate, giving the impression of a particularly obedient little girl, and with tears at the corners of her eyes. It made one feel a strange sense of pity. Instinctively, Kron reached out and ruffled her hair, saying, "Yes, this time it was indeed bad luck. If your first opponent hadn't been Saga, if you hadn't encountered a werewolf yesterday, the result would surely be very different. However, you really aren't very strong right now. As long as you train for a while, you will definitely be able to avoid such situations in the future." Hearing Kron's consolation, Winnie, who had been very sad, suddenly felt much better. Chapter 23 Weapons destroyed at the same time. She noticed that after stepping down from the arena, Klan seemed less fierce than he was on stage, giving off a gentle vibe. She couldn't help but nuzzle Klan's palm like a little kitten. Seeing her action, Klan paused for a moment, withdrew his hand, and said, "All right, go rest. There's another match later." Winnie quickly nodded, seemingly no longer as dejected as before. On the other side, Saga's pupils widened abruptly upon witnessing this. Wait, what are these two doing? Why are they getting so close? She hurried over to them, but upon arriving, she said, "What an exciting match, Klan. You were amazing. Fortunately, you just took advantage of the schedule." No. I feel like even if you didn't have a bye in the first round, you would definitely win all your matches. Klan wanted to explain that he indeed took advantage of the schedule this time. However, Winnie nodded in agreement beside him, feeling that even if she were at her peak, she might not necessarily be Klan's opponent. Seeing Winnie agree, Klan had nothing more to say. If they wanted to think that way, so be it. "Klan, our battle is next, and I will give my all, so be careful." In fact, if Klan were to ask Saga to let him win and achieve a perfect victory, given Saga's current state, she might actually do as Klan suggested. However, Klan wouldn't do such a thing. If possible, he actually craved a fair match. But seeing that Klan didn't respond, Saga surprisingly spoke up. "If you want a perfect victory, I might be able to let you have it." Although it was said in a joking tone, Klan could tell it was her sincere intention. Isn't that a bit too humble? However, there was nothing to be done. Before awakening her talent, Saga was just an ordinary commoner girl. Even now, having awakened a top-tier A-grade talent, her mindset hadn't changed in a short time. She subconsciously sought to please Klan without limits to make their relationship closer, which was quite sad, to say the least. You don't have to. Just give it your all. Klan understood that if Saga went easy on him, the examiners would definitely notice, and it would likely cause a lot of trouble. He didn't want to complicate things. He might not necessarily lose to Saga. Well, okay. By the way, when did you two get so close? I just saw you petting Winnie's head. Saga asked cautiously, though she was unhappy inside. She was still afraid of making Klan angry. It must be said that Saga was acting a bit like a sycophant. However, upon hearing Saga's question, Klan had no intention of answering. Why was she so concerned about his relationship with Winnie? Seeing that Klan didn't respond, Saga felt a bit awkward. Haha, Winnie, you two seem very close just now. You don't like Klan, do you? However, Winnie's response made Saga feel like she had fallen into an ice cellar. Well, I feel that Klan is very gentle. Being around him makes me feel very secure. Saga really didn't know what to say now. She felt that she shouldn't have asked Winnie just now. Plus, what was wrong with this girl? She had just been thrown down hard. And now, just a head pat had her all cheered up. She was too easy to please. Hearing Winnie's answer, Klan also glanced at her. He had to admit that due to their backgrounds, these girls were very innocent and didn't have much scheming. It could be said that with just a little bit of kindness or a small trick, they could become utterly devoted. Thinking of this, Klan sighed inwardly. It was quite pitiful. Before he knew it, half an hour of rest time had passed. As Klan had imagined, even though they had reached the 4th round, Winnie still didn't have a bye and was facing B-Man in this round. Winnie was already quite exhausted, and after being heavily injured by Klan in the previous round, her chances of beating B-Man were almost negligible. B-Man smirked upon seeing his opponent, feeling that this match was already secured for him. Meanwhile, Klan looked seriously at Saga, who was in front of him. Undoubtedly, Saga was the one among the remaining participants who had preserved her strength the best, and she had also stated that she would give it her all. Once they stepped onto the stage, Saga's expression became serious. Looking at Klan, who wore a similarly serious look, Saga found him quite cute in this state. As the match began, Saga immediately took to the air, but it was clear that she was very composed now, completely different from Winnie's previous performance. Upon seeing this, Klan's expression also turned serious. He knew he couldn't afford to underestimate her. At the same time, his mind raced to think of how to deal with Saga, who was evidently not someone he could simply outlast like Winnie. Moreover, Saga also had long-range attack methods. He had already witnessed her ranged attacks before, and their explosive power was not something Winnie could compare with. Even if he were hit, it would probably be quite painful. However, once the battle started, Saga was smart. She didn't use her powerful but equally exhausting long-range attacks. Instead, she targeted Klan's weapon, which was just a simple iron sword. Moreover, this iron sword was currently covered with rolled edges and chips, clearly not able to last much longer. In contrast, Saga wielded a spear, which was a finely crafted weapon, an award given to her by the church after her talent awakened. While it wasn't a rare item, it was quite a good weapon for their current stage. Therefore, Saga chose to attack in a dive, just like Winnie did before. However, she had preserved her stamina well, so her diving speed, precision, and power were not something Winnie could compare to. As Saga began her dive, in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a streak of white light and reached Klan. Clang! With just one strike, Klan's one-handed sword was shattered into several pieces. Upon seeing this, Klan frowned. He really needed a better weapon. Having to consider the strength of his weapon in every battle was quite inconvenient. Now that he was without a weapon, what should he do? Saga didn't give Klan much time to think. After circling in the air for a few seconds and adjusting her breath, she launched her second dive attack. Chapter 24, Unexpected Victory. A layer of electricity also enveloped Kron at the same time. Then, with a flash of lightning, Kron dodged Saga's attack. Saga, due to inertia, crashed to the ground. Bang! Kron turned around and slammed his palm hard against Saga's back. Neither of them expected the opportunity to come so suddenly. By the time Saga regained her senses, Kron's hand was already gripping her neck. Feeling Kron's hands, as solid as steel, Saga knew that he could easily snap her neck if he wanted to. I concede. This outcome came too quickly for the onlookers to react. No one expected such a result. Kron merely dodged, and Saga exposed such a significant flaw. In fact, all the examiners would have thought that the winner of this battle should be Saga. However, the final result was as it was. Saga hadn't even demonstrated her true strength before being caught off guard and defeated in an instant. For a moment, the examiners felt somewhat frustrated. They had specifically arranged the matchups to allow Saga to easily win the championship, yet she had been so easily defeated by Kron despite having such a significant advantage. Saga had disappointed them greatly. If it had been a case of using all her strength and still losing, it would have been acceptable. But the current situation was something they simply could not accept. On the contrary, the Saintess on stage, upon witnessing this, became even more interested in Kron. Interesting. Hearing the Saintess's words, the chief examiner quickly noted her reaction. From the Saintess's demeanor, it seemed that Kron was indeed someone worth watching, and it appeared he had a bright future ahead. The Saintess was indeed more intrigued by Kron now, because his fighting style was different from others. While others were engaged in battle, Kron fought with a ferocity that caused damage using the most reckless attacks, showing no mistakes at all. Every move was well thought out. In this stage where everyone was still getting accustomed to killing, Kron's fighting style was undoubtedly a dimensional strike. To develop a fighting style and mindset like Kron's required a wealth of combat experience. Yet Kron was able to do so now, proving that he was a born killer. With such a mentality, how could his peers possibly defeat someone like him? He was indeed exceptional. But how would Kron handle his final opponent? Kron's last opponent was the Stone Man. In a normal state, Kron would easily defeat him. However, it was clear that this was not a normal state. He was unarmed and barehanded, yet it seemed he could still break through the Stone Man's defenses. However, doing so would likely cause significant damage to himself as well. Moreover, the Stone Man had rested during the previous round and had regained some stamina. Kron looked at his completely destroyed longsword and began to think of a strategy. Then, he glanced in Winnie S.'s direction. If he remembered correctly, this was Winnie S.'s last battle. Perhaps he could borrow her weapon. But upon thinking of Winnie S.'s weapon, Kron dismissed that option. Winnie S.'s weapon was a pair of claws, clearly tailored to her small hands, and they would not fit him. Produce. There was no guarantee she would lend them to him. Forget it. He would fight barehanded after all, with his punch, close to a month's worth of enhancements. He wondered if the Stone Man could withstand it. After witnessing Kron's 3 consecutive victories, the Stone Man felt quite complicated. He knew that Kron's victory might have had some element of luck, but if he didn't have the strength, it would have been impossible to achieve. Furthermore, the battle with Saga was truly shocking. He had completely acknowledged Kron's strength, but now that Kron was unarmed, he knew he had the advantage. On the other side, Winnie ultimately lost to the B-Man. There was nothing she could do. Her current state was simply too poor, not to mention being among the best of her peers. Even those who had been eliminated earlier could probably defeat her without much effort. Time quickly approached the final half hour, which was the battle between Kron and the Stone Man. If Kron won this match, he would achieve a perfect record, while Winnie had already suffered a complete defeat, sitting dejectedly in the viewing area, which now had more than just her as a spectator. Matches ranked 6th to 20th had all concluded, with the werewolf undeniably taking 6th place. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that the Batwoman had achieved a complete defeat. He was more unable to accept this result than Winnie. It was incredibly frustrating to see someone who had defeated him end up with a record of total losses. He needed to closely observe the strength of these individuals. Could it be that the gap between his strength and theirs was really that significant? Finally, the last battle commenced. The Stone Man's clothes were tattered, and he looked extremely fatigued. He still had some wounds that hadn't fully healed, indicating that even after resting, he was in poor condition. Kron, on the other hand, looked much better. His magical energy was even relatively full. So even without a weapon, Kron felt confident in defeating his opponent. What rewards would come with achieving first place in the assessment? Kron couldn't help but think. However, for now, he should focus on securing that first place. As the battle began, the Stone Man quickly transformed into a stone giant using earth magic, just like before. However, it was evident that the stones on him were much smaller and thinner than before. Seeing this, Kron knew he had secured the win. Therefore, he didn't immediately use his lightning body. He felt that he could defeat this Stone Man without needing to rely on it throughout the battle. Countless gazes were focused on this fight, but it did not add any pressure on Kron. As a result, the battle unfolded like a beautifully choreographed performance. Kron did not fight desperately as before. Instead, he relied on his high mobility to constantly evade the Stone Man's attacks, gradually wearing him down. The Stone Man knew this battle needed to be quick, but the arena was too large, and Kron kept running. He could only watch helplessly as his magical energy dwindled, ultimately unable to maintain the form of the stone giant. Chapter 25, Assessment First. The title of Viscount at the moment the status was lifted. Kron instantly became imbued with the power of lightning, transforming into a bolt of lightning and quickly arriving in front of the Stone Man. Then came thunderous punches that knocked him unconscious in just a few blows. This battle was completely under Kron's control, showcasing his combat intelligence to everyone. According to Kron's fighting style, even the heavily damaged Stone Man would struggle to defeat him, let alone in peak condition. The final ranking result for the top 5 were Kron, Saga, B-Man, Stone Man, and Winnie. This ranking was quite surprising, deviating significantly from what the examiner had imagined. He then approached the 5 of them. Very well, all 5 of you performed excellently. Now, I will present you with your rewards. Kron, you will be awarded the title of Viscount, enjoying all the rights of a Viscount. Additionally, you will receive 500 Academy points, a magical grade weapon, and 10 intermediate magic stones. Furthermore, you will receive 50 primary magic stones each month as your allowance. Hearing this, Kron felt much better. He wasn't very clear about the other rewards, but he knew what a magical grade weapon was. According to the weapon ranking, from low to high, they are ordinary, fine, magical, heroic, and there should be even higher ranks above these, but Kron wasn't very familiar with those. As for magic stones, they seemed similar to spiritual stones in the cultivation world, which could aid in training. After presenting Kron's rewards, the examiner began to award the others. The second and third places received Baron titles, while the other rewards were slightly inferior to Kron's. The fourth and fifth places also received Baron titles, but the rest of the rewards were even lower. Kron didn't care much about these. He was just looking forward to his life at the academy. All right, now that all rewards have been distributed, follow me. The top 10 will live in the main hall, where you will enjoy the best resources. Those ranked lower will be assigned to various branch halls, with the lower ranks going to worse halls. The examiner smiled as he introduced these arrangements. Hearing this, Kron looked down at his Viscount badge. He found it strange. Since he had joined the church, shouldn't they be referred to as monks or bishops? Why were they using noble titles? He wasn't quite sure what the purpose of these ranks was, but he would understand in due time. Now, I will take you to your new rooms. As for your rewards, they will be delivered to you later. You can now specify the type of weapon you desire. My lord, I would like a sword with lightning attributes. After hearing Kron's request, the bishop thought for a moment and replied, I understand. After all, it's just a magical grade weapon. Our church can provide as many as we want, so this request can easily be fulfilled. What about the others? The others quickly stated the types of weapons they wanted. Soon, Kron was taken to a single room. Looking at the spacious room before him, Kron stood at the door for a long time, unable to collect his thoughts. Since arriving in this world, he had lived under tremendous pressure almost every day, and suddenly having such good conditions made it hard for him to adjust. This room was technically a suite with more than one room, approximately over 100 square meters. Of course, it did not have shared spaces. The decor was simple but looked very comfortable and cozy, with white as the main color, fitting the church's style. The furniture was also complete, and Kron was very satisfied with it. Not long after Kron entered, someone knocked on the door. He was puzzled about who would be looking for him at this time, so he went over to open it. In front of him stood a girl shorter than him, with an oval face, dressed in a white robe, and fair skin with golden hair. Do you need something? Hearing Kron's words, the girl seriously replied, My lord, my name is Malia, and I will be in charge of taking care of your daily needs from now on. Taking care of my daily needs? Upon hearing this, Kron felt a bit unaccustomed. After all, he had lived for so many years and had rarely been taken care of by anyone. Yes, my lord. Every noble rank student is assigned a dedicated caretaker. Don't worry, although this is my first time serving someone like you. I have been serious in my previous studies and will definitely be able to fulfill this job. Looking at her earnest demeanor, Kron hesitated for a moment but nodded. Then come in. Due to his past living conditions, Kron did not directly trust Malia, rather than believing she was there to take care of him. He was more inclined to think she was there to monitor him. No, He had already unilaterally judged her to be there to keep an eye on him. After labeling Malia as a monitor, Kron's attitude toward her became clear. He would never reveal his true self in front of her. Once Malia entered Kron's room, she quickly went to a small room inside, which was evidently designated for caretakers. "My Lord Kron, I will be responsible for your daily needs. When there's nothing to do, I will stay in this room. If you need anything, just call me." Kron nodded lightly. Then, Malia naturally began to tidy up Kron's bed, while Kron felt a bit awkward, unsure what to do. 15 minutes later, Kron finally made his way to the relatively spacious living room and began to practice until an hour later when someone knocked on the door again. This time, it was Malia who went to open it. "What is it? You are Kron's servant, right? This is Kron's reward. Please pass it on to him." "Okay. Thank you for your effort." After saying this, the person left and Malia approached Kron, holding a bunch of items. "Who is it?" Kron asked curiously. However, as Malia walked over, Kron already knew the answer, as she was carrying a pile of things in her arms. "My lord, these are said to be your rewards." Kron nodded and took the items from her. The points had already been stored in the previous Viscount medal, and Kron could use them whenever he wanted. Chapter 26. Attribute Critical Hit. All attributes 1. He looked at the magical grade, long sword in front of him, his eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement. Finally, he had a good weapon. In addition to that, there were magic stones, and he planned to try using them to assist his training tonight. The sword also had an introduction. Thunderblade, one-handed sword. Level, magical function, can accelerate the flow speed of thunder, attribute magic power, increasing the power of thunder attribute skills by approximately 20%. The introduction of the Thunderblade was simple, but even so, Klan was quite satisfied. Next to the magic stone, there were also instructions on how to use it. Magic stone level, intermediate usage. It needs to be worn on the body. While training, if one operates their magic power, they can automatically absorb the magic power from the magic stone. Besides these 2 items, there was also a note that listed things to do after becoming a formal member of the academy. The usage seemed quite simple. Soon, Klan took out a magic stone, put it around his neck, and began practicing the thunder summoning technique. Before long, Klan discovered that the efficiency of the thunder summoning technique had significantly improved. Moreover, the energy consumption had decreased. Normally, he could only operate 2.5 cycles, but with the assistance of the intermediate magic stone, Klan managed to operate 5 cycles continuously and felt he could keep going. Just from his first attempt at training, Klan tasted the benefits. This magic stone was much more effective than he had imagined. After checking the magic stone, he noticed that its luster had dimmed slightly, and he wondered how long such an intermediate magic stone could last. However, if he could use this type of magic stone in abundance, his training speed would surely increase significantly. After finishing his training, Klan went to bed to rest. On the other side, Malia, seeing that he was resting, finally stopped working and returned to her small room. While taking a shower, she thought about her young master. Although it was just a brief encounter, she felt that her master had a good temperament, and she might have found a good master this time. Thinking of this made Malia very happy, as it meant her days ahead should not be too difficult. Congratulations, host. Critical hit triggered. Rewards, strength, agility, constitution, and spirit attributes each increased by 1. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Klan, who had just fallen asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. No, did he just hear wrong? All 4 attributes increased by 1? Klan checked his current attributes and confirmed that it was indeed true. He hadn't misread. Even for someone as emotionally stable as Klan, he couldn't help but feel excited. This excitement lasted for 2 hours before Klan finally calmed down and fell asleep. The next day, due to his mental state, even though he had only slept for a short while the previous night, Klan still felt very good. "Sir, you are up now." "Yes, according to the note. I will start attending classes today." "Yes, classes. The Royal Academy does have courses to study, but these courses are only open to students who have reached the knight rank or above. Moreover, the higher the rank, the more one can learn. Commoners can only learn the most basic knowledge, while slaves have no opportunity to study at all. Thus, this knowledge is very precious at the Royal Academy." As a Viscount, Klan had 3 months of class time each year to choose courses he liked. These courses included swordsmanship, military strategy, forging. Almost all aspects were covered, as long as Klan was willing to learn. Today, Klan also had a task to find someone named Quinn, as mentioned by Mr. Wayshaw earlier. However, Klan wasn't sure if Quinn was at the ecclesiastical palace, because although the Royal Academy was just an island, it was quite large, much larger than he had imagined. If that person named Quinn wasn't at the ecclesiastical palace, it would indeed be quite troublesome for Klan to find him. Moreover, Klan wasn't sure if seeking Quinn's help would even be useful, considering his starting point might be a bit higher than what Mr. Wayshaw initially thought. Thinking of this, Klan went to the course selection area according to the note. After looking at the courses he could study, he checked his talent panel to see where his talents were highest. Soon, Klan noticed that his strongest talent was in forging. Klan's forging talent reached as high as 17 points, followed by potion-making talent, which was only 4 points, while other talents were only 1 or 2 points each, quite dismal. Therefore, Klan's course selection was straightforward. He would major in swordsmanship and minor in forging. As for potion-making, after some thought, Klan felt it was still necessary to study this subject. Even though his potion-making talent wasn't that high, he felt this knowledge was very important. For example, if he were to fight magical beasts in the wild and encountered unfamiliar herbs, he at least needed to recognize them. If he couldn't even identify herbs, he felt he would miss many opportunities. At the same time, Klan understood that he only needed to learn the basics of potion making. After some thought, Klan first went to the swordsmanship instruction classroom. Because Klan was a Viscount, he could choose a dedicated tutor for one-on-one instruction. He wouldn't have to attend large classes with others. Everyone knew the benefits of specialized guidance, and Klan would soon pull ahead of them again. However, one-on-one instruction consumed class hours at a high cost. Upon arriving at the instruction classroom, someone quickly came to assist Klan. Esteemed Viscount student, are you here for specialized swordsmanship instruction? Yes, I would like to see the list of tutors. Soon, the other party presented a booklet, and as Klan flipped through it, he quickly saw the information of one tutor. Name, Keegan Sir Level, LV. 44 Specialty, Water Thunder Attribute Swordsmanship Fee. Consumes half a day's class hours per hour selection criteria. Rank must reach Baron or above current status. Available this was the basic information of one tutor. And there were many more listed in the booklet. These booklets were magical texts, and any tutor who was currently available would have their status displayed. Klan quickly began to browse through it seriously. To be honest, he wasn't very sure if this tutor named Keegan Sir could guide him, considering that the tutor specialized in both water and thunder attributes, and the water attribute swordsmanship was based on thunder. Therefore, it was possible that he might not be very suitable for Klan. Chapter 27 Visible Progress Speed. Kron flipped through the pages for 5 minutes and froze when he saw a name. Name, Quinn ORM Level, LV. 39 Specialty, Lightning Attribute Swordsmanship Fee. 1 hour consumes a quarter of a lesson selection criteria. Rank must be Knight or above current status. Available upon seeing this familiar name. Kron was momentarily taken aback. Is this the Quinn I'm looking for? Never mind. Let us just take a look. This guy's attributes are very suitable for me. Choosing him should be the right decision. This is it. After hearing Kron's words, the other party quickly nodded and said, All right, esteemed Viscount student. Please wait here for a moment. The mentor will come over shortly. Okay. Quinn was slightly surprised to hear that someone had chosen his course. His competitiveness among the mentors wasn't particularly strong, so he hadn't received lesson income for a long time. Thinking of this, he walked toward the classroom with some confusion. Upon seeing the Viscount medal on Kron's chest, he felt even more puzzled. When Kron saw Quinn, he was also a bit surprised. He had originally thought Quinn should be a middle-aged man, but unexpectedly he was a young man, looking to be in his late 20s, at least a generation younger than Mr. Wayshaw. You are the one who bought my class. Come with me. Kron said nothing and followed him. Soon, the two arrived at a not-so-large empty classroom. Kron then took the initiative to speak. Mr. Quinn, I have a question I want to ask you. Go ahead. Quinn wasn't sure what Kron was going to say. Do you know Mr. Wayshaw? You mean Leighton Wayshaw? Are you introduced by him? Upon hearing the response, Kron quickly realized he had not found the wrong person. Yes, this is the token Mr. Wayshaw asked me to give you. As he spoke, Kron took out the wooden token. After seeing the token, Quinn seemed to recall something, and his expression immediately relaxed a lot. Since it's Mr. Wayshaw who introduced you, don't worry, I'll take care of you. By the way, what is your martial art? My martial art is the thunder summoning technique. Hearing the answer he wanted, Quinn nodded slightly, clearly very satisfied with it. Very good. In that case, I will indeed take good care of you. After all, Mr. Weisha helped me a lot in the past. I can teach you the thunder summoning technique and swordsmanship for free, just as a way to repay Mr. Weisha's kindness. Upon hearing this, Kron was a bit surprised, not expecting such a benefit. Let us start with an hour of teaching here. After all, the lesson fee has already been paid. Then you can come back with me for one-on-one teaching. Yes, Kron did not refuse the other party's kindness and felt even more grateful to Mr. Weisha. He didn't expect to get a free private tutor. This way, his improvement speed would surely be much faster. All right, let me see what your strength is like. Yes. After saying that, Kron took out the lightning flash sword. Upon seeing the lightning flash sword in Kron's hand, Quinn felt even more that Kron should be a promising talent. After all, a magic-level weapon was something he couldn't even dream of when he just started school, yet Kron obtained it so easily. It was truly incredible. Then Kron and Quinn began to spar. When they faced each other, Quinn merely stood there, and Kron immediately felt an immense pressure. There are no flaws. Quinn is like a sword unsheathed. Kron felt that if he charged forward, he would be cut down in the next second. Thus, Kron hesitated to make a move. Seeing Kron's actions, Quinn appreciated it. Many people, when faced with an opponent far stronger than themselves, will be pressured into making a move and exposing flaws. But Kron did not do that, which proved he was calm and self-aware. Of course, in a situation with such a large disparity in strength, it would matter whether Kron acted or not. Because this was a test, Quinn didn't use his full strength and deliberately held back. However, even this seemingly ordinary strike made Kron feel like he had no way to evade. He quickly used the lightning flash sword to parry, but Quinn merely flicked upwards, and Kron's sword flew out of his hand. You can't even hold your sword properly. How can you practice swordsmanship? Pick it up and try again. Upon hearing Quinn's voice, Kron didn't complain. He walked over to pick up the lightning flash sword and began to practice again. However, this time the result was still the same. Kron's weapon was easily knocked away. After 5 attempts, Quinn noticed that although Kron was fast and strong, these were not traits a child of his age should possess. But his foundation was simply too poor, which was to be expected. Families that could enter the church should generally have average conditions or had not been properly trained before. Just practice diligently in the future. Each time Quinn knocked Kron's sword away, he would make a sarcastic remark, and while enduring the disparity in strength, Kron also had to withstand mental pressure. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably already be dazed by now. In fact, Kron felt his head buzzing, but he still bore the immense pressure and continued to fight. And each time, he analyzed why he had been defeated that time, even though he didn't know if his analyses were correct. However, during the 11th exchange, Quinn originally thought he would easily knock Kron's sword away again. But this time he didn't succeed. Kron's sword was still firmly in his hand. Upon seeing this scene, Quinn was a bit surprised. Was it a coincidence? He then aimed for Kron's weak point again, but the result was the same as before. Kron's sword remained steady in his hand. It wasn't until the 4th attack that Kron's sword finally flew out. After confirming it wasn't an accident, Quinn was incredibly shocked. Today he witnessed what was called visible progress speed. Then Quinn looked at Kron and found that Kron didn't seem to be discouraged by his words. His gaze remained as firm as at the beginning. After witnessing this scene, Quinn was momentarily at a loss for words. No wonder the young man in front of him could directly obtain the title of Viscount in the assessment. He truly had some extraordinary qualities. A bit of progress, but it's still not enough. Chapter 28, perhaps it's worth an investment. Rarely, Quinn praised Kron. But it was precisely because of this praise that Kron now clearly realized his direction was correct. So he could continue to work hard in this direction. The two continued to fight, and within just an hour, Quinn was shocked by Kron several times. From being unable to block a single sword strike at the beginning, Kron could now block 4 or 5 strikes each time. He was like a precision machine, continuously recording his mistakes and then correcting them. Quinn had never encountered such a person. He realized he had met an extraordinary genius. Not the conventional kind of genius, but one who clearly knows what he needs and steadfastly works towards that goal. Kron's talent even made Quinn consider whether to invest in him. Once this idea appeared, it was unstoppable. Because Quinn knew that investing in these geniuses during their initial growth phase yields the highest returns. A little help now could lead to a 100-fold return in the future. Doing this after they have grown would just be icing on the cake. After making this decision, Quinn didn't hesitate. Since he had thought of it, he would just do it. All right, continuing to learn here will now incur a fee. Come with me. Oh, okay. After saying this, Kron followed Quinn, and before long, they arrived at Quinn's home. Unlike Kron, Quinn's room was larger. Just the living room was as big as Kron's entire suite. Starting today, you will come here every day to learn swordsmanship from me, for at least 3 hours each day, until I approve of you to graduate. Understood? Yes. Kron nodded eagerly. What more could he ask for than a free personal coach? Now, you can rest for a while. Practice again in half an hour. It was evident that Kron's arms were already starting to twitch involuntarily. Training and fighting are completely different. The physical exertion from fighting is several times that of training. Kron had just experienced an hour of high-intensity combat, so of course, he had little stamina left. Half an hour later, Quinn began formal teaching. He was already very clear about Kron's strength, knowing his strengths and weaknesses, so there was no need for further assessment. He could teach seriously. Any martial arts foundational training is essential. From now on, you will swing your sword at least 5,000 times every day. I will have someone watch. If your movements deform, they 1T count. Understood? Yes. Kron was well aware that the foundation is essential. Only by completely embedding these sword moves into his bones, letting his body remember these actions, could they be effective on the battlefield. Quinn then called over a woman who looked 5 or 6 years older than Kron, dressed in a maid outfit. She seemed to be responsible for taking care of Quinn's daily life, just like Milia. Packy, you are responsible for recording this kid's sword swings. Remember, 5,000 times, not one less. Yes, master. After that, she began to watch seriously from the side. Quinn then demonstrated the correct way to swing the sword a few times, and after confirming that Kron had learned the method of exertion, he finally left. Kron quickly began his monotonous training. The number 5,000 made it clear that this training was not simple, and Kron was using a practice sword, an unopened and slightly heavier iron sword than required, let alone 5,000 times. After just 500 swings, Kron was already drenched in sweat. But he seemed to feel nothing, tirelessly swinging the sword. 1,000 swings, 2,000 swings, 3,000 swings. Kron now looked like he had just been pulled out of water. He was completely soaked in sweat, and the floor beneath him was covered in water. The sight was indeed somewhat frightening. In the back, Kron seemed to have lost consciousness, swinging the sword purely on instinct. Quinn didn't know when he had walked over, but seeing Kron's state, he sighed. Knowing that Kron had already pushed beyond his limits, it was indeed a bit too ambitious to set today's goals so high, mainly because the previous hour had consumed a lot of stamina, leading to the current situation. With this thought, Quinn approached Kron and snatched the sword from his hands. All right, today's training ends here. Kron vaguely heard the words, and the next moment, he fell backward. Quinn quickly caught him and then headed toward the bathroom. Looking at the green medicinal liquid in the bathtub, Quinn sighed. You brat, you really got lucky. After saying this, he stripped Kron of his clothes and tossed him into the tub. After entering the bathtub for a short while, Kron's previously tense expression relaxed, as if he were enjoying the most wonderful thing in the world. Half an hour later, Kron slowly opened his eyes and saw himself soaking in the green liquid. He lowered his head to sniff and could still smell a medicinal fragrance. A little thought made him realize this must be the medicinal bath Quinn prepared to prevent him from exhausting his body. Realizing this, Kron quickly understood that he owed an even bigger favor this time. So he didn't leave, but continued to enjoy the medicinal bath. Since he had already received someone's kindness, he wouldn't waste it and would focus on improving himself. An hour later, Kron felt that comfortable sensation vanish. The medicinal effects must have been absorbed into his body. Quinn seemed to have anticipated this and walked in directly. However, he spoke, kid. There's clean water prepared over there. Wash up and come out. Yes. Kron hurriedly complied, then changed into new clothes. These clothes were Quinn's old ones. Clearly a bit large, but still wearable. Then Quinn pointed to the bed not far away. Get up and lie down. Huh? Hearing this request, Kron was momentarily stunned. Dude, Your sexual orientation is normal, right? What are you staring at? Just do it. Looking at Quinn's expression, Kron felt he probably wasn't that kind of person. So, half convinced, he approached the bed and obediently lay down. Soon, Packy came over and began to massage Kron, accompanied by a pleasant fragrance. Ah! A scream like that of a slaughtered pig soon echoed from the room. Be gentle, be gentle. But Packy ignored Kron's cries and continued to massage him. To ensure his body could recover by tomorrow, these were necessary steps to go through. Chapter 29. Rapid progress in the end. Such torture lasted for half an hour, and Kron felt as if he was losing half of his life. All right, that's enough for today. Come back tomorrow. Okay. After saying that, Kron struggled to get up and limped out of the room. Back at his residence, there was still a long time left in the day, but Kron felt he had no energy left. He originally wanted to study blacksmithing, but it seemed that his body had reached its limit, so he could only go for the potion-making course instead. After a brief rest of half an hour, Kron quickly went to choose a course again. This time, he chose the cheapest potion teacher, which meant a large class instructor, mainly because he was starting from scratch. Learning from a top-notch teacher felt like a waste to Kron. It was better to grasp some basic potion knowledge first. Since it was not a one-on-one instruction, Kron followed the guidance to the classroom. There were many students in the potion class, but the teacher was pitifully few. There was no way around it. To become a master potion maker, one needed extraordinary talent and had to put in effort and wealth beyond imagination to possibly become a formal potion maker. Even so, many young people were still flocking to the idea of becoming a potion maker to enjoy a glamorous life, diving headfirst into this pit of potion making. Kron's arrival did not attract the lecturer's interest, even though he was a Viscount student. The course content was roughly what Kron imagined, covering the most basic principles of potion making and some common herbs. He noted down the important content in a small booklet for future reference. Kron did not waste the remaining time either. He found the library and, through his Viscount privileges, could read some books for free. Of course, not all books were free. Those on the second floor and above required points to study. Since arriving in this world, Kron had not had the chance to calm down and read a book for a long time. Perhaps due to his powerful mental strength, Kron's brain became exceptionally active, allowing him to easily understand the content in the books. This pleasure of learning made him somewhat unable to stop. It was almost midnight when Kron heard the system's notification sound. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point in physical attributes today. Kron suddenly woke up and went back to rest. However, when he got up the next day, he found that his body still felt a bit sore, which was normal. After all, the training load yesterday was quite heavy, and even after taking a medicinal bath and getting a massage, he could not fully recover. Habitually checking his attributes, he was stunned to find that his attributes had significantly increased. 4-dimensional attributes: Strength, 21, Agility, 17, Constitution, 22, Spirit, 20. And his level had also risen to LV, 5. He quickly realized that such growth was likely due to yesterday's training and the potion's effects. At the same time, Milia brought over a hearty breakfast consisting of 2 breads, a bowl of meat soup, a piece of steak, and several fruits, which looked quite appetizing. As a Viscount, there is a certain supply of food each month, but the ingredients generally needed to be processed by oneself. Fortunately, Kron had Milia to take care of him, saving him from these troubles. After breakfast, Kron headed towards Quinn's residence. However, upon arrival, he found that Quinn was not there today, but Packy was, so Kron could complete today's training under Packy's supervision. What is Mr. Quinn doing? He has a mission today and said he would be back in a week. A mission? Huh, I see. The Royal Academy was not a charity institution. For those like them who enrolled, as long as they obtained a commoner or higher status, they enjoyed different stages of a beginner's protection period. During this protection period, they did not have to fulfill their obligations, and besides some prohibited activities, they could basically do whatever they wanted. However, once this protection period was over, the Academy would start assigning tasks, of course, with point reward for completing them. Additionally, every student had to complete a basic task each month. Otherwise, they would lose 100 points each month. When points reached 0, the Academy would not expel you, but your status would be downgraded, the lowest being a slave, becoming a consumable that anyone could humiliate. Yes, within the academy, slaves could no longer be considered people. They could only be regarded as consumables. Of course, slaves also had opportunities for redemption, but that depended on whether their master had a conscience and whether they would claim their achievements. So Kron had to work hard to improve his strength as much as possible within these few months. A week passed quicker than expected. During this week, Kron increased his strength by 3 points, agility by 2 points, constitution by 1 point, and spirit by 1 point. In addition, due to his training, he gained an extra 2 points in strength, 3 points in agility, 3 points in constitution, and 1 point in spirit. Kron had just awakened, making it the time for his fastest progress. Of course, this was also thanks to the potion's assistance and Packy's massage services, which allowed him to progress so rapidly. Moreover, during this week, Kron did not just practice sword swinging. By the second day of training, he had already adapted to swinging the sword 5,000 times. As he had the medicinal bath, he was not afraid of overexertion and could practice freely. He also added extra practices every day, but they were just basic moves without any difficult techniques. Furthermore, Kron's sword swinging was now different from before. Previously, Kron's movements were merely standard. Now every swing he made, while the movements did not change much, appeared much smoother and more harmonious than a week ago. It was noticeable to the naked eye. At the same time, his physique had also visibly become sturdier than before, looking quite pleasing. Kron's charm had increased to 73 points, and his lifespan had risen to 78. However, progress in potion making was not very significant. He had indeed memorized many herbs' appearances and effects, but until now, his potion-making knowledge remained at the theoretical stage, and he had not purchased any potions for experimentation. After all, the price of herbs was expensive, and it was not easy to experiment. But there was no need to rush this matter, as Kron's potion-making talent was not very high, and there was no need to waste money right now. Moreover, his main goal was to get to know more herbs. Chapter 30. Quinn's shock in the dull potion class after completing his task. Quinn hurried home as soon as he received his reward, eager to see how much Kron had grown after a week of training. Upon arriving home, he saw Kron practicing swordplay. After witnessing Kron's fluid movements with the sword, he stood frozen for a moment. Although he knew Kron would progress quickly, he didn't expect it to be this fast. According to Quinn's expectations, Kron should have just learned the correct way to wield a sword after a week, rather than merely swinging the iron sword as he had before. But what he saw was astonishing. If he remembered correctly, it took him over a year to reach Kron's current level, and Kron had only been officially training for a week without any guidance. This was truly exaggerated. When Quinn returned, it was just as Kron finished his practice. As soon as he stopped, he noticed Quinn watching him from a distance. "Mr. Quinn, you're back." "Yeah. Aren't you tired?" "I'm fine, not very tired. I still have extra practice later." Hearing Kron's words, Quinn was taken aback. "Wait, is that right? You've made such rapid progress in just a week. According to my expectations, you should be exhausted after practicing 5,000 times." But now Kron still had energy left. What Quinn didn't know was that Kron had an attribute boost. His physique and strength were improving almost daily. With these high attributes, his stamina consumption was reduced, leading to faster progress. Seeing Quinn in a daze, Kron smiled and said, "This is all thanks to your medicinal bath, Mr. Quinn. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such fast progress." After Kron spoke, Quinn shook his head and said, "No, this is truly your own talent. I underestimated you, Kron. You're even more outstanding than I imagined." It was rare for the usually harsh Quinn not to hold back his praise, leaving Packy beside them stunned. "Is this really Quinn?" Kron smiled back. "All right, how about we test your current strength and spar a bit?" Sure. Although Kron had just exhausted a lot of energy, he was confident that he was much stronger than he was a week ago. He then took out the Thunder Sword and faced Quinn. However, this time, Kron still couldn't find Quinn's weakness. Quinn gazed at the sharp-eyed youth in front of him, slightly lost in thought before decisively striking. Clang! The two iron swords clashed repeatedly. Kron managed to block 10 strikes, but he was still somewhat flustered. Ultimately, on the 16th strike, Kron's sword flew out of his hand, just like a week ago. This was mainly because Kron had already exhausted a lot of energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so flustered. After defeating Kron, Quinn felt increasingly satisfied. Again, okay. They fought continuously like when they first met, and after an hour, Kron fainted. Quinn squatted down and picked Kron up, heading towards the bathroom. Although it was only an hour of combat, Kron had been making progress just like a week ago. He could clearly feel that Kron's weaknesses were diminishing. At this growth rate, Quinn couldn't help but wonder how far this child would grow. After finishing today's training, Kron went to class for potion lessons. However, he encountered an old acquaintance, Saga. It was obvious that after a week, Saga's complexion had improved significantly compared to before. Her skin was no longer as dull and looked somewhat youthful and vibrant. When Saga saw Kron, her eyes lit up. It had only been a week, but she felt Kron looked even better than before. In fact, she had been inquiring about Kron's whereabouts all week, but for some reason, despite coming to class every day and meeting Winnie and others, she had not encountered Kron. Finally, she learned yesterday that Kron attended potion class every day. So she came to see if she could find him, and unexpectedly, she really did. Approaching Kron cautiously, she said, "Kron, long time no see. How have you been?" "Quite fulfilling. How about you?" "Me too. I get to eat delicious food every day, someone takes care of me, and I can learn what I want." Saga shared many things that had happened during the week until the potion class teacher walked into the classroom. Only then did she stop, having witnessed what happened when someone disturbed a teacher's class. However, the content of the potion class was like a foreign language to Saga. After listening for a while, she felt drowsy. After all, she had not received a basic education, making it particularly difficult for her to understand these subjects. Not just her, but the werewolves also struggled. Hardly any of them chose culturally related subjects, as they had no foundation and genuinely couldn't grasp the material. Saga started to sneak glances at Kron. Seeing him earnestly studying potion knowledge and even taking notes, she couldn't understand why he could absorb such dull content. The only motivation keeping her in class was watching Kron. Kron noticed Saga's actions but didn't say anything. He focused on the lesson, planning to talk to her after class. In fact, it wasn't just Saga who found it hard to concentrate. Many students in the class were struggling. After all, the potion course was tedious and complicated, and the teacher was not engaging at all. He lectured in a dry manner and had some bad habits. Listening to his class was a mental torture, arguably more painful than Kron's self-study. Kron was also feeling uncomfortable and had even considered switching teachers. This teacher's lecturing ability was genuinely lacking. However, his talent for potions wasn't particularly strong, and his original goal wasn't to master potion skills. So after some thought, Kron decided to attend a few more classes. If the teacher couldn't provide anything worthwhile, he would study in the library instead, looking over some potion-related materials, which might lead to faster progress. An hour later, this grueling potion class finally ended. Kron noticed that the teacher had actually covered quite a bit of material that had been taught before. Chapter 31. Learning forging. The previous classes were the same, always repeating certain topics. Kron felt that perhaps he could skip this potion class. "Where are you going later, Kron?" "I'm going to the library. Do you want to join?" Upon hearing the words library, Saga paused. Well, she really didn't like reading. I just remembered I have some things to do, so I'll leave first." "Okay." After saying that, the other person quickly left, while Kron began to study diligently in the library. Soon, another week passed. During this week, Kron, along with his own training and attribute points allocation, increased his strength by 3 points, agility by 3 points, constitution by 2 points, and spirit by 2 points. It was evident that Kron's rate of improvement had noticeably slowed down, but correspondingly, his level had also risen to level 7. Kron discovered that the increase in levels seemed to have little to do with his overall attributes, but rather was related to the total amount of magic power within him. The higher the magic power, the higher the level. At the same time, Quinn also felt that Kron's strength was becoming increasingly formidable. Kron was now able to match Quinn in combat. Of course, this was when Quinn could control his own attributes. In fact, Kron's overall attributes were slightly higher than Quinn's controlled state, which was why he could hold his own against Quinn. However, Quinn decided to increase the intensity of Kron's training, and he sensed that perhaps he wouldn't be able to be Kron's teacher for much longer. He suddenly began to think that Kron's future training resources would be a significant issue. Kron learned things too quickly, and his rate of progress was astonishing. The resources he required were increasing almost every day, which would lead to a considerable consumption rate in the future. Such a talent should be prioritized for cultivation by the Academy. But thinking about Kron's talent, Quinn abandoned this thought. After all, Kron's talent was the same as his own, merely a C-level talent. Although C-level talent was already considered rare, it would still be insufficient in the face of the vast power of the church. Upon realizing this, Quinn felt it was quite a pity that Kron was being held back by this talent. Kron was also facing some issues after half a month of training. He had consumed 2 intermediate magic stones and still had 8 left. Although it seemed sufficient for now, Kron could feel that he was consuming magic stones at an increasing rate each day. The 8 magic stones would not last for the remaining time. Even though he would receive 50 primary magic stones each month, which would only begin next month. Kron had already heard that it took 100 primary magic stones to exchange for 1 intermediate magic stone, and the efficiency of the 2 was incomparable. Therefore, Kron was already considering whether to take on some tasks. Yes, students could actively accept tasks. Moreover, tasks taken during the protection period could be used to offset future task counts. This meant if Kron completed a task during the protection period but didn't take any tasks in the first month after the protection period ended, that task could offset the penalties for that month. Of course, with Kron's current status, only D-level or higher tasks could offset 1 penalty, while E-level tasks required completing 10 to offset 1 penalty. However, there was no rush since he still had 500 points left unspent. He could use these points to strengthen his own abilities first. Additionally, he needed to prioritize forging. After all, he had such a high talent for forging, but had previously lacked the energy for it. Now, he gradually had some spare energy, and thinking about the previous dilemma of not having weapons to use, Kron became increasingly eager for this forging class. After finishing his training that morning, Kron chose not to attend the potion class in the afternoon, but opted for a forging class instead, even spending some class hours to hire a private tutor. The forging teacher Kron chose was an intermediate blacksmith. Blacksmiths also had a level classification from low to high: junior blacksmith, intermediate blacksmith, senior blacksmith, forger, master forger, grandmaster forger, and divine craftsman, 7 levels in total. Although an intermediate blacksmith's level was not particularly high, it was sufficient to teach a beginner like Kron. In fact, during this time in the library, Kron had watched many materials related to forging, so he was now somewhat knowledgeable in theory. After Kron placed his order, an intermediate blacksmith quickly appeared before him. "You're the student who bought my class, right? Follow me." "Okay." After saying that, Kron followed him just as he had followed Quinn before, quickly arriving at a forging room. Once inside the classroom, the blacksmith naturally said, "What made you want to learn forging? You should know that this is a side job that doesn't really stand out and is incomparable to potion makers or rune crafters. There's no particular reason. I'm just genuinely interested in forging, so I wanted to learn." Upon hearing Kron's words, the blacksmith shook his head. Just learning out of interest? Clearly, he wasn't satisfied with Kron's answer. He felt that someone like Kron could not possibly persist in something as demanding as forging. However, he still had a professional ethic. Since the other party had paid, he would teach seriously. After all, teachers like him could exchange the hours they collected for precious resources. The ore he had wanted to exchange for a long time could now be obtained with just a little class time. Unfortunately, there were too few people wanting to learn forging, and his competitiveness was not strong, so he figured he should provide good service to Kron. "Have you ever done any forging before?" "No, I have only read books on forging." Hearing Kron's words, the blacksmith was somewhat surprised. After so many years, it was the first time he had seen a student who had learned knowledge in advance, but had never forged anything. "In that case, you first remove the impurities from this piece of scrap iron, and let me see your current situation, then I will give you some advice." Okay, after all, hands-on experience was very important in forging. Thinking about it, Kron recalled the knowledge from books. After heating the ore to a bright red, he took it out and began to hammer the piece of iron ore in front of him. Although he had consumed a lot of physical strength today, Kron's strength was still quite exaggerated, so the forging hammer was not very heavy for him. Chapter 32. Amazing Forging Talent. Charm 1. After seeing Kron's steps, Stilasso nodded. The steps were indeed correct, but the heating temperature was not enough, and the hammering was completely random. So after Kron hammered for a while, Stilasso quickly stopped him. With a frown, he said, "You're just hammering randomly. Forging is not about using more force. If you keep hammering like that, even the best ingot will be ruined. You need to observe the shape of each piece of ore carefully. With every strike, You must feel the state of the metal, continuously removing impurities and refining the ore. As he spoke, Stilasso began to demonstrate for Kron. Because Stilasso was somewhat overweight, his hammering style was not very graceful. However, the sound of his hammer striking the ore was completely different from Kron's. It produced a beautiful sound, like that of a musical instrument. Kron began to observe Stilasso's movements, as well as the points of impact and force of the hammer. Vaguely, Kron felt like he was grasping something, but he was still uncertain. He would need to experiment further to confirm his suspicions. Soon, Stilasso had removed most of the impurities from the iron ore. Did you see my demonstration just now? Kron nodded vigorously. Now you try. Okay. Although he said this, Stilasso did not have high expectations for Kron. After all, he had only demonstrated once, and it was generally difficult for most people to learn from just one demonstration. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and Stilasso suddenly turned around, his eyes fixed on the direction of Kron. Was it a coincidence? But he had just taught him. How could it be such a lucky coincidence? Looking at Kron's movements. Indeed, Kron's next strike produced another crisp sound. That first strike was not a coincidence. How did this guy do it? Did he really learn just from a quick glance? How could that be possible? Stilasso could hardly accept this conjecture in his heart. However, most of Kron's subsequent strikes hit the target correctly, which was quite impressive for a beginner. Kron now felt a sense of exhilaration. His proficiency was visibly improving. He even felt that perhaps he was meant to be a blacksmith. The feeling of forging was truly mesmerizing. As Kron continued to hammer away, the impurities in the practice iron were diminished more and more. Looking at Kron's focused demeanor, Stilasso suddenly felt that Kron might not be the hopeless case he initially thought. 5 minutes later, Stilasso told Kron to stop. All right, you've removed most of the surface impurities. Next, I'll teach you how to remove the deeper impurities. Kron nodded and listened attentively. Stilasso then placed the iron piece into the forge. When the time was right, he took it out to continue hammering. After several rounds of folding and hammering, a piece of iron completely free of impurities appeared before Kron. The temperature in the forge is not easy to control. It requires a lot of experience. Oh, Kron nodded, somewhat understanding. Now, you take another piece to forge. This time you can try putting it in the forge to remove impurities. Okay. After saying that, Kron repeated the previous steps, first throwing the ore into the forge, heating the iron ore until it turned red, then taking it out to begin forging. From Kron's observations, the other person must have heated the iron piece to that color before. Stilasso was taken aback when he saw this. How did this kid have such perfect timing? Had he really never studied forging before? Stilasso began to doubt this point. Kron then started hammering the iron piece. 2 hours later, after repeated hammering, Kron had completely removed the impurities from the iron piece. Stilasso fell silent upon witnessing this scene. Was his understanding of forging mistaken? Was this something that could be learned just by watching once? All right, now I'll teach you the next steps. Stilasso himself did not notice that his tone was much gentler than at the beginning. Kron was able to grasp the subsequent shaping, quenching, and other processes after just one demonstration. After 4 hours, Kron forged a somewhat rough iron sword. However, Stilasso felt completely refreshed because teaching Kron was truly enjoyable. Up until now, Kron had managed to learn all the steps after just one demonstration. He was completely different from the dull students he had taught before. How could he have such a perfect student? To be honest, Stilasso felt that Kron was already ready to go out on his own. Kron was the most talented student he had ever seen in forging. Kron, didn't you say you were very interested in forging? Will you continue to forge in the future? Of course, why wouldn't I forge? After receiving this answer, Stilasso breathed a sigh of relief. Then I hope you remember what I said today and never forget this promise. Kron was taken aback by the sudden seriousness and didn't know how to respond. Let's continue to the next step. No, Mr. Stilasso, I have other things to do tomorrow. I only have 4 hours each night to dedicate to forging, so I have to leave now. Hearing Kron's words, Stilasso opened his mouth, wanting to say something to keep him, but he didn't know how to start. In fact, he also wanted to ask if Kron would come to learn from him again tomorrow, not just to earn Kron's lesson hours, but because he wanted to teach this forging genius. However, he didn't have the courage to ask, as he knew that a person like him was somewhat unworthy to guide a talent like Kron. Even if he did ask, Kron would not have answered, because Kron could sense that although Stilasso's teaching was serious and detailed, his level was indeed not high enough. So tomorrow, Kron planned to study with Stilasso for a day to learn all the basic knowledge before switching teachers. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 point in charm today. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Kron was momentarily stunned, then felt a bit amused. Although he also wanted to become more attractive, given the current situation, it was better to increase his attributes and luck. Increasing his appearance by a bit wouldn't change much. Chapter 33. Thunder Summoning Technique Breakthrough the next day during breakfast. Milia couldn't help but keep looking at Kron. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but she felt that her master had become more handsome. However, it was still the same face, and she couldn't pinpoint what had changed. Kron attended class, as usual, and at night, Ganglaso saw that Kron had chosen his class again, feeling very gratified that Kron had not given up on him, allowing him to enjoy more time together. However, today's Kron was somewhat different from yesterday. Normally, the teacher would teach the students, but today Kron kept asking questions. For example, he asked how to remedy a damaged steel ingot and which quenching method had a higher success rate, and so on. Kron's actions gave Ganglaso a bad premonition. Nevertheless, he chose to answer all of Kron's questions and explain them in great detail. As a result, within 4 hours, Kron had learned almost everything he could from him, recording it all in his little notebook. Some questions he was still exploring afterward. When he returned home, Ganglaso felt uneasy. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 strength attribute point today. Just as Ganglaso thought, after that day, Kron no longer sought him out, and on the 3rd day, he went to find another mentor, this time choosing a senior blacksmith. Like Ganglaso, the blacksmith was astounded by Kron's remarkable talent during their first lesson. However, unlike Ganglaso, he quickly developed a strong sense of jealousy. Once Kron noticed this, he changed teachers after just 1 hour, regardless of the other party's protests. It must be said that the teacher change policy at this point was quite good, allowing them to switch out unsatisfactory instructors at any time. Kron continued this routine for a full half-month. During this time, Kron's strength increased by 9 points, agility by 6 points, constitution by 5 points, and spirit by 3 points. This was mainly due to his training, which pushed his total increases beyond 15 points. Originally, the spirit attribute was Kron's strongest, but now it had become the weakest. Today, Kron had another significant breakthrough, as the thunder summoning technique was quickly upgraded again. Quinn stood beside Kron, watching as the lightning surged around him, feeling a deep sense of emotion. It had only been a short time, and Kron had already cultivated the thunder summoning technique to this level. The difference in talent between people was truly incomparable. Quinn knew that after this upgrade, Kron's thunder body could become a normal state of use, and he could concentrate a massive amount of, even all, of his magical power to unleash an ultimate attack, which would be immensely powerful for someone at Kron's level. Time passed second by second, and soon 2 hours went by. Kron suddenly opened his eyes, and it seemed that a flash of lightning could be seen in his gaze. The thunder summoning technique had broken through to LV3. A powerful surge of lightning coursed through his body, activating Kron's genetic makeup and boosting all his attributes once again. Here are his current stats. Name: Kron Gassa. Occupation: Knight. Age: 16 level. 11 cultivation techniques. Gale Sword Technique LV1. Thunder Summoning Technique LV. 3 4 dimensions attributes: Strength 46, Agility 39, Constitution 41, Spirit 34. Attribute talents: Wind 1, Water 4, Thunder 7, Fire 3, Earth 2, Wood 1, Light 0, Dark 0, Void 0, Time 0. Additional attributes: Charm 77, Luck 4, Lifespan 86. Extra talents: Swordsmanship talent 10, Magic talent 4, Forging talent 16, Potion talent 4. It can be seen that just a month after entering the Royal Academy, Kron's average attribute value had already reached 40 points, more than doubling compared to the beginning. His level had also reached 11, indicating that the magical power within him was rapidly expanding, along with increases in charm and lifespan. In this high martial world, there were significant differences in lifespan between people. Ordinary individuals might live for 50 or 60 years, while the strong could live for hundreds or even thousands of years. After Kron's breakthrough, Quinn hurried over. "How is it, Kron? How do you feel?" Upon hearing Quinn's words, Kron nodded. "Yes, Mr. Quinn, I'm very hungry." "All right, I'll prepare some food for you. Come over and eat first, and after you're full, we'll see how much your strength has improved." "Okay." Kron nodded eagerly, and then Podgy brought over a large bowl of meat and a big jug of milk. Kron didn't hold back and began to eat heartily. Quinn and Podgy watched Kron devour his food, and for some reason, they also felt a bit hungry. In the end, Kron finished off most of the roasted meat and finally felt full. After resting for a bit, Quinn pulled him over, intending to have a spar. During this time, Quinn often sparred with Kron. In the process, he had adjusted his original attributes a bit, so the gap between them wasn't as significant. This time, use the flash thunder sword, Quinn said. Okay. Kron did not hesitate. Ordinary practice with the heavy sword could no longer unleash his full power. He had to use the flash thunder sword to fully display his strength. Once prepared, Kron chose to take the initiative to attack. In an instant, he thrust out several swords, creating countless sword shadows before him. So fast, Quinn thought, secretly shocked. Kron's speed was indeed a bit exaggerated. Fortunately, his current strength was still above Kron's, so he could see each of Kron's attacks clearly and began to defend against them. Clang, 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 clang. The room was filled with the sounds of clashing metal. Podgy watched nervously from the side, fearing that one of them might suddenly get hurt. However, that situation did not occur. Quinn really wanted to defeat Kron, but he found that, in this state of attributes, he was completely unable to do so. The boost from the thunder summoning technique had exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, Quinn realized that it might not be long before Kron caught up to him. He had thought about this day, but now he found that it seemed to be coming much faster than he had imagined, and not just by a little bit. Suddenly, he felt a bit melancholic. Because of Kron's doppelganger technique, his attack unexpectedly broke through Quinn's defenses and was about to strike him. Chapter 34. The Arena. A dispute in the next moment, Quinn suddenly erupted, and Kron was directly knocked back. After this sword strike, the two stopped and looked at the unharmed Kron. Quinn was momentarily speechless. He had instinctively used his true power in a moment of desperation and didn't expect Kron to block him so easily. "Kron, you're really impressive now," Quinn said with a somewhat complex expression. "Without your help, Mr. Quinn, I wouldn't have made such rapid progress this month," Kron replied. However, Quinn continued, "Who knows? By the end of these 3 months, your strength might catch up to mine." "Mr. Quinn, you're joking. It's impossible to catch up so easily." "Why is it impossible?" Quinn thought to himself. "All right, your training for today is about to end. Go back and rest." "Okay." After saying this, Kron turned to leave. Quinn looked at Kron's back and reached out as if to grab him, but his hand only stopped in midair. Perhaps soon they would part ways. Although this experience was short, he had already grown fond of training with the serious little brat, Kron. He wondered how far this kid could go in the future. Kron returned home, had lunch, and after a brief nap, prepared to attend his afternoon forging class. Not long after stepping out, a somewhat familiar person appeared in front of Kron. However, upon seeing the identity badge on the person's chest, Kron was momentarily stunned. The badge prominently displayed the title of Marquis. The girl before him was none other than the previous saintess, who had entered the church without undergoing any assessments and had directly obtained the rank of Marquis. Kron knew that the conditions for rank promotion were exceptionally difficult. It required a substantial amount of points and the completion of numerous tasks. Additionally, there was a promotion assessment, and the difficulty was such that 99% of students had their rank determined the moment they entered the academy, making it nearly impossible to advance to the next level. At the first moment, Saintess also spotted Kron. Upon seeing him, she felt he looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't immediately recall who he was. After being noticed by the Saintess, Kron thought it was bad. For some reason, he felt that being the focus of this person was not a good thing. "You come here." The Saintess suddenly commanded Kron as if ordering a servant. Hearing her words, Kron could only obediently walk over. After all, the class difference was glaring. If she wanted to deal with him, she could easily do so. For Kron, who had endured humiliation for over a decade, this was nothing. After Kron approached, the Saintess stroked her chin and began to scrutinize him. She clearly remembered having seen Kron before. After a while, she suddenly recalled something. "Kron, right?" Hearing her call his name, Kron nodded gently. This esteemed marquis lady, may I ask what you need from me? Nothing much. I'm just a bit interested in you. Do you want to be my little brother? Upon seeing the woman before him, Kron could tell she was the kind of spoiled young lady, likely a bad person. Normally, it would be better to refuse her, but dealing with a bad person, especially one with power and strength, seemed to require some compromise. He quickly glanced around, confirming that there was indeed no one who could save him. With a sigh in his heart, he thought, all right, it seems I can only yield to her. Fortunately, this woman was somewhat good-looking, which could at least comfort him. Of course, esteemed marquis lady. Upon hearing Kron's response, the saintess was very pleased. He was someone who understood the situation well. Very good, then from now on, you'll be my little brother. While speaking, she unexpectedly took out a bag from somewhere and handed it to Kron. Upon seeing the bag, Kron was momentarily confused. This will be your pay from now on. I'll give you 10 intermediate magic stones each month. Don't worry, I won't treat my people poorly. Hearing this, Kron was completely stunned. What more can I say? You're so generous, Mississippi. He felt regret for his previous thoughts. What a bad person. She was clearly a benevolent goddess. Kron was now just short of declaring his loyalty. Thank you. Mississippi calling me Miss sounds a bit off. From now on, you'll call me Saintess like the others, understood? Yes, Saintess. And you must be at my beck and call from now on, understood? Understood, Saintess. Good, now I'm quite bored. Kron, do you have anything interesting? Interesting things? Let me think. To be honest, Kron had been training all this time and hadn't really explored the church, so he wasn't very familiar with it now. Seeing Kron's blank expression, the saintess knew he was also a dull person. Forget it, follow me. With that, she walked off in the distance. Kron hesitated for a moment, but chose to follow her. Soon, they arrived at a gigantic, cylindrical building. Upon seeing the structure, Kron quickly recognized it. Isn't this the arena? The church actually has a place like this? The saintess walked into the arena, as if it were completely natural, while Kron followed her somewhat bewildered. Before long, a very beautiful girl approached them. Saintess, welcome. I'll arrange a seat for you immediately. Right, give this guy a match. The saintess said, pointing at Kron. Hearing the saintess's words, Kron looked puzzled, while the saintess smiled and said, What's wrong? You look confused. Saintess, this is my first time here. Are there any rules? No rules. This is the beast fighting arena. You just need to kill your opponent. Upon hearing this, Kron was even more speechless. The arena was indeed a beast fighting arena, meaning this person in front of him wanted him to fight against magical beasts. What? Do you have any objections? Saintess, I've only been at the Royal Academy for a month. Is it too early to let me fight magical beasts? However, before Kron could finish speaking, the saintess's eyes narrowed, clearly displeased with Kron's response. After all, she was the exalted saintess. How could anyone dare to refuse her? Chapter 35 S-Class Talent. Angel's soul, how dare you defy my orders? Sorry, holy maiden, it's too dangerous, and I don't want to do it for now. Bang! Suddenly, the holy maiden pulled out a whip from who knows where and lashed it towards Kron. Kron reacted quickly and caught the whip with his hand. The sudden turn of events left everyone around them stunned. Kron felt a sharp pain in his palm. The holy maiden was indeed crazy to lash out at him over a disagreement. Seeing that Kron caught her whip, the holy maiden looked surprised. She didn't expect him to be able to catch her attack, especially such a sudden one. Then the holy maiden tried to retract her whip, but Kron's grip was terrifyingly strong. As long as Kron didn't let go, she couldn't pull her whip back. Let go. Would the holy maiden strike again? Kron said slowly, and at that moment, their roles had switched. The holy maiden had indeed awakened an S-Class talent, but before her talent awakened, she was just a spoiled child. Without using her talent, her strength was not impressive. Moreover, her training was not particularly diligent, so now, without her talent, she was genuinely no match for Kron. No matter how hard the holy maiden tried, the whip remained motionless in Kron's hand. After a while, Kron decided to let go, but the holy maiden was exerting force at that moment, causing her to fall to the ground due to inertia. All right, now I've completely offended her. Kron began to imagine a life of being exploited in the future. He truly was the protagonist. Just over a month of stable days, and he was already facing tribulations. The holy maiden, embarrassed in public, felt a surge of humiliation. What are you all staring at? The holy maiden shouted at her remaining subordinates. Hearing her command, the group finally reacted and quickly surrounded Kron. After getting up, the Holy Maiden angrily shouted, "Catch him!" The three subordinates rushed to attack simultaneously. And Kron understood that since he had already offended the Holy Maiden, she wouldn't let him go, so he might as well make a complete break. He wanted the Holy Maiden to know that confronting him would come at a cost. Thus, Kron did not hold back. As the three began their assault, he immediately activated his Thunder Body. These three were also holders of A-class talents, but they were on the same level as Kron. After so much time spent leveling up, Kron had long become invincible among his peers, so the three of them hadn't even used their talents before they were struck down by Kron simultaneously. They all received a kick to the stomach. The force of Kron's strike was beyond what they could handle, and soon they were lying on the ground, moaning in pain, having broken several ribs. They would definitely need some time to recover. Seeing this, the Holy Maiden was dumbfounded. Wasn't Kron supposed to have only a C-class talent? Why did he seem even more terrifying than her, an S-class talent holder? Before long, Kron stood before the Holy Maiden, their eyes locking. The Holy Maiden swallowed hard. "What do you want?" "I don't want to do anything, but Holy Maiden, what do you want to do?" "I don't wish to be your enemy, but if you insist on making things difficult for me, I can also be your enemy." Kron said this very seriously, and the Holy Maiden felt that it was best not to confront Kron at this moment, or she would surely regret it. However, her pride wouldn't allow her to back down now. "Kron, do you know what you're saying?" "I do, Holy Maiden, but if you really push me to the edge, I'd be willing to trade my life for yours." Although Kron could tolerate many things, the idea of being forced to fight in the Beast Arena without being consulted clearly showed that she didn't regard him as a person. This had already crossed Kron's bottom line, and since it had, there was no need to endure any longer. "Holy Maiden, what's happening over here?" The arena manager hurried over, clearly not wanting any trouble for the Holy Maiden or the arena. He hoped to mediate the situation. "Get lost. This is none of your business." Although the Holy Maiden could have directly ordered the arena manager to deal with Kron, Kron had openly challenged her now. As a Holy Maiden, she chose to respond and teach this insolent kid a lesson. In the next moment, a holy and heartbreakingly beautiful angelic figure appeared behind the Holy Maiden. This was the Holy Maiden's talent, Angel's Soul. Upon seeing the angel behind the Holy Maiden, Kron sighed internally. This world was truly insane. How could such a woman gain the favor of an angel? Were the angels blind? At the same time, Kron felt an immense pressure. The arena manager's face turned grim after witnessing this, knowing that the Holy Maiden's rampage could harm many guests and cause damage to the arena. He quickly activated a barrier, isolating the Holy Maiden and Kron to prevent any destruction. Fortunately, the area was large, and the crowd was kept at a distance, so there shouldn't be any issues. The onlookers, however, did not rush to leave. Instead, they stared in shock at the angelic figure behind the Holy Maiden. This was definitely an S-class talent. They had never expected that just coming to the arena for fun would allow them to witness an S-class talent. This trip was indeed worthwhile. The figure behind the Holy Maiden grew to about 2.5 meters before stopping. Clearly, this was not its complete form, but rather due to the Holy Maiden's insufficient strength. She could only summon such an angelic figure. Even so, Kron now felt an immense pressure. "Kron, I told you. You would regret this. Now I'll let you taste regret." With that, the figure behind her charged towards Kron at an astonishing speed, and Kron quickly drew his thunder sword, preparing for battle. In the next second, the angelic figure struck down towards Kron. Fortunately, Kron managed to barely discern the attack's trajectory and blocked it with the thunder sword. However, even so, Kron was still sent flying. Chapter 36. Your Holiness, the Saintess has been beaten bang. His back crashed heavily against a pillar, and then Kron fell to the ground. A trickle of blood slowly slid from the corner of his mouth. He looked up at his opponent in disbelief. Is this what an S-class talent is like? To be honest, Kron originally thought he could handle an A-class talent. And even if he wasn't a match for an S-class talent, the gap shouldn't be that large. But now he realized he was wrong. An S-class talent is simply unreasonable. No amount of A-class talent can compare to it. How could there be such an overpowered talent? But then Kron thought about his own stat points. If he had enough time, he could definitely catch up to these S-class talent holders with his stat points and absolute values. When Kron looked in the direction of Saint Heart, his eyes lit up because Saint Heart was panting heavily. Clearly, maintaining this angelic phantom was taking a huge toll on her. For someone like her, a bit spoiled, the probability of having trained properly before awakening should be quite low. However, Kron was also speechless at Saint Hart. With such a powerful talent, she wasn't focused on training herself, but instead spent all her time seeking pleasure. What a waste. With this in mind, Kron realized how he could defeat her. Since she was currently consuming a lot of energy, all he had to do was stall for time. After seeing Kron being sent flying by her palm, Saint Hart struggled to straighten her back and said while gasping for air, See that? This is my strength, you damn guy. The way she breathlessly delivered these words had no real impact. But the next second, Kron also managed to stand up with difficulty. Upon seeing this, Saint Hart's expression turned even colder. Why was this guy still able to stand? Normally, after being struck by her palm, he should be lying on the ground like a dead dog. No, she hadn't taught him a proper lesson. She needed to make Kron clearly understand the consequences of provoking her so that he would fear her and listen to her in the future. With a roar, the angelic phantom in front of her moved again. The stunning phantom quickly approached Kron, captivating everyone watching. The audience was fixated on the angelic figure, as if they wished they could replace Kron. To some, just being able to touch this beautiful angelic phantom would be worth dying for. Although Kron was in immense pain now, he had endured all kinds of suffering since childhood, and this bit of pain was nothing. In an instant, he gathered most of his magical power, channeling a massive amount into his lightning sword. It was evident that Kron's next move would be earth-shattering. Unfortunately, even though there were many spectators around, none of them focused their attention on Kron. They were all watching the beautiful angelic phantom. The next second, Kron's lightning sword swung down directly. Boom! The moment the lightning collided with the angelic phantom, a tremendous explosion occurred, creating a blinding white light that caused everyone present to shut their eyes. Bang! As a sound followed, everyone slowly opened their eyes. The white light had disappeared. A scene of horror unfolded. The angelic phantom had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Saint Hart lay on the ground, spitting blood like a dead dog. Kron limped towards the exit, and the arena's supervisor, upon seeing this, felt darkness closing in. It was over. The Saintess had been beaten to this state in the arena. He felt like he was finished. Quick, capture that kid, he exclaimed in exasperation. Two burly guards swiftly subdued Kron, pinning him to the ground, unable to move. After expending so much magical power, he was nearing his limit. The two of them then escorted Kron to the supervisor. Even in this situation, Kron looked defiantly at the supervisor. Seeing Kron's expression, the supervisor's anger suddenly diminished by half. He unexpectedly admired the young man before him. Although he didn't know the level of Kron's talent, the fact that he could defeat the Saintess meant he was likely among the top in this group. Put him in my office for now. He didn't plan to continue humiliating Kron, but intended to report the incident and see how the higher-ups would handle it. If they insisted on dealing with Kron, he felt there was nothing he could do. Soon, the news of the Saintess being injured in the arena was reported. Meanwhile, several young men were sitting together chatting. These young men were the Pope, cardinals, and other significant figures from the Royal Academy. After all, in an academy, they would only spend about 30 years at most, so their ages were at most middle-aged. Upon hearing this news, the attendees were momentarily stunned, unsure if they had misheard. Who was it that got injured? The Saintess? How dare those lowly guys? Although they were already furious, the Pope maintained his composure and asked, what exactly happened? The person then recounted the events that transpired in the arena. Upon learning that Saint Hart had provoked Kron, forcing him to retaliate, they were somewhat helpless. This girl, Saint Hart, was like that. Everything was fine except for her poor character. However, the Pope's focus was clearly not just on that. Are you saying that boy defeated Saint Hart? Yes, Your Holiness. Good. Now bring that child's information to me. Yes. Before long, Kron's information appeared before the Pope. Upon seeing Kron's C-class talent line, the Pope, to be honest, found it hard to believe. How could someone like this only have a C-class talent? But the testing results should be reliable. Bring that child to see me. Also, how is Saint Hart doing? The Saintess is fine, just lightly injured. I'll go bring that boy right away. Meanwhile, the supervisor had returned to his office. Chapter 37, How come it feels like everyone at the King's Academy is a good person? sitting directly opposite Kron, who is now tightly bound. He is mentally prepared for humiliation from the other party, but they have yet to make a move. Then, the other party takes out a pill and says, "Open your mouth and take this. You'll feel a bit better." Hearing the person's words, Kron is momentarily puzzled as to why this person wants to help him. "Don't look at me like that. You and I have no grudges. I won't make things difficult for you. I hope you understand that tying you up is a last resort." After hearing this, Kron lightly nods and then opens his mouth to swallow the pill. If the other party wanted to harm him, they wouldn't need to resort to such means now. After all, while it's true that he just defeated the Sanus, he is also seriously injured. If he were to die in the office now, it would be plausible to say it was due to his injuries. Sure enough, after taking the pill, his condition improved a little. "Thank you. You're welcome." Following that, the two did not engage in further conversation and silently waited for someone from above to handle the situation. Knowing that he couldn't escape because he was at the King's Academy, Kron realized he could only wait and see if there was a glimmer of hope. He did not seek anything else, just a chance to survive. During this time, he could continue to level up. Eventually, there would be a day when he could turn things around. Not long after, a few people entered the office. "Who is Kron?" One of them shouted. "It's me." Since the person in charge had already helped him, Kron was very cooperative now. He could feel that the pain in his body had dissipated significantly, so there was no need to make things difficult for anyone. He then stood up and walked towards a group. As the two tried to grab his hands, he said, "I can walk myself." Although the little guy in front of them looked so disheveled, the two inexplicably followed Kron's words and walked towards the direction of the church. Meanwhile, the Saint Heart suddenly woke up, and under the care of the Pope, the discomfort she felt had completely vanished. She seemed to have fully recovered, and upon seeing the Pope, she pitifully said, "Your Holiness, where is Kron? I want to find him for revenge." Hearing Saint Heart's words, the Pope thought for a moment and replied, "He is fine." "My child, why do you always provoke others, having already lost?" Hearing the Pope say this made Saint Heart feel somewhat wronged. "Next time, I will definitely defeat him and make him feel the pain I endured today." Seeing Saint Heart's anger, the Pope realized that Kron could serve as a catalyst for her growth. "All right, you should rest well this time. After your strength improves, then go find Kron for revenge." "Yes, I will definitely train hard. Your Holiness, please find me the best teacher." "Okay." Seeing Saint Heart's demeanor, the Pope was very satisfied. This child finally showed some ambition. It seemed he should thank that boy named Kron properly. "I will take my leave now. You rest well." "Yes." The Pope then walked towards the door. Soon he encountered Kron. Unlike most people who would kneel at the sight of the Pope, Kron curiously looked at him. It must be said that the Pope was very handsome, with a face like a jade crown, golden long hair, and a perpetual gentle smile, which easily made people feel fond of him and instinctively want to approach him. However, his height was somewhat exaggerated. In Kron's view, the Pope was at least 2 meters tall, definitely a giant. The Pope also scrutinized Kron and felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Kron's composed demeanor upon meeting him. A peer who could defeat Saint Heart was indeed not an ordinary boy. This time, he should sincerely thank this child. Then Kron saw the Pope gently wave his hand, and the ropes binding him inexplicably vanished. "I've heard about this incident. It was Saint Heart's fault, and I apologize to you on her behalf." Kron was stunned to hear the Pope speak so reasonably. This was completely different from what he had imagined. He thought the Pope would come in without a word and directly hold him accountable. What was he doing now? Why did it feel like everyone he encountered after leaving his original family was a good person? The King's Academy didn't seem so hellish after all. Everyone seemed to be quite reasonable. "Your Holiness, you're being too kind. I also have a responsibility in this matter. I shouldn't have treated the Saintess that way. What I did was indeed a bit excessive. No, in this incident, you were quite right. I want to thank you. If it weren't for your provocation, Saint Heart wouldn't have the motivation she has now. So I have decided to reward you." Hearing that he would be rewarded for beating the Saintess, Kron was in extremely good mood. However, before that, "Kron, you must tell me one thing." Kron had an ominous feeling upon hearing this. "This matter is simple. What is your talent?" Upon hearing this, Kron hesitated for a moment, but ultimately replied, "Your Holiness, why do you ask? Isn't my talent just attribute points? Don't joke around, Kron. If your talent were really just attribute points, how could you possibly compete with top talents like the Soul of Angels? Be honest. Your talent can't be just attribute points. After hearing the Pope's words, Kron fell silent for a moment. The Pope did not urge him. He had a vague feeling that he would soon get the answer he wanted. I don't know if this counts as another talent, Your Holiness, but I can see my own talent. In fact, during this time, Kron had looked into various talents while reading. Among them was attribute points, and according to the content of the books, he could see that others with attribute points could not see their specific attributes. So this indeed could be considered another talent. What do you mean by that? What do you mean you can see your own talent? It means exactly that. I can see what I'm best at. Behind all my talents, there is a number, and the attribute I am most suited for is lightning. The weapon I can learn most easily is swordsmanship, and the best side profession is forging. Chapter 38, The Pope's Appreciation. Hearing Kran's description, the Pope immediately recognized the value of this talent. Although it may not have much value in combat power itself, it allows one to avoid detours and walk directly on the right path. It is known that throughout history, many powerful individuals did not possess remarkable talents. They simply honed their professional skills to perfection and could compete with those who had top-tier talents. Therefore, if Kran makes good use of this talent, he could completely rival those with S-class talents. The Pope never expected to discover such a surprise today. Logically, since Kran has now demonstrated impressive talent, he should provide Kran with more resources for cultivation. However, the Pope was also contemplating a question: just how strong is Kran's talent? Furthermore, after Kran injured the Holy Heart, if he began to focus on cultivating Kran, it would raise suspicions among others, and the Holy Heart would likely harbor hatred towards him. Thus, he absolutely could not do that. Although he couldn't do it openly, he could secretly assist Kran behind the scenes. But he had to ensure that Kran knew it was him helping, so that no one else could take the credit. That way, Kran's path could be smoother. Otherwise, it would be a wasted effort. With this in mind, the Pope spoke: "A very good talent, my child. I have decided to invest more resources in you, but not too much. You still need to fight for it yourself, understand?" Hearing the Pope's words, Kran nodded heavily, feeling a greater sense of recognition for the Pope. It must be said that the current Pope is indeed the most rational among all the king-level beings. After all, God loves the world. Although the Pope must engage in some dirty work, that does not mean it is what he truly wants to do. It's worth noting that there are many mad kings or foolish monarchs, but the Church is relatively stable. Yes, Your Holiness, I understand. Originally, he only wanted to save his life, and now he unexpectedly has additional benefits. What more could he want? Here, take this token. It contains 1,000 years' worth of lessons. I believe you will make perfect use of it, right? Upon hearing the Pope's words, Kran was stunned. 1,000 years' worth of lessons? Wow. That means Kran could freely invite top-tier teachers to instruct him. No one understood the value of this gift better than Kran himself. In fact, this reward is nothing for the Pope, but he still felt a bit apprehensive. He feared that after fully cultivating Kran, he might end up creating a useless person or one just like the Holy Heart. Such outcomes would not be beneficial for Kran's growth. Meanwhile, he planned to observe Kran quietly and would provide support when necessary. He wanted to see the difference between the Holy Heart, who was pampered throughout, and Kran, who fought for everything himself. This might determine the Church's educational policy in the future. Thinking of this, his mood inexplicably improved. What he needed to pay attention to next was to be a little kinder to Kran, so that the child wouldn't come to hate the Church. It would be best if, after leaving the Royal Academy, he would still be willing to serve the Church. By the way, take this. After you eat it, your injuries should be completely healed. After the Holy Heart's injuries heal, he will likely come to provoke you again. I hope you can improve yourself during this time and not let him surpass you easily. After saying this, the Pope smiled meaningfully. Seeing the Pope smile, Kran took the vial and nodded. I understand, Your Holiness. Well, it's getting late. You should go back and rest early. Yes. With that, Kran left. Back in his room, he kept thinking about what the Pope had just said. What did it mean not to be easily surpassed? Did the Pope want him to keep suppressing the Holy Heart? But why would he do that? Kran's mind worked quickly, and he soon realized that it was likely intended to stimulate the Holy Heart. After all, the Holy Heart was determined to defeat him, and if he couldn't defeat Kran, he would always have the motivation to move forward. The Pope truly was calculating. Meanwhile, Malia had been cooking dinner and hadn't seen Kran's appearance. Now, seeing his condition, she was stunned. Master, what happened to you? She looked at the wounds on Kran with concern. It's nothing. It's normal to get hurt while training. Kran didn't tell Malia the real reason. After spending some time together, he had come to understand that Malia was probably not there to monitor him. But probably was not enough. He still couldn't fully trust her. Moreover, sharing today's events would only worry others, and he couldn't think of any other purpose for it. Go run some water for me. I want to take a bath. However, Malia hesitated. Can you take a bath in your current condition? What's wrong? Master, can you really take a bath in your current state? She voiced her concerns. Don't worry. I'm fine. I know my body. Malia couldn't help but obey Kran's words and went to prepare the water. Meanwhile, Kran took out the vial of medicine he had received and poured out the pills inside. There were a total of 10 small white pills in the vial. Kran put 9 back and swallowed one. Soon, an incredibly cool sensation permeated his entire body. Surprisingly, the wounds on him began to scab over at a visible rate. And as he gently touched the scabs, they fell off, leaving a white mark on the original wound. Unbelievable efficacy. Kran could only sigh inwardly. No wonder this was a product of the church. It truly was terrifying. With this, he could either keep the remaining pills or sell them. Kran felt that even if he sold them, he should be able to make a decent amount of money. After Malia finished boiling the water, she hurriedly came to find Kran. Although the wounds on him had disappeared, blood was still on him, so Malia didn't notice anything unusual. The next moment, Kran walked into the bathroom and submerged himself in the bathtub. Malia waited outside, feeling inexplicably anxious. What's the matter? Kran's somewhat lazy voice came from inside. Chapter 39. The master seems to be getting more attractive, master. Would you like me to scrub your back? Kran thought for a moment. After such a tiring day outside, it was indeed time to enjoy some relaxation at home. Sure. After receiving Kran's permission, Malia cautiously walked in. Once inside, Malia could clearly see that the blood on Kran's body had disappeared, replaced by a strong, white physique. Seeing this, Malia's pretty face instantly turned crimson. This was the first time she had observed a peer's body so closely after growing up. Although she tried her best to avert her gaze, she couldn't help but steal a glance. He's so handsome. At the same time, she noticed that the wounds on Kran's body seemed to have vanished. But she had clearly seen so much blood earlier. Could it be that the blood wasn't his? Kran then turned his back, exposing his fair back. At that moment, Malia remembered why she had come over. She picked up a towel and began to scrub Kran's back nervously. By now, she was certain that it wasn't her imagination. Her master was indeed becoming more attractive. As for why this was the case, she couldn't quite figure it out. However, it was a good thing that he was getting more attractive. As she continued scrubbing, a bold thought suddenly emerged in her mind. Since Kran was facing away from her, he shouldn't be able to see anything she did, right? In fact, that was true. Kran was now closing his eyes, enjoying it all. The bold idea quickly magnified in her mind, and then Malia leaned in slightly to sniff Kran's scent. She couldn't quite describe it, but inexplicably, there seemed to be a fragrance emanating from him. This scent was particularly pleasant, and before she knew it, she was entranced. When she felt the scrubbing behind her stop, Kran opened his eyes, wanting to ask what was happening. However, out of the corner of his eye, he quickly caught a glimpse of Malia behind him, acting like a lovesick fool. What are you doing? Kran thought, but he managed to hold back. If he exposed her now, Malia would probably be mortified, but perhaps he could scare her a little. Why did you stop? Hearing Kran's voice, Malia suddenly opened her eyes, her heart racing. What had she just been doing? She quickly glanced at Kran's face and saw that he still had his eyes closed. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't noticed. Nothing, master. I was just washing the towel. Kran lightly nodded, not saying anything more. After that, Malia didn't dare to make any more small movements and instead began scrubbing seriously. A quarter of an hour later, Kran said, "That's enough for today. Is dinner ready?" "It's ready, master." "Good." After dinner, Kran went back to rest. Malia also returned to her small room, and after getting into bed, she covered herself completely with her blanket, starting to reminisce about what had just happened. Thinking about her inappropriate actions made Malia's body tremble slightly. What had she just done? Had she gone crazy? How could she do such things to her master? But Kran really did smell good, and she loved being close to him. Now that her master should be asleep, it would be a good opportunity. Should she sneak out to watch him sleep? However, as soon as that thought emerged, she envisioned the consequences of doing so. No, she couldn't do that. She had already been scared half to death when she was bathing earlier. If she did something so foolish now and got caught, it would be the end. But she wanted to interact more with Kron. What should she do? That's right. She could take good care of her master. To the point where he wouldn't want to be without her. She silently made that decision. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point in luck attribute today. Upon hearing the notification in her mind, Kron paused. He had gained luck again. Kron was very fond of this attribute, as it would subtly influence his future life. The next morning, Kron could clearly feel that his body seemed to have undergone some changes. He then opened his attributes, and sure enough, it was as he thought. 4-dimensional attributes: strength, 48, agility, 42, constitution, 44, spirit, 37. His attributes had indeed seen a slight increase again, with all attributes rising by 2 to 3 points. And his level had also increased to level 13. Kron knew the reason for this. It was due to yesterday's battle with the Holy Heart. Life and death battles were always the fastest way to enhance one's strength. If Kron were to stay in the wild for another year and manage to survive, his body would undergo earth-shattering changes. Suddenly, Kron recalled Malia's act of scrubbing his back yesterday and felt a rush of energy. He could understand Malia. After all, they were both at the age of budding emotions, and curiosity about the opposite sex was perfectly normal. He then forced himself to sleep. Afterward, Kron got up. Today's breakfast seemed to taste better than usual, with special plating. Malia watched eagerly from the side, hoping for Kron's praise. Because Malia's gaze was so fervent, Kron really couldn't ignore it. Today's breakfast is quite good. There's improvement. After Kron spoke, Malia was slightly incredulous. Her master actually remembered these little details. In an instant, she felt that all her efforts were worth it. After breakfast, Kron went to class as usual. So far, he didn't plan to replace Quinn. After all, the relationship between them wasn't easy to sever, and Kron didn't want to cut off that friendship. However, he could find a better forging teacher tonight. A blacksmith-level instructor would be just right, as he had still spent too little time learning forging. If he found a teacher who was too good, asking low-level questions would feel like a waste of time. While fighting with Kron, Quinn began to reflect on how Kron's strength had increased again. He wondered how much longer he could continue to teach him. But on the way back from Quinn's house, planning to rest, Kron encountered Saga again. It was clear that she had come specifically to find him. When they met again, Kron could see that Saga's complexion had improved compared to before. Now, she was a fair-skinned, rosy-cheeked, slightly slender young girl, standing there like a beautiful landscape. Chapter 40, D-Class Mission. Goblin Hunt. Kron was very different from before. If before he stood out because of the people around him, now he was completely transformed. His features seemed meticulously sculpted, and his demeanor had become more composed and reserved, exuding an indescribable charm. Saga had thought that after such a long time, she would be able to face Kron calmly. However, she realized that she had overestimated herself. She was still very nervous around Kron, like a rookie. What's wrong, Saga? Do you need something from me? Kron, along with Winnie and the others, are planning to take on a D-Class mission. I was wondering if you might be interested in joining us. Oh, what kind of mission? It's a hunting mission. We accepted a task to eliminate a goblin den, aiming to take out about 100 goblins. There are 5 spots available for this mission, and it's not too difficult. Are you interested? Kron was certainly interested. After all, it was his first mission, and it felt safer to go as a team. However, he was curious about where these goblins came from. The Royal Academy should be widespread across the island. So were these goblins wild, or were they artificially created? Quickly, Kron shook his head. The Royal Academy might not truly cover the entire island. There could still be some primal forest-like areas left. All right, I'll join you. When do we leave? How about tomorrow? Sure. Seeing Kron agree, Saga sighed in relief and felt a bit pleased in her heart. This way, she could spend time with Kron. Afterward, Kron first went to find Quinn. What? You're going on a mission? Yes, Mr. Quinn. Quinn thought for a moment and said, it's good to get some early exposure to these missions. Your current strength is sufficient. Quinn genuinely felt that Kron was ready for these missions, as Kron's power was now nearly half of his own. He even began to suspect whether Kron had some hidden talent, as his attributes were growing so quickly. Just as Kron was about to leave, Quinn looked at Kron's increasingly handsome face and said, actually, you might want to find a better marriage partner. What? For a moment, Kron thought he had misheard. I mean, you could look for a partner from a good family. That way, your future cultivation path will be much smoother. Kron understood. Quinn was suggesting he should seek a wealthy benefactor. Why did Quinn suddenly have such an idea? Why are you saying this all of a sudden? Nothing much. I just think you could take advantage of your current strengths. Your growth rate is too fast. Resources will surely run out in the future. But if you find a wealthy partner, your path will be much easier. At this point, Quinn suddenly seemed a bit emotional. Seeing Quinn like this, Kron realized he must have his own story. Then Quinn said, enough of that. It's a bit pathetic. It's just that I'm not doing well right now. And that's why I thought of these things. You are definitely different. Just consider me talking nonsense. Looking at Quinn, Kron said, Mr. Quinn, don't worry. I'll always remember your kindness during this time. Kron was not joking. What he said came from the heart. Although Quinn initially agreed to teach him for free to repay Mr. Weishaw's favor, he could have easily withheld the potions, yet he still provided them. In the days Kron studied the potion course, being able to recognize some of the herbs floating in the bathtub, none of which were cheap, was a significant wealth for Quinn. This favor was something Kron could never forget. Kid, why say all this? Go practice. You must have other things to do later. Okay. Kron nodded seriously and finally left. However, instead of going to class right away, Kron decided to spend some of his accumulated points. He hadn't spent much in a long time, and his card was still full of points. Soon, Kron arrived at the unique shopping street of the church. Here, there were official shops and student-run stores. In the official shops, you could buy genuine items with a 100 guarantee and get compensation if there were any issues. But the small shops had their own advantages. If you had a discerning eye, you could make a fortune there. However, if something went wrong with an item you bought from a small shop, you couldn't hold anyone accountable. You'd have to accept the loss. Kron thought he didn't have that kind of discernment. So, without hesitation, he headed straight for the official shop. Upon seeing the noble medal on Kron's chest, a beautiful young lady quickly came to assist him. Esteemed noble student, what can I help you with today? Oh, I'm a new student. I plan to go on a mission soon, so I want to buy some supplies. Do you have any recommendations? Upon hearing that Kron was a new student, the lady's demeanor became even more enthusiastic. She was also a student of the Royal Academy and knew well the significance of becoming a noble at such an early stage, meaning that this young man before her had achieved the top score in an assessment in a particular competition area. The potential for someone like him to grow was incredibly high, and they generally wouldn't easily offend such individuals. I see. Are you going on a goblin hunting mission? Yes. What kind of monsters will you be facing? Goblins. Goblins? They're indeed a great target for a first mission. With your current strength, you should easily be able to defeat those goblins. So let me recommend some potions. Okay. This is an energy potion. If you're tired while traveling outside, just drink a bottle of this energy potion and you'll instantly feel revitalized. It's also very cheap, only 1 point. I can let you smell it first. Sure. As she spoke, she took out a sample bottle, opened it, and let Kron sniff the aroma. Just a gentle whiff brought a refreshing scent, and immediately, Kron felt some of the fatigue from his morning training dissipate. Chapter 41 Departure. This thing is much stronger than coffee. It's indeed good. Do you have any other recommendations? I'll take 5 bottles of this first. Okay, and this one, the basic healing potion, can help wounds heal quickly, priced at 3 points. This is to be applied directly to the wound. All right, I'll take 2 bottles. And this, the insect repellent powder, can be sprinkled around the campsite at night to drive away snakes, insects, and mosquitoes, priced at 1 point per portion, which can be used about 3 times. Not bad. I'll take 2 portions. In the end, under the vendor's persuasion, Klan spent over 100 points, and he felt that these items were indeed very useful. That'll be a total of 105 points. Thank you for your patronage. My name is Stassi. You can find me next time you come. Good. Klan didn't refuse, as he felt that the items recommended were indeed useful. After resolving these issues, Klan headed straight to the forging classroom. Today, he had an appointment with a blacksmith. Upon Klan's arrival, the blacksmith he had booked soon entered the forging room. Upon seeing Klan, the blacksmith did not comment much. Only asking, you can ask me any questions you have. I will answer what I can. Good. Klan was not polite. Mr. Tisola, I want to know why I always lose control and cause explosions when forging thunder type ores. Hearing Klan's words, the blacksmith nodded, indicating that this question was not particularly basic and did not leave him speechless. Are you using the most conventional method to heat the thunder attribute? Or, no, I sprinkled some earth powder to suppress the violent energy of the thunder attribute. Is that so? Then it should be that the earth powder is insufficient or of low quality. Generally, the amount of earth powder should be about half the weight of the thunder attribute, or, if too little, it can't suppress the energy. If too much, it will consume a portion of the thunder ore's energy, resulting in a final product that is greatly discounted. Hearing the blacksmith's words, Klan nodded in agreement. What he said made sense. Is there any way to remedy this? Yes, but it's unnecessary because the materials consumed for a remedy are not worth it compared to reforging. Even if the forging succeeds, the performance of the resulting weapon will still be greatly discounted. So you should treat each forging as the most important one and not think about any opportunities for remedy. Klan nodded in strong agreement with the blacksmith's words. He felt that what the blacksmith said was indeed very reasonable. The two continued their lesson for 3 hours, during which Klan gained a lot. For the next period, he planned to digest what he learned and return to the blacksmith when he encountered new problems. Since Tasola had not seen Klan's forging process, he did not know Klan's forging abilities. However, this was normal. After all, blacksmithing lessons were very expensive, and usually, people would ask all their questions in class and then try on their own afterward, unless they happen to have some spare time. Otherwise, they would not forge. However, due to a mission scheduled for the next day, Klan did not attempt to forge and went directly to rest. Congratulations, host, you've gained 1 point in Constitution. Just like last night, it was another point in Constitution, bringing Klan's total to 46. Time quickly passed to the next day, and Klan arrived at the church entrance as agreed, completing the registration and explaining his reason for going out before finally leaving the church. Upon leaving the church, Klan felt that the air in front of him had become fresher for some reason. Outside the church was a huge city. Klan still did not know what the name of this city was, but it seemed that all the inhabitants were young people, likely all students. Suddenly, Klan thought of something. Perhaps these people were the commoners of the social hierarchy, as most people entered the academy with the status of commoners or slaves. Klan glanced around and noticed that those commoners hurriedly lowered their heads upon meeting his gaze. Clearly, for these commoners, a viscount was an unattainable existence, someone who could easily decide their lives and deaths. However, Klan did not see any slaves on the street, which felt a bit odd to him, because the number of slaves should be much greater than that of commoners. Why couldn't he see any slaves? Before Klan could ponder further, he spotted Saga not far away. This time, the team members included him, Saga, Winnie, Gatto, and the stone giant Devin. It must be said that these were familiar faces. Upon seeing Klan, it was evident that Gatto and Devin's gazes had become sharper. Although Klan had been lucky at that time, they were indeed the top of their class. So they had to take him seriously. Long time no see. Klan smiled and greeted them as he approached. Indeed, it had been a long time. Although they had not yet clashed, they could all see that Klan's demeanor was calmer than before. Moreover, there was an inexplicable feeling that he seemed to have become much stronger. But now everyone was teammates, and since they were about to set off soon, it wasn't the right time to spar with Klan. Shall we set off now? Sure. I have no objections. After receiving unanimous agreement, Saga led everyone toward the city gate. As they walked, Saga introduced Klan to the situation of the city. Klan, do you know what the city we are in is called? I really don't know. What is it called? This city is called Holy Light City, the capital among the 12 cities of the church. The island we are currently on is larger than you can imagine. It can't even be considered an island, but rather a new continent. Hearing Saga use the term continent to describe the island surprised Klan. Seeing that Klan seemed very interested, Saga shared everything she knew. In short, the area of the Royal Academy exceeds your imagination. It is a super academy established by all the empires and kingdoms. Each country has its own influence here. But even with so many nations, they have not fully occupied the entire continent. There are still deserts and forests. And due to the high concentration of magical power in the Royal Academy, magical beasts grow rapidly here, requiring regular cleaning. Otherwise, they will breed enormous populations. Chapter 42. Powerful talents can sometimes be a curse, so is the place we're going to a large forest? Hearing Kron's words, Saga shook her head. No. The place we're going to is just a village near Holy Light City. Recently, there have been a lot of goblins in that area. And they have not only destroyed the rice fields, but also kidnapped many girls, so we need to deal with those goblins. Upon hearing Saga's words, Kron nodded. This indeed sounded like something goblins would do. At this moment, Winnie also caught up. Although she was now getting enough nutrition, she still looked very weak. Her skin remained pale as paper, and she ran to Kron's side, looking like a small white radish, seeing her legs thinner than his own arms. Kron frowned slightly, and then took out a piece of white bread from his backpack. Eat this. Hearing Kron's words, Winnie looked a bit puzzled. She had wanted to come over and greet Kron, as she had been unable to find out where he was for a while. So, every day, she would obediently go to the previous competition venue to wait a bit, hoping Kron would show up. Today, she finally saw Kron and was in a good mood, but he immediately handed her food as soon as they met. If he was giving her food, he must not dislike her, right? So, Winnie stretched out her hands and took the bread, then began to nibble on it. Watching Winnie's actions, Kron felt inexplicably cute. He then reached out to ruffle her little head, as if he were raising a daughter. Feeling the warmth on her head, Winnie also showed a naive smile, nuzzling against Kron's hand like a little puppy. Have you not been eating well lately? Why are you still so thin? Hearing Kron's question, Winnie quickly swallowed the bread in her mouth and said, No, I eat well every day. It's just that my talent doesn't allow me to do so. Because of my talent, it seems I need to suck blood to gain enough nutrition, but I really hate sucking blood. Kron didn't expect this talent to have such negative effects. However, it made sense. These powerful talents could indeed be considered a curse in some cases, because powerful abilities often come at the cost of losing something. Kron had seen that from the B-level talents onward, the negative effects of these talents began to manifest. However, the general B-level talents could still be managed, while Kron was unsure about the A-level talents. Then Kron looked at Saga and asked, Saga, does your talent have any flaws? Although the question was abrupt, Kron knew Saga would likely respond. Sure enough, Saga quickly nodded and said, Yes, my talent also has serious flaws. My teacher told me that the flaw of the winged people is psychological. It seems that winged people are very naive and can be quite obsessed with certain things. After saying this, she looked at Kron with burning eyes. Well, even if Saga didn't say it, Kron already knew what she was obsessed with. A psychological issue? Kron didn't know whether it was good or bad. If she could channel that obsession into her training, it might be a good thing, but it seems Saga hadn't applied it to her training. Kron then looked at Devin and Gato, unsure what their side effects were. However, since they were only B-level talents, the side effects should not be too serious. Devin was currently very unhappy. Why were there only 2 girls in the team? And why were they both surrounding Kron? Was it just because this guy was handsome? He found it hard to accept this outcome. After coming to the church, many people began to change, mainly because they were now well-fed and had many different thoughts. For instance, Devin, who used to struggle daily just to fill his stomach, now found himself looking at the graceful figures inside the church, awakening the most primal desires. He knew he had some status in the church now, so these people should be trying to curry favor with him. However, Devin was also very clear that if he wanted to take a step further in the future, choosing a good partner would be a shortcut. Thus, he only viewed ordinary opposite sexes as something to play with. His real targets were Saga and Winnie, both of whom had talents and potential far superior to his own. Moreover, he felt that one was naive and the other was silly, making them relatively easy to handle. But now, both of his targets were revolving around another man, which made him quite upset. So, Devin directly walked over without any grace. What are you talking about? I'm quite curious. My talent doesn't have any flaws, which is very different from you guys. Seeing Devin suddenly interject, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. What did this guy want? Your talent has no flaws? After turning into a stone man, your speed is pitifully slow. Once you level up, you're just a punching bag, Kron thought, unsure how to retort to this guy. But he held back. After all, internal strife was the most taboo within the team. Gato, on the other hand, was indifferent to the scene, as he was currently engrossed in looking at the spear in his hand. Gato's talent was Weapon Master, allowing him to master a weapon in a very short time. He had been practicing his spear techniques lately. Now, his proficiency with the spear had far surpassed his swordsmanship, and he could even vaguely hear the sound of air being pierced when using the spear techniques. However, since he hadn't yet shown his spear techniques to everyone, Kron and the others didn't pay much attention. After Devin approached and found no one was responding to him. His inner dissatisfaction grew stronger. Kron, how could you have gotten first place in the assessment with a C-level talent? I made some progress during this time. I'm much stronger than before. How about we have a spar? Hearing Devon's words, Kron shot him a cold glance, even if he were slow to react. He could tell that Devon was deliberately trying to provoke him. Upon hearing the word spar, Gato perked up, eager to see how much Kron's strength had grown. Winnie and Saga also seemed to want to mediate. Kron, with a blank expression, said, "Sure, I'm also curious about how much your strength has grown." Upon hearing Kron's words, Devon was somewhat surprised. He expected Kron to actually accept his challenge. Did he really think that, after a month, his pathetic C-level talent could still defeat him? Chapter 43, Beating Devon. Arriving at the village thinking of this, Devon couldn't contain his excitement. After all, being able to beat the person who once defeated him, Klan, in front of Winnie and Saga would surely make them see him in a new light. Noticing Devon's excited expression, Klan's demeanor became even more stern. It seemed that some people indeed needed a lesson to understand their place. Klan knew very well that if he didn't deal with a guy like Devon soon, he would definitely become a problem for the team. If there were no changes from Devon after this, then in the future, either there would be no Devon in the team or no Klan. Seeing that the two were really about to fight, everyone else could only step back and keep watch, looking for any hidden dangers around. After the two had created some distance, without any warning, Devon suddenly transformed, becoming a tall stone giant. He then charged a Klan like a madman. It was evident that Devon's size had increased significantly compared to before, and the rocky armor on his body was visibly thicker, but his speed had only increased slightly. In fact, due to his larger size, many of his movements had become a bit sluggish. Klan didn't even use his thunder body or lightning sword. Instead, he pulled out a heavy iron rod. As Devon charged towards him, Klan swung the iron rod hard against him. Bang! The impact shattered the stones on Devon's shoulder, and the force penetrated inside, causing Devon to kneel on one knee in shock. The loud sound immediately alerted Gato and the others, who could tell just from the noise how powerful that hit was. Bang! A dull thud echoed again as Klan's iron rod struck Devon's head, almost knocking it sideways and shattering the protective stones around it. Because it was a direct hit to the head, Devon was momentarily dazed. Then, as if he had found his rhythm, Klan kept swinging the iron rod, alternating between backhand and forehand, continuously hitting Devon's head. The sounds of bang, bang, bang kept ringing out. Winnie and Saga were left dumbfounded. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a spar? Why was Devon just taking a beating? This script seemed a bit off. Thankfully, Devon's earth magic was still maintaining his rocky exterior, so the stones that fell off were quickly replenished. Otherwise, he would have already been knocked out. With a thunderous crash, Devon's massive body fell to the ground. The sound was deafening. Due to losing consciousness, the stones on Devon's body also fell off. Now, his face was swollen and bloodied, making it impossible to tell what he originally looked like. After witnessing this, Klan was somewhat surprised. It seemed the stones didn't provide as much protection for Devon as he thought. Did I hit a bit too hard? What should I do now? Gato coldly said. Let's take Devon back. It seems he won't be able to participate in this mission. The four of us should be enough. The main reason for this spar was proposed by Devon. Gato could sense that Devon's intention in proposing this spar was not to gauge Klan's strength. He seemed to have some other ulterior motives, which is why Gato's attitude was like this. Winnie and Saga had no objections and directly took Devon back before setting off again. However, due to this battle, Klan had subtly become the leader of the team. Gato looked at Klan with burning eyes, as he truly hadn't expected that in just a month's time, Klan had made such significant progress. The gap between them seemed to have widened even further. But he hadn't given up. The day he comprehended the gun's soul, he would eventually defeat Klan. However, in this situation, it would be difficult to beat Klan. After all, he could clearly see that Klan wasn't using his full strength. During the assessment, when Klan emitted lightning, his attributes were greatly enhanced. But now he wasn't in that state, and with just a few casual strikes, he was about to knock out Devon, who was nearly his equal in strength. He couldn't even imagine how there could be such an exaggerated difference in combat power. The group moved quickly, and before dark, they reached their destination village. The village before them looked somewhat dilapidated, with signs of beast damage on the fences and the crops in the fields were a mess. Each household had their doors tightly shut. Looking at the village, Klan suddenly thought that all the supplies he had prepared might not be needed in the short term, since they now had a place to stay. But they should be useful later. Upon arriving here, Klan shouted, "Is anyone there? We are here to eliminate the goblins." After Klan's voice echoed, the door of a nearby house was quietly opened. A few frail villagers appeared before the group. Their hair was dry and yellow, and their skin didn't look good either. They all appeared malnourished. Overall, they exuded a sense of misery. This world was like this. The commoners in the King's Academy had to pay high taxes every month. After paying these taxes, there was hardly any food left for them, and the monsters in this world grew rapidly. The commoners living in the village often suffered attacks from magical beasts, which further worsened the already struggling families. This was their current state. Compared to their situation, the church felt like heaven. "Honorable sirs, you have arrived. I will arrange a place for you to stay right away," the leading man hurriedly said to the group. Hearing his words, Klan nodded, and then the man led Klan to the largest house in the village. This was the village chief's home, and the chief was the only knight-level figure in the village. He managed the village, and although he had some strength, dealing with so many goblins alone was still a bit overwhelming. The village chief was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. Although his skin was dark, he looked much better than the villagers. Upon seeing Klan and the others, he warmly approached to greet them. "Honorable sirs, please stay with me today. Unless something unexpected happens, those beasts will likely come to our village again today." Hearing his words, Klan nodded slightly. Chapter 44. Mutant Species, Giant Goblins Soon. The sound of a baby crying came from inside the house. Hearing this, the village chief quickly said, "Sorry, everyone, my child is crying again. I need to go take care of him. Eyeing, please look after these adults." While saying this, he spoke to the little girl not far away. "Yes, father." After saying that, the village chief left. Looking at the little girl in front of him, Klan had some questions in his mind. What will happen to those born in the Royal Academy in the future? Will they leave the Royal Academy after reaching a certain age? But this is the place where they were born, right? Or will they stay in the Royal Academy forever? Klan really couldn't understand this question, especially since the Royal Academy hasn't been established for long. So far, it has been around 40 years, so even if children are born here, the oldest should only be 39 years old, which isn't very old. The girl named Ah-ing quickly led the others to their room, looking very sensible. Their room wasn't luxurious, but it was spacious and clean, showing that it had been tidied up with care. Since the group had previously lived tough lives, they were quite satisfied with such an environment now. After staying in the room for a while, there was a knock on Klan's door. When he opened it, he found Saga, Winnie, and Gato standing outside. Saga quickly spoke up, "Klan, can we stay in your room? It will be more convenient for us to act together when the monsters come." Sure, Klan didn't refuse. It was indeed more convenient to act together now. Winnie then curiously asked, "Klan, do you think those goblins are strong?" Klan shook his head. "I don't know. I haven't fought goblins before." Although in the games of his previous life, goblins seemed to be mere cannon fodder, he had read about goblins in books during this time. While most goblins are indeed weak, their numbers are so great that many goblin tribes have some mutated species among them. These mutated species are several times, or even dozens of times, stronger than ordinary goblins. If they encounter these mutants, it could be quite troublesome. Moreover, since this is the Royal Academy, the high concentration of magic means that the strength of the monsters is generally higher. The probability of mutations occurring is also greatly increased, and it is very likely that there are several mutated species within a single tribe. Thinking of this, Klan felt extremely excited. He could finally engage in life and death battles. He didn't know if these goblins would be enough for him to fight. Yes, excitement. Klan seemed to have a different thought process than most people. Normally, one should feel nervous at such a time, but he only felt excitement, as if some repressed emotion was about to be released. Time quickly passed to nightfall. The four were still resting in the room when suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. The four quickly realized that the goblins had appeared and hurriedly grabbed their weapons and rushed out. Although it was night, they could clearly see many small black shadows scurrying around the village, accompanied by a foul smell. Among these shadows, there were a few massive figures. If nothing went wrong, these should be the goblins, and those giant shadows were the mutated species. "Light the torches," Klan shouted. Hearing Klan's voice, the villagers quickly reacted, lighting their lamps and the torches prepared in advance, finally providing some visibility to the scene. Klan also got a clear look at the goblins. Just as described in the books, these goblins were mostly short, ugly, with fat bellies and thin limbs, emitting a foul odor from their sweat. No matter how you looked at them, they were disgusting, and Klan really couldn't understand the purpose of such creatures' existence. In the next second, he drew his flash thunder sword. Poochie! With one sword strike, Klan split a goblin in half. Gato also took out his spear, easily piercing through two goblins like a skewer of meat. Winnie and Saga took off simultaneously. With the cover of night, Winnie's combat power greatly increased. One could only see a ghostly shadow weaving through the goblin horde, ruthlessly killing one goblin after another. Saga continuously launched ranged attacks. Now she could control her magic power more precisely, and each attack could blow up several goblins. The ranged attacks could basically be used as a regular method, and it was clear that in just a short month, everyone had made significant progress. Although it seemed that the teammates already had the strength to harvest these goblins, Klan still planned to go all out because the goblins were causing incredible destruction to the village at an alarming rate. So the sooner they could eliminate these goblins, the sooner they could resolve the situation. With the activation of his thunder body, Klan's speed suddenly increased. The flash thunder sword in his hand moved as fast as lightning, slicing several goblins in half within seconds, and he was harvesting their lives at an astonishing speed while attacking these goblins. Klan could feel that the flash thunder sword encountered almost no resistance, as if it were cutting through tofu, which was quite exaggerated. The three mutated giant goblins were now also targeting Klan and his companions. Their presence was too strong. Therefore, these mutated goblins decided to take out the group first. Soon, one giant goblin had come close to Klan. Klan immediately noticed its presence. This creature, clearly a giant goblin, exhibited agility that was not affected by its massive size. It was faster than an ordinary goblin and far superior in strength. Klan had no intention of underestimating the opponent. So when the giant goblin approached, he struck with all his might. The giant goblin was indeed fast, but still not a match for Klan. This sword cut directly towards its neck. The flash thunder sword sliced through the giant goblin's neck and continued down to the collarbone before stopping. There was no way. The opponent's bones were too hard, and he couldn't cut through in one strike. He quickly pulled out the flash thunder sword. A large amount of blood gushed out from the giant goblin's neck. Chapter 45, The Terrifying Power, Executing the Giant Goblin with Bare Hands Awe. The giant goblin let out a loud and painful scream, as if it could shatter eardrums, causing a sense of physical discomfort. Kron was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the giant goblin's cry to be so terrifying. However, he quickly composed himself. The other two giant goblins nearby immediately turned to look in this direction. But Kron did not stop because of the opponent's pain. Instead, the moment he withdrew his sword, he lunged forward again, stabbing towards the goblin's eye. Thud! The thunder sword pierced directly into the goblin's right eye, the tip emerging from the back of its head. The giant goblin's scream abruptly ceased. As Kron withdrew his sword, the goblin's body fell heavily to the ground. However, Kron did not approach the corpse, as the life force of magical beasts is quite strong, and he was not sure if he had truly killed it. Instead, he chose to continue hunting the other goblins, having easily dealt with one giant mutated goblin. On the other side, Gato was now facing another giant goblin. Like Kron, Gato's attack was very precise, locking onto the goblin's throat with his first shot. However, unlike Kron, Gato's stats were not as high. Although the shot was tricky and accurate, the speed was still within the giant goblin's reaction time, so it was blocked by the goblin's large wooden club. The giant goblin's club struck Gato's spear, causing it to slip from his grip. Gato looked down at his hand, now covered in blood, a layer of skin torn away. Clearly, the giant goblin's strength far exceeded everyone's expectations, yet Kron had just effortlessly taken down one. Due to the stark contrast, Gato hesitated for a second. Once he regained his composure, he hurriedly bent down to pick up the spear from the ground. However, at that moment, the giant goblin was already swinging its large wooden stick at him. Winnie happened to witness this scene and imagined the stick smashing Gatto's head, blood splattering everywhere. She screamed in terror. No. Thud! A sword crackling with lightning suddenly flew over, striking the giant goblin's neck and piercing through it. The giant goblin felt the intense pain in its throat and looked incredulous, but it couldn't make a sound anymore. Then it fell heavily to the ground. After seeing this scene, Kron also breathed a sigh of relief. He had just gathered a large amount of magical power within him to deliver that strike. Gatto also came to his senses. He realized he had just been saved by Kron. He looked toward Kron, who had saved his life. Should he still consider Kron a target to surpass, or should he repay him with his own life in the future? The last giant goblin at the scene, upon witnessing this, became enraged and charged at Kron like a madman. Kron had just thrown the Thunder Sword, leaving him without a weapon. He could only confront the goblin barehanded. Moreover, Kron's previous strike had consumed a large amount of his magical power. Now he could only maintain the Thunderbody state, which was indeed precarious. As the giant goblin rushed over, it swung its large wooden club down at Kron, seemingly intent on turning him into a puddle of flesh. Letting out eerie howls, a foul stench wafted from its mouth, but Kron was quick and easily dodged its attack. However, he couldn't avoid the foul air, almost getting knocked out by the odor. Although the situation seemed very unfavorable for Kron, he remained calm, recalling the combat techniques taught to him by Quinn. In battle, it's best to provoke the enemy, especially when facing magical beasts. Although this might drive the opponent into a frenzy, increasing their combat power, it would also make them lose their rationality. Consequently, their attacks would become erratic and full of openings, making it easier to dodge. Kron deeply remembered this, so while evading the goblin's attack, he kicked at its vital area without any hesitation. The giant goblin let out a shrill scream, filled with endless rage. It had completely lost its mind, determined to smash this bastard into meat paste. However, after its fury, every action became exaggerated and predictable, allowing Kron to easily anticipate its attacks. After the second attack missed, Kron's right hand suddenly thrust out. He aimed for the giant goblin's liver, although he was unarmed. His attributes were exaggerated under the Thunderbody state. After Kron stabbed, the giant goblin felt as if its liver had been hit with a hammer, and the intense pain caused it to kneel on the ground, unable to stand. Kron seized the opportunity, continuously attacking, targeting vital areas: eyes, throat, heart. This scene resembled a large-scale execution, leaving not only Gatto and the others dumbfounded. The surrounding goblins, witnessing this terrifying spectacle, began to flee. Eventually, Kron forcefully tore the goblin's throat out, executing it. Kron was now covered in sticky blood. Watching the fleeing goblins, he released the Thunderbody state. "What are you still doing? Chase them. Find their lair." Upon hearing Kron's words, the others suddenly reacted and hurried to pursue. Kron also moved in, drawing his Thunder Sword. He swiftly beheaded a few more giant goblins, finally feeling reassured to leave. The villagers waited until the commotion settled before finally emerging. Upon seeing the ground strewn with goblin corpses, the air was silent for a moment until one person began to cry, finally releasing their emotions. A sense of relief spread among the villagers. They had been harassed by these goblins for days, living in constant suffering. Now that these demons had finally been dealt with, they could finally live peaceful lives. Chapter 46. Goblin Lair. The village chief watched the scene unfold with gratitude as he looked in the direction where Kron and the others had left. He had initially wanted to go out to help, but Kron and the others were killing the goblins too quickly. When he first saw Kron and his group, he felt a mix of emotions because they were so young, clearly the latest batch of trainees. Even though among them were noble students, including a viscount, their time to grow was still too short, so he didn't believe Kron and the others could solve this problem. At that moment, he felt a sense of despair. However, the recent scene was so shocking that he was momentarily stunned and did not intervene, knowing that his presence would only complicate things. Now, they were likely heading to the goblin's lair. On the other hand, Kron took out a bottle of energy potion and a bottle of small mana potion. He drank them both and immediately felt his condition improve significantly, with his mana gradually recovering as well. Then, he leisurely followed behind the goblins, and soon they arrived at a forest. The nighttime forest was certainly very dangerous, filled with many magical beasts, yet the four of them entered without hesitation. To be safe, Kron drank another small mana potion, restoring most of his mana before finally feeling a bit of security. Kron had a strong feeling that they would encounter even more powerful magical creatures in the goblin's lair. This thought excited him immensely. Although the giant goblins were strong, they were too slow, posing no threat to Kron, who could easily deal with them. He wondered what kind of opponents they would encounter inside the lair after all the killing. To his surprise, Kron felt no fatigue. Instead, he felt a vague excitement. He didn't understand why and didn't want to think about it. All he wanted was to kill. After entering the forest, the four quickly followed the goblins and arrived at a lair. This lair led underground, but it was not narrow. Clearly, it had to accommodate the giant goblins. So the passage was quite large. Seeing this, the group hesitated. The lair was pitch black, resembling a massive mouth ready to swallow anyone who dared to enter. What to do? Should they go in? Among them, Saga was the most resistant. She had a deep-seated fear of dark environments and was reluctant to enter. However, Kron did not notice Saga's fear. He only saw Winnie's excited expression. After all, this child thrived in such dark conditions and was eager to go in. Kron turned around to ask everyone's opinion. But as he turned, he saw Saga's expression. She was trembling, every cell seemingly screaming in fear. How about this? It's not safe for everyone to go in. Let us leave one person outside to keep watch. Saga's abilities may not be suited for moving in this cave, and without her enhancements in the dark, she can help us keep watch outside. Hearing Kron's words, Saga, who had been filled with fear, was momentarily stunned. Wait, I don't have to go in? To be honest, she had already prepared to grit her teeth and enter with everyone, but now it seemed unnecessary. Had Kron noticed her fear? Thinking this, Saga felt inexplicably relieved. Kron seemed to care about her feelings. In reality, Saga was overthinking. Kron was more concerned that her fear might affect the team if she went inside. Of course, he did think a little about Saga, but he wouldn't easily admit it. After hearing Kron's suggestion, Gato thought for a moment and felt he made sense. Indeed, the greatest strength of the winged people was their flying ability, which would be useless in such a cave. Although Winnie was also restricted in her flying, vampire bats were clearly very adept at fighting in caves. He and Kron were more moderate types, so they could adapt to any situation. I have no objections. Winnie nodded, clearly not rejecting Kron's proposal. I have no objections either. Kron finally turned his attention to Saga and said in a comforting tone, So, Saga, do you have any issues? Can you manage alone outside? Fine. If you encounter any danger, just shout, and I'll rush in to save you. Upon hearing Saga's words, Kron smiled gently and nodded. All right, if we really encounter danger, we will definitely wait for your rescue. Looking at Kron's gentle smile, Saga, who was already somewhat smitten, found herself at a loss for words. She felt she would remember this smile for the rest of her life. Gato, watching from his side, cast a wary glance at Kron. What a dangerous man. He can easily capture hearts. I wonder if he does on purpose. Okay, let us not waste any more time. Let us go in quickly. Gato nodded eagerly. After saying that, the three of them held their torches and slowly walked in. Saga watched their figures grow fainter, and although she was only watching, she felt a strong sense of suffocation. The light from the fire grew weaker and soon was completely swallowed by the darkness. All right, now I'm all alone. Saga looked around. The environment was very quiet, with faint rustling sounds that could be either insects or magical creatures. Being alone outside, especially in a forest, was indeed quite terrifying. Saga made an effort to stay calm and began to observe her surroundings, preparing for any unexpected occurrences. Meanwhile, Kron and the others, despite holding torches, found the visibility in the cave absurdly low. It was also very stuffy inside, accompanied by a nauseating smell. Just being there, the three of them already felt uncomfortable, making it hard to imagine how the goblins lived in such a place. Truly disgusting creatures. As they advanced, suddenly Winnie grabbed Kron and Gato's clothes. Seeing Winnie's movement, Kron realized she must have discovered something. So both of them slowed their pace and cautiously moved forward, under the light of the torch. It didn't take long for them to see what it was, two naked young girl corpses. Chapter 47. The mutated goblin, they were covered in bruises and scars, barely resembling humans, and emanated an unimaginable stench. There was a huge wound on their stomachs. Kron swore this was the most insane and infuriating sight he had ever seen. These beasts, he could not fathom the suffering these children endured in their lifetimes. Although he had anticipated this, seeing it in person ignited a fierce anger within him. He wanted nothing more than to tear every goblin here to pieces. Soon, Kron calmed down, but the fire of rage within him did not diminish at all. He recalled the teachings of Quinn, that the angrier one was, the more one needed to remain calm and learn to harness that anger. Besides Kron, Gato and Winnie also felt an unnamed rage. It had nothing to do with their familiarity with these victims. Witnessing their kin being treated this way by these beasts would incite such anger in anyone. It felt similar to how one would react to wild animals harming others, even those deemed cute. Even if a kitten killed someone, one would immediately find it repulsive, let alone the current situation. Kron said coldly, continue deeper. Gato and Winnie remained silent, merely following closely behind Kron. The further they went, the more victims they encountered, each one's condition more tragic than the last. With each sight, Kron's inner fury grew stronger. Gradually, their footsteps came to a halt. Kron's voice was chilling as he said, found it. Yaga. A goblin in front of Kron let out a strange cry and lunged at his face. But before it could reach him, a powerful arm caught it midair. The terrifying strength caused the goblin to scream in pain, fear written all over its face as it looked at Kron. Kron's veins bulged as he tightened his grip, the goblin's body emitting soft cracking sounds. Crack, crack! The goblin's body twisted and contorted, and it screamed in despair. Ultimately, its body was compressed to the extreme. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, bang, the goblin's body exploded. The surrounding goblins, upon witnessing this horrifying scene, dared not advance any further. To them, Kron now resembled those ferocious magical beasts. They hesitated to move forward, but Kron showed no mercy. Once the lightning body was activated, he charged into the goblin horde, wildly swinging the thunder sword in his hand. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere, with goblin limbs scattered across the ground. No goblin could withstand his blade. The scene before them was akin to hell on earth. Winnie and the others similarly began to slaughter the goblins in front of them. It wasn't until a particularly piercing scream echoed that Kron and the others finally took notice. It was a goblin much larger than the average one, standing around 2 meters tall, nearly the height of a giant goblin. However, unlike the giant goblin, this one had long, slender limbs and a more agile build, wielding a long iron spear and wearing leather armor. It exuded a very dangerous aura. This goblin was not to be underestimated. That was Kron's first impression. Upon seeing the carnage, the large goblin continued to emit strange cackles and charged toward the three. The closest target was Gato, making him the goblin's first target. As the goblin charged, Kron's eyelids flickered. This thing was fast. It was comparable to his normal speed, and maintaining such speed with that large of a body was terrifying. Gato did not expect the goblin to reach him so quickly. He hurriedly raised his spear to block the attack. However, just a second before the spear struck, the mutated goblin abruptly altered its attack trajectory from a thrust to a slash. The spear came down like an iron rod. Gato reacted swiftly, finding the optimal defensive position in an instant, raising his spear to block the attack. Bang! The spear bent at an almost breaking angle from the impact. But being a magical weapon, its strength was impressive. Even such an attack did not break it, and the spear rebounded instantly. However, Gato was knocked to the ground, his legs making cracking sounds, indicating they were likely fractured. Kron rushed toward the goblin immediately. If he didn't act now, Gato would be killed. The mutated goblin coldly stared at Gato, preparing to finish him off. Just then, a black crescent blade shot toward it, and sensing danger, the goblin dodged slightly. Swoosh! The crescent blade sliced through its shoulder, nearly severing its right arm along with the leather armor and flesh. Gah! It screamed in pain while clutching its right arm. In that moment of delay, Kron closed in on it. With a thrust aimed at its throat, the mutated goblin instinctively dodged, but still received a shallow cut. Foul-smelling blood gushing out. A surge of intense anger soon enveloped the mutated goblin, and it felt as if the pain in its body had momentarily dissipated. It recklessly attacked Kron. Although Kron was faster, he couldn't completely evade the goblin's assault, so he chose to block. Bang! The sound of their weapons clashing was deafening, as if threatening to shatter eardrums. Kron felt unsteady from the impact. This was the first time he had encountered a magical beast with such exaggerated strength in a long time. The power of this goblin was certainly on par with those of the giant goblins. The mutated goblin was momentarily stunned to see Kron able to block its attack. It hadn't expected such a small human to withstand its assault. Normally, this human should have been sent flying, and for a moment, its anger faded. But it quickly regained its composure and continued to launch a fierce attack on Kron. This individual was too dangerous, and the goblin needed to eliminate Kron. Chapter 48. Elimination of the goblin nest. The more Kron fought against the mutated goblins, the more surprised he was deep down. Not only because they had exceptionally high stats like him, but also because this creature was very intelligent, even displaying shadows of martial arts in its attacks. The assaults were relentless, making it hard to breathe. Gato had finally managed to stand up with great difficulty, barely fending off the surrounding ordinary goblins. Due to his injured legs, his combat power had significantly decreased, making it exceptionally difficult for him to face these ordinary goblins. After struggling to kill 2 goblins, he suddenly felt a sharp pain from behind as a goblin stabbed him in the back. Fortunately, the goblin's weapon wasn't sharp, so it only left a wound on him. Gato retaliated with a shot from behind, piercing through the goblin's body. However, the remaining goblins, seeing Gato's state, realized he was now an easy target and rushed towards him. Winnie, witnessing this scene, immediately flew over and quickly killed the goblins around Gato. She wanted to help Kron, but the proximity of Kron and the mutated goblin made it too risky. Her attacks were powerful, and she didn't want to accidentally hurt Kron. With Winnie's support, Gato managed to hold on, but his injuries were too severe, and he didn't know how much longer he could last. The battle between Kron and the mutated goblin grew increasingly intense. It was clear that the mutated goblin's weapon was significantly weaker than Kron's. Its spear had already become twisted and would likely break soon. However, the mutated goblin didn't take care at the moment. It was filled with rage and determined to kill the human that dared to offend it. Kron, on the other hand, was getting more excited. This was the opponent he had been looking forward to, one whose strength was completely on par with his own. Such life-and-death battles were the most meaningful. As their emotions surged, the fight became more perilous, and several times, Kron narrowly avoided being pierced by the goblin's spear. The mutated goblin, however, was sustaining more and more injuries. This was the difference between the two. The more excited Kron became, the more rational he was. The angrier the mutated goblin got, the less capable it was of thinking, and its previously organized attacks had vanished, transforming it into a beast that could only lash out in blind fury. If Quinn were present, he would see that Kron's swordsmanship was rapidly improving. However, Kron wasn't practicing a specific sword technique. He was using the swordsmanship that came with the Thunderbolt technique. If he had trained in a lightning attribute sword technique, he would likely have made tremendous progress today. 3 minutes later, Kron could clearly feel that the goblin's strength was gradually diminishing. Looking at the mutated goblin, it was already covered in wounds, with green blood pooling on the ground, and its eyes were becoming increasingly tired, its movements slower. With a thrust, Kron pierced the goblin's heart. This attack completely halted the mutated goblin's assaults, and Kron quickly pulled out his Thunderbolt sword. The mutated goblin fell back in disbelief, clutching its chest, as the scene before it grew dim. Without mercy, Kron walked over and stabbed the goblin in the throat. The mutated goblin stopped breathing. The reason he didn't decapitate it was that the mutated goblin had high medicinal value. It was a prime material for magic potions, and bringing this mutated goblin along with the 3 giant goblins back should yield a considerable number of points. Kron then looked at the remaining goblins. The nest was already filled with goblin corpses, but there was still more to kill. As he continued, he spotted a few small goblins huddled in a corner. Kron suddenly recalled a scene from the Goblin Slayer. How did the protagonist handle it back then? While thinking, he pierced through the small goblins like skewers. Green, foul-smelling blood splattered everywhere, and the small goblins cried out, but it was as if Kron didn't hear them and continued with his actions. Right? The protagonist had done the same. Only goblins that wouldn't show themselves in front of humans were good goblins. In the end, Kron and the others wiped out all the goblins in the nest. After searching the nest for a while, they found some surviving girls, but they all had blank expressions and disheveled clothes. It was clear they had suffered harm. Looking at them, Kron was at a loss for how to handle the situation. He could only tentatively ask, "Do you want to go outside?" Two girls looked over at the sound of Kron's voice, and upon seeing a human, tears streamed down their faces. The others remained unresponsive, as if they had completely lost their senses. Seeing this, Kron could only rescue them. What they wanted to do afterward would be their decision. Soon, the three of them left the nest with the mutated goblin's corpse and 6 surviving girls. Saga, who was on lookout, vaguely sensed something and quickly looked towards the nest. Outside the cave, there were already 2 beast corpses. Saga had not been idle outside. After seeing this, her previously anxious heart finally relaxed. Thankfully, Kron and the others were safe. However, she was taken aback when she saw Gato. The injuries on Gato looked too severe, his body covered in dark blood. It was evident that this blood was his own, and he was limping. Kron also had some wounds, but they didn't seem too serious, while Winnie had hardly any injuries due to her speed. The 6 girls they brought back looked tragic, no matter how you looked at them. It was getting late, and, given their current condition, traveling through the night was clearly not a good choice. Kron suggested, "Let's stay here for the night." Saga and Winnie nodded, indicating they had no objections. Although Gato felt uncomfortable, he had no say in the matter. After all, it was Kron who saved his life, so he would go along with whatever Kron said. As for the 2 girls who still had some sanity left, upon hearing that they would be spending the night at the goblin's den, their eyes were filled with fear. Seeing this, Kron quickly reassured them, "Don't be afraid, the goblins are all gone now. It's safe. Let us rest well tonight." Chapter 49. Lie down. I'll apply the medicine instinctively. They listened to Klan's words. Then Klan sprinkled some powder around to repel snakes and insects, took out a basic healing potion, and approached Gato. "Lie down, I'll apply the medicine." Upon hearing Klan's words, Gato hesitated. "You have injuries too. Use this on yourself first." "Stop talking." After saying that, Klan opened the basic healing potion and poured it onto Gato's wounds. Hiss, hearing the painful gasp from Gato. It was evident that the medicine stinging on his body was quite painful. However, Klan did not stop. "Endure it." Gato responded almost tremblingly, despite the pain. He forced himself to endure. Klan eventually used up all the potions he had on him and finally stopped Gato's bleeding, followed by a simple bandaging. Gato did not say thank you, but silently remembered the events of these past 2 days. His life now belonged to Klan. Even if Klan asked him to die in the future, he wouldn't blink an eye. Many children from poor families are like this. After enduring a lifetime of hardship, when someone shows them a bit of kindness, they will remember that person for life. After tending to Gato, Klan approached the several girls. He wasn't very skilled at comforting others, so he could only use his own experiences to soothe them. When he was feeling down, eating something would lift his spirits significantly. After all, the most painful experience he had gone through was hunger. It was a suffering more unbearable than the pain for being beaten. So Klan took out a few pieces of white bread and handed them to the girls. "Eat something, it will make you feel better." Looking at the white bread Klan handed over, one of them looked up at him. Almost as if possessed, she took the bread and took a small bite. After that, she couldn't stop herself and began to eat it in large bites. But after a few mouthfuls, she quickly vomited it out. They had hardly eaten anything since being abducted, and they had to endure inhumane torture. Their bodies were already in a terrible state, so it was normal that they couldn't eat heartily now. Seeing the bread they had just vomited, tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. She didn't understand why she had to go through such things. Why her life had to be so bitter. Why she had to endure such torment. Why she had come to this world. Was she born to suffer? "Stop crying. Your sobs will attract monsters." Klan's cold words startled her. She never expected that this boy, who had just shown her kindness, would suddenly say something like that. Moreover, crying wouldn't solve anything. Although it could relieve pressure, the situation was urgent, so stop crying for now. Because Klan's tone was so assertive. The girl momentarily didn't know how to react. But somehow, when Klan said those words, she could vaguely sense a sadness coming from him. At that moment, she could actually empathize with Klan's words. Did he also go through such a life? Though she felt her thought was absurd. How could she resonate with a noble? She couldn't shake that feeling. Furthermore, it seemed that before arriving at the King's Academy, the noble was just a commoner. She knew all too well what cruel things commoners could do for a bite to eat when they had nothing. Miraculously, she managed to control herself, stopped crying, and continued to eat. Another girl, still somewhat rational, was just staring blankly, not knowing what she was thinking. Until midnight, no one closed their eyes. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 agility attribute point. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Klan didn't pay much attention to it. This night turned out to be longer than expected. Although it wasn't his first time spending the night outdoors, the circumstances tonight prevented everyone from closing their eyes. They finally managed to get through this difficult night. As the sun rose, the group hurriedly left the forest. By the time they returned to the village, it was already noon. Seeing the 6 girls beside Klan, several villagers excitedly ran over, clearly their families. However, a few people's excitement abruptly halted upon seeing the day's girls. More villagers came out eagerly to welcome the returning girls. But when they didn't see the figures they were hoping for, their expressions fell into despondency. The village chief quickly came over to greet them. He almost choked up as he said, "Thank you so much, everyone." Halfway through his words, he noticed the severely injured Gato. "What happened to you?" "Just some injuries. It's nothing," Gato replied nonchalantly. The village chief immediately understood what he should do. "If you don't mind, would you like to rest at my house for a while?" Sure, Klan didn't refuse. They were indeed very tired and needed a rest. Several villagers quickly helped them into the village chief's home. After taking a bath, Klan fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was already noon the next day. Although Klan had appeared very brave, he had actually reached his limit long ago. He had just been holding on. Now that he relaxed, he passed out. Upon waking, Klan felt some pain in his body, and his head was also a bit foggy. After checking his attributes, he found that his constitution and strength had each increased a little. Originally, Klan thought he had slept for 2 days, but after asking the village chief, he learned that he had only slept for 1 day. The attribute increases must have occurred after the battle. Shaga and the others had long woken up. Although they had also suffered, their exhaustion was far less than Klan's. Looking at Gato, he found that the guy had somehow ended up in a wheelchair. Given the current situation, it seemed he would need a long time to rest. However, people in this world had extraordinary constitutions. Perhaps after more than a month, Gato would be able to stand again. "Sir, I prepared lunch for you, and I've also taken care of the goblin corpses for you, making it convenient for you to take them with you." Hearing this, Klan nodded and said, "We won't take the ordinary goblin corpses. We only need the corpses of the giant goblins and the mutated goblins." The village chief's face lit up at Klan's words. In this world, ordinary goblin corpses, once dried, also had some medicinal value. Thus, these goblin corpses could bring a sum of money to the village. Chapter 50, Return to the Holy See, Body Recovery afterward. Klan and the others followed the villagers to a dining table. They could see that the meal was very lavish, with a large piece of roasted meat, a big pot of meat soup, and plenty of vegetables and fruits. They knew how difficult life was for this village. These provisions would likely last the entire village for several days. Saga, Winnie, and Gato hesitated a bit upon seeing the feast. But Klan took his seat right away and began to eat heartily. He was experiencing significant physical exhaustion and indeed needed to replenish his energy. Moreover, this was the villagers' heartfelt gesture. They were genuinely grateful and would warmly host them. So accepting their kindness was the best way to show respect. Additionally, there were many goblin corpses, and selling them would actually constitute a substantial income for the village, allowing it to improve its living conditions in the future. Seeing Klan's demeanor, Winnie and the others thought for a moment and then joined in to eat as well. The village chief watched this scene happily, relieved that these adults did not disdain their simple meal. After eating, Klan spoke up, "We've been away for quite a while. We need to head back." Can't you stay a bit longer? Your wounds aren't fully healed yet," the village chief replied, looking concerned. "We have matters to attend to. We really must go." Nodding, the village chief solemnly promised, "I see, well, that is fine. But if you ever face trouble, please come to our village, OM Village. We may not have much, but we can guarantee you a place to sleep and enough food. Okay, I'll remember that. Who knows, maybe that day will come. Just be careful. We eat a lot. Ha ha ha. Even if I go bankrupt, I'll make sure you're fed. All right, I really must take my leave now. Yes, I'll arrange for someone to take you back right away. Soon, Klan and the others left the village in a donkey cart prepared by the villagers. As they departed, everyone from the village came to see them off, including the two girls who had previously shown some restraint. It seemed they were determined to keep living. This was good. As long as they were alive, there was hope. The group walked further away under the watchful eyes of the villagers until they eventually disappeared from sight. After a long time, they finally returned. There was still a lot to do in the village, and with the goblin corpses, they would soon be able to revive their community. These disgusting creatures, even in death, had a bit of use. Klan lay back leisurely on the donkey cart, with the goblin corpses beside him, yet he somehow appeared relaxed. The villager driving the cart noticed Klan's demeanor and felt inexplicably better. Winnie stared blankly at the goblin corpses. Klan, do you think we will often have to go through this kind of thing in the future? She asked, recalling how Gato had almost been killed by the mutated goblin in the lair, and she felt a shiver of fear. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, we probably will, Klan replied, causing Winnie to fall silent. Will there be a day when we might die? Maybe. Then how can we avoid dying? Just be strong enough. As long as you have enough strength, the chances of these situations will greatly reduce. Klan answered her questions almost thoughtlessly, as if he were dismissing a child's concerns. Strong enough? I understand now. Klan, I will definitely become very powerful in the future so that you won't die. Hearing this, Klan chuckled softly, all right. Then let Winnie protect us from now on. Saga and Gato also chuckled lightly at Winnie's serious expression. This little girl really had a way of healing the mood. The journey back encountered no unexpected events and went smoothly. Upon reaching the city of Holy Light, due to Klan status, they quickly passed through the entrance inspection. The donkey cart then took them to the side door of the Holy See before they finally left. Klan and the others brought the goblin corpses to the collection point of the Holy See. Upon seeing them approach, a cold-looking young man, who seemed to lack any human warmth despite walking, came over. Here, to collect the bodies? Yes, these are our spoils, Klan replied, pointing to the 3 giant goblins and the mutated goblin corpses. 3 large goblins and a goblin warrior? They've been dead for about 2 days, right? The preservation isn't great, so the price will be discounted. The young man stated emotionlessly. Okay, Klan nodded. Indeed, none of them were skilled at handling corpses, and the preservation was not optimal. Let me dissect them and assess their value. Sure. With that, the man took out a sharp-looking knife and skillfully began to cut along the muscle fibers of the goblins, dissecting them bit by bit. In no time, he had dissected one of the large goblin corpses and quickly dealt with all 4 bodies. You're in luck. All these corpses have not rotted, and the goblin warrior's magic crystal is about to evolve, so the price will be significantly higher than that of regular goblins. The prices for the 3 large goblins are 19 points, 15 points, and 17 points respectively, while the goblin warrior is worth 139 points. Can you accept this price? It's already higher than what you would get elsewhere. All right, Klan just wanted to return and rest, and the person before him seemed reliable, so he agreed. Thus, the 4 corpses were ultimately exchanged for 190 points. Afterward, the 4 submitted their quest report, which yielded a reward of 200 points, meaning a total of 390 points to be divided among the 4 of them. Before Klan could speak, Gato quickly suggested, I have a proposal for the distribution. Hearing Gato's words, everyone turned to look at him. In this quest, Klan contributed the most and deserves the most credit. If it weren't for Klan, we wouldn't have been able to complete this task at all. Therefore, Klan should take 85 of the points, and the rest of us can take the remaining 5 each. Upon hearing Gato's suggestion, Winnie and Saga exchanged glances and then nodded. Winnie felt that as long as Klan was happy, it was fine, while Saga felt guilty for not entering the lair earlier, believing that if she had, Gato wouldn't have been so heavily injured. She even considered giving up her share of the reward. Chapter 51. The Division of 70%. I can't teach you anything more seeing that the 3 of them had proposed such an outrageous plan. Kron was taken aback and quickly rejected it, mainly because with that little money, they might not even cover the costs. No, your plan is too ridiculous. I'd settle for about 60%. 60% is too little. Gatto started to argue. After a while of heated discussion, they finally decided to let Kron take over 70% of the points this time, 280 points. The remaining points would be distributed among the three of them. Kron had no major objections to this outcome. He had put a lot of effort this time, so he deserved the most rewards. However, this reward was slightly more than Kron had anticipated, but it didn't matter. After all, he had invested quite a bit before coming out, while Saga and the others probably only earned a few points. After deducting their time costs, they hardly made any profit. But they had genuinely experienced life and death, which counted as significant growth. So now, did they really profit or not? Soon, Kron went back, and Malia quickly came to open the door. When she saw that it was Kron, she was momentarily stunned. Then her face lit up with joy. "Master, you finally returned." "Uh-huh. Prepare some food for me and draw a bath. I'll rest for a while and call me when it's ready." "Yes." After saying that, Kron ignored everything else and directly fell onto the bed. In fact, he wasn't that tired anymore. He just felt an inexplicable comfort upon returning home and wanted to lie down for a bit. Malia was quick, and within an hour, she had prepared the meal. "Master, the food is ready. Hurry up and eat." "Okay." Kron lazily got up from a bed, walked to the dining table, picked up a chicken leg, and took a bite. It was a familiar taste. That inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over him again, making him feel comfortable all over. He really liked his current life. It would be great if it could last forever. Seeing Kron eat heartily, Malia felt very pleased. It was recognition of her cooking skills. After eating, Kron took a shower and then fell asleep again. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 charm attribute point." With that, Kron's charm attribute rose to 78. However, Kron did not wake up this time. He hadn't felt this peaceful in a long time and wasn't about to easily give up this rare tranquility. The next day, Kron woke up early as usual. He then went to Quinn's house and, as before, began practicing basic sword techniques. When Quinn saw Kron arrive, a faint smile quickly appeared on his face. Nearby, Packy observed with some emotion. Kron hadn't come for a few days, and Quinn had been wearing a long face. Anyone who didn't know would think someone owed him money. Now that Kron was back, he had this expression, "Men really are fickle." Quinn naturally walked over Kron. "You're back." "Uh-huh. Did you encounter anything special this time?" "Indeed. I ran into a goblin warrior and 3 large goblins. It took a lot of effort to take them down." Upon hearing goblin warrior and large goblins, Quinn's expression became serious. "Did you get hurt?" "Not much. But my teammate was seriously injured. He should still be recuperating." "I see, that's good." In fact, upon hearing Goblin Warrior, he immediately wanted to check Kron's condition and see if there were any injuries on him. He knew how strong these monsters were, and they were about equal to Kron at the moment. However, he remained relatively calm and, after some thought, felt that it would be inappropriate to act that way. The reason for his concern was that when facing monsters, adventurers often couldn't exert their full strength due to the terrifying wildness of the beasts. Therefore, most adventurers find it very difficult to kill monsters of the same level unless they collaborate as a team. So, if you can kill a monster of the same level in battle, you can basically be considered an experienced veteran adventurer. Quinn had not expected Kron to perform so well. He was merely on his first mission and had already managed to kill such strong monsters. "Then I'll continue practicing." "Okay." After that, Quinn watched Kron continue to practice his swordsmanship. Observing how proficient Kron had become with his sword, Quinn began to ponder. To be honest, his guidance still had some effect on Kron, but it could not fully unlock Kron's talent. Therefore, his presence as a teacher was actually slowing down Kron's growth. Since he had become a hindrance on Kron's path of growth, should he continue to guide Kron? The answer seemed to be clear. With that thought, Quinn suddenly felt a bit sad. Before long, Kron's basic training for the day ended, and Quinn quickly called him aside. "Kron, I have something to tell you." "What is it, Mr. Quinn?" "You've grown up. From now on, my guidance won't be very useful to you, so I plan to introduce you to a new teacher." Hearing this sudden news, Kron was momentarily stunned. Just as he was about to say something, Quinn continued. "The teacher I'm introducing to you may not be the strongest among your peers, but I can guarantee he is definitely the most suitable teacher for you. It's just that the classes are a bit expensive." "It's fine. The cost of classes isn't an issue." Kron could tell that Quinn had made up his mind to send him away. Since it was already a done deal, there was no need to waste time. Upon hearing Kron's response, Quinn was taken aback and then suddenly smiled with relief. That's right. If you want to become stronger, you need to be this decisive. You can't be held back by useless emotions. Okay, I plan to explain your situation to that teacher tomorrow, so you can prepare well today. Sure. However, after returning, Kron did not follow Quinn's advice. Instead, he rented a forging studio. He planned to practice forging a bit during this time. He had already asked most of the questions he wanted to know, and now what he lacked the most was practical forging experience. Kron felt that today was the time to forge his first weapon. Since the forging studio required points to rent, Kron only rented the cheapest one. The price of the studio was very low, only 2 points per day. Chapter 52. First forging, fine weapon. However, correspondingly, the environment here is quite harsh, as this is a multi-person forging room. As Kron approached, a wave of heat rushed towards him. Inside this forging room, there were at least 20 people forging. Although the door was wide open for ventilation, one could still imagine how exaggerated the temperature was. Even Kron felt a bit uncomfortable after walking in. Soon, he arrived at the controlled forging furnace, took out the ores and charcoal he had prepared, and began the forging process. Yes, the forging room only provided the furnace and hammer. All other materials had to be prepared by the user. Moreover, if one accidentally damaged the equipment here, the compensation fees would be quite high. Forging is considered a relatively costly side job, but it pales in comparison to potion making. The income is actually quite high, and the entry difficulty is not very great. It is just a bit labor-intensive. However, becoming a top-level blacksmith is not that easy, and it can be said that the difficulty is not much less than that of becoming a top-level potion master. Nevertheless, forging can still be considered a profession very suitable for ordinary students. Kron threw the iron ore, which cost 5 points, into the forging furnace to heat it. The normal price for iron ore is about 1 point, so Kron's piece is considered quite good. If Kron added a few more metals and operated without any issues, it would not be a problem to forge a fine-level weapon. Kron was indeed doing just that. For his first forging, he prepared 2 types of ores to see if he could forge a fine-level weapon. This was Kron's confidence in his talent. Before long, Kron heated the iron ore to the desired temperature, quickly clamped it out, and began to hammer it to remove the impurities. The crisp sounds drew the attention of several people nearby. Just by listening to the sound, they realized a skilled artisan had arrived. So some stopped forging to closely observe Kron's technique, treating it as a free lesson since the class fee was much higher than the rental fee. However, even with the spectators, Kron remained undistracted, focusing on his work. The process of forging fine weapons is much more complicated than that of ordinary weapons. First, he needed to completely remove the impurities from the 2 metals, then heat them in the furnace to allow them to fully merge together. After that, using special forging techniques, he would hammer it into shape, repeatedly heating and polishing it until it was completely formed, followed by quenching it in water or special forging liquids. Yes, in this world, there are not only oil and water quenching, but also many advanced forging liquids prepared for higher-level weapons. Ordinary oil and water would evaporate instantly due to the high temperature of the weapon during quenching, leading to a failed process. Finally, he would attend to the details. Kron's impurity removal process was quite pleasing to the eye. Gradually, the temperature of the iron ore decreased, and Kron quickly placed it back into the furnace for further heating. After heating it to the appropriate temperature, he took it out to continue removing impurities. After repeating this process 3 times, Kron finally removed all the impurities. In this world, the higher the grade of the ore, the more difficult it is to remove impurities, and processing high-grade ores is also quite challenging. Then Kron took out the second, or a black thunder ironstone, which is iron or struck by lightning and contains a small amount of thunder element. While heating it, he added a small amount of earth powder into the furnace to enhance its stability and prevent an explosion. After successfully heating it, Kron quickly took it out and continued the impurity removal work. It could be seen that Kron's hammering speed was increasing, and his proficiency was clearly improving. He repeated the same steps 3 times again to remove all impurities. Next, he took an iron can, placed both types of metals inside, and continued heating to fuse them together. This process took quite a long time, lasting about half an hour. Afterward, He took out the red-hot iron can and began to work on the can's skin. This was Kron's first time handling the can's skin, but the process was exceptionally smooth. He remembered the teachings of his previous instructors, and before the temperature cooled, he used a nail to clamp the gap and gently tapped it, completing the removal of the can's skin, and then began shaping it. The entire process was incredibly smooth, making the onlookers truly believe that Kron was an experienced blacksmith. As for the type of forging, it was, of course, the one-handed sword that Kron was most skilled at. The main reason he learned forging was to serve himself. Although he would likely forge other weapons in the future, Kron still intended to treat sword forging as his major field. Under Kron's intentional control, he completed the sword body in just a quarter of an hour. If Steel Cable were to see this scene, he would probably be silent, as Kron's first forging was already catching up to his current level. After completing all the tedious work, Kron took a deep breath. Now, the most important process was about to begin. He clamped the hilt with tongs and carefully began the water quenching. This step was crucial. If successful, the weapon would basically be complete, but if it failed, all previous efforts would be in vain. At some point, all the apprentices around Kron stopped their work and quietly watched him, silently praying for the success of this quenching. Kron held his breath and placed the sword blank inside. As the scorching sword blank came into contact with the water, it quickly emitted the sound of steam evaporating, with a large amount of steam rising and white smoke appearing. However, there were no issues with the sword body, and the water quenching was quickly completed. A flash of thunder light flickered on the sword edge, indicating a perfect fusion. Kron's first forging was a success. He then began the steps to decorate the hilt and other details, which were quite simple. By around 10 o'clock in the evening, Kron had completed this forging. Looking at the work in his hand, Kron tested it and easily chopped through the wood he had brought. Whether it was sharpness, the toughness of the blade, or the feel and weight, he found it all very comfortable. This was definitely a fine weapon, and among fine weapons, it was not considered inferior. At this moment, Kron truly felt that he indeed had a talent for forging. Chapter 53, Weapon Recycling Master When, after all. While forging isn't particularly difficult, it usually takes an average person several attempts, even dozens, to forge a weapon of ordinary quality. However, he was able to forge a weapon of above-average quality on his very first complete attempt. What else could this be if not talent? Rarely, Klan felt a bit proud, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. Of course, the selling price of a fine weapon isn't high, and Klan, in order to save time, couldn't possibly set up a stall. He went directly to the recycling point, intending to sell his fine weapon there. The person in charge of recycling was a young man who looked to be around 27 or 28. Upon seeing Klan, he coldly asked, "Recycling weapons?" "Yes." After saying that, Klan handed over the weapon he had forged on his first attempt without any intention of keeping it as a collectible. Since he had never seen Klan before, the young man assumed Klan must be a novice in forging. However, he quickly noticed the Viscount medal on Klan's chest, and when Klan took out the one-handed sword he had forged, the young man's expression changed slightly in surprise. At the recycling station, they typically dealt with failed forging attempts or poorly crafted ordinary weapons. It was very rare for someone to bring in a fine weapon for recycling. "Could you let me take a look at this weapon?" "Sure." Klan handed the one-handed sword over to him. The young man began to examine it closely. He could tell that even among fine weapons, this one was of decent quality. The selling price of fine weapons generally ranges from 50 to 100 points. The recycling station usually offers a price of 90 of the market value. After estimating the price, he said, "How about 75 points for this sword?" Hearing this, Klan was somewhat surprised, not expecting such a high price for recycling. If that were the case, once his forging talent improved and he was able to forge a few weapons each day, even if they were just fine weapons, he could earn several hundred points daily. Thinking of this, Klan felt a bit emotional. These side businesses really were profitable. It seemed that he could invest a little more in his side endeavors in the future. Seeing Klan's silence, the young man was puzzled. Did he quote too low? That shouldn't be the case, as Klan should know that the recycling station offers 90 of the price. That works. Upon hearing Klan's response, the young man quickly nodded and then transferred 75 points into Klan's account. This time, Klan spent a total of 13 points on materials and rental fees for the forging, taking up a day's time. netting him a profit of 63 points. That was still considered a profit, especially since Klan now had forging experience. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 point in mental attributes today. The next day, Klan arrived early at Quinn's house as per their agreement. Seeing Klan, Quinn felt a bit uncomfortable thinking that Klan would soon be with someone else. Let us go now. He is already waiting. Okay, Mr. Quinn. Klan understood that inviting good teachers required more than just paying for class hours. They also needed to be available, as many were keeping an eye on these teachers, and any free time would be quickly snatched up. To this end, the academy had even established a profession for class snatchers, where students who secured a class would sell it at a much higher price. Many people in this profession earned a fortune due to their quick reflexes. Thus, in most cases, attending classes with top teachers required advance reservations and a consideration of the teacher's moods. Gaining the favor of these teachers was truly important, usually requiring recommendations from others. Soon, Quinn led Klan deeper into the cathedral, and after a short walk, they arrived in front of a room. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The person inside seemed to know who was at the door and invited them in. After the other party spoke, Quinn pushed open the door. Klan looked inside and saw a spacious venue with some weapons placed along the walls, and besides that, there were no other furnishings. In the center of the venue stood a young man. Just standing there, Klan already felt an immense pressure. The young man was like a sword that could be drawn at any moment. Anyone who approached him would be pierced by his sharp aura. This powerful pressure made Klan momentarily forget the young man's youthful appearance. Upon seeing the young man, Quinn's eyes were filled with awe, and he finally said with some difficulty, "Master Winton, I brought the child as agreed." Hearing Quinn's words, Winton opened his eyes and looked at Klan. Winton's eyes were deep purple. Although his expression was calm, Klan felt that his gaze was incredibly sharp. Just a single glance made Klan feel as though he was being seen through completely. Winton then nodded. "All right, you can leave now." "Yes, Master Winton." After that, Quinn turned to leave, but before he did, he gave Klan a look that indicated he should perform well. Klan nodded earnestly. With Quinn's departure, only the two of them remained in the room. "I've heard from Quinn that your swordsmanship talent is very strong, but you haven't learned any sword techniques yet, have you?" Klan thought for a moment and replied, "I learned my family scale sword technique when I was young, but that technique doesn't suit me. I would prefer to learn a lightning attribute sword technique, as it aligns better with my attributes." "Is that so? Now, show me your skills. Let me see how you measure up." "Understood." Klan took out his flash thunder sword as Winton instructed. He then lunged directly at Winton. Although Winton exuded a great deal of pressure, Klan seemed completely unafraid. He treated Winton as an enemy and charged at him with the intent to kill. Watching Klan's fierce movements, Winton was somewhat satisfied. Regardless, this mindset was indeed commendable. Usually, people didn't have the courage to take the initiative when facing a swordsmanship master like him, even knowing he wouldn't truly harm them. Thus, Klan's decisiveness in attacking already proved he was stronger than many others. Just as Klan was about to strike Winton used 2 fingers to jab at Klan's forehead. Chapter 54. Thundersword Technique, although it was just a pair of fingers. Kron felt as if he could already see the image of those fingers easily piercing through his head. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans instantly rolled down his forehead. And ultimately, those fingers stopped just less than 1 centimeter away from Kron's eyes. Kron's movements also came to a halt, and then he plopped down onto the ground. This feeling was truly heart-pounding. Just now, it seemed like he had really experienced death. Looking at Kron lying on the ground, Wendleton frowned slightly and said, "Get up." Although Kron did show some courage, and it was evident that his fundamentals were solid, he still had not reached a level that satisfied Wendleton. Of course, as Quinn had said, he was indeed someone with potential, so Wendleton planned to guide Kron a little. "I can teach you 3 lessons. What you learn from these lessons depends entirely on you." "Okay, thank you, Master Wendleton." Kron was very clear that although his swordsmanship talent had reached 10 points, far surpassing his other talents, it still fell short compared to those top geniuses. This was normal for now, but he would not let this situation continue. One day, he would make all the geniuses of the past academy bow their heads. Go back now. Tomorrow you can come to the guidance classroom to find me. I have other matters to attend to today. You can also go purchase a thunder attribute sword technique. Yes. After saying that, Kron left. This was how masters were. One could only work around their schedules. Kron hurried over to the library, which had a vast collection of sword techniques. Of course, unlike the free books, purchasing sword techniques here required money. Kron first spent 5 points to access the second floor, then began searching among the sword techniques available there. Thunder attribute sword techniques were still quite rare. Suitable thunder attribute sword techniques for Kron were even fewer. After browsing around the second floor, Kron discovered a total of 19 thunder attribute sword techniques, of which 5 were two-handed swords, 3 were dual swords, and the remaining 11 were one-handed swords. Fortunately, one-handed swords were relatively mainstream. Kron quickly began to select from these one-handed sword techniques. Through a brief overview, he quickly filtered out most of them and ultimately chose the 3 most suitable ones. The first was the Thunder Strike sword technique, which had strong explosive power and striking force, but the downside was that it was difficult to master and hard for an average person to learn. The second was the Flash Thunder sword technique, which boasted fast speed and high attack frequency, with moderate difficulty in training, but lacked a bit of power. The third was the Falling Thunder sword technique, which was more balanced, possessing both speed and power, and was not difficult to cultivate. Though it was mediocre, yet mediocrity wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Due to not having paid yet, Kron could only read the introductory content of these 3 sword techniques. After finishing them, Kron chose the Thunder Strike sword technique. Although this technique was difficult to practice, it had a high potential. Moreover, Kron could sense that the content inside was not very hard to understand, so perhaps this technique would unexpectedly suit him well. Once decided, Kron took the book to check out. In the end, Kron spent 150 points to purchase this excellent sword technique. This was also the biggest advantage of the Royal Academy, being able to buy many rare martial arts and techniques at a price far below that of the outside world. After purchasing it, Kron hurried back home. When Millia saw Kron return so early today, she was a bit surprised, as Kron usually practiced outside until midnight before coming back. During these days when Kron was away, Millia had been researching drinks, as the fruits delivered each week were quite plentiful. Millia also noticed that Kron seemed to enjoy fruit wine, so she had been trying to make delicious drinks from various fruits recently. "Welcome home, Master. Are you hungry? Would you like to eat something?" Millia asked with a smile. "No, I plan to practice at home today. You just do your own thing and don't mind me." "Okay, Master." After saying that, Millia turned and went back to the kitchen to continue her research on drinks. However, just the thought that Kron was right outside the door made her uncontainably happy. Today, she could spend more time with Kron. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Pope was listening with great interest to the report from his subordinate. Really? Kron recently completed a D-level mission and learned a new sword technique. According to the scouts, Kron now has the strength to kill goblin warriors. His growth rate is indeed quite fast, but it's still not enough. Thinking of this, the Pope looked toward a nearby room, the direction where Saint Hart was located. It had only been a short time, but Saint Hart seemed to have completely transformed, practicing crazily every day just to defeat Kron. "So, Kron, what will you do when you next meet Saint Hart?" A playful smile appeared at the corner of the Pope's mouth. Then he thought that if this continued, it might become a bit dull, because the gap in their rates of progress was too large. Kron was good, but Saint Hart possessed S-level talent, and his cultivation aptitude had already reached its peak. His training speed could now be described as rapid. If this continued, when Kron next met Saint Hart, he would probably be easily crushed. This won't do. What if Saint Hart loses motivation again? It seemed necessary to interfere a bit in Kron's growth, to slightly accelerate this kid's development. He couldn't let Saint Hart easily defeat his first enemy. Soon, a brilliant idea formed in the Pope's mind. He seemed to already know what to do. Meanwhile, Kron had been practicing the Thunderstrike sword technique for a full 4 hours. Now, Kron was able to perform a complete set of the Thunderstrike sword technique, but he was still far from reaching a beginner's level. Indeed, as the introduction stated, the difficulty of this sword technique was very high. Although Kron could understand the content, he still encountered many obstacles during the training process. At this rate, he might not even reach the beginner level by tomorrow. Then, if he went to find Wendleton with a technique he hadn't even mastered yet, what would the other party think? He would probably be very disappointed. Thinking of this, Kron became even more diligent in his practice. Chapter 55. Introduction to swordsmanship. You have no problems, so I won't teach you anymore. From morning until evening, Klan was completely drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Seeing this, Milia felt an inexplicable pang of heartache. She didn't understand why Klan, who was already quite excellent, had to work so hard. She wanted to remind Klan to eat, but seeing him so focused, she couldn't bring herself to disturb him. Klan continued practicing until dawn. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 1 attribute point in swordsmanship talent today. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Klan suddenly understood some things, and his swordplay became more natural and fluid. In the end, it really relied on increasing points. He felt a bit unwilling, but soon let it go. This was his talent, and it needed to be utilized wisely. Speaking of which, his luck this time was quite good, as it coincidentally added to his talent. Then Klan turned his gaze to luck. Was it because of you? He needed swordsmanship talent, and just happened to gain it. It was hard to imagine it had nothing to do with luck. After calming down, a severe hunger hit him. Klan looked over and found Milia still watching him. Milia, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Yes, it's already prepared, master. As she spoke, she hurried to the kitchen and brought over the food she had prepared earlier after reheating it. Thanks to the insulated containers at home, the food was still warm and it didn't need to be heated for long. Looking at the sumptuous food before him, Klan quickly dug in. Perhaps because he was hungry. He felt that today's food was exceptionally delicious. Milia watched Klan eat, enjoying the sight of him relishing her cooking. Moreover, every time Klan finished eating, he would praise her culinary skills, which felt wonderful to her. Sometimes, she felt as if she were Klan's wife. I'm full. Today's meal was delicious. I have many things to do later, so Milia, you should go rest. Yes. Milia nodded obediently and returned to her room. She didn't have Klan's strong physical constitution, so she needed to rest while to take care of him properly. After a brief rest, Klan took out a bottle of energy potion and downed it in one go, then continued his training. About 3 hours later, it was evident that Klan's swordsmanship was completely different from before. What was once ordinary slashing had now become powerful and forceful, as if he aimed to tear everything apart, giving an overwhelming feeling. The attribute panel displayed Thunder Swordsmanship LV1. Clearly, Klan had successfully leveled up. However, he had no intention of resting and continued training until dawn. It was only when Milia got up that Klan noticed the outside commotion. Looking at the slowly rising sun, Klan realized he had trained all night. Even so, he still felt incredibly excited, not a hint of fatigue. Milia hurried to prepare breakfast, and during this time, she also prepared bath water for Klan. After eating, Klan soaked in the bathtub. Enjoying the moment of tranquility, his body seemed to relax immediately. Half an hour later, Klan finally exited the bathroom, changed into clean clothes, and set off. Although Master Winnan might not care about these things, Klan had to tidy himself up before meeting him. Regardless of anything else, it was a sign of respect. Soon, Klan arrived at the classroom as agreed, booked a lesson with Master Winton, and then arrived at his door. He knocked. Come in. The scene was just like yesterday. Master Winton stood in the center of the training area, as if he had always been there. Winton looked at Klan with the same sharp gaze, and Klan calmly returned the look. Very good. It seems you had some insights last night. Indeed, let's continue sparring. Yes. With that, Klan charged forward just like yesterday, but it was clear that his attacks were much fiercer today, carrying a momentum that seemed to destroy everything. However, the result was exactly the same as yesterday. Winton's fingers stopped right in front of Klan, who then fell to the ground. There has been some progress. The sword technique you chose is Thunder Swordsmanship, right? Yes, Mr. Winton. Good eye. I also studied this sword technique back then. This is indeed the best sword technique you can access at your current stage. Now, demonstrate this sword technique for me. Yes. With that, Klan began to demonstrate seriously. Watching Klan's grand movements and the destructive momentum, Winton nodded. Not bad. To be able to grasp the basics in a day, you do have some skill, but there are still many flaws. Please, Master, tell me. First of all, your physical condition is excellent. It's solid, which is rare. A strong body is a fundamental condition, and many people fail to meet this standard. You must pay great attention to basic practice. Klan nodded. The other party was correct. Although he had the benefit of point allocation, his daily training volume was not something ordinary people could compare to. Your biggest flaw right now is your lack of understanding of the sword. Your practice is for self-strengthening, which is not wrong. But it seems you have never tried to understand the sword in your hand, to feel it with your heart. Perhaps there would be a significant difference. Feeling it with my heart? Such an abstract concept left Klan momentarily confused. It's normal that you don't understand right now. You don't have a talent for swordsmanship. It will be very difficult to comprehend your own sword heart. In short, when you strike, you need to carefully feel the sensation of the sword. You may not understand it now, but you will in the future. After the master finished speaking, Klan nodded, wanting to hear more of what he had to say. Aside from that, there's nothing more to say for now. The remaining issues, you can correct on your own. For the next period, you can practice by yourself. Hearing Winton's words, Klan was taken aback. Wait, is that it? You're in it like this? Isn't that too irresponsible? Didn't we agree on 3 lessons? Seeing the look in Klan's eyes, Winton seemed puzzled. What's wrong? Do you have any questions? Master Winton, I would like you to demonstrate the thunder swordsmanship in front of me. Chapter 56. Epiphany. Upon hearing Kron's words, Winton was slightly surprised, as most people would hesitate to say anything after he announced the end of the lesson. Yet Kron had the audacity to ask him to demonstrate sword techniques. The boy indeed had a lot of courage. However, after seeing the fervent look in Kron's eyes, he felt an inexplicable admiration. Because wielding a sword requires such boldness and an unstoppable momentum, being fearful would hinder one's swordsmanship. All right, I will demonstrate it for you now. The agreement of 3 lessons still stands. Your current path is indeed fine, so come back to me when you encounter problems, he said. This wasn't out of a desire to avoid trouble, but rather because he hadn't expected Kron to grasp a sword technique in just one night. He originally intended to assist Kron in mastering this technique, but it seemed that was no longer necessary. Good. Since you say so, you probably don't have any major issues now. Just continue your practice. Winton then began his demonstration, and Kron immediately focused intently. Winton's technique felt completely different from Kron's. If Kron had just begun to find some rhythm, Winton's strike was imbued with a powerful, commanding aura that seemed capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. In just a brief quarter of an hour, the impact on Kron was unimaginable. The strength Winton displayed was beyond anything Kron had ever dared to imagine. Yet here was someone who truly possessed such power. At that moment, Kron's understanding of strength was somewhat overturned. It was indeed possible for someone to become so powerful. Kron became even more excited, fully aware that as long as he did not falter midway, he would surely possess strength many times greater than this in the future. Did you see clearly? Kron nodded gently. In reality, Winton could have completed the entire set of sword moves much faster, but he deliberately slowed down his actions for Kron to see clearly. Thankfully, Kron managed to catch it all. Otherwise, Winton would have felt a bit displeased. You may leave now. Yes. After saying that, Kron returned to Quinn's side. Upon seeing Kron approach, Quinn's first reaction was surprise, followed by a stern expression. What happened? Why are you back? Did you upset Lord Winton? Kron quickly shook his head and said, No, Mr. Quinn. Mr. Winton demonstrated the new sword technique I learned and told me that my current direction is correct, and I don't need his guidance for now. I just need to keep working hard in this direction. Hearing Kron's words, Quinn was somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected Winton to find no fault with Kron. This was indeed beyond his expectations. But it was a good thing, further proving Kron's exceptional talent. So, Mr. Quinn, can I practice here now? Yes. If you want to stay here, then stay. Not far away. Pashi covered her mouth and chuckled at this scene, not understanding these men at all. Quinn was clearly very happy, yet he had to put on a nonchalant facade. She really didn't see the benefit in that. All right, thank you, Mr. Quinn. After saying this, Kron began to practice in this spacious area. While practicing, Kron recalled Winton's movements and studied his actions. Watching Kron skillfully execute the thunder sword technique, Quinn felt an immense shock inside. The sword technique he was currently using was indeed the thunder sword technique, but he had taken a full 2 months to just barely grasp it. Had Kron already grasped it? Hadn't he just learned the technique yesterday? Quinn felt as if his worldview had been shaken yet again. This was simply unscientific. However, after 2 hours of practice, Kron suddenly stopped. Something was off. He shouldn't be mimicking Winton's movements. Each person's body structure is slightly different. So even with the same sword technique, different people would have different sensations. Following this line of thought, it was clear that learning Winton's sword technique moves was incorrect. So what should he learn? Winton's unstoppable momentum. That aura of cutting down gods and demons, sweeping away all obstacles ahead. The more he thought, the more Kron felt he was on the verge of grasping something. But at the crucial moment, that understanding would slip away like a wispy thread from his fingers. Seeing Kron maintain a single posture without moving, Quinn's expression shifted from confusion to shock. Could it be that Kron had entered a state of epiphany? Epiphany was a term borrowed from ancient Eastern countries, which they felt aptly described the state of genius when they fell into understanding. Realizing this, Quinn carefully led Pesci away from the area, making no sound to avoid disturbing Kron. Meanwhile, Kron remained motionless in his posture. Until noon, Kron's body suddenly began to move. Instinctively, he started to practice the Thunder Sword technique, only slightly altering his stance. That overwhelming aura erupted instantaneously, as if it aimed to destroy everything. Kron didn't notice that in just that brief moment, his Thunder Sword technique had already risen from level 1 to level 2. Normally, this meant Kron's sword technique had advanced from beginner to proficient. Achieving such progress in just 2 days of learning was indeed remarkable. Furthermore, Kron hadn't stopped, indicating his proficiency was still growing. However, the final level had not yet reached level 3. His proficiency remained at the proficient level, but he was very close to mastering it. Continuous practice was all that was needed, and leveling up was just a matter of time. It seemed that Quinn had noticed the noise outside had ceased, and he now stepped out of the room. Seeing Kron's eyes regain clarity, Quinn hurriedly asked, "So, did you just have an epiphany?" "Yes, Mr. Quinn. I feel that my Thunder Sword technique has now reached the proficient level." Hearing Kron's words, Quinn paused, his face filled with disbelief. Had he really reached the proficient level already? After all, he had only just broken through to the perfect level not long ago. Good. After holding in for a long time, he could only manage to say this. "I never expected that at such a young age, you would be able to enter a state of epiphany." Epiphany? Upon hearing this familiar term, Kron quickly grasped the meaning of epiphany. Chapter 57 New Forging Hammer. Precision Quinn sighed a bit and said, "Indeed, enlightenment is a state that only true geniuses can enter. How many people yearn for it, but cannot attain it? I didn't expect someone as young as you to reach such a state. I wonder how far you will grow in the future. Mr. Quinn, will I be able to enter the state of enlightenment again in the future?" Quinn recalled for a moment, then said with some emotion, "You probably will. According to records, many geniuses have experienced enlightenment multiple times, which is why they are called geniuses. Some geniuses only need enlightenment once to surpass all their peers." "Well, it's getting late. I should head back, Mr. Quinn." "All right, go ahead." After saying this, Kron left Quinn's house. On the way, Kron was still reminiscing about the feeling he had during enlightenment, completely unaware that another tall figure rushed towards him from a corner. By the time Kron realized it, he had already been knocked aside, rubbing his slightly pained chest. He wondered if he had been hit by a carriage. "I'm so sorry." A lively voice came from ahead. Kron couldn't help but look up. Upon seeing the girl's face, he felt momentarily dazzled by her stunning beauty. In front of him stood a beautiful girl about 6 meters tall, with glowing white skin, an oval face, large eyes, and long black hair. Looking at the pleading expression on her face, anyone would instantly forgive her upon seeing her pitiful look. "I truly apologize. I have urgent business right now. Here, that's my address. If you're injured or need compensation, you can come find me here tomorrow." While saying this, she took out a piece of paper, wrote something on it, and hurriedly placed it in front of Kron before running off. Kron stared blankly at the scene before him. It wasn't until the girl had completely left that he finally regained his senses. He then picked up the paper, glanced at it, and put it away, not intending to find her. Although he had indeed been stunned by her beauty, his current task was still to train. Once his strength increased, he could have any beauty he wanted. Thinking this, he headed towards the shop. In fact, Kron had also considered whether to buy a forging furnace. However, he felt that buying a regular forging furnace was unnecessary since his progress was rapid. If all went well, he would soon be able to forge magical weapons. In that case, a regular forging furnace would soon be obsolete, as he was about to start forging magical level equipment. However, he could first buy some forging items, such as a better forging hammer. As he thought this, Kron quickly arrived at the familiar shop. Cetasia, dressed in professional attire, hurried over. It was evident that Cetasia had been in a good mood lately, and her complexion had improved, though he didn't know what good things had happened. Good to see you again, esteemed Viscount. I wonder what you wish to purchase this time. I'd like to buy a better forging hammer. Do you have any in stock? Of course, sir. Please follow me. Kron nodded and followed her to a room on the second floor that was somewhat on the edge. Mr. Kron, this is our forging goods sales room at Wanbao Tower. We sell items of relatively good quality here, with an average price ranging from 200 to 300. Upon hearing her words, Kron nodded and began searching for what he wanted. Soon, Kron focused on a forging hammer and picked it up. He could clearly feel that this hammer was lighter than the basic forging hammers. It also had a much better grip, and the material of the hammerhead was evidently made of high-quality steel. If he forged with this hammer, Kron would certainly find it easier to create the weapons he desired. Then he glanced at the price of this hammer, 220 points. Indeed, it was a good deal. However, Kron planned to look at the prices of other forging hammers. After examining the new forging hammers, Kron became increasingly satisfied. For example, the hammer he was currently holding was priced at 480 points, but its grip was exceptionally comfortable, and it was superior in every aspect compared to the first hammer. Additionally, it had a special effect, precision, slightly assists the user in controlling their strength, making strikes more accurate. After looking at a few other hammers, Kron still preferred this one. This one will do. All right, Mr. Kron. After purchasing, Kron didn't leave immediately, but continued to look at other products in the room. However, his balance was quite low now, so there wasn't too much he could afford. Eventually, after browsing around, Kron found he could only buy one type of fuel, black gold charcoal. This type of charcoal was 10 times the price of regular charcoal, but correspondingly, it burned longer and at a higher temperature, and it wouldn't pollute the or while burning. It was certainly advantageous. After a bit of thought, Kron spent 10 points to buy some black gold charcoal, along with some wood for making handles and a few bottles of average quality forging liquid. His progress was rapid, so perhaps one day he would be able to use these forging liquids. By the way, I also want to buy some raw ore. Take me to see. Of course, Mr. Kron. He still had about 300 points left, which didn't serve much purpose sitting around, so he decided to spend them on resources. After selecting raw ore, Kron ultimately purchased 20 pieces of relatively high-quality regular iron ore and 20 pieces of thunder iron ore before leaving. He kept about 100 points as a backup, just in case something came up, so he wouldn't be completely out of options. Then, Kron went to rent a forging room, and this time he rented a slightly better forging room. This time, Kron still chose a multi-person forging room, but it was less crowded. This forging room could accommodate 5 people, and the forging furnace and hammer were also somewhat better, though he still needed to bring his own coal. The price for this forging room was 8 points per day, which was 4 times that of the basic forging room. However, Kron had no objections, as the environment here was much better, and when he arrived, there were only 2 other people present. After Kron arrived, the 2 didn't pay attention to him, but were focused on their own work. Chapter 58:13 Exquisite Weapons Clan did not hesitate, taking out his newly forged hammer and materials, and began forging. The effect of the black gold coal was even better than he had imagined. Klan heated the materials in half the usual time. Of course, the better forging furnace also played a role. Subsequently, Klan picked up the new forging hammer and started forging. As the first hammer struck down, Klan was shocked by the wonderful feel. Indeed, switching to a good forging hammer was the right choice. It was evident that Klan's hammering speed was much faster than before, rhythmic, and the speed of removing impurities was more than doubled. This rapid pace soon caught the attention of the 2 people nearby. Wait, where did this master come from? This was the thought in their minds. Soon, Klan completely removed the impurities from the 2 ores and fused them together. At this point, Klan had only taken a little over 40 minutes, and this efficiency was simply terrifying. Klan smoothly completed the subsequent steps and finally quenched the weapon successfully. An exquisite weapon comparable to the one Klan had crafted before was produced. This time, he had successfully forged a weapon in about an hour. Klan then immediately began forging the next one. It was as if he were in a factory assembly line, and Klan's speed was increasing, as was the quality. Klan seemed to be in some kind of frenzied state, not stopping his hands at all. As soon as a weapon was forged successfully, he immediately moved on to the next. It made one wonder if this guy was truly human or some kind of modified being. Fortunately, this world did not have the concept of modified people. It was only when he heard the system's notification sound that Klan finally stopped. Congratulations to the host. You have gained 1 power attribute point today. Hearing the system's notification, Klan realized that the day had actually passed so quickly. He then looked in front of him and saw that he had crafted a total of 13 exquisite weapons, while the nearby blacksmiths looked at him with admiration. Klan soon arrived at the recycling station, where he was greeted again by the same young man from before. Upon seeing Klan come over again, the young man smiled and greeted him. Sir, it's been a few days since we last met. Are you here to recycle weapons again? Klan nodded slightly and then took out what he wanted to recycle this time. At first, the young man looked at the bag behind Klan and did not react immediately. Then Klan kept pulling out one-handed swords. First one, second one, third one. When he took out the fourth sword, the young man's expression changed slightly. Had Klan really forged so many weapons in just a few days? Moreover, Klan showed no sign of stopping. By the time he pulled out the eighth sword, the young man was left speechless, wondering what kind of creature this person was. Some kind of one-handed sword printing machine? Then came the ninth and 10th swords. With each sword pulled out, the young man was increasingly astonished, and by the time all 13 were out, he was at a loss for words. It was exaggerated, extremely exaggerated, really ridiculously exaggerated. He hoped Klan wasn't telling him that all these weapons had been forged by him alone in just a few days. If that were true, how had he managed it? He couldn't help but imagine the scene of the young man swinging the forging hammer until it was smoking. However, that image seemed strange no matter how he thought about it. Klan's reaction was very calm. All right, that's it. Let's start the valuation. Yes. After seeing Klan pull out so many weapons, the young man's tone had unconsciously become more respectful. He then began to appraise each sword, but every weapon was better than the last, and each one had a different design and power. Indeed, Klan had not forged them according to the most basic one-handed sword template. Instead, he had added some variations to some of the swords, such as serrated edges or blood grooves carved into the center of some. I have calculated it, my lord. The quality of these one-handed swords is excellent, and the average price is 87 points each. Are you satisfied with this? He truly hadn't shortchanged Klan, although selling these swords outside would definitely fetch a higher price. Their recycling station had a clear policy of 90 recycling and accepted anyone. That's fine. All right, sir, here are your points. While speaking, he credited 1131 points to Klan's account. After receiving the points, Klan left, looking at the points in his account. He felt a bit emotional. These points were indeed easy to earn. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could buy the forging furnace he desired. Meanwhile, the Pope also heard the news of Klan forging exquisite weapons. Oh, I didn't expect this child to have such forging talent. The Pope was very surprised. Looking at Klan's current performance, it was not impossible for him to become a forging master in the future. This talent was indeed convenient, allowing him to see what he was good at and avoiding many detours. Since Klan had such a good talent in this area, it should not be wasted. It was time to arrange something for the people below. Soon, the Pope made a decision. After that, Klan returned home to rest. The next day, not long after stepping out, Klan stopped on his way to train with Quinn because today he encountered the girl he had met before again. Upon seeing Klan, she was first taken aback, then a beautiful smile appeared on her face. The several young men around her were so mesmerized by her smile that they ended up bumping into a wall before finally waking up. Klan was also once again stunned, primarily because the girl had a face that was reminiscent of a first love. If rated by the system's charm score, she could easily score above 95. The girl hadn't looked closely at Klan yesterday, but upon seeing the Viscount badge on his chest, her smile grew even brighter. Hello, we meet again. Were you all right yesterday? I was fine, Klan replied. That's good, haha. While speaking, the girl noticed the forging hammer behind Klan. What's this? A forging hammer? Are you a blacksmith too? Upon realizing that Klan might be a blacksmith, the girl's excitement was palpable. I've been learning forging for a while. Wow, what a coincidence. I'm a blacksmith too. As she spoke, a hammer appeared out of nowhere in her hand. Chapter 59. The Blacksmith Guild Kron could see clearly that the other party had no place to store such a large hammer before. It seemed that they must have a space-type storage treasure. It should be a storage ring. To be honest, he also hoped to have something similar to a storage ring. That would make life much more convenient. However, Kron didn't expect that such a sweet-looking girl would be a blacksmith. He had a bit of a stereotype, thinking that blacksmiths should all be rugged men. What's wrong? Your expression seems surprised that I am a blacksmith? Yes, I'm indeed very surprised. Kron had no intention of hiding it. There was no need to. Many people say that I don't look like a blacksmith, but I just love blacksmithing. Do you think the same? No, I'm just surprised. And looking at you, you should be a very experienced blacksmith. Upon hearing Kron's compliment, Sophia's eyes turned into two crescent-shaped lines, looking particularly cute. Ha ha ha. Thank you for the compliment. I am a senior blacksmith, and next month I will participate in the blacksmith competition. By the way, have you signed up for the blacksmith competition next month? The blacksmith competition? Hearing this, Kron was a bit surprised. You don't know? It's the first time I've heard of this competition. I see, now you know. This competition is specifically for us blacksmiths. As long as you make it into the top 50, you can win prizes from the blacksmith competition, especially the top 3, who can receive extraordinary flames. Upon hearing the term extraordinary flames, Kron's eyes lit up. He certainly knew the importance of extraordinary flames to blacksmiths. As a blacksmith's level increases, to forge higher-level weapons, higher-level ores are required. However, high-level ores are very difficult to process. If ordinary flames are used, who knows how long it would take to heat them successfully. But if high-quality flames are used, the efficiency and success rate can be greatly enhanced. Where can I sign up for that competition? You can sign up at the Blacksmith Guild within the church. As long as you become a junior blacksmith, you can register. Hearing this, Kron paused for a moment. Becoming a junior blacksmith? Indeed, he seemed to have never assessed his profession level until now. Where's the Blacksmith Guild? Can you take me there? Of course, I didn't properly apologize to you yesterday. By the way, my name is Sophia Austin. What's your name? Sophia? That's a very nice name. It suits you. My name is Kron Gassa. Haha, thank you. Saying this, Sophia naturally took Kron and walked towards the Blacksmith Guild. As for Quinn, Kron was not worried that he would be anxious. After all, Quinn had already gone on a mission today. Moreover, Kron had informed Quinn yesterday that he might not go to train with him every day. After all, he might break through at any time. So, sometimes he would take up time. It was better to inform him in advance to avoid making him anxious. Soon, under Sophia's lead, the two arrived at the Blacksmith Guild. To Kron's surprise, the Blacksmith Guild was located underground. This was his first time coming to the underground of the church. He quickly realized that there was not just the Blacksmith Guild here. There were also the Array Master Guild, Mage Guild, Knight Guild, Potion Master Guild, etc. It seemed that all the guilds were underground. Each guild occupied a large area, making it hard to imagine how big this underground world was. Kron even began to doubt whether the entire underground of the Holy Light City was within the church's territory. Thinking carefully, Kron felt that it was not impossible. After all, the church accommodated so many students, and while the area above ground was also large, it was ultimately limited. Perhaps there were multiple underground levels. While thinking, Sophia took Kron into the Blacksmith Guild. As soon as Sophia entered, many people greeted her. Little Sophia, long time no see. So, are you here to ask me out? Uncle, looking for a partner isn't just about how good-looking the other person is. You also have to consider how you look. Sophia replied to a big uncle with a beer belly and a full beard. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding people laughed quickly upon hearing the conversation between the two, but the man did not get angry at the laughter. Clearly, he knew that the two could never be together, but he couldn't help but tease Sophia. Many others also wanted to come over to flirt. After seeing this, Kron could confirm that Sophia was not lying to him. She was indeed an experienced blacksmith, otherwise she wouldn't be so familiar with the people here. Before long, Sophia took Kron to the front desk to help him register for the blacksmith competition scheduled for a month later. The receptionist smiled upon seeing Kron and said, Sophia, where did you find this little chick? He looks like he just enrolled. Does he have blacksmith qualifications? Hearing this, Sophia was taken aback. Yes. It seemed that Kron hadn't mentioned his level before. Could it be that he hadn't even reached the level of a junior blacksmith? If that's the case, it would be quite embarrassing. Looking at Sophia's expectant eyes, Kron paused for a moment. Can I take the assessment now? The receptionist, upon hearing Kron's words, dramatically laughed while patting her thigh. Ha 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 ha. Sophia, you little girl, you came to register without even clarifying his level, right? From the muscle lines on the receptionist's arms, it was clear that she should also be a blacksmith. Being laughed at by her, Sophia's face turned slightly red as she retorted. He already said he wants to take the assessment now. What are you laughing at? Ha 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 ha. I'm not saying anything. This kid isn't just being stubborn, is he? Looking at his appearance, he probably just started blacksmithing. Can he even swing a forging hammer properly? Just as Sophia was about to refute again, Kron spoke up. Don't worry. My blacksmithing skills are much better than you imagine. Please arrange for me to take the assessment for an intermediate blacksmith. As Kron spoke, he took out his forging hammer. It was clear that Kron's forging hammer seemed quite decent. Chapter 60 refinement, but it still wasn't high-end merchandise, so the receptionist said, Intermediate blacksmith? Kid, you should know that an intermediate blacksmith must forge a fine weapon within 4 hours to qualify. Don't worry, I'm more familiar with forging fine weapons than you. Seeing Klan so confident made the receptionist a bit insecure. Could it be that this kid really knows how to forge? But he looks too young. Could it be that he learned blacksmithing before enrollment, but just didn't he have time to take the professional exam? This possibility is actually quite high. So she put away her smile and planned to proceed with the next steps. All right, please pay the registration fee for the intermediate blacksmith, which is 50 points. Seeing that the other party didn't continue to mock or make things difficult for her, Klan also realized that the receptionist might be friends with Sophia, which is why she was teasing Sophia. Here are 50 points. Do I need to prepare the materials myself? You can also buy them from our guild, but the price will be slightly higher than outside. No need, I brought my own. By the way, you still provide a forging furnace here, right? Of course. Our forging furnace is much better than those in the basic forging rooms. Okay, I got it. After understanding the process, Klan was taken to the assessment location. Since the assessment was public, many people had gathered to watch. Mainly, Klan looked too young. If someone so young could pass the intermediate blacksmith assessment, Klan would indeed be impressive. Do you think this kid can pass the assessment? I doubt it. He probably just wants to save face in front of Sophia. Today, us young people are really stubborn. They'd rather lose points than face. I'm afraid they lose even more face later. However, these people's voices weren't loud, mainly out of respect for Klan's title. Although it was a blacksmith guild, most people here only had the title of knight, barely able to stay in the Holy See. A few had reached Baron, and as for Viscount, only Klan, Sophia, the receptionist, and a few others held that title. Moreover, Klan was the youngest among them, which was enough to prove how exaggerated Klan's talent was. These people weren't foolish enough to openly mock a super genius. In fact, the hierarchy of the Royal Academy was more exaggerated than they imagined. To be honest, they shouldn't be discussing it now. Because if Klan were a petty person, it wouldn't be impossible for him to cause trouble for them later. However, these people were very lucky. Klan was very generous. So even if he heard their idle chatter, he wouldn't hold it against them. Soon, Klan threw the black gold coal he carried into the forging furnace, and after reaching a certain temperature, he quickly tossed a piece of ore into the furnace. Seeing Klan's skill technique, many people on site already believed that Klan could forge. However, more people still wanted to see Klan make a fool of himself. They secretly hoped he was just pretending and would embarrass himself during the forging process. In fact, their thoughts were easy to understand. They simply couldn't stand to see others do well. But unfortunately, Klan was destined to disappoint these people. Soon, Klan took out the heated iron ore and began hammering it with a forging hammer. Clang! Accompanied by the crisp sound of striking, many people's expressions changed. This sound clearly indicated perfect control of power, followed by continuous strikes, showing that Klan's hammering was very rhythmic. If someone didn't know better, they might think a music performance was taking place, just with some unique instruments. Then, before the temperature of the ore completely dropped, Klan stopped hammering. The better quality ore has fewer impurities, and Klan's forging skills were becoming stronger. He managed to clean the ore before it cooled down, and then Klan quickly began processing the next piece of ore. This scene left the onlookers in shock. Wait, he has already done processing it? This speed? Let alone being an intermediate blacksmith. Even if Klan were a senior blacksmith, they would believe it. A burly man, looking to be in his 30s, appeared at some point. Now, since everyone's attention was on Klan, they hadn't noticed the middle-aged man's arrival. Only after Klan cleaned the second piece of, or did people gradually notice the middle-aged man. Vice President. Those around the burly man finally recognized his presence. The Vice President just nodded and signaled for them to continue watching. Klan was now at the step of merging the iron ores, leaving the crowd in silence. Although the assessment hadn't finished, most people seemed to see in their minds Klan forging a top-quality weapon. The time hadn't even passed long, and the forging was about to end. If such strength didn't pass, it would indeed be unreasonable. Klan's mood was also quite good, mainly because the quality of the guild's forging furnace was indeed excellent, far better than those forging rooms he had rented before, allowing him to forge so smoothly today. Soon, under the intense heat, the two pieces of ore, completely cleansed of impurities, were merged together. Klan then pulled them out, removed the iron can, and began hammering with an astonishing efficiency. However, this time Klan didn't directly hammer out the sword blank. Instead, he flattened it, then compressed and folded it, hammering it flat repeatedly to make the two pieces of or fuse more perfectly. This was a spontaneous idea Klan had wanted to try. This step in this world is called refinement. Each time refinement is performed, the strength of the finished weapon increases by 1 point. This process would also make the patterns of the forged weapon more beautiful, and the strength and sharpness would also improve to varying degrees. Of course, the more complicated the steps, the higher the chances of failure. So generally, when people take the assessment, they would choose to simplify their steps as much as possible, just to pass safely. However, Klan certainly wouldn't be satisfied with something so simple. Since these people just thought he couldn't do it, he had to prove that he could. Chapter 61, 6 Refinements. When the people present saw Kron performing the second refinement, they felt he was a bit arrogant, daring to show off his skills during the assessment. However, when they saw Kron performing the third refinement, the discussions in the crowd quieted down a bit. Most of the blacksmiths present could only achieve this step, despite having forged for many years, and they certainly didn't have the speed Kron had shown. Then they witnessed something even more terrifying. Kron performed the fourth refinement. What was he trying to do? Had he gone mad? It was just an assessment. Did this kid really need to push himself so hard? By this time, many had noticed the vice president's arrival, and the area gradually became a vacuum zone. The vice president was staring intently at Kron and then asked the young man beside him, "How many times did the president refine during the intermediate blacksmith assessment?" 5 times. "Sir Vice President, 5 times? So that means if he does it just once more, this kid will equal the president's record?" "Yes, Sir Vice President." At this point, the vice president's expression as he looked at Kron began to show some anticipation. With the continuous fusion of the forging, the metal's strength would become increasingly higher, requiring even greater force in the later stages. How could this young boy, who is only a certain age, have such strength? This was a question on many people's minds. After the fourth refinement, it was evident that the ingot in front of Kron had cooled down. So, Kron tossed it back into the furnace to heat it up again. Will he perform the fifth refinement? Many people present were thinking this, and the number of those criticizing Kron had decreased. They no longer held the initial thoughts. Now, very few believed Kron was arrogant because he truly had the ability. They understood that if Kron really managed 5 refinements, it would mean he had matched the president's assessment results. As for refining more than 5 times, they dared not even think about it, as only a small number of people present could manage 5 refinements. While entering the world of forging was indeed easy, it still required some talent. Therefore, they couldn't envision the scene of 6 refinements. Moreover, it was originally an impossible feat, not to mention the technique. Strength alone posed a significant problem. Refining 6 times would mean the density of the raw ingot had reached an exaggerated level, requiring immense strength to hammer it. And any slight misstep could ruin the ingot. One could imagine the difficulty involved. Plus, there seemed to be a time crunch. The heating process this time was rather lengthy, as the density of the ore had increased significantly. However, the crowd didn't rush him, and Kron patiently waited for the ingot to reach the appropriate temperature. He showed no signs of pride for having successfully refined it 4 times. After another quarter of an hour, the temperature finally reached an appropriate level. Kron took out the ingot and, without disappointing anyone, quickly began the fifth refinement. It was evident that Kron's hammering rhythm had noticeably quickened, yet there were no mistakes at all, which was truly admirable. The people present began to hold their breath because they understood that they were likely to witness history. The moment Kron equaled the president's record, the history of Kron's growth. The crowd had no doubt that Kron would achieve great success in the field of forging in the future. The thought of possibly witnessing the starting point of someone's rise filled them with excitement. The ingot, having undergone 4 refinements, was more challenging to process than they had imagined. Yet Kron managed to do so with astonishing efficiency. The crowd was shocked to see that he had indeed refined it 5 times, matching the president's achievement. But wait, what was this guy doing? The crowd watched in horror as Kron continued to fold the ingot. Given the situation, was he planning to perform the 6th refinement? Could this even be possible? After all, there were only 4 hours. Soon, someone realized this and checked the time, discovering that only 2 hours had passed since Kron began forging. It seemed there was indeed a chance. As more and more people recognized this, the atmosphere in the crowd began to change. They appeared to be suppressing some emotions. If Kron succeeded, that emotion would burst forth instantly. After all, they were about to witness the birth of a new record, that of the legendary president. Even the vice president was fixated on the scene before him. If Kron truly accomplished this, their blacksmith guild might usher in a new chapter. It could be seen that during this folding, the veins on Kron's hands were bulging. His face was flushed from exertion, and under such circumstances, the raw ingot in his hands was slowly bending. Those around him, upon seeing this, were first taken aback. No way, what kind of strength is this? He can actually bend it? This is just a young man who just entered the church? You call this a young man? Finally, after spending a full 10 minutes, Kron successfully folded the raw ingot and then hammered it together. The entire process was smooth as if he had done it countless times before. After this step was completed, the raw ingot in Kron's hands had completely cooled down. However, the audience was utterly silent. After witnessing that scene, even the most critical and harsh individuals found themselves at a loss for words. Was this even human? Sophia was now completely dumbfounded. Initially, she thought this young man named Kron was just a bit talented in cultivation and would have some minor achievements in forging. But the reality had completely shattered her perception. This was far beyond minor accomplishments. If Kron continued to develop like this, he could very well become the greatest blacksmith she would ever know. Thinking about this made Sophia inexplicably excited, especially since she had brought Kron to the blacksmith guild, which made her very proud. This feeling was akin to having someone impressive emerge from among her acquaintances, and she was part of that impressive person's rise. She could even envision herself years later, telling her sisters, "Do you know Master Kron Gassa? Back then, he was just a greenhorn, and I was the one who brought him into the blacksmith guild." Just imagining that scene was enough to excite her. At this moment, Kron showed no hesitation and again tossed the raw ingot into the furnace to begin heating it. Chapter 62. Forging Success. Intermediate blacksmith this time. The heating time was longer than all the previous times combined, but Klan still remained calm. The audience on site was extremely excited, yet Klan appeared to be strolling leisurely, as if he was very confident about this forging. His demeanor made the audience believe he would succeed in forging. However, who could have imagined that this was Klan's first time refining? But geniuses often do the unimaginable. Otherwise, they wouldn't be geniuses. Moreover, Klan had a high innate talent for forging, incredible strength, and strong mental attributes. Yes, forging is related to mental attributes as well. A strong mental attribute can enhance one's spirit, and long periods of forging consume mental energy. So those who become forging masters usually have strong mental attributes. This time, the heating lasted for a full 45 minutes. Fortunately, Klan used black gold charcoal. Otherwise, the heating time would have been even longer. Klan did not stop there, but continued heating. He knew that this time he had to succeed in one attempt. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough time later. Soon, the heating time reached 1 hour, and then Klan took the raw ingot down to begin forging. The vice president looked on with immense satisfaction as he witnessed this scene. He knew that Klan was likely to succeed this time, maintaining such a stable rhythm at a critical moment. In fact, it turned out to be as he thought. because the extra heating made the raw ingot easier to work with than expected. Klan completed the shaping work before the temperature dropped completely, and the subsequent steps were done in one go. However, when it came time for water quenching, Klan took a deep breath, then took out a bottle of forging liquid and poured it into the water. He knew that the weapon he forged would definitely exceed the quality of ordinary fine weapons. Using regular water for quenching would likely lead to failure, so it was better to use a bottle of forging liquid for safety. The forging liquid he bought was of relatively low quality, costing about 10 points. But even so, it was much better than ordinary water. As the forging liquid was poured into the water, soon all the water turned blue. At the moment the blade made contact with the forging liquid, a wave of blue electricity surged across the water surface. Hissing sounds echoed as the liquid continued to evaporate, and the sword blade in Klan's hand erupted with a flash of lightning. In an instant, it felt like everyone was momentarily dazzled. Refined 6 times, forging success. At the moment Klan successfully forged, the atmosphere on-site fell silent for a moment before erupting into huge cheers, as if it were a concert. At that moment, Klan conquered everyone with his strength. If we were to use a more modern term, Klan delivered a last-minute kill in this competition. Some people were so excited that they even wanted to rush up and hug Klan. Fortunately, the vice president was nearby. Upon seeing these people's overly enthusiastic actions, he raised his hand to create a barrier, stopping them. Klan also looked toward the front desk lady not far away and asked, "Excuse me, did I pass the assessment?" Originally, she instinctively wanted to say yes, but quickly remembered that the vice president was also present, so she could only cautiously ask, "There is still a sword testing step to check the strength of your weapon. Is that okay?" Of course. After saying that, Klan directly handed over the one-handed sword he had just forged. The front desk lady took the sword from Klan's hands. As she held it, she quickly felt a comfortable grip, as if the sword was tailor-made for her. The blade was 1 meter and 3 centimeters long, lightweight, with a blue-white color, emitting a shimmering cold light and adorned with thunder patterns. Although it was a basic style, the color and patterns indicated that it was not an ordinary sword. She took a deep breath and then, holding the sword, approached a large stone. This stone was not particularly hard, making it perfect for testing. After preparing, she swung the sword down. With a loud thud, there was no doubt that the stone fell apart in 2 directions. She was shocked by the feel she just experienced, as it felt like she was cutting through tofu without any resistance at all. Looking at the stone's cross-section, it was smooth and flat, truly incredible. According to the exam standards, as long as one could chop this stone 10 times and create a 30-centimeter cut without damaging the blade, it would be considered a successful challenge. Yet now, this weapon had directly sliced through the stone in one strike. She knew that this was not the sword's upper limit, but rather the limit of this assessment. Reluctantly, she returned the sword to Klan. To be honest, she had already fallen in love with this sword the moment she held it. If only it were hers. If possible, she would pay a high price to buy this sword, but she also understood that this sword held special significance for Klan. After all, it was a weapon forged in such a significant context, carrying strong commemorative and collectible value. Klan would have liked to sell the sword, but seeing everyone so enthusiastic, he felt it was not appropriate to spoil the atmosphere. Then, Kola returned the sword to Klan, who accepted it. "You performed wonderfully. I almost admire you." "Thank you." After seeing the audience's reaction, the vice president walked over. "Young man, could you come with me for a moment?" Looking at the burly man before him, Klan quickly noticed the marquis label on his chest. He was a marquis. What was this man's identity? "Of course, it's an honor," Klan said politely. The vice president nodded, and then led Klan to a room within the guild. Upon entering this room, Klan realized the identity of the burly man before him. The sign on the door read Vice President's Office. He was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that a small assessment would attract the vice president. Once inside, the man sat down in a chair and smiled. "Make yourself comfortable. Treat it like your own home." As soon as he finished speaking, Klan sat down in front of him. "Good lad, you're not shy at all." He continued to ask, "How old are you this year?" 16 years old, Vice President. Chapter 63, Star-Picking Furnace. Although there had been speculation before, the vice president couldn't help but feel a bit shocked after receiving this confirmed answer. The boy before him was really only 16 years old, the same age as the president when he participated in the assessment. Moreover, the president himself came from a family of blacksmiths and had been learning forging techniques since childhood. He did not know what Klan's family had been like before. However, regardless of whether Klan had studied forging before entering the academy, his current achievements were undoubtedly top-notch within the entire King's Academy. Kid, you're truly outstanding. Possibly even more so than I imagined. Therefore, for a genius like you, I intend to give you some rewards. Choose one of these items as a token of our first meeting. This matter will definitely reach the president, and at that time, the guild will provide you with even more rewards. Hearing the vice president's words, Klan's mood improved. He was genuinely curious about what the rewards would be. After all, he was a marquis and shouldn't be giving him anything too shabby. Before long, the vice president took out a forging furnace, a forging hammer, and a special bottle containing a swirling flame. Upon seeing these three items, Klan's eyelids twitched. He could already tell that none of these items were ordinary. It seems you've already noticed that these three items are not simple. Let me introduce them to you. This forging furnace is called the star-picking furnace. In terms of weapon grades, it is considered a glorious level forging furnace. It can withstand very high temperatures and can use the power of the stars to help you smelt ores, significantly improving efficiency and success rates in forging. This hammer is the Thunder Hammer, also a glorious level weapon. Besides having a top-notch feel, it is also imbued with 3 different top-tier attributes to assist you in forging. As for this flame, I think you should have guessed it. It is a transcendent flame, although it ranks at the lower end among such flames. Now, you can choose one of these rewards. It's up to you. Klan certainly wanted to take them all, but he vaguely sensed that this was perhaps the vice president's experiment to see what he would choose under the condition of having to make a selection. Klan's gaze lingered on the third transcendent flame for a while, and upon seeing his expression, the vice president's lips curled slightly. Among these 3 items, there were indeed good things, but the transcendent flame was not one of them. While this transcendent flame was rare, its ranking was too low. Moreover, its attributes were completely different from Klan's. If he truly chose this transcendent flame, it could only be said that he was blinded by immediate interests, making it the worst choice. Even if Klan could use this transcendent flame, the assistance it would provide him would be minimal. However, Klan's gaze did not linger too long on the transcendent flame because he had a feeling that if he chose this flame, he would regret it. Furthermore, after the forging competition's assessment ended, he could also reward himself with a transcendent flame. It would be better to wait until then. Besides, isn't glorious level equipment far better than any inferior transcendent flame? As for choosing between the 2 pieces of equipment, Klan was not overly conflicted. He felt that the star-picking furnace was the most suitable for him. I'll take the star-picking furnace. Upon hearing Klan's choice, admiration shone in the vice president's eyes. Yes, the truly good item among these 3 was indeed the star-picking furnace. On ordinary days, the star-picking furnace was indeed a glorious level piece of equipment. But on nights filled with stars, its attributes would be maximized. At that time, the star-picking furnace, operating at full capacity, would have power comparable to legendary level equipment, and sometimes even be more useful than some slightly inferior legendary level equipment. A wise choice, Klan. Hearing the response, Klan understood that he had indeed made the right choice. The vice president then handed the star-picking furnace to Klan. Thank you, vice president. Ha. No need for such formality. My name is Gu Gang Ueluo. Just call me Uncle Gu Gang from now on. It was obvious that Gu Gang valued Klan highly and wanted to further strengthen their relationship. With Gu Gang being so warm, Klan couldn't possibly not give him face, especially since he had just given him such a significant gift. All right, thank you, Uncle Gu Gang. Ha. You're a polite kid. Well, if anyone bullies you in the future, just mention my name, and I will definitely step in to help you. He was not joking. Anyone who could reach the marquis level within the King's Academy was not a simple character. Whether in strength, character, connections, or other aspects, they had to meet top-tier standards to possibly obtain a marquis title. Moreover, the president of the Blacksmith Guild was currently just a marquis as well. Ha. I will definitely ask Uncle Gu Gang for help then. Klan felt relaxed at this moment. Now, I won't waste your time any longer. I will report this matter to the president. You can go collect your badge. By the way, here asked this for you. While speaking, he took out a spatial ring. This is a small spatial ring that can store 5 cubic meters. Another token of our first meeting, convenient for you to carry the star-picking furnace. Don't let others see such things. Okay, after speaking, Klan accepted everything. He was still in his growth phase and didn't have the luxury to be picky. He would accept any help that was useful to him, but he would remember these favors and repay them 100-fold in the future. Klan then finally left. Soon, he arrived back at the hall, where Kola had already prepared Klan's intermediate blacksmith badge. Klan, here is your badge. And I've also signed you up for the blacksmith competition. Thank you. No need to be polite, it's that. What's wrong? Can you sell me the sword you forged today? I really like it, and I can offer a high price. How about 3,000 points? That price should be a serious premium. Hearing Kola's words, Klan was stunned for a moment. 3,000 points? It should be noted that while a finely crafted piece of equipment refined 6 times was indeed more powerful than an ordinary magical piece of equipment, it would only be worth a little over 1,000 points at most. Yet now, she was willing to pay 3,000 points for it. It was clear that she really liked it, and at the same time, Klan began to ponder the identity of this girl. A regular receptionist shouldn't really have that much money. She must have some sort of backing. Chapter 64. Selling weapons, acquiring resources, seeing that Kron was still deep in thought. Kola felt a bit nervous. This was her pocket money, saved over a few months, and she couldn't afford to spend more than this. If she had to spend any more money, she wouldn't buy it, and it didn't feel worth that much anyway. Indeed, Kola wasn't an ordinary person. She was the younger sister of the president, and working here was just a way to pass the time. With the president's protection, she was basically safe. So as long as she could continue to live a carefree life, that was enough for her. People like Kola were typical of those who came to the King's Academy to gain prestige. Once the minimum tenure period was over, Kola could apply to leave the King's Academy. All right, fine. Kron chose to agree. Although the sword did have collectible value, Kron wasn't particularly interested in collecting. It was better to exchange it for ready resources, which would help enhance her strength further. Really, thank you. My name is Kola, and you can call me Kola or Sister Kola from now on. Okay, Kola. That little brat, didn't she hint that he should call her Sister Kola? But geniuses are like that. They don't easily call someone sister. Kola quickly let it go. Then she cheerfully handed over 3,000 points to Kron, who then passed the sword to Kola. What's the name of this sword? I haven't named it yet. You can name it yourself. Upon hearing that she could name the sword, Kola's mood brightened even more. By the way, does the Blacksmith Guild sell forging equipment and resources? Kola nodded eagerly, of course. What are you joking about? We're the Blacksmith Guild. Moreover, blacksmiths in our guild get discounts on these purchases. Since you are now an intermediate blacksmith, you can enjoy a 5% discount on your purchases. At the same time, you also have the option to sell your forged weapons at our Blacksmith Guild. We will choose to auction or sell directly based on the quality of your weapons. The auction has a 2 handling fee, while the direct sale has a 1 fee. Hearing this, Kron nodded gently. It seemed that the guild's benefits were quite good. In addition, you will receive a certain amount of auxiliary forging resources each month. As an intermediate blacksmith, you can receive 30 pounds of black gold coal, 5 pounds of iron ore, and 5 pounds of attribute for every month. You can choose the attribute or freely. Now, let me take you to collect these items, and then I will take you to buy what you want. Okay. Kron didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement, then followed Kola closely to quickly receive the resources she needed. Afterward, Kron continued to follow Kola to the warehouse. These are items that haven't been sold yet. You can choose directly from here. The prices are already marked. In the future, if you want to buy something, you don't necessarily have to come to our guild. You can also shop at our Blacksmith Guild store, and you'll enjoy discounts there as well. Wait, aren't you just a receptionist? Is it right for you to take me to the warehouse to pick things out? Are you really just an ordinary receptionist? What's wrong? Why aren't you choosing? I'm choosing now. With that, Kron quickly walked over to the forging hammers. Although the current forging hammers were very useful, since she had more points now, Kron obviously wanted to use those points effectively. Before long, Kron began selecting one hammer after another. Her gaze focused only on the forging hammers priced over 1,000 points. Kron's eyes scanned each forging hammer. She was very satisfied with all of them. Eventually, her eyes fixed on a forging hammer priced at 2,500 points. The hammer's name was quite straightforward, Diamond Hammer. It had 2 attributes: great strength could deliver double its own strength. This attribute was very useful when striking high-level ores. The other attribute was the familiar precision. It seemed that precision was quite common among forging hammers. Kron then picked up the diamond hammer. It was heavy, indeed much heavier than her original forging hammer. However, once she held it, Kron felt a surge of power coursing through her body. She could even imagine herself going wild forging with this hammer. This is the one. Besides this, I also want these ores. Okay. Kola looked at the items Kron was holding, then calculated. With a 5 discount, these items come to 2,890 points. Let us round it down to 2,008 points. Hearing how the discount was rounded, Kron's mouth twitched. Wow, that little girl is quite skilled at rounding down. Over 90 points just vanished? If you keep doing this, I might just come to you to buy things from now on. Sure. After checking out, Kron left the blacksmith guild. However, upon reaching the door, she found that Sophia seemed to be waiting for her outside. If it weren't for Sophia, Kron wouldn't have gotten to know all this so early. Thank you for today. Sophia, you're welcome. You worked hard for it. Are you planning to head back? Don't you want to try out the new rewards? Let's talk about it tomorrow. I haven't completed today's training tasks yet. But how did you know I had rewards? Your performance just now was impressive, and the vice president took you over. There must be something for you. Our vice president is quite generous. Kron thought Sophia had a point. The vice president was indeed generous. Should I head back then? Wait a moment. Do you want to walk you back? It'll help me find you in the future. That works. Although they had just met, Kron had a good impression of Sophia. At the same time, Kron was also curious about Sophia's true intentions in approaching her. Though their first meeting was reminiscent of a comic's male and female leads, and Sophia had the looks of a dream lover, Kron didn't believe that something like this would happen so easily in her life. She was more inclined to believe that Sophia had some ulterior motive for getting close to her. Seeing Kron agree, Sophia was somewhat surprised, and a visible smile appeared on her face. After all, Kron was her mission target, and this was a task personally assigned to her. She had to complete it well. Then the two of them arrived at Kron's doorstep. Kron gently knocked on the door, and in the next moment, Malia quickly opened the door. Master, you're back. However, just as she finished speaking, Malia's expression froze for a moment as she noticed Sophia beside Kron. Chapter 65, I believe everyone has heard about the super genius from the Blacksmith's Guild. Her first reaction was to be stunned by Sophia's beauty. How could there be such a beautiful girl? Then came a complex feeling that was hard to describe. Why did this girl come back with a master? Could it be that they are in a relationship? Thinking of this, Malia suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. This is my residence. Then I'll head back. All right. After saying that, Sophia left, but her steps were slow, as if she was waiting for Kron to call her back. However, Kron did not do so. He was pressed for time and hadn't even done the most basic training yet. It was still early enough to complete these tasks. Kron firmly believed that cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Feeling that Kron hadn't called her, Sophia felt a bit unhappy. Bang! Accompanied by a light sound of the door closing, Sophia suddenly turned around and looked at the already closed door. Sophia was stunned. No, buddy, you're a person. She had hinted at this point, yet Kron still didn't call her back. It couldn't be that he really went back to cultivate, could it? She felt that was unlikely. Who would do such a thing? He must be playing hard to get. At this moment, Kron had already taken off his shirt, picked up the training iron sword, and started his daily basic training. As a result, Kron spent the remaining time of the day training. Due to the small size of his home, it was not suitable for placing a forging furnace. So Kron planned to find a larger residence later on to forge at home. Until then, it would be better to go to the forging room or the blacksmith's guild. Malia looked at Kron, who was training, with a complicated mood. In fact, for Malia, it didn't matter how many wives Kron took in the future. She just hoped to be able to stay by Kron's side. She was just afraid that she wouldn't even have that opportunity. This period was truly the happiest time she had experienced since coming to the Royal Academy. Congratulations, host. You have gained Lightning Attribute Talent 1 today. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Kron's eyes lit up. This meant that Kron's Lightning Attribute Talent had increased to 8 points. Today was so lucky. He had gained the Lightning Attribute Talent again, which would further accelerate the training speed of the Thunder Summoning technique. Malia, I'm a bit hungry. Please prepare some food for me. Okay, master. Malia quickly agreed, then heated up the already prepared meal and brought it to Kron. After eating, Kron, as usual, took a shower and then went to rest. The next day, as usual, Kron first conducted his basic training in the morning. However, halfway through his training, someone knocked on his door. Malia hurried over to open the door, and upon opening it, she saw another very beautiful girl. However, unlike the sweet girl from yesterday, this girl had a wheat-colored complexion, dressed revealingly, and had well-defined, though not exaggerated, muscle lines. Both her features and physique exuded a wild beauty. In the eyes of some people, this girl was just as attractive as the one from yesterday. When Cora saw Malia, she cheekily pinched Malia's little face and smiled, saying, "Are you the one taking care of Kron? So cute. Let me pinch you. Is Kron here? Tell him Cora is looking for him." "Okay, Miss Cora." Malia was not angry at Cora's behavior. Instead, she felt that this lady had a pretty good personality, able to joke even with a servant like her. After hesitating for a moment, she walked over to Kron. Feeling Malia approach, Kron put down the training iron sword and, while wiping sweat with a towel, asked what's wrong. "Malia, is there something?" Seeing that Kron was not angry for being interrupted during his training, Malia breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, master. There's a lady named Cora outside who says she has something to find you." "Okay, I understand." While saying this, Kron wiped the sweat off his body and put on his clothes before walking towards the door. Cora appeared to be a carefree girl, but surprisingly, she was very well behaved. Even with the door wide open, she did not walk in, but patiently waited at the entrance. Seeing Kron's hair sticking to his scalp with sweat, Cora was a bit surprised. "You started forging this early?" "No, I was just training." "Ha ha ha. Did I interrupt you?" "No worries. Is there something you needed to find me for?" "Well, the guild leader wants to see you tonight. I'm not sure if you have time." "I have time. You can tell the guild leader that I will arrive on time tonight." "Okay, keep up the good work with your training." Kron nodded in response. After Cora finished saying what she needed to, she finally left. Thinking about the guild leader wanting to meet him tonight, Kron felt no nervousness at all. After all, he had already met the Pope. Now, seeing anyone in this academy wouldn't make him nervous anymore. At the same time, Kron was unaware that news about his 6 consecutive refinements during yesterday's assessment was slowly spreading throughout the church. Many people were discussing this matter. Even other guilds were now deliberating on it, including those from the Alchemist Association. Now, the president of the Alchemist Association looked at the other senior members within the guild. "I believe everyone is now aware of the Blacksmith's Guild situation. What are your thoughts on this genius who can refine 6 excellent weapons at the age of 16? Hearing the president's words, the people present looked at each other. They didn't know much about forging, but since last night, they had gained some understanding. They realized what it meant to refine 6 excellent pieces of equipment at the age of 16. This was something that even the president of the Blacksmith's Guild at that age could not achieve. Thinking about the president of the Blacksmith's Guild made them shudder. They were all familiar with him. He was a talented young man who, in just 10 years, developed the Blacksmith's Guild to its current state, which could no longer be compared to the Alchemist Association, and he had even attained the title of Marquis in such a short time, making him a legendary figure. The Blacksmith Guild was already quite a thorn in their side, but at this critical moment, they had unexpectedly produced a young man with even greater talent than that man. The first guild's reputation of the Alchemist Association was becoming precarious. It might not be long before it was surpassed by the Blacksmith's Guild. Chapter 66. The Crisis of the Alchemist's Work. Challenging the forging of magic-level equipment, it is well known that different levels of guilds enjoy different benefits each year. The Alchemist Guild has held the title of the top guild for too long, and now they are about to be surpassed by others, a result that no member of the Alchemist Guild can accept. After a long silence, the vice president finally spoke up, saying, "For now, we can only strive to recruit more alchemists. Although the Blacksmith Guild is indeed quite brilliant at the moment, there is still a significant gap compared to our Alchemist Guild. I believe that most people would still prefer to be a glamorous alchemist rather than a blacksmith who sweats all day. Therefore, I feel that we may need to slightly lower the standards for becoming an alchemist, which would allow more alchemists to join our guild, potentially increasing the chances of producing geniuses." Upon hearing the vice president's words, many people present changed their expressions. What a joke! Lower the standards for becoming an alchemist. How could that work? If the number of alchemists increases, then the profession of alchemist will become widespread, And will they still be able to maintain their previous exalted status? No way. I strongly oppose this decision. If alchemists really become common, then there will be many charlatan alchemists, and our guild's credibility will undoubtedly plummet. At that time, forget about retaining the title of the top guild. We might not even have the strength to compete with the blacksmith guild. Hearing the opposing voices, the vice president stood up angrily. The standards for becoming an alchemist are already too strict. Don't you realize that the number of young people willing to become alchemists has significantly decreased? Although the proportion is still higher than in other industries. Many clear-headed young people are aware of the difficulties of becoming an alchemist and give up on the profession. How many talents have we lost because of this? Only by making this profession more accessible can we ensure our survival in the future. Vice President, your words are a bit too idealistic. If the techniques of alchemy are really made public, the issue won't just be the flooding of alchemists. It will also lead to many people using potions to harm others. Vice President, you are still too young. You aren't considering the matter comprehensively. Indeed, the quality of medicines on the market would also be in chaos. The alchemists debated back and forth. To be honest, the issues they are discussing are indeed problems. But the Vice President knows very well that even without making the techniques public, the issues raised by the others still exist. However, if the techniques of alchemy remain stagnant, then the profession is truly doomed. We are already on a downward slope, so why not consider making some changes? What is wrong with allowing more people to master the techniques of alchemy? This is the only way for alchemy to flourish. However, as the vice president looked around, he found that everyone was glaring at him with hostility. He realized that no matter what he said next, these people would oppose him. Perhaps this matter really couldn't be discussed with them, because these people believe that any reform would definitely affect their interests. Yet they can only see the dangers without recognizing the benefits that would come to the profession of alchemy after the reform. Different paths cannot be reconciled. The vice president began to contemplate that perhaps it was time to find an opportunity to leave the alchemist guild and pursue his own path. The president silently observed this scene, and, deep down, he vaguely felt that the vice president might be right, but their alchemist guild had not yet reached that point. Therefore, there was no need for urgency. Maintaining the status quo was not impossible. The immediate priority was to make everyone recognize that alchemists are the noblest profession in this world. The news from Klan not only impacted the alchemy profession, but also affected other industries. With the increasing fame of the blacksmith guild, those guilds that were originally inferior to the blacksmith guild now have even less chance of rising again. However, Klan himself is not very aware of this. Even if he knew, he would probably be indifferent. He hasn't yet become arrogant enough to think he can challenge these industries. After all, he is still just a genius, not a true master. After finishing his training in the morning, Klan went directly to the blacksmith guild in the afternoon. Although he had scheduled a meeting with the president for the evening, he had nothing to do in the afternoon. He had originally planned to forge. When Kola saw Klan arrive, she was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it agreed that he would come in the evening? Why is he here now? Well, I actually planned to forge this afternoon, and I should be able to see the president after I finish. Oh, I see. That's fine. I'll arrange a better forging room for you. Don't worry, it's free. Okay. Hearing her generosity, Klan didn't hesitate and quickly followed Kola to a forging room. This is my usual forging room. The environment is quite nice. Can I watch from the side? Of course. Klan didn't have any unique forging techniques to hide. He has truly relied on talent to get to this point. As he thought about this, Klan took out the Starcatcher furnace and threw some black gold charcoal inside. To be honest, black gold charcoal was decent for Klan before, but now it seemed somewhat inadequate. The Starcatcher furnace probably had never experienced such hardship using such low-level fuel. When Kola saw Klan take out the Starcatcher furnace, she was stunned. Clearly, she recognized whose forging furnace it was. She never expected the vice president would give Klan such a valuable gift. Klan then walked over and opened the window. Although it was still daytime, there was still a trace of star power, albeit weak. Once the light shone on the Starcatcher furnace, a shimmering blue light quickly appeared on its surface. Klan then threw in the ores he had prepared for forging that day. Upon seeing the ore Klan threw in, Kola was momentarily shocked. The ore Klan just tossed in was a thunderstone. This type of ore was priced at 80 points, and using such a high level, or could already start forging magic level weapons. Could it be that Klan was going to forge a magic-level weapon today? Thinking of this, Kola gasped in surprise. Has he already grown to this level? But then again, Klan now had the Starcatcher furnace, significantly increasing his success rate in forging. Challenging magic equipment seemed to be no problem at all. Chapter 67. The difficulty of magic equipment. Kron was intently staring at the forging furnace in front of him, while sprinkling some high-quality clay powder into it to stabilize the thunderstone. Soon, he saw the thunderstone start to heat up rapidly under the roasting of the star-picking furnace. In just a short 5 minutes, it had already reached the temperature suitable for forging. This efficiency was truly astonishing. Using black gold charcoal as a material could yield such results. Kron was not in a hurry, but waited for it to continue heating. After a few dozen seconds, the thunderstone had reached the optimal temperature, and Kron quickly took it out to continue forging. Clang! Accompanied by Kron's strikes, a clear and resonant sound echoed, reaching deep into the heart. Under Kron's forging, the thunderstone rapidly deformed, and the diamond hammer was a bit more difficult to control than Kron had imagined. The force was a bit too much, but fortunately, it was still within an acceptable range. Then, Kron began to deliberately adjust his strength. After the 6th attempt, Kron quickly found the most suitable force and rhythm, and then, as before, he began to forge in an orderly manner. Seeing this, Kola was secretly astonished. Kron was indeed impressive. He could adjust so quickly. Before long, Kron successfully processed the thunderstone, and aside from a slight initial awkwardness with the diamond hammer, everything else was perfect. Kron then processed 3 more ordinary ores in succession. After seeing this, Kola was now certain that Kron aimed to forge magic-level equipment. Could he succeed? Soon, she shook her head. How could he possibly fail? Forging magic-level equipment normally required at least 4 ores, with one of them needing to be of high quality and an attribute, or additionally, after fusion, it needed to be refined at least twice to fully merge these ores together. Of course, as the quality of the ores increased, more refinements would be necessary. Kron had previously refined 6 times in a row. Although it was only for excellent equipment, the difficulty was still much higher than that of ordinary magic-level equipment. Kron had now begun to fuse the 4 ores together, and the speed was much faster than he had imagined, leaving him quite shocked. Although he knew the star-picking furnace was powerful, he never expected it to bring such a significant improvement in forging efficiency and quality. At this rate, he feared he could forge 2 pieces of magic-level equipment by the afternoon. Soon, Kron began his first refinement. The diamond hammer struck the ores rhythmically, and one could see that under Kron's hammering, these ores were rapidly fusing together, much faster than Kron and Kola had imagined. After all, the diamond hammer was an upgraded version of the previous forging hammer. Such an enhancement seemed normal. However, Kron soon became dissatisfied with this pace. He activated the thunder summoning technique, and the thunder body was initiated, causing a slight current to appear around him, greatly boosting all his attributes. Due to the enhancement of his lightning attribute talent, Kron could now allocate his magical power more reasonably while using the thunder body, resulting in a greater boost and longer duration. One could say that each enhancement to the lightning attribute was an epic upgrade for Kron. This was also the reason why this skill, which added 1 attribute per year with such randomness, could still achieve a C-grade rating. Because once a few main attributes were added continuously, it could drastically improve one's talent. As long as around 10 points of main attributes were added, talent would reach a terrifying level, completely rivaling those with C-grade talent. Even in later years, with such a foundational talent, the cultivation speed would not be too slow, allowing for remarkable achievements. Seeing Kron's forging speed increase again, Kola's expression became serious. Looking at Kron now, it seemed his skills were not much inferior to hers. The first refinement was even faster than expected, and then Kron continued to toss the raw ore into the forging furnace to heat it. Although the ore had not completely cooled down, Kron did not intend to continue processing it. As the weapon level increased, it was best to complete each refinement in one go without letting the temperature drop during any refinement. Otherwise, it would slightly affect the final product. So it was best to develop this habit now. This was a detail Kron had learned from consulting those forging masters earlier. Seeing Kron's operation, Kola could not help but nod, and the president, who had appeared nearby without them noticing, also nodded. It seemed he had intentionally concealed his presence, as neither Kola nor Kron had detected his arrival. This heating session only took a minute longer than before. The star-picking furnace was still too overpowered for brilliant-level equipment. Heating such small ores was like dealing with trifles. Kron then took out the raw mold for another round of forging, but this time, he could clearly feel that the difficulty of processing had significantly increased. The hardness was now close to the refining difficulty of the previous 5 refinements. Indeed, the mold formed from the fusion of 4 raw ores was quite tough. However, it didn't matter. Kron's equipment had also been upgraded, and he was still in the state of using the Thunderbody. So, without hesitation, Kron continued forging, and this time, the forging took only half the time of yesterday's forging. Looking at the refused raw mold, Kron hesitated for a second before deciding to proceed with the 3rd refinement. In fact, Kron was well aware that this refinement had a certain chance of failure because the difficulty would undoubtedly increase again, far surpassing the difficulty of refining 6 times yesterday. But even if he failed, so what? All success is built upon countless failures. Although Kron had never failed at forging since he started, he was not afraid of failure. If he failed, he could just start over, and he would not easily let himself fail. However, this time, the stack difficulty was much higher than before. Kron's face was almost turning red, and the raw mold in front of him was only slightly bending. There was no way around it. His current strength condition had not reached that point. So Kron directly increased the power of the Thunderbody, causing the consumption of magical power in his body to nearly double. But Kron's attributes were boosted again. Ultimately, Kron spent half an hour, consuming almost 70% of his magical power, before successfully stacking the mold. Chapter 68. Just grind it, and that's it. But now the raw ore has cooled, so he can only heat it up again and then take it out to forge. It is evident that Klan is very likely to succeed this time, but the final product may not be perfect. However, this is normal, as it is the first time forging a magical-grade equipment. The guild leader was originally curious about Klan, and now seeing his decisions, his eyes reveal a sense of appreciation. Indeed, a blacksmith needs the courage to keep trying and making mistakes to improve, and Klan, knowing that failure is highly likely, still chooses to challenge the 3 refinements. This might seem a bit foolish to outsiders, but to the guild leader, this is exactly the quality that a child of Klan's age needs the most. Although it is their first meeting, the guild leader has already recognized Klan. Soon, Klan began the 3rd refinement. However, this time, Klan could clearly feel that the raw ingot was quite hard. This not only slowed down Klan's forging speed and drastically reduced efficiency, but also made the steps more cumbersome, requiring multiple heats. Furthermore, there was a significant issue. With each strike on the ore, Klan felt his arms slightly numb due to insufficient strength. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his arms would be extremely sore. And if there were any issues with his arm's condition, the success rate of his forging would drop significantly. By now, Klan finally understood why it was so difficult for blacksmiths to advance. The higher the level of the blacksmith, the more monstrous strength is required. He was already struggling to refine magical-grade equipment. So what about forging heroic, glorious, or legendary-grade items? What kind of exaggerated strength will be needed then? Such weapons could no longer be forged solely by human strength. Various auxiliary tools would be needed to enhance their power. Moreover, the time required to forge those kinds of weapons would likely be unimaginable for ordinary people. Right now, Klan could only grind this weapon bit by bit. Seeing Klan's face full of difficulty, both the guild leader and Kola couldn't help but smile wickedly. Welcome to the forging world. In this field, as long as your strength is insufficient, no matter how much of a super genius or master you are, you just grind away. Time is all that matters. With continuous heating and forging, success can always be achieved. Of course, mistakes cannot occur in the process. Finally, Klan spent a full 3 hours before successfully completing the 3rd refinement. Then, Klan heated it again, shaping the sword bit by bit. The process was truly long and torturous. Klan's right hand had already begun to ache slightly. The time was also getting late. Klan glanced outside, and the sun was about to set. He estimated that the guild leader would return soon. Could this forging session be forced to end? Thinking of this, Klan suddenly felt a bit lost. But he quickly noticed a young man in the corner. When their eyes met, Klan's movements paused. When did this person come over, and why didn't he notice at all? Moreover, this young man gave Klan a very dangerous feeling. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Could this be the legendary guild leader? Klan felt it was not impossible. Seeing Klan stop, the guild leader spoke. Why aren't you continuing to forge? Hearing this voice, Kola quickly turned around and saw Kono Newman standing behind him. Brother, when did you come? You really scared me. Haha, I've been back for a while. When I saw someone forging in your workshop, I thought it was you. I didn't expect it to be a young man. You must be Klan, right? Keep forging. I'll watch for a bit, and maybe I can give you some advice later. Hearing this, Klan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to receive guidance from such a top master today. This was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for him. So Klan quickly gathered his spirits and continued to forge. Watching Klan's forging process, the guild leader became increasingly satisfied. This child's talent was indeed quite good. As a seasoned forging master, he could tell that Klan had not been in contact with forging for long. He could even say he was a newcomer. But he had an extraordinary intuition. He seemed to see through the essence of forging, which was a necessary quality to become a forging master. Klan then began to grind in front of the two. Although the guild leader's appearance gave Klan some motivation, it couldn't change the fact that he was struggling with his forging. An hour later, Klan's right hand began to tremble uncontrollably, but fortunately, the forging work was about to be completed. However, Klan knew very well that at such times, he had to be even more cautious. So despite his right arm feeling very uncomfortable, he endured the pain and continued to forge. The guild leader certainly noticed Klan's predicament, but this only made him appreciate Klan even more. He couldn't understand how such excellent qualities as resilience, intelligence, and strong hands-on ability could appear in a 16-year-old boy. But soon, the guild leader realized that perhaps it was precisely because this boy was only 16 that he could possess these wonderful qualities. If he were an old man, he would likely have stopped steadily after the second refinement. Finally, Klan reached the quenching step. This time, Klan took out a bottle of higher quality forging liquid that he had selected yesterday from the warehouse and poured it in. The success or failure of this time depended on whether the quenching could be successful. The moment the forging liquid entered the pool, it quickly spread outward in a circular form like a virus, soon dyeing the entire pool a bluish-purple color, with blue-purple arcs flickering inside. Only when all the water in the pool was dyed bluish-purple did he place the magical sword into the pool. Before the blade even entered the water, the surface began to tremble slightly. The terrifying high temperature had already affected the water's surface. Then, the blade made contact with the water's surface. A large amount of white mist rose, and Klan focused intently on observing the weapon's condition. Klan quickly pulled the blade out. He just sensed that if he continued, the blade might break. After waiting a moment, Klan placed the blade back into the pool. The guild leader, not far away, recognized Klan's actions and expressed his approval again. What a terrifying intuition. If Klan hadn't pulled the blade out just now, this forging would indeed have failed. Very few blacksmiths possess such intuition. Chapter 69. Successful Forging. The President's Guidance. The Guild's resources in the year 1701 of the King's calendar. Under the repeated efforts of Kron, a purple light flowed over the entire sword blade, indicating a successful forging. For the first time, Kron successfully forged a magic-level equipment with 3 refinements at such a young age. It's hard to imagine what achievements Kron will have in the future. After completing the forging, Kron attached the hilt and finally picked up the magic sword. After a brief sensation, he found the grip to be very comfortable, and he felt the lightning attribute magic power being activated in an instant. However, the amplification was not as significant as the magic sword he currently used, with an approximate decrease of about 10%. Nonetheless, in terms of feel, it absolutely surpassed the sword he was currently using. One must say, Kron truly possessed an unimaginable talent in the modulation of the sword hilt. At the same time, Kron decided that unless he encountered a super weapon, he would only use weapons he forged himself, because they were just too comfortable to use. As for this magic sword, after some thought, Kron decided to replace it for now. Although the attributes were somewhat lower, the comfort was simply too good, especially when facing enemies he couldn't defeat with the Flash Thunder Sword. After coming to this conclusion, Kron approached a nearby wooden post and examined the sword marks on it, which should be for testing swords. Is this for testing swords? To be safe, Kron inquired. Kola nodded eagerly. Yes, yes, feel free to test it. Clearly, she also wanted to see the strength of this magic sword. He picked up the long sword in his hand and directly slashed down. The next moment, a strong resistance came, and Kron's magic sword sank halfway into the wooden post, not completely cutting it in half. However, it was already deeper than all the sword marks above. Kola, upon seeing this, was almost blinded. No way, buddy, is this correct? Kron's first forged magic weapon is already this strong? The sword marks on the wooden post were naturally left by Kola. Now, Kron's casual strike was already deeper than her marks. This was infuriating. Kola almost wanted to find a good day to jump off. The president, witnessing this scene, gently clapped his hands. He could actually tell that the sword's toughness and sharpness were slightly inferior to the magic weapons forged by Kola. The reason it could cut in so deeply was mainly due to Kron's great strength. However, he wouldn't point this out, as Kola had been quite slack lately, and it was time to give her a wake-up call. Moreover, Kron achieving such results on his first magic weapon was indeed commendable. Then, Kron approached the president. President, yes, Kron, as Gu Gang said, your forging ability is strong. You are a natural-born forger, but your strengths and weaknesses are also very obvious. Kron knew the key point was coming. When you forge now, there aren't really any major issues, mainly some problems faced by beginners, such as lack of experience, insufficient strength, and some details that need better control. You can practice a body forging technique to solve the issue of insufficient strength. At the same time, you can also practice a forging hammer technique. I can teach you that. Additionally, in terms of material selection, although the materials you chose are reasonable, they are not perfect. If you choose the materials correctly, your forging will become easier. For example, this time you chose thunderstone as the main material, but you chose 2 pieces of earth attribute ore and a piece of ordinary iron ore as auxiliary materials. This is actually not a problem, but there are better choices. Since you are using earth powder, 1 piece of earth ore is enough. Having more will actually suppress the power of your sword. You should be able to feel that the sharpness of your sword is sufficient, but the amplification of the lightning attribute should not be strong. This is the result of repeatedly heating and using so many earth attribute ores for stabilization. You could also choose a milder water attribute ore, which would make your subsequent forging easier and the finished product will be lighter. The president didn't say much, just gave Kron a few suggestions. But even with just this little, Kron suddenly realized the points he made about weapons were very precise. No wonder he was a forging master. Kron felt that the president was practical because everything he said seemed very useful. Yes, President, I remember all of this. By the way, President, I heard you wanted to see me today. Is there something you want to discuss? Indeed, there are some matters. Yesterday, I discussed with Gu Gang and decided to give you more financial support each month. Besides that, I personally also want to see you more often. This is the association's support. You can see if you're satisfied. While saying this, the president handed over a list. Upon seeing this, Kron quickly took the list and looked at the items on it, his eyes shining. The list includes black gold charcoal, 1,000 gene, attribute or 100 gene, ordinary high-quality iron or 300 gene, advanced forging liquid 5, ordinary forging liquid 50. After seeing this list, Kron's eyelids twitched. Wow, so much iron. Do they really think I'm a machine? However, Kron thought about his hand speed. With so many resources, if he worked hard to stack his forging skills, a month might not even be enough for him. Because your current level is not very high, this is basically the treatment before you become a forger. In fact, this treatment wasn't originally this good. Mainly because the president saw Kron's performance. He knew that Kron's level had already reached that of high-level blacksmith. So he temporarily raised the treatment. Well, I'm very satisfied, Mr. President. That's good. Anyway, I don't have anything to do tonight, so you can continue forging. I can also give you some guidance. This is the Forging Star Hammer technique, which is also a family heirloom hammer technique of mine. You can take it to study. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me, of course. You can also ask Kola. Hearing that the other party was presenting his family's secret manual, Kron was momentarily stunned. Just as he was about to agree, the president suddenly spoke. However, this manual is given to you with conditions. Upon hearing the president's words, Kron was taken aback. What conditions? Please tell me, Mr. President. Chapter 70 Family Marriage. Half a month later, it's simple. Since this secret technique is our family's ancestral treasure, naturally, only our family members can learn it. Someone like you will definitely have more than one wife in the future, and I don't require that the person you marry must be your legitimate wife. So, how about a marriage alliance with our family? Hearing the other party's request, Kron was taken aback, not expecting the president to propose such a thing. Looking at the president, who was full of confidence, Kron thought for a moment and felt there was no problem with it. For Kron, love was not a necessity. The marriage alliances and benefit relationships between families were indeed the most stable way. However, he couldn't provide enough benefits to the other party right now. So choosing a marriage relationship seemed fine as well. Moreover, considering the president's current status, a marriage alliance with him would be a downward compatibility. Kron was very clear that the other party was investing in his future. On the side, Korra's face quickly turned red upon hearing the words marriage alliance. Brother, what are you talking about? Seeing his sister's reaction, Kono said mercilessly, stop looking, it's probably not you. How old are you? Who would be interested in you? After Kono finished speaking, Korra was furious and mercilessly elbowed Kono in the ribs. However, Kono's expression showed no changes at all. Years of forging had given him a body of steel. Seeing her elbow strike ineffective, Korra was almost driven to anger, but there was nothing she could do. Then Kono, like a lion educating its cub, gave Korra a light smack. With a thud, Korra squatted on the ground, holding her head and crying in pain, the sound indicating she had a good head. I'm sorry, Kron. This child has been mischievous since she was young. I just gave her a little lesson. Kron nodded reluctantly. By the way, can you accept my earlier proposal? Sure. If you can't accept it, the president stopped halfway, and hearing Kron's acceptance, he was naturally very pleased. However, President, I have a question. If I'm marrying into your family, what do I need to give in return? Don't worry about this. You won't need to give anything. We just need your name and want to build a good relationship with you. The children will also bear your surname, and we won't restrict your personal freedom. Hearing the president's words, Kron nodded. In that case, the president's family was indeed a good marriage partner. Okay, then I'll give you this secret technique. I hope you study it well after going back. I definitely will, President. Then Kron looked at his hammer technique talent. Hammer technique talent, 6. To be honest, this talent wasn't low. It was just slightly lower than swordsmanship. With that in mind, as long as this secret technique wasn't too difficult, Kron should be able to get started quickly. In the following time, the two discussed, and Kron began to learn this hammer technique directly. Any uncertainties could be corrected on the spot by the president. The star forging hammer technique was not as complicated as imagined. Its essence was to exert force through a special breathing method and specific techniques. Most of the time, it utilized inertia for forging, which could save a lot of physical strength and significantly increase the forging speed. However, correspondingly, because it used inertia, it was difficult to control the strength during forging and could easily lead to injury. Overall, the pros and cons were quite obvious. Not long after starting to practice, Kron found the knack of this hammer technique. As he struck the practice iron ore with the Vajra hammer, a muffled sound echoed, causing Korra nearby to be momentarily stunned. That sound just now, didn't it seem like it could only be produced by their star forging hammer technique? Uncertain, she listened again. Thud. The second time, it was still the same sound as before. This time, Korra finally heard it clearly. Yes, it was indeed the sound that could only be produced by their hammer technique. How many times has it been? After that, every time Kron forged, the sound remained the same. This time, even Kono's expression changed slightly. No way. Didn't Kron only succeed that once? Why was he able to find the feeling in every subsequent effort? What a monster. I have to say, this was Kron's biggest advantage. When he learned something, as long as he accidentally grasped it once, he could clearly remember that feeling and almost replicate it every time afterward. Now Kron was becoming more and more skilled, feeling that his hammer forging was becoming increasingly effortless. However, he hadn't accelerated yet, because he knew from the beginning that this hammer technique could easily injure oneself, if not careful. It was still better to be a bit more steady for now. Seeing that Kron seemed to have really entered the door, Kono's mood became more complicated. In fact, he had also succeeded very quickly the first time, using about the same amount of time as Kron, but afterward, his performance was far less stable than Kron's now. It took him about a week to stabilize, so watching the scene before him, he found it hard to accept. However, He also felt excited to discover Kron's talent. Under Kono's guidance, Kron continued to improve, and it was only until midnight that Kron reluctantly ended this session of instruction. Afterward, the president had some matters to attend to and was temporarily not in the guild, but Kron had already gained enough benefits. He indeed needed some time to digest it. In a flash, half a month had passed. During this half month, Kron's attributes had once again skyrocketed, due to the improvement of his lightning attribute talent. Kron's speed in practicing the lightning invocation technique had increased. This led to a significant boost in his attribute growth rate. In this half month, including attribute points, Kron had improved by a total of 1 point in swordsmanship talent, 10 points in strength, 6 points in agility, 6 points in constitution, and 7 points in spirit attributes. However, unfortunately, his sword and hammer techniques had not leveled up, but the good news was that because he forged every day, Kron's strength attribute had increased significantly, making him appear a bit sturdier. Here are Kron's current 4-dimensional attributes: strength, 61, agility, 51, constitution, 54, spirit, 47. In addition, his charm and lifespan had also increased again. Perhaps due to a very affluent life, Kron's condition was visibly improving every day. His charm had risen to 80 points, and his lifespan had now increased to 89 years. At this rate, it was indeed possible for him to achieve immortality in the future. At the same time, Kron made tremendous progress in his forging skills. Now, after mastering the star forging hammer technique, Kron was already able to forge magic-grade weapons with 5 refinements. Although he couldn't succeed every time, it was still impressive. Chapter 71. Humiliation. Today, Saga invited Kron to go on a mission again, but Kron chose to refuse their invitation. Saga curiously asked, "What's wrong, Kron? This time we finally have a suitable mission for us. Why not go?" Kron replied, "Because I have to participate in the blacksmith competition in half a month, and every single day is very important for me right now, so I really don't have time for these missions." After hearing Kron's response, Saga finally understood the reason and felt that she couldn't insist on Kron joining them for the mission. In fact, during this period, Saga, Winnie, and Gato had also heard about the emergence of a super genius in the blacksmith guild. When they found out that this person was Kron, their emotions and expressions were quite complex. When did Kron learn blacksmithing and become a genius in the blacksmith guild? What on earth is happening in this world? It was too sudden. They felt happy for Kron's growth, but also realized that Kron was becoming more and more distant from them. Saga reluctantly said, "Well, Kron, you need to work hard. We will go watch the competition when the time comes." "Okay." Kron nodded and then walked towards the Blacksmith Association. Saga, Winnie, and Gato exchanged glances. Finally, Gato spoke up. "Shouldn't we also choose a side job?" Saga nodded in agreement. At first, they were just like everyone else, eagerly wanting to choose a side job. However, Saga soon realized that with her foolish brain, trying to balance training while learning a side job was too painful. It could be said that every day was a mental torture, and Winnie was also experiencing the same situation. Gato, on the other hand, had been too obsessed with training and hadn't chosen a side job, so the three of them quickly decided to become pure combatants. But then the news of Kron becoming a super genius of the Blacksmith Association spread. When they learned this news, they were all shocked, and even more surprised when they found out about the benefits Kron was now enjoying. Because of this side job, they felt like they were now living in completely different worlds from Kron. Saga tentatively suggested, "How about we try exploring other side jobs?" "I think that's a good idea." Soon, the three of them began to think. The first to decide was Gato. He decided to choose blacksmithing as a side job, just like Kron, because his talent was that of a weapon master, allowing him to quickly master all weapons. So he felt that he should also be able to master hammering in a short time. It must be said that this theory did have some basis to support it. Then there were Winnie and Saga. After some thought, Winnie chose to become a formation master, feeling that her talent, combined with some formations, could unleash considerable combat power. Saga truly didn't know what to choose in a short time. She really disliked learning new knowledge, so she hesitated for a while. In the end, she decided to try becoming a blacksmith first. Perhaps she would unexpectedly have a talent for blacksmithing, and she might get to see Kron often. Kron did not notice that his few little friends had made such a decision because of his identity as a blacksmith. Nowadays, Kron could be recognized almost anywhere he went. When he reached the entrance of the Blacksmith Association and saw the person standing there, Kron's brows furrowed together. It was Saint Hart, the first person to disgust him since arriving at the King's Academy. Saint Hart was momentarily stunned upon seeing Kron. Compared to before, Kron had obviously changed a lot. He seemed taller, his physique was more robust, and the lines on his face made him even more handsome. But soon, this brief astonishment was suppressed by the humiliation he had suffered before. "Hey, you over there, the blacksmith, make me a sword. If you do well, this saint lady will reward you handsomely. If not, don't blame me for making it difficult for you, ha." The person she referred to as the blacksmith was obviously Kron, and it was clear that Saint Hart's purpose in coming this time was to humiliate Kron. However, upon hearing her words, Kron ignored her and simply walked past her. Sooner or later, he would make this dog woman regret it. Seeing that Kron actually dared to disregard her, Saint Hart immediately wanted to flip out. "Saint Lady, don't forget what the Pope instructed." Hearing the words of the youth beside her, Saint Hart recalled the Pope's special instructions 10 days ago. Kron was now considered a genius in their church, and if she troubled him again, she would definitely be punished by the Pope, even if she was a saintess. Thinking of the terrifying punishments from the church made Saint Hart feel a wave of panic, and even her hatred for Kron dissipated a bit. "What do you mean? Not accepting business? Are all the blacksmiths in your guild this arrogant?" The commotion soon attracted the attention of some people. When they saw that the one being troubled was Kron, the people from the guild were surprised. "Who is this woman, so bold to threaten our guild's genius?" However, when they inadvertently caught sight of the two badges on Saint Hart's chest, those who wanted to speak up for Kron were stunned. This young girl turned out to be a marquise, and moreover, a saintess of the church. They never expected that such a prominent figure would personally come to the Blacksmith Association to make things difficult for their genius. How could this be? Cordal, who had come out at some point, felt her scalp tingle upon seeing the situation, but still mustered the courage to speak up. "Saint Lady, your presence at the Blacksmith Association truly brings honor to us. If you want Mr. Kron's weapons, we have plenty in stock. You can take a look at others. Mr. Kron is currently very busy and may not have much time." Upon hearing Cora's words, Saint Hart focused her gaze on Cora. Kron was also a bit surprised that Cora would stand up for him in such a situation. She was truly a good sister. However, he certainly couldn't let his good sister fall into such a dangerous situation. Suddenly, Saint Hart coldly spoke. "Who do you think you're to talk to me? I'm asking Kron, not you. Get lost to the side, really thinking of yourself as someone important." Chapter 72. Stabbing the Sacred Heart. Are you crazy? When the Sacred Heart insulted her, Cola's fists clenched tightly, wanting nothing more than to rush up and slap her twice. Although she was extremely angry inside, she chose to endure it. Even though her brother was the president of the Forging Guild, that couldn't be compared to the Saintess. The Saintess undoubtedly possessed an S-level talent, and everyone knew how terrifying an S-level talent could be. In just a few years, she would grow stronger, and if she sought revenge then, they would have no way to resist. By that time, the entire guild and family would be dragged down by her. Not to mention that the person behind the Sacred Heart represented the church. So for herself, her brother, and her family, the proud Cola chose to endure this time. Enough. Did you eat shit for breakfast and not brush your teeth before coming out? Why does your mouth smell so bad? So what if you're a saintess? Having you as a saintess is truly a misfortune for the church. Believe it or not, I'll make you regret it. Hearing Klan's sudden outburst, everyone present was stunned for a moment, and then their expressions turned to fear. Cola couldn't believe it either. She was just about to apologize on Klan's behalf when Klan spoke up. "This is none of your business. This is between me and her." Klan's tone was very aggressive, but Cola could tell that Klan didn't want to involve her, which was why she said that. Cola wanted to say something more, but Klan shot her a glare, making her back down. Cola felt guilty inside, thinking that she hadn't helped Klan, but in reality, it took a lot of courage to stand up in a situation like this, and Klan wouldn't blame her. After Cola quietly stepped back, the Sacred Heart was left in a state of confusion. Did Klan just insult her for having a smelly mouth? The content was so explosive that she couldn't believe what she had just heard. After realizing what happened, the Sacred Heart instantly flew into a rage and charged at Klan. Seeing this, Klan smirked slightly. Just like before, she was impulsive and easily provoked. This time, she didn't even summon the Angel's Soul. The Sacred Heart's speed had noticeably improved compared to before, But Klan had also made significant progress during this time. She still regarded the Sacred Heart as the previous version of herself. Since you attacked first, even if I injure you slightly afterward, the Pope won't say anything. Klan thought. Suddenly, Klan drew a long sword and stabbed it directly into the Saintess's body. At the same time, the Sacred Heart slapped Klan's face. And only then did Klan's sword pierce in her abdomen. Everyone saw that it was the Saintess who attacked first. Klan was merely defending herself. A surge of electricity coursed through the Sacred Heart's wound, charring it black. The suddenness of it all caught the Sacred Heart off guard. The immense pain caused her to cry out in agony, collapsing to the ground, her body convulsing wildly as Klan's electric current wreaked havoc within her. Saintess, a nearby attendant shouted in horror, as no one expected Klan to suddenly do such a thing. Klan hadn't truly been reckless. She had held back. This attack could severely injure her, but was not lethal. Don't worry, you won't die. It's just a minor injury. This is merely a warning. If you dare to provoke me again, we'll go down together. The killing intent in Klan's eyes was almost palpable. She truly wanted to turn the Saintess into mincemeat. But the price of impulsiveness was too high, and this was already somewhat excessive. Klan didn't make any further moves. She also knew that the Pope intended to use her to provoke the Saintess. So although her actions were somewhat over the line, they likely wouldn't threaten her life. You. The Sacred Heart managed to say a couple of words before spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly furious. She tried to get up and fight back, but the pain from her abdomen was too severe, making it impossible to muster the strength. Saintess, please don't speak. We need to get you treated first. Several people hurriedly lifted the Sacred Heart away, while Klan looked on with cold eyes. His earlier words were not a joke. With such a Saintess in the church, Klan was genuinely worried about its future. He couldn't understand why there were such fools. Clearly given a perfect start and only needing to follow the preordained path to become a top powerhouse in this world. Yet, the Sacred Heart acted arrogantly and provocatively every day, creating enemies for herself. This was not how a successor to the Pope should behave. However, Klan soon thought that it could be a side effect of her S-level talent. If you remember correctly, Saga had mentioned before that her wing talent had a side effect of psychological issues. Could it be that the Sacred Heart's arrogance stemmed from psychological problems? But Klan quickly dismissed this thought. He wasn't concerned about whatever psychological issues the Sacred Heart had. He also didn't continue with his forging tasks for the day. After such a big incident, the church would definitely respond. So, Klan simply sat in the hall. The other forgers, seeing what had happened, left in small groups, not daring to have any contact with Klan for fear of attracting trouble. Cola sat across from Klan. Klan, you really made a huge mess this time. That's the Saintess. Hearing Cola's words, Klan remained calm. Don't worry, Cola, I'm fine. The Pope won't do anything to me. How can you be so sure the Pope won't punish you? I never said the Pope wouldn't punish me, Klan replied lightly. But he knew that the Pope, for the sake of face, couldn't really do nothing, but it should have too big of an impact. Do you even realize what you've done? Cola was really angry now. She didn't understand why Klan had to be so impulsive. This could really ruin him. Sure enough, just as Klan was about to respond to reassure Cola, people from the church arrived. Who is Klan? It was almost like the scene from the last time they came to arrest him. Klan stood up skillfully. Here, I'll go with you to the church. Upon seeing the other party, Klan paused for a moment. Are you the one who came to arrest me last time? Looking at Klan's calm demeanor, Jackwell was momentarily speechless. What on earth was this kid? Last time it was somewhat understandable, as the Saintess had bullied him, forcing him to resist. Chapter 73, Boldness. The Pope's pressure, but what is going on this time? Looking at the boy, it seems he hasn't suffered any injuries at all. Instead, the Saintess has been seriously wounded. He really is living on the edge. He has no intention of wasting words with Klan now. Get this guy tied up. As he watched the other party prepare to bind him, Klan calmly said, Don't worry, I won't run this time, just like last time. I'll go with you. Saying this, he walked towards the Holy See. The others were momentarily stunned by this scene. They quickly followed behind Klan. Seeing Klan's leisurely pace, one might mistakenly think that these escort personnel were his bodyguards. However, they didn't dare to really do anything to Klan because he had managed to leave the Holy See unscathed last time. Maybe he could do it again. This guy definitely has some background. He is not an ordinary person. Soon, they arrived at the Pope's palace. Looking at the magnificent palace before him, Klan couldn't shake the feeling that he would be visiting here frequently in the future. However, this time, there would likely be no rewards like last time. Before long, several people escorted Klan into the Pope's palace. Your Holiness, Klan has arrived. Unlike last time, the Pope's face was ashen this time. Just standing below, Klan could feel the Pope's anger. He just didn't know how much of that anger was for show. The Pope coldly said, "You all stay outside." Yes. The group quickly retreated, leaving only Klan and the Pope in the room. Klan was the first to speak. Your Holiness, you still know I'm the Pope. Do you have any respect for the Holy See? Tell me, what have you done to the Saintus? The Saintus came to the Blacksmith Guild to make things difficult for me, seeking revenge for the last time, and even wanted to deal with the people around me. To protect those around me, I had no choice but to act against the Saintus. Hearing Klan's words, the Pope almost laughed in anger. Oh, so you consider yourself the victim? That's not wrong. If I hadn't acted, it might be me and my companions lying down now. So I had no choice but to injure the Saintus. Although Klan spoke respectfully, he somehow sounded infuriating, implying that this matter was the Saintus's fault. If it weren't for her, such things wouldn't have happened. The Pope was increasingly displeased with Klan. This kid seemed to have faintly guessed something, which is why he dared to act so recklessly. However, he couldn't be sure yet. So, you think you did nothing wrong this time? That's not the case, Your Holiness. I know I made a serious mistake this time, but it was truly unavoidable. If I had endured this time, I would have faced the Saintus's endless humiliation in the future. You know the Saintus's character well. Upon hearing Klan's words, the Pope's anger slightly dissipated. He could now be sure that Klan already knew about his intention to provoke the Saintus. This kid is surprisingly clever. If only the Holy Heart were this smart, he wouldn't have to worry so much. However, as the Pope, he could never admit that. Klan, do you know that I originally had high hopes for you? But now that you've done something like this, if I don't punish you, how will the people outside respect me? Klan instantly understood the Pope's meaning. Indeed, the Pope's face was very important, and the authority of the Holy See could not be infringed upon. Klan couldn't refuse. The best course of action would be for Klan to superficially admit his mistake, and then the Pope could symbolically punish him. This way, it would prove the Pope's fairness and demonstrate the absolute authority of the Holy See, showing that no one could challenge it. However, Klan had a better solution. Your Holiness, I have a plan. Oh, go ahead and tell me. In half a month, I will participate in the blacksmith competition, and I will win the championship in the youth category. Upon hearing this, the Pope faintly began to understand Klan's intention. Klan continued, then, I will participate in the new student martial arts competition in 2 months, and I will also win the championship. As long as I demonstrate enough talent, I can attract attention from the outside, placing me and the Saintus in a position where the gap isn't so large. Then this matter won't be significant. After hearing Klan's words, the Pope suddenly found it somewhat amusing. This kid's talent is indeed quite good, but he really seems to be overestimating himself right now. Moreover, on what basis does he think that just by achieving these 2 small accomplishments, he would have no gap with the Saintus? Where does this confidence come from? He felt that perhaps he needed to suppress Klan a bit. Otherwise, this person might end up just like the Holy Heart, becoming arrogant. Bold. The Pope's pressure erupted instantly, filling the entire hall with his furious roar, so much so that even the people outside heard it, causing them to instinctively kneel down in fear. Klan remained standing in place. However, from Klan's slightly trembling body, it was evident that he was not at ease. The Pope looked at Klan, who was still standing straight, and was slightly surprised. Something seemed off. How is this kid's physical quality so strong? Under normal circumstances, Klan should have already knelt down under this immense pressure. But in reality, that didn't happen. He suddenly realized that something was wrong and slightly increased the pressure. However, Klan continued to hold on. The Pope became curious about Klan's limits, so he continued to apply pressure bit by bit. Klan could feel his bones cracking, as if they could be crushed into a pulp at any moment under this immense pressure. Klan let out a roar, and then a surge of lightning began to flow across his body. Klan's physical quality suddenly improved. Seeing this, the Pope continued to increase the pressure. Under such suppression, Klan's magical power began to deplete rapidly, But his control over the thunder technique was also skyrocketing. Originally, he had just recently broken through the thunder technique, but now it stabilized at astonishing speed. However, it still couldn't keep up with the rate at which the pressure was increasing. Soon, tiny beads of blood began to seep from Klan's pores, and his body felt as if it would explode at any moment. Chapter 74. Klan's True Talent? The Pope shocked just as Klan's body was about to give in. The Pope suddenly withdrew his overwhelming pressure. The people outside, feeling the terrifying force dissipate, struggled to get up, feeling utterly shaken. It was frightening. They had rarely seen the Pope so enraged. He looked at Klan with a complex expression and said, "Speak. What other secrets do you have?" He couldn't believe that someone who could perceive their own talents could grow so quickly. Although this talent was indeed powerful, it shouldn't be so exaggerated. Hearing the Pope's words, Klan hesitated for a moment, but eventually spoke up. "Your Holiness, my attribute point talent doesn't increase by 1 per year, but rather by 1 per week." Since the Pope already had such a suspicion, Klan knew he had to reveal part of his strength. Otherwise, he couldn't easily brush this off today. Moreover, this was also to resolve some future troubles. Upon hearing Klan's words, the Pope was momentarily stunned, and his eyes filled with disbelief. What did Klan just say? Increasing an attribute by 1 per week? If what Klan said was true, that meant he could increase 52 to 53 attribute points in a year. Therefore, his talent rating would be at least S grade. He never expected to hear such news today. Did that mean that if Klan lived a few more years, he could become invincible? Is what you said true? His emotions suddenly became excited. He understood the significance of Klan's words. Although this talent was not as effective as those like the Angel Soul that could greatly enhance talent and combat power, Klan's growth was limitless, and he would grow every week, just with a slightly longer growth cycle. According to the Pope's calculations, if it really took a week to grow 1 point, then in about 15 years, Klan's talent would be on par with the Holy Heart. Yes, in this world, an S-grade talent is that powerful. Even increasing 1 attribute per week would take a full 15 years to catch up. This was mainly because S-grade talent holders had a growth rate that was too fast during the early to mid stages, quickly widening the gap with someone like Klan. Only when entering the later stages and hitting a bottleneck could the attribute points start to catch up and then gradually surpass. It is indeed true, Your Holiness. Of course, it was a lie. He actually increased his attribute points by 1 per day. If the Pope knew Klan increased 1 attribute point per day, he wouldn't have reached such a conservative conclusion. In that case, Klan might catch up in a year or even half a year, because increasing 1 attribute point per day was incredibly fast, almost on par with the growth rate of S-grade talent holders. After confirming the answer, the Pope took a deep breath and said, "You truly have given me an unexpected surprise, Klan. So, Your Holiness, do you now believe my previous promises?" Klan asked. The Pope paused for a moment. To be honest, he still had a bit of disbelief. He would rather believe that Klan fabricated such a monstrous talent to escape punishment. After all, from the Pope's perspective, Klan's talent was just too strong. He could clearly understand his own talent and attribute points, and he could permanently increase 1 random attribute point every week. How could such an exaggerated talent exist in this world? Once it grew, it would be completely invincible. However, he wasn't entirely disbelieving. He was now half convinced because Klan's growth rate was indeed too fast. It couldn't be that 1 attribute point per year could lead to such growth. But he was more inclined to believe that Klan had acquired some kind of treasure, which was why he was growing so quickly. Seeing the Pope's hesitation, Klan knew the other party was pondering the authenticity of this matter, so he didn't urge him. After a while, the Pope suddenly spoke. "Klan, I can temporarily believe you, but I cannot publicly disclose your talent. You should understand the reason." "Yes, I understand." Klan certainly knew that if his talent were to be made public, even if it was a weakened version that he had modified, it would still cause a stir in the outside world, as this talent, once grown, would be invincible. Moreover, the ability to add attribute points to lifespan was not a secret in this world. Originally, adding to lifespan was considered good luck for this talent, akin to winning a second chance in a lottery, but the difference was that it granted an additional year of life. However, Klan's situation was different. To the outside world, if Klan accidentally increased his lifespan by 1 point, it would be equivalent to gaining an extra 52 lottery chances. With those 52 chances, Getting 1 or 2 years of life was not impossible, which could essentially lead to an infinite cycle. Therefore, Klan's talent could potentially turn him into an ultimate being with constantly increasing values and unlimited lifespan. How could the outside world allow such a monster to exist? If this talent were to be exposed, not to mention most of the major powers would likely unite against the church. Thus, Klan's talent absolutely could not be revealed. If it were, not only Klan would be destroyed, but also the church. However, correspondingly, if Klan's talent was real, the church could become the true overlord of the continent, and one that would endure through the ages. Thinking of this, the Pope began to contemplate how to handle Klan's issue moving forward. Seeing the Pope lost in thought, Klan did not interrupt. He wanted to see how the Pope would address this matter. Honestly, your talent is very strong and extremely dangerous, Klan. I cannot continue to offer you any special treatment. I think you understand the reason. However, I will help you in secret. You should know this is the best way to handle it for you. Klan nodded. Now that the two were on the same page. Since the Pope knew he had such a talent, he could not neglect to cultivate him. After all, if left unchecked, what if Klan developed resentment towards the church in the future? Of course, the Pope had another solution to the problem: to kill Klan directly. In that case, all problems would truly be resolved. However, that would be rather foolish, as Klan was indeed someone who could rewrite the fate of the church. With that thought, the Pope's breathing began to quicken slightly. Chapter 75. The identities of the two have completely reversed. Let's proceed as you suggested earlier. All right, as for your training resources, I will arrange for you to participate in some competitions through various means. As long as you can maintain a high level, you will be able to obtain these resources. Okay, Your Holiness, this arrangement is indeed good, providing Klan with some experience while also allowing him to obtain the resources he desires. He has already realized that the Pope truly wants to support him in rising to power. The Pope indeed intends to let Klan take his place. If Klan becomes the Pope, he does not believe Klan would betray the church. As for Saint Hart, he can serve as Klan's sharpening stone. Now, the identities of the two have completely reversed. Klan is inherently intelligent, exceptionally talented, and stable in character. While Saint Hart has talent, his mind is still immature. And influenced by his talent, he may remain this way for life. Choosing a successor between these two should be quite simple. With this thought, the Pope let out a long sigh of relief and returned to his room. He stood in front of the mirror, slowly unbuttoning his outer garment, revealing his body. He looked at himself in the mirror, and a bitter smile appeared on the Pope's face. It was evident that there was a pitch-black wound on his abdomen, resembling a bottomless black hole, with several deep black veins connecting from the wound to the outside, looking terrifying. I wonder how much longer I can live. I really hope to see these children grow up before I die. He couldn't help but think. Unlike typical S-level talent holders, the Pope's side effect is kindness. Yes, this side effect sounds a bit absurd, but it truly is a side effect. The Pope's greatest flaw is being too kind. It is this kindness that has caused him to endure countless hardships. Fortunately, he has now learned to control himself, no longer allowing his emotions to dominate, but rather viewing events with the correct standards. However, even so, he occasionally succumbs to his compassionate heart and spares some people. As for why he can remain stable in the position of Pope, it is still because of his overwhelming strength. Even if he doesn't want to be the Pope, his extraordinary talent makes it impossible for him to be mediocre. He took the position of Pope to change the current state of the Academy, but his extraordinary power feels so insignificant in front of the entire Royal Academy. Meanwhile, Klan has also left the Pope's palace, but he looks bloody and somewhat frightening. The guards outside the door, upon seeing Klan, thought he had undergone cruel punishment. Since he has come out, it should mean the punishment has ended. So they did not stop him. Klan planned to return home to take a shower first. Milia quickly came to open the door for Klan, and upon seeing his appearance, she burst into tears. Now she's in Klan's arms, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Seeing this scene, Klan felt a bit helpless, only able to gently pat Milia's back and said in a soothing tone, "It's okay, I'm really fine. I have no wounds. This is all someone else's blood. You'll see after I take a shower." But this is really scary, she said. She nearly fainted when she first saw Klan, and she thought about what she would do if Klan were to die. after Klan cleaned off all the blood from his body, and it was indeed impossible to see any wounds on the surface. Milia finally sighed in relief. All right, I'm going to the guild now. Okay, master. After saying that, Klan directly went to the blacksmith guild to continue his forging. His life was not disrupted by this incident because Klan knew that the current rhythm suited him very well. The Pope's involvement would only accelerate his growth, and Klan currently had a very good impression of the Pope. At the same time, Klan was somewhat puzzled. Was the Pope too easy to deal with? Many of the methods he had thought of were not even used. How could he be so easy to handle? Shouldn't he be a behind-the-scenes big boss or something? In any case, Klan still harbored some wariness towards the Pope. Even though he treated him very well and fairly, Klan could not fully trust him, a sentiment shaped by his experiences over the years. Perhaps Klan would never be able to completely trust anyone, especially someone as significant as the Pope. The blacksmith and the guild were all shocked when they saw Klan return unscathed. They began to speculate about who was behind Klan, as it seemed impossible that he had not faced any punishment for injuring the Saintess. However, when Klan appeared before them, everyone seemed to share an unspoken understanding. It was as if they had discussed it in advance, and none dared to mention the incident in front of Klan. It was as if nothing had happened at the blacksmith guild. Even Kola realized this after seeing Klan return safely, as she now understood that Klan's identity was not as simple as she had imagined. Only Sophia rushed over with concern. Klan, I heard about what happened this afternoon. Are you okay? Looking at Sophia's performance, Klan merely nodded faintly. Yes, I'm fine. Don't worry. When the Pope mentioned that there would be a way to send resources into his hands, Klan immediately thought of Sophia. He has now realized. Sophia is the Pope's person placed beside him. As expected, the world is not so beautiful. Suddenly, a stunning beauty strikes up a conversation with you, and it turns out to have been arranged long ago. However, Klan had no intention of exposing her. He could now use Sophia to provide the Pope with some false information. His biggest problem right now is that his growth speed is simply too fast. Yes, Klan's growth is indeed a bit exaggerated, far exceeding the scope of an ordinary genius. Therefore, Klan only plans to showcase part of his talent in the future. After all, if it is too against the heavens, it will attract the murderous intentions of many with ulterior motives. It is not an exaggeration to say that there are already people wanting to kill him. Are you really okay? I'm really fine. All right, I need to go forge now. Seeing Klan's demeanor, Sophia did not press further and could only nod, allowing Klan to go train by himself. On the other side, Saint Hart has woken up, looking at the familiar room before him and the Pope at his bedside, feeling frustrated to the point of vomiting blood, wondering why the scene feels so familiar as if he had experienced it before. Chapter 76, The Last Chance. Utter disappointment, however, this time, she was ambushed by that despicable man Kron. Originally, she wanted to express her grievances to the Pope just like before. But this time, the Pope was completely different, his face dark and frightening. You're awake. A gentle voice came. Hearing that familiar tone, Shang-Xin finally breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that the Pope hadn't blamed her. Do you remember what I instructed you before? Oh no, it wasn't a question about her situation, but a direct accusation. For some reason, Shang-Xin suddenly felt a bit scared. Suddenly, Shang-Xin shouted, Your Holiness, it's all Kron's fault. If he hadn't ambushed me, I wouldn't be like this now. Capture him and kill him. He is a scoundrel. Seeing Shang-Xin actually blaming someone else first, the Pope's expression didn't change much, but inside he felt immense disappointment. Is this the Holy Maiden of the Church, the future hope? Did she really think that by acting a bit wrong and raising her voice, the fault would lie with others? Doesn't she know that because of her current behavior, she is ruining the reputation of the title Holy Maiden? Why was she so foolish? Had she really been too indulgent towards her in the past that she had turned out this way? Enough. The Pope suddenly spoke. Hearing the Pope's obviously angry tone, Shang-Xin was stunned for a moment. Was the Pope actually yelling at her? Shang-Xin, remember this is the last time. If you continue to act recklessly in the church, you can forget about being the Holy Maiden. Moreover, if you want to take revenge on Kron, defeat him in the official competition. Don't use those despicable means. A Holy Maiden should have the pride of a Holy Maiden. If I hear any more news of you bullying others, I will personally strip you of your title. Upon hearing the Pope's warning, Shang-Xin couldn't believe that these words were coming from him. A wave of immense grievance surged in her heart. How could the Pope treat her like this? Other countries would pamper and support an S-level genius. But the Pope dared to treat her this way for a mere ordinary person. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Soon, the grievance dissipated, replaced by a strong sense of anger. She hated the Pope. Yes, for such a trivial matter, she was already holding a grudge against him, even though he had treated her well, like a daughter. But in Shang-Xin's worldview, at the moment the Pope yelled at her, all those good things disappeared. In her eyes, the Pope was a beast who allowed outsiders to bully her. Such a person didn't deserve to be the Pope. However, all of this happened after the Pope turned away. She thought the Pope hadn't noticed, but he saw everything. After witnessing this scene, he felt endless disappointment in his heart. This was his last chance for Shang-Xin. But Shang-Xin didn't seize it. If she continued to develop like this and inherited the church, she might really bring ruin to it. This place he had fought for half his life absolutely could not be handed over to someone like her. But heaven favored the church. Kron appeared, a successor so perfect that he thought he was dreaming. He believed Kron would change the current situation. After comparing with Shang-Xin, the Pope found Kron more and more pleasing to the eye. After the Pope left, Shang-Xin got up and began to rage, smashing everything in the room to pieces. She even whipped her subordinates, venting her anger, and screams could be heard continuously from her courtyard. However, she probably wouldn't go out to cause trouble for a while. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 19 days had passed. Tomorrow was the official start of the Forge Master Conference. During these 19 days, Kron's attributes had once again received a leap in improvement. This included 14 points in strength, 7 points in agility, 9 points in constitution, and 5 points in spirit. This made Kron's current attributes soar to strength, 75, agility, 58, constitution, 63, spirit, 52. These attributes had completely caught up with the growth rate of S-level talent, with the only difference being that Kron didn't have the explosive power of their talents. In addition, Kron's Star Hammer technique had now been upgraded to level 2. Reaching proficiency, Kron was now able to forge magical level equipment refined 7 times, but he still couldn't forge hero level equipment. He planned to start trying to forge hero level equipment after some time, but he wasn't sure if he could succeed. Hero level equipment required the fusion of at least 6 types of ores, with 2 of those needing to be of extremely high quality attributes, and ultimately undergoing at least 4 refinements to fully merge. The difficulty of this was not just a little higher than forging magical level equipment. Even though Kron now had the ability to refine magical level equipment 7 times, he still found hero level equipment daunting. Tomorrow was the competition, and Kron didn't rest tonight. Unlike ordinary forge masters, who used 4 types of ores to forge magical level equipment, Kron was now using 5 types, which further increased the difficulty of forging, but correspondingly, the quality of the forged weapons would be much better. Of course, the most important thing was that increasing the difficulty of forging could help Kron's skills grow to a certain extent. With the Forge Master competition approaching, many people wanted to harm Kron today. Directly taking action was definitely not an option, so these people thought of many ways, like tampering with Kron's forging materials or causing some minor accidents, such as food poisoning. Although someone at Kron's level wouldn't get food poisoning, if it did happen, it would definitely be due to poisoning, but so what? As long as they didn't know who did it, it wouldn't matter. Kron was also very cautious about everything around him, so that night he slept directly at the Forge Master Guild and didn't go back at all. To ensure that nothing went wrong tonight, and that he could appear at the competition in the best possible condition tomorrow. Even the president and vice president stayed at the guild, preventing those who wanted to take action from having any opportunity. As for the forging materials Kron would use tomorrow, they were personally supervised by the president. Congratulations, host! You have obtained 1 point of luck attribute. Hearing this prompt, Kron's eyes lit up. Receiving a luck attribute at this point was something he really wanted to see. This way, the probability of unexpected events happening tomorrow might be greatly reduced. Chapter 77, the forging competition begins. Time flew by, and the next day it arrived, marking the opening match of the annual blacksmith conference. The competition was divided into 3 stages. The bronze group, consisting of young blacksmiths aged 20 and under, the gold group, made up of young blacksmiths aged 21 to 30. And finally, the diamond group, composed of blacksmiths over 30. Yes, Klan could only participate in the bronze group for now, but if he placed in the top 3, he would have the option to continue competing in the gold group. That was his plan. His forging skills were already considered top-notch among advanced blacksmiths, and he would at least rank in the upper middle tier in the gold group. So after warming up in the bronze group, Klan intended to see how he measured up. As for the diamond group's matches, Klan had no intention of participating. The gap in skill was simply too vast, and he wasn't even qualified to compete. However, he thought he could learn a bit by observing the techniques of the masters. When Klan arrived at the venue, he quickly attracted a lot of attention. Normally, the blacksmith competition would only attract blacksmiths as participants and spectators, but today, many others from different guilds were also present. Most of them were focused on Klan, especially since the news from a few days ago had stirred quite a buzz, making Klan's notoriety within the church quite exaggerated. Moreover, the fact that he hadn't been executed after injuring the Holy Maiden but was merely lightly punished, followed by everything returning to normal and the information being quickly suppressed, further convinced these influential figures that Klan might become a key player in the church in the future. Thus, they all planned to come and make a good impression on him. Clearly, after days of investigation, they had already learned what Klan looked like. Among these people were high-ranking figures, such as the president and vice president of the Potion Masters Guild. The president wanted to see just how extraordinary this Klan was to attract so much attention from various forces. He had already begun to pray in his heart that Klan would falter when he started forging, ideally making a fool of himself. The vice president, on the other hand, decided to observe Klan's competition before deciding whether to leave the Potion Masters Guild. Yes, he was already contemplating this. He wanted to establish a new Potion Masters Guild. His guild would be different from the old one. He aimed to spread the knowledge of potion making to the public, allowing ordinary people to access it. Of course, he knew that this path would be extremely challenging, as the old Potion Masters Guild would undoubtedly try to obstruct him. Therefore, he wanted to see Klan's performance. If Klan proved to be exceptionally talented, he would leave the Potion Masters Guild without hesitation. He was unwilling to witness the day when the blacksmith profession surpassed that of Potion Masters. This was a gamble he was taking on himself. When the president saw the president of the Potion Masters Guild, he couldn't help but smirk. He certainly knew why the other party had come. Had they been frightened to this extent, fearing Klan's outstanding performance would greatly impact their guild? Isn't this the president of the Potion Masters Guild? What a surprise to see you here today, attending our blacksmith competition. Listening to Kono's sarcastic tone, Rain felt somewhat displeased. Since this guy appeared, the blacksmith guild had risen, and he certainly didn't like Kono. I heard your guild produced a super genius, so I came to take a look. Haha, Klan's talent is indeed remarkable. But doesn't your Potion Masters Guild have its own genius? Why come and watch us blacksmiths? Kono's words hit home, as the Potion Masters Guild had indeed not seen a genius in years. The main issue was that the requirements to become a potion master were too high, and there was serious internal corruption. To become a potion master, one needed not only outstanding talent, but also social skills to rise and gain better resources. As for what social skills entailed, you can imagine. Even then, one would have to wait for those old-timers to retire from the Royal Academy to take their places. Many young people, seeing the internal issues of the Potion Masters Guild, chose to withdraw and become independent potion masters. Well, mind your own business. It's not easy to produce such a super genius. Let us hope nothing unexpected happens. Kono sensed that Rain was threatening him, but what could he do? Kono wasn't particularly worried about Klan. After all, Klan's notoriety was too high. Even the Pope was aware of Klan's existence, and Klan's background was significant enough for the Pope to treat him with some respect. Moreover, the handling of the incident with the Holy Maiden further convinced Kono that Klan must have some substantial backing. Sometimes, fame could serve as a form of protection. It was a clever strategy to expose one's self to everyone, although being monitored by many could lead to attempts on his life. It also attracted those wanting to ally with him. Thus, if anyone wanted to kill Klan, the factions seeking to recruit him could use this opportunity to settle scores with those who harmed him. The bronze group competition soon commenced. The rules were simple. Each participant would forge a weapon they were skilled in with an 8-hour time limit. The materials were provided by the blacksmith guild. They would then assess the strength and quality of each participant's weapon. The first round involved ordinary weapons, with each participant receiving 2 pieces of ore, meaning everyone had 2 chances to forge. Ultimately, the top 100 would advance to the next round. There were 4,000 participants in the bronze group. The reason for such a large number was that blacksmiths from other cities also rushed to participate after hearing about the competition. Correspondingly, when other cities held competitions, blacksmiths from Holy Light City could also participate. The elimination rate was astonishing, with a ratio of 40-1. Klan did not hesitate. After receiving his materials, he began forging at a rapid pace. The competition allowed the use of personal forges and hammers, as these tools were also a reflection of a blacksmith skill. Additionally, some potions were permitted, although there were also banned substances. In summary, the blacksmith conference differed significantly from expectations. It was not just a competition of forging skills. Chapter 78. The forging ends. 9 refinements in 2 hours after Klan took out his forging furnace and hammer. He quickly attracted the attention of many people. As they were all blacksmiths, they could naturally tell that Klan's forging equipment was top-notch. In recent days, Klan had earned a large amount of points through continuous forging, and his savings had reached 50,000. If he wanted, he could upgrade his forging equipment even further. Based on the quantity of equipment Klan had crafted in these days, he should have earned far more than 50,000 points. However, the payment method of the Blacksmith Guild was such that the money from the weapons Klan consigned would only be transferred to him the next day after they were sold. This meant some weapons had not yet sold, which led to Klan's current earnings being limited. 50,000 points looked like a lot, but if Klan wanted to buy truly good items, it wouldn't take long for it to be spent. During this time, Klan had not changed his forging hammer. The diamond hammer was still working well for him. Soon, the assessment began. The star-picking furnace ignited instantly, and Klan threw 2 pieces of ore into it. Meanwhile, many young participants were using only ordinary forging furnaces. Just as the other competitors were still heating their ores, a dull thud echoed throughout the venue. Many people turned to look at Klan, surprised. "Come on, man, I just lit my fire not long ago, and you're already starting to forge? Are you even human?" At the same time, a few people were paying close attention to Klan: Kola, Sophia, Drew, and Kazan. Among them, Kazan looked at Klan with resentment. Before Klan appeared, he was the first to break through to the advanced blacksmith level among them, and he was only 18 years old. This meant he had learned forging and become an advanced blacksmith in just 2 years, a growth rate comparable to the vice president's. If nothing unexpected happened, he was very likely to achieve the same accomplishments as the vice president in the future, becoming a top blacksmith master, or even further. Potentially becoming a forging master like the president was not impossible. Originally, he should have been the one shining brightly, the center of attention, but ever since Klan arrived, everything changed. Everyone only focused on Klan. He became the shining star, and Kazan could not accept this change. Therefore, he hated Klan very, very much. Now that Klan began forging, Kazan couldn't help but glance in Klan's direction. Upon noticing the forging furnace Klan was using, Kazan could hardly accept it. He knew that this furnace was once used by the vice president, who had said that if a talented blacksmith appeared in the guild, he would give this furnace to them. Kazan had originally thought that person would be himself, but now the furnace was in Klan's hands. He suddenly felt a sense of betrayal. Meanwhile, Klan quickly removed impurities and then swiftly fused the 2 ores, repeating the refinement process. After all, he had a full 8 hours, and it wouldn't do for him not to put on a good performance. After witnessing Klan's operations, the surrounding blacksmiths were momentarily speechless. They had thought the gap between them and top geniuses like Klan would be significant, but they never expected it to be this huge. They hadn't even started hammering, yet Klan was almost done and still practicing. Drew wore a serious expression. After his initial surprise, he focused on forging and ignored Klan. This competition was very important, and he had to be in the top 3. Soon, before the original ingot had completely cooled, Klan had completed 6 refinements. He then placed the ingot back in the star-picking furnace to heat it again. Since it was only ordinary grade, or Klan certainly wouldn't settle for just 6 refinements. And he wasn't feeling any difficulty at all. On the stage, Kono and others watched Klan's performance. Although Klan didn't leave himself any room for error by using both pieces of raw ore at once, Everyone present believed Klan wouldn't fail. He certainly wouldn't disappoint them. He knew exactly how strong he was. So he continued to refine repeatedly. And the sound of his refining was undoubtedly a torment for the other contestants. Its terrifying intensity was comparable to the sound of flipping through exam papers, sounding incredibly harsh. Each strike represented Klan getting closer to completion. Was he hammering or? No, he was hammering the faces of the other candidates. Ultimately, after 2 hours, Klan completed 9 refinements. Many prominent figures present were stunned upon seeing Klan refine 9 times in such a short period. They understood what it meant to refine 9 times in such a short time. This genius, Klan, truly had the strength. It was not a facade. However, Lean felt somewhat disappointed. What he anticipated did not happen. Klan had forged the strength of this sword, made entirely from ordinary materials, to the limit. The reason for the 9 refinements was not that Klan was only capable of that. It was because materials of this level could only be refined 9 times at most. Any more, and the material itself wouldn't be able to withstand it. Afterward, Klan began shaping and polishing the blade, finally finishing the water quenching. Ordinary weapons had no attributes, so there was no need to use forging liquid during the final quenching. After that, Klan stopped forging, completed the final assembly of the sword handle, and placed the forged weapon on the display stand in front of him. The examiner walked over as soon as he saw this scene. This competition was not only to assess the quality of the weapon, but also to evaluate the contestants' forging speed, among other things. The examiner looked at the straight, slender sword that shimmered with a cold light and couldn't help but feel emotional. It was truly a work of art. Even though this weapon was forged from ordinary materials, he couldn't find a single flaw. Then, the examiner picked up the sword, and at the moment he held it, like others who had used Klan's weapons, he was immediately stunned by its feel. As an examiner, he had the fortune of using weapons forged by top blacksmiths, which had an incredibly wonderful touch just by holding them. But now, the weapon Klan forged gave him the same feeling, even slightly better, truly incredible. Many blacksmiths often overlooked this issue when they first started forging. In reality, the feel was very important. The examiner then waved the sword a couple of times, feeling very smooth, which proved that the weight of the blade was just right, not too light and not too heavy. He then proceeded to test its sharpness and strength. The sharpness test involved cutting through hemp rope, which was different from ordinary hemp ropes. It was made from special tree bark and was very tough. Ordinary knives would take a long time to cut through it. Chapter 79. The test is over. Now there is good news and bad news. The strength test involved striking an iron rod with a sword 10 times without breaking the sword to pass. The examiner quickly walked up to the hemp rope, and judging by his expression, he seemed eager to see the power of the sword. Many candidates around also wanted to witness this moment, though most were just there to accompany someone. They were well aware that they were merely accompanying others and were mainly interested in gaining some experience. This was indeed an opportunity to see the world. Accompanied by a buzzing sound of the sword, the examiner struck down, instantly severing the tough hemp rope with a clean, smooth cut. The examiner, somewhat incredulous, picked up the sword. The feel of the sword in his hand was simply exquisite, and he was tempted to buy it on the spot. Next came the strength test. Looking at the iron rod not far away, a slight look of pity appeared on the examiner's face. It felt a bit regrettable to use such a fine sword to strike this thing. However, it was a test, and despite the reluctance, it had to be done. He then swung the sword down. Clang! The 5 centimeters thick iron rod was directly severed. Now, for the candidates, there were 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. The good news was that Klan's sword broke after the strength test. The bad news was that it was the iron rod that broke, not Klan's sword. Upon seeing this, many candidates' mental states collapsed instantly. Was this still a normal level weapon? How could an ordinary weapon possess such strength? What kind of stats does this weapon have? This is a freaking ordinary weapon? Indeed, under Klan's forging, the weapon's strength had far exceeded that of ordinary level weapons, even surpassing some fine weapons. But it simply lacked any attribute enhancements since it was made from regular ores. After just one strike, the examiner did not continue testing, as the testing tool was no longer usable. The test was deemed a success. The examiner loudly announced the results. and it was clear to everyone that he was extremely excited. He then carefully placed Klan's sword aside. This was merely the first round, and there would be a second round of tests. By that time, certainly more than 100 people would pass the first round. The second round of testing was also straightforward. 2 swords would be used to clash, and those who couldn't hold up would be eliminated. In fact, the examiner could easily discern which were good weapons and which were poor. The test primarily served to address some people's doubts. Of course, during the testing, arrangements would be made to ensure that good weapons and poor weapons would not clash, preventing truly skilled individuals from being eliminated. Therefore, it could be said that competing in the Church's tournament was fundamentally about pure strength. Relying on luck to advance to the next round was indeed a very difficult task. After the forging was completed, Klan went to the contestants' rest area. He first looked at the competitors still in the contest, but soon lost interest. In Klan's eyes, the forging techniques of these individuals seemed rather crude. He noticed that many people merely swung their hammers without carefully observing the ores or feeling the power of their strikes. Such a forging method was inefficient and prone to injury. Only a few individuals had decent forging techniques, but they still fell short compared to him. Thus, Klan's participation in the bronze group competition felt like a pure baby cup match. The gap was just too vast. However, the first prize in the bronze group was also the Extraordinary Flame reward. Although it was the lowest grade of Extraordinary Flame, Klan was genuinely curious about what it would feel like to use it and whether it would elevate his forging capabilities. According to what he had seen before, mastering an Extraordinary Flame meant that he would no longer need fuel for forging, significantly improving efficiency and success rates, while also increasing the strength of the weapons. While thinking, Klan couldn't help but glance over at the guild president and the others. However, upon looking, Klan noticed that including the president and vice president, many significant figures were now watching him. In fact, once someone reaches the level of a guild president, they may not be experts in other professions' techniques, but can certainly understand them to some extent. Although Klan had just used ordinary materials for forging, anyone could tell how strong his technique was. The examiner's expression of adoration when he received the sword Klan made was not something that could be feigned. One could predict that Klan's weapon sales would undoubtedly increase significantly in the future. Indeed, before the forging competition even began, Klan's weapons, displayed alongside weapons of the same quality, were priced about 10 to 20 higher. This was not only due to the feel, but also the appearance. Klan's aesthetic sense was truly ahead of his peers, allowing him to enhance even the most basic swords in terms of proportion and design, greatly improving the weapon's visual appeal. This led to a stark contrast between Klan's weapons and others of the same quality when placed together. Though they were priced about 10 to 20 higher, Klan's weapons seemed to be of a far superior tier compared to other weapons of the same quality. Moreover, the feel of the weapons was exceptional, so most people did not mind the slight price increase, resulting in Klan's weapons becoming exceptionally popular. Even the examiner who had just tried Klan's sword was now thinking that perhaps he could purchase a weapon forged by Klan, not for use, but for collection. After all, their income was quite high, and buying a weapon would be easily affordable. At some point, Klan took out a book and began reading it with great interest, as he had nothing else to do. With his high mental energy, Klan's cognitive abilities were excellent, allowing him to remember almost everything after a single read. The feeling of quickly grasping concepts and seeing through problems at a glance was something only he could understand. It was truly exhilarating. Kazan had already begun his 4th refinement. He had now decided that since Klan refined 9 times, he too would refine 9 times, no matter what. The quality aspect could not be compromised. With this thought, he instinctively glanced in Klan's direction. In Kazan's mind, Klan should also be looking back at him, and they could share a moment of eye contact. Chapter 80. Huge mistake. Mental collapse, however. The reality was that Kron was not paying attention to the field at all. He was absorbed in the book he was holding, as if he didn't take his opponent seriously. When Kazan saw this, his previously stabilized mindset suddenly crumbled. What does this mean? Who does he look down on? In response, he could only angrily take out the already heated raw material, and then struck it heavily with a hammer. With a loud bang, everyone around was startled, including Kazan himself, and the several examiners on stage were also drawn to the commotion. Looking over, they found Kazan completely at a loss, staring at the scene before him. His previous strike had been so forceful that he smashed the raw ore into pieces. Normally, heated iron ore should be hammered flat with a single blow. But with great force comes unexpected results, and the forging hammer Kazan was using had a relatively small head. The hammerhead did not cover the entire raw ore, and when he struck down from the middle, the surrounding material flew outwards. Kazan was now completely dumbfounded, wondering why this was happening. Seeing this, Gagun sighed. This kid Kazan really. Rian discovered that Gagun actually knew Kazan. Master Gagun, you know this kid? Yes, this child has the best talent among these people. Except for Kron. Unfortunately, he is too stubborn and has some personality issues, and because of his talent, he also has some psychological flaws. After hearing Gugun's words, Rian fell silent for a moment. He certainly understood that psychological issues could be serious or trivial. Many of the proxy kings in the Royal Academy today actually suffer from various psychological disorders, and many countries have suffered significant losses due to the crazy actions of these proxy kings. There's no way around it. This is the consequence of high talent, which often leads to some mental instability. Once Kazan regained his senses, he was at a loss for what to do. His mind was completely in chaos. He felt like everyone around him was mocking him. However, the reality was that no one was paying him any attention. After noticing his mistake, they all went back to focusing on their own tasks. Drew felt somewhat speechless. Once upon a time, he thought Kazan would be his only rival. But now it seemed that Kazan was not worthy of being his opponent at all. In fact, if he picked up all those materials now, even if the final product was significantly compromised, it wouldn't be particularly difficult for him to enter the top 100 with his abilities. And he could take his time to forge seriously in the second round. However, judging by Kazan's current state, that was clearly impossible. He was still immersed in his mistake, and didn't he know if he could pull himself out of it? Moreover, advancing to the top 100 in such a disheveled state was not what Kazan wanted. As 8 hours quickly passed, Kazan remained in self-doubt and ultimately failed to submit a finished product, resulting in his disqualification. It must be said that Kazan indeed had a significant problem with his mindset. Kron initially had some interest in Kazan, but after observing him for a few moments, he shook his head lightly. He couldn't withstand this little setback. What a fragile heart. Coincidentally, when Kazan looked at Kron, he clearly saw this scene. Somehow, he could feel that Kron was shaking his head at him, and the disappointment in Kron was almost overflowing. Suddenly, the anger that Kazan had felt earlier disappeared. If he couldn't even gain Kron's recognition, could he really be a failure? Was he really good at forging? After witnessing this, Gugun realized he would need to provide some psychological counseling to Kazan later. Otherwise, Kazan would likely remain depressed for a long time, which wouldn't do at all. Eventually, the examiner announced, "Time's up." A total of 465 contestants passed the final assessment. Upon hearing this result, everyone present was not surprised. It was just about forging ordinary weapons. As long as no major mistakes occurred, most people would be able to finish in time. Moreover, they were provided with 2 pieces of raw ore, giving them 2 chances. Even if they made a mistake the first time, as long as they didn't waste too much time, they could still make it on the second attempt. Koner frowned slightly upon hearing this result. Those who were able to participate were already certified as junior blacksmiths, yet so many still failed to pass the first round. Forging wasn't like potion making. If one took it seriously, they could definitely pass. He simply couldn't accept this pass rate. However, there was nothing he could do about it now. He could only continue watching the competition. Soon, the examiners began arranging for the second round of collision tests. The first weapon to appear was Kron's sword, which collided with a seemingly ordinary sword. Clang! As the 2 swords struck together, the opponent's sword was instantly cut in half by Kron's sword, like slicing through a carrot. Contestant number 1 successfully collides for the first time. He then picked up 2 more swords. Of course, this process involved 20 examiners, so it was not particularly slow. Soon, those relatively mediocre weapons were eliminated. The second round of collisions began, but the results were the same as before. Kron's sword steadily advanced, and the higher quality swords selected by the judges also advanced. It was evident that the examiners had already selected the top 100 swords. They were simply demonstrating fairness now. Besides Kron, the performances of Kola, Sophia, and Drew were also outstanding. Their swords were similar to Kron's, with exaggerated strength and sharpness. Every sword that collided with theirs shattered on impact. Before long, the top 100 contestants were about to be revealed. These 100 individuals would return to rest today and come back tomorrow for the second round of testing. In the second round, the materials would still be provided by the organizers, but this time the materials were for high-quality weapons, and again, there would be 2 portions. As Kron left the competition area, Sophia and Kola quickly caught up with him, while Kazan remained on the field, watching Kron from a distance as Kron's figure gradually disappeared from his sight. Gagun appeared beside Kazan at some point. "You kid, your mindset is too poor. You clearly have the ability to enter the top 100, yet you give up over such a small mistake." Chapter 81. Master York. The birth of an alchemist. Upon hearing Master Gagun's words, Kazan lowered his head even further. Master Gagun furrowed his brow at this scene, realizing that things had become troublesome. This time it would likely take quite a bit of talking, and this guy was truly a hassle. Nevertheless, Kazan was a genius of the guild and was likely to take over his position in the future, so he couldn't just let it go. On the other side, Klan was being praised all the way by Kola and Sophia. Sophia, slightly incredulous, said, "Wait, Klan, what's going on? Isn't your growth rate a bit too fast? I originally thought I had a chance to win this competition, but now it seems a bit impossible." Kola, feeling a bit frustrated, exclaimed, "Damn it, you shouldn't have let my brother teach you the Star Hammer technique. How can we compete against that? With your Star Hammer technique and a glorious grade forging furnace, you might as well just give you the award directly and skip the competition." As she spoke, Kola, still unsatisfied, finally gave Klan an elbow to express her strong dissatisfaction. One must say, Kola's iron elbow had some weight. True to her name, after this elbow strike, Klan felt as if his lower abdomen had been hammered. "Damn, you really elbowed me. What, you want to fake it?" Kola showed no signs of remorse. Then, with a chokehold, she intended to show Klan her jiu-jitsu skills. However, a middle-aged man soon approached them, and upon seeing him, the 3 stopped their playful scuffle. If Klan remembered correctly, this middle-aged man had been sitting next to Master Gun today and was likely an important figure. Kola and the others, of course, recognized him. "Master York." "Hello, Master York." "Hello." "Haha, Kola, Sophia, you are becoming more and more beautiful." After hearing the compliments, the 2 smiled politely. However, it was obvious that Master York had come over to see Klan. "Klan, hello, I am York, the current vice president of the Potion Masters Guild. I came to meet you and wonder if you could give me this opportunity." "Haha, the vice president of the Potion Masters Guild? That's quite a big shot." "Of course. Master York, actually I have taken potion class before, but I don't have much talent, so only learned about some herbs and a few basic potion recipes." Upon hearing Klan's words, York's eyes lit up. "I didn't expect you to have taken a potion class before. What do you think of potion studies?" "Potion studies? It's a very profound subject." York wanted to hear more than just formalities, so he directly asked, "Do you think a person without much talent in potions can enter the field?" Upon hearing this question, Klan felt a bit strange and confirmed. "You mean an ordinary person without much talent?" "Yes, an ordinary person without much talent." After confirming that the other party was indeed asking him this question, Klan didn't understand why he was being asked such a question. But after thinking for a moment, he shared his perspective. "I feel that an ordinary person without much talent can also learn potion studies, but they don't need to delve too deeply. Just knowing some basic herbs would suffice. This way, they won't find themselves in the wild unable to use the herbs. As for concocting some simple potions, I think it shouldn't be too difficult for ordinary people to learn, but taking it further would be challenging." After hearing Klan's words, York's interest was piqued. It turned out he only wanted to chat casually, but Klan seemed to genuinely offer some surprises. He continued, "Then do you think it is feasible to actively promote potion studies among ordinary people?" Upon hearing York's words, Klan felt that something was off. Why did it seem like this guy's questions were so strange? What was he trying to do? Overthrow the current status of potion studies? Klan knew very well that if potion studies were to avoid fading into history, it would require widespread education. He just didn't expect that this vice president would have such awareness. It was quite interesting. "I feel that if we want to fully promote potion studies, perhaps we shouldn't be confined to those newcomers." Upon hearing Klan's words, York was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean by not being confined to those newcomers?" York vaguely sensed that Klan might provide him with a lot of help. "It's simple, really. I feel that a person doesn't have to master only one field of study. Potion studies don't necessarily have to be studied only by those who have never studied anything else. Those who don't have high talent in forging or formations might be able to study potion studies as well. Upon hearing Klan's words, Yerk felt he had grasped something. What do you mean? Klan explained. How should I put it? I feel that potion studies, forging, and formations are not necessarily fields that a person must specialize in. If someone's talents are not high in all areas, they can learn all of them. I refer to such talents as composite talents. After hearing Klan's words, Yerk felt as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Yes, why must we find someone to specialize in potion studies? Indeed, the old Potion Masters Guild consisted of a bunch of people who focused solely on researching potions. If he established a new organization that also focused on potion research, but without such talent constraints, the effect would be slow. However, if he followed Klan's suggestion, potion studies might gradually seep into people's daily lives. Over time, it could indeed ensure that potions would not fade away. In short, after just a few minutes of conversation with Klan, he felt he had gained a lot. Composite talents? That sounds quite good, though a bit strange. Seeing Yerk lost in thought, the three stood there, unsure of what he was thinking. After 5 or 6 minutes, Yerk finally came back to his senses and suddenly burst into laughter. Good. What a composite talent. Klan, this idea of yours is very interesting. However, I feel that what you just said might lead to the establishment of a new profession. What do you think would be a good name for this composite talent profession? Upon hearing the vice president's words, Klan realized that this vice president indeed seemed to want to do something significant. After thinking for a moment, a profession quickly appeared in Klan's mind. Master Yerk, what do you think of the name alchemist? Alchemist? Upon hearing this name, Yerk first pondered for a moment, then suddenly reacted and burst into laughter. Ha. Good. Let us call it alchemist. Yes, that is indeed a fitting name. Chapter 82. Kron, what are you thinking? Attribute critical hit. All 4 attributes increased by 1. Yerk wanted to say something more to Kron and thank him. Initially, when he saw Kron, he only wanted to greet him and get to know this forging genius. He never expected that Kron had also studied potion knowledge. After casually asking Kron's opinion, he was surprised by the insights the other party provided. However, it wasn't long before Kono walked over. Master Yerk, what are you doing? Our people have a match tomorrow. Please do not disturb them, Kono said with a wary expression. After all, the relationship between the Forgers Guild and the Potionist Guild wasn't very good, and his relationship with Master Yerk wasn't very familiar, so Kono's reaction was understandable. Hearing Kono's words, Yerk was taken aback. He wanted to say something more, but after seeing Kono's determined gaze, he gave up. He could only say to Kron, your suggestion this time is very good. I will adopt it, and I will come and find you later. After saying that, Yerk finally left. Once the other party had left, Kono turned to Kron and asked, Did you two say anything? That guy didn't harm you or try to deceive you, did he? No, he didn't. Can you tell me what you talked about? Of course. You don't have to if you don't want to. There was nothing to hide about this matter, so Kron repeated what they had just discussed. After hearing Kron finish, Kono was momentarily stunned, especially when he heard Kron mention the idea of composite talents, which made him feel a sense of amazement. Kono was also a young man with very flexible thinking. He quickly realized the feasibility of what Kron said. Perhaps this really was the trend of the future. But why did Yerk ask these questions? It seemed like he was expressing dissatisfaction with the Potionist Guild. Could it be? Kono had a bold guess. But the guess was so bold that he found it hard to believe at first. No, it shouldn't be so exaggerated. After all, he is the vice president of the Potionist Guild. How could he be willing to abandon his current position and start over? This was his train of thought. He then said to Kron, I see. You all go back and rest. There is still the second round tomorrow. Yes. After that, the 3 finally went back. Kono looked at Kron's back and thought, What are you thinking, Kron? Since you can propose composite talents and mention alchemists, what have you been thinking all along? He felt that perhaps Kron had realized this trend a long time ago. After Yerk returned, he immediately began to prepare. He really planned to withdraw from the Potionist Guild and then create the Alchemist Guild. However, before that, he needed to promote it first. At the same time, he also planned to give Kron some conveniences. After their conversation, he now valued Kron very much. If possible, he even wanted Kron to have a name in the Alchemist Guild. After returning, Kron didn't rest immediately, but chose to cultivate. The competition today had no intensity, leaving Kron feeling energetic. He really couldn't sleep without venting a bit. Milia, seeing Kron start cultivating as soon as he returned, felt a bit worried because Kron hadn't mentioned how he performed in today's competition. She thought he might be in a bad mood because he lost, wanting to comfort him but not daring to disturb Kron while he was cultivating. She returned to the kitchen to work hard, hoping to make dinner a bit tastier. Congratulations, host. Critical hit triggered. All 4 attributes increased by 1. Hearing this familiar voice, Kron was momentarily stunned. Wow, another critical hit. Did luck kick in? Just increased luck yesterday, and today it triggered a critical hit. He then looked down at himself and found he was covered in sticky sweat. Unknowingly, he had been cultivating for such a long time. When he came to the dining table, he found that Milia had already prepared the food and was now standing aside. After sitting down, Kron thought for a moment and said, "Sit down and eat with me." "See, can I?" "Yes, you can." Hearing Kron's affirmative answer, Milia felt incredibly surprised. In fact, during this time, she could sense that Kron never treated her as a mere servant, but rather as a very understanding little sister. Thus, when facing Kron, she felt very relaxed, completely different from how she behaved around others. When Kron returned covered in blood before, she instinctively cared for him rather than standing timidly like a typical servant. It could be said that meeting Kron was indeed Milia's stroke of luck, because Kron would truly change her destiny. Since they were eating and not cultivating, Milia carefully asked, after picking up a small piece of roasted meat, "Master, how did you do in today as assessment?" Very good, I got first place." But the assessment was a bit too easy. Hearing Kron's words, Milia's eyes lit up. "Master is amazing. It's okay. It wasn't difficult." The two chatted while quickly finishing the food in front of them. After taking a shower, Kron went to bed. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Kron quickly arrived at the competition venue. Although there were only the last 100 people left today, the number of people present had not decreased at all. The previously eliminated contestants were now all seated in the audience, making the stands appear quite full. Clearly, these people came to learn from the impressive forgers and would not miss this competition. Kron naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Kron glanced at the main seating area and found that most of the guild leaders from yesterday were still there. Seeing this scene, Kron felt a bit speechless. Aren't these people too idle? In fact, they really were. Unless something major happened, these people were indeed quite leisurely. After all, this was a high martial arts world. Given that it was a high martial arts world, it was destined that everyone would prioritize the development of their own strength. Most guild leaders usually did not manage affairs at all and would only step in to preside over things during significant events. Chapter 83. 10 refines effortless. In fact, it's not just these leaders. Many kings in various countries manage their nations with great negligence, primarily under a system of slavery. They establish an extremely harsh penal code, where commoners who commit crimes either become slaves or are killed. In these countries, only the nobles can truly be considered human, and the law is exceptionally lenient towards them. This simple and brutal management style leads to incredibly slow development in these nations. Soon, today's assessment finally began. Kron skillfully ignited the furnace and started heating the ore. Many bigwigs on the stage understood that today's assessment would reveal Kron's true abilities. Yesterday's assessment was far too simple, not to mention Kron. Even some other skilled high-level blacksmiths could refine the ore 9 times, though not as quickly as Kron. However, today's task involved crafting quality weapons. And if Kron could also refine a quality weapon 9 times, it would be no joke. While Kron began to remove impurities from the first piece of ore, he contemplated how many pieces to use for this forging. Kron could use all 4 pieces of ore together now. However, he was unsure if he would have enough time for that. After a brief hesitation, Kron decided to use all 4 pieces at once. After he placed the 3rd piece of ore into the star-picking furnace, the expressions of several people on stage noticeably changed. What does Kron mean by this? Does he really intend to use all the ore for crafting quality equipment? It certainly seemed that way, as every additional piece of ore significantly increased the difficulty of forging. And this batch of ore was already more challenging to refine than the previous ones. Would Kron be able to refine it 9 times within the allotted time? However, Kron paid no mind to their thoughts and continued to focus on his forging. Soon, He had removed all the impurities from the 4 pieces of ore, and the process remained smooth. Kono was very pleased with Kron's actions. In the past, Kron often struggled with the amount of soil powder he used. To be safe, he would always sprinkle a bit too much soil powder, causing some energy loss from the ore. But today, his measurements were perfect, demonstrating exceptional control. He completely avoided suppressing the strength of the thunder attribute, or while ensuring stability. It seemed Kron had made significant progress in handling details during this period. Of course, it could also be that since he was forging quality weapons now, this task was somewhat trivial for him. Bang, bang, bang. Kron continued to forge weapons with astonishing efficiency. Under the advantage of equipment, Dulu and the other high-level blacksmiths hadn't even started forging yet, while Kron had already completed his first refinement. Upon seeing this, the bigwigs on stage began to believe that Kron might really complete 9 refinements within 8 hours. Especially Rian. He found it hard to accept that Kron could genuinely forge a quality weapon 9 times in just 8 hours. However, Kron's thoughts were a bit different from theirs. He was more concerned about not having enough time, not because he doubted his ability to refine it 9 times, but because he worried he might not be able to refine it 10 times. As for why 10 times, it was simply because the upper limit for these materials was 10 times. Come on, crafting such low-level weapons without pushing the limit would be meaningless. Then Kron began to forge at lightning speed, and time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had gone by, and Kron was now on his 9th refinement. Seeing Kron's inhuman forging process, the contestants below were momentarily stunned. Is this person even human? I don't think so. He must be a monster. No. There's no such stable monster. Yes, stable. That was how the audience perceived Kron. Amidst such efficient forging, Kron almost achieved 0 errors. Even if there were slight flaws in the process, it was understandable. After all, even top masters couldn't guarantee 0 mistakes over such a long forging period. In an instant, Kron's 9th refinement succeeded, leaving the bigwigs on stage dumbfounded. They had originally thought Kron would not have enough time to refine it 9 times, yet now he had used less than half the time. However, with Kron's next move, Rian was momentarily stunned. What is this guy doing? After heating once more, Kron did not shape it, but instead began the 10th refinement. Is this kid crazy? Rian voiced his doubts, while Jork looked at Kron's actions with a hint of obsession. Indeed, only a mad genius like Kron would propose such an astonishing idea yesterday. Although what Kron was about to do was difficult, he had a feeling Kron could succeed. In fact, it wasn't just Jork who thought this way. The other leaders on stage inexplicably felt that Kron would succeed. There was no way around it. Kron gave off an aura that made it seem as though what would be impossible for ordinary people was just an ordinary task for him. What is a genius? It is an existence beyond the imagination of the common person. As Kron began the 10th refinement, lightning surged around him, and he utilized a greatly enhanced thunder body to amplify himself. Based on the amount he was outputting now, his magical power should be just enough to sustain 4 hours. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of hammering echoed continuously, causing the surrounding contestants to tremble. Those who had seen Kron forge began to doubt themselves. They even started to question if they were truly suited for forging. If they were, why was there such a significant gap between them and Kron? Kron's aura was like that of an ancient demon god. The audience in the stands vaguely felt they were witnessing a scene of ancient demon gods forging equipment. This sight quickly silenced the venue, and the audience stared blankly at Kron, wanting to enjoy the moment indefinitely. They felt they were gaining invaluable insights. An hour and a half later, Kron completed the 10th refinement and then spent over an hour finishing the shaping process. Finally, with just 1 hour left before the assessment ended, Kron stopped forging and completed the final assembly. At the same time, Kron placed his weapon on the forging table. Chapter 84. Fire forging. After witnessing this scene, everyone present fell silent. This was an outcome they had not anticipated. They thought Kron would take the maximum time to complete the forging, but this guy seemed to do it so effortlessly, even leaving a full hour to spare. Kron himself was surprised by such a result. It seemed he had underestimated his own strength. Perhaps next time he could attempt to forge hero-level equipment. Thinking of this, Kron suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Hero-level equipment was different from magical-level equipment, Sometimes it required not only ores, but also materials from magical beasts and other components. The combination of different materials could greatly increase the difficulty of forging. Of course, if the quality of the ores used was high enough. It wasn't strictly necessary to use materials from magical beasts. At that point, it could be said that he had entered a new chapter. After Kron finished forging his weapon, the examiner came over to collect it. The moment he held the sword, the examiner was taken aback. His feel? He realized that the competition had essentially ended. The champion had already emerged, and the others were only competing for second place. However, he did not voice this thought, silently taking Kron's sword to the final testing area, where it would undergo the final test along with the other swords. Kron left the spot and went to the rest area. After the tests were completed, the bronze group competition would be over, and Kron was already thinking about the gold group competition tomorrow. While pondering, Kron glanced at the forging hammer in his hand. Although the diamond hammer was easy to use now, it was still just magical level equipment. It was time to replace it with a new forging hammer. Thinking of this, Kron felt that perhaps he was changing his equipment a bit too quickly. Then Kron, feeling somewhat bored, looked towards the competition area. In fact, there were only a few people left to watch: Drew, Sophia, and Clara. To his surprise, Drew had actually completed his 9th refinement and was now shaping the sword body. Seeing Drew's forging method, Kron was somewhat astonished, as Drew was forging while heating the metal. This was a very special and dangerous forging method in this world, fire forging. This method uses a special forging platform that constantly emits high temperatures, helping the ores maintain their temperature. Basically, after heating it once, there is no need to reforge it again. This method can greatly increase efficiency and save time. However, correspondingly, it was evident that this forging method was very dangerous and posed a terrifying test for both physical strength and magical power. Only a very few people would choose this forging method. Yesterday, Drew was still using the ordinary forging method, and Kron did not expect that just one day later, he would take on such a demanding task. However, Kron could see that Drew was now breathing heavily. His condition had worsened. Could he still manage to complete the final forging? Was it worth pushing himself to this extent for a competition? After thinking for a moment, Kron concluded that it was worth it, because Drew's talent was likely not top tier, probably a B-level talent. And such talent could easily allow someone to live a stable life and graduate smoothly from the King's Academy. But if one were to fight with that mindset, it would be impossible to become a top-level powerhouse. If one wanted to reach the peak, every opportunity must be fiercely competed for. As long as there was breath left, one could not give up, otherwise one would fall behind step by step. Clearly, Drew was that kind of person. Thinking of this, Kron looked at Drew with renewed respect and began to hope that this guy could succeed. Time passed second by second, and it was evident that Drew was now darkened by the heat, his hands holding the forging hammer starting to tremble. At that moment, nearly everyone focused their attention on Drew. Many were moved by his spirit and began to silently pray for him. Yet even in such a state, Drew did not give up. Finally, with only 20 minutes left, Drew's sword body was completely finished, leaving only the final assembly. He no longer had to endure the torment he had just faced. The audience erupted in a wave of inexplicable excitement upon witnessing this. The next second, a thunderous cheer broke out. This was the respect that Drew earned through his hard work. Yet even in this situation, he remained focused on the task at hand. This scene was even more touching. It can now be said that Drew and Kuzin were two extremes. If Kuzin's willpower was like cheap glass, shattering at a touch, then Drew's inner strength was comparable to a highly resilient alloy. Unless faced with a devastating blow, nothing could easily take Drew down. Ultimately, in the last minute, Drew completed the sword and successfully passed the assessment. Out of 100 people present, there were 0 failures and all forged high-quality equipment. Seeing this, Kono nodded in satisfaction. Today's performance was quite good. After all, these 100 people were the cream of the crop, selected from over 4,000. It would be strange if they failed to forge successfully. However, everyone had different numbers of refinements, and failing to refine even once could drop one's ranking by several places. It was clear that even the worst of these excellent weapons had been refined around 3 times, indicating a high average level among these individuals. They were certainly not considered poor in the realm of intermediate blacksmiths. Soon, 20 examiners reappeared to evaluate these weapons. Today's assessment would no longer involve the swords clashing against each other. Instead, several tests would determine who could pass the most tests with their swords, and the rankings would be decided based on that. The first round of testing was still a strength test, involving striking a nearby iron rod 10 times. As long as it did not break, it would count as a successful assessment. Klan found these tests quite interesting, akin to watching judges at a knife competition. However, unfortunately, there were no Monai knife techniques here, nor any long-distance killing. Klan's sword was naturally the first to take the stage, alongside Drew's sword, and besides them, the remaining swords were also among the best. Soon, the testing began. Chapter 85 Strength Test. The examiner, holding Klan's sword, quickly arrived in front of the fine iron rod. And then, with a single strike, a terrifying scene unfolded. The iron rod made of fine iron was actually sliced in half. Looking at the broken iron rod in front of him, the examiner helplessly glanced at Klan, who was sitting in the resting area. He now understood that this kid could forge weapons with excellent strength using ordinary grade ores. To forge magical grade equipment from ores of excellent strength. Wasn't that a bit outrageous? However, Klan wasn't the only one with such outstanding performance. The examiner next to him, holding Drew's sword, also sliced through the fine iron rod with a single strike. As for Carla and Sophia, their swords had been refined 8 times. Although they didn't cut the fine iron rod in one strike, they did manage to sever more than half of it, and with another strike, they too could break the fine iron rod. The weapons tested in the first round could basically inflict some damage to the fine iron rod. After witnessing this scene, some spectators in the audience could no longer contain themselves. Were they testing their weapons or the quality of the fine iron rod? Was everyone being so exaggerated? Kono, upon seeing this scene, was also very satisfied. Not to mention anything else, the number of high-end talents among blacksmiths was increasing. Therefore, the first 20 swords tested undoubtedly passed the test. After testing, the sword blades only had a few minor scratches and did not incur any substantial damage. After the first round of testing, the mood of the audience was also stirred up, as it was evident that this was truly a showdown of experts, completely different from the first round. However, when the weapons for the second round came up, the situation changed dramatically. The few swords that performed well in the second round could still inflict some damage to the fine iron rod, but some swords had begun to merely scrape the surface. This scene undoubtedly severely dampened the audience's enthusiasm, causing the noise in the venue to subside. The competitors who forged swords for the second round turned pale upon seeing this scene. With the comparison to the first group, they realized just how great the gap was. However, knowing this didn't change anything. They couldn't alter the outcome. Soon, everything that followed made the audience understand that the sword from the second round were already quite good. Because starting from the third round, some swords began to show slight edge curling. By the fourth round, there was large-scale chipping and curling of the edges. In the fifth round, several swords even broke into 3 or 4 pieces. These 5 rounds of testing were akin to showcasing geniuses, top students, and exceptional talents, highlighting the gap between some talents and ordinary people. Under similar or even younger ages, geniuses could achieve things unimaginable to ordinary folks. The disparity was almost despairing. The president and other prominent figures on stage were not surprised by this scene. In this world, most competitions were conducted in this manner, and the gap between good and bad was indeed vast. The second round of testing then commenced, which was still a strength test. Yes, this was the perverse aspect of this round of assessment, as all 3 rounds were strength tests. Once these 3 rounds of strength tests concluded, about 90% of the weapons would be eliminated. The second round of testing was much more challenging than the first. The testing material was mithril, which in this world was not soft but a type of super metal. This time, the testing started with the worst swords. Crack! Soon, an eye-popping scene emerged. The 20 worst swords that came out broke a third of their length after the first strike. Then came the second and third strikes. This round was to test 5 strikes, but unfortunately, not a single sword made it to the 5th strike. The results of the subsequent tests were not promising either. The swords that came up next suffered breakage, large-scale chipping, edge curling, and various other disastrous conditions. Ultimately, only weapons refined 6 times or more managed to barely hold up. Meanwhile, Klan and Drew still managed to cut through the mithril this time. Of course, The reason they could cut through was primarily that this mithril was much thinner, incomparable to the previous fine iron rod, though the difficulty remained above that of the fine iron rod. Next was the third round of strength testing. In this round, as long as a sword could withstand one strike, it would suffice. The testing material for the third round was golden metal, which had a strength far exceeding that of mithril. Although it was just a very thin piece, many competitors gulped nervously upon seeing the material for the third round. Clearly, these individuals understood that although their forged weapons were decent, they still had a significant gap compared to golden metal. After witnessing this scene, Klan felt curious about whether the weapon he forged could cut through golden metal. After all, the strength of his weapon was definitely above that of ordinary magical grade weapons. Soon, the third round of testing began, starting again with the weaker swords. However, these refined weapons of at least 6 times broke immediately upon contact with the golden metal. The sound of a clear snap made those behind them increasingly tense. Yet the following swords fared no better. They couldn't even withstand a moment against the golden metal. It wasn't until the last weapon, refined 7 times, came up. Ding! With a clear sound, a small fragment fell from the sword, but the entire sword did not break. Upon seeing this, the person let out a sigh of relief. As long as it didn't break, it could be considered a pass for this round of testing. Only 4 people remained for testing, namely Klan and the other 3, which meant that regardless of the outcome, he had already secured a spot in the top 5. Although the 5th place did not come with the extraordinary flame reward, there should still be decent rewards, he thought to himself. After his test concluded, the examiner also looked at him with satisfaction. Then he picked up Carla's sword. Seeing this scene, Carla was momentarily stunned. The examiner actually picked her sword first, which implied that in the eyes of the examiners, her sword was considered slightly inferior to Sophia's. With this thought, Carla clenched her fists. Although she came to the Royal Academy to pass the time, deep down, she didn't want to feel this way. As Kono's sister, she was actually quite competitive at heart and didn't want to lose to any of her peers in terms of forging. Thus, she worked extremely hard behind the scenes, often staying up all night in the forging room by herself. With her brother's help and guidance from various renowned masters, her forging skills had indeed progressed rapidly, and she had now become one of the top few among all the young people. But why wasn't she the best? Clearly, her talent wasn't lacking, and she had worked hard enough, so why was she only at the bottom among these people? With this thought, she felt extremely unwilling. Chapter 86, The Chosen One. Thunder fury in the next moment. The examiner struck the refined metal fiercely with Cora's sword, causing a very slight nick on the blade, which was almost negligible, a sign of excellence. However, upon seeing this minor flaw, Cora felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Then it was Sophia's weapon. With a ringing sound, Sophia's sword was in perfect condition, not even a nick on the blade. Although both weapons had been refined 8 times, it was clear that Sophia's control was superior to Cora's. From the stands, Kono glanced in Cora's direction and saw her smiling and congratulating Sophia. Then he sighed. As her older brother, he understood Cora's personality well. Right now, she was merely putting on a brave face and was probably feeling worse than anyone else. However, Kono had no intention of comforting Cora afterward. He knew his sister wasn't that fragile and wouldn't fall apart over a minor setback in performance. She would quickly adjust her emotions. Kono then turned his attention to the last 2 swords, one refined 9 times and the other 10 times. There was no doubt that these 2 swords would pass this round of strength testing. The examiner first took Drew's sword, took a deep breath, and struck the refined metal. Ding! Drew's sword showed no signs of damage, while the refined metal had a small dent. Passed. The examiner announced the results loudly. Upon seeing this, Drew also breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that although his sword had been refined 9 times within the stipulated time, the last refinement was not particularly perfect due to the harsh time constraints, which made him initially worried that his weapon wouldn't damage the refined metal. But now it seemed he had worried too much, and he looked toward Klan. Although Klan's sword had not yet been tested, he already knew the outcome. The opponent even had an extra hour left and had refined their sword 1 more time than he had, so they would surely perform even more impressively. Now, the only highlight left in this competition was whether Klan's 10 refined weapon could sever the refined metal. The examiner picked up this weapon, and there was no time to revel in the wonderful feel of it. He was eager to find out the sword's power. Ding! A flash of white light appeared. Klan's sword sliced deeply into the refined metal, and it was clear that only a thin layer remained clinging together, barely supporting the entire piece. Otherwise, it would have broken apart long ago. The examiner was stunned upon witnessing this. In fact, because the feel was so good, he had unconsciously used greater force when he struck down, but he reacted quickly and adjusted his strength at the last moment. However, he didn't control it well, resulting in a slightly reduced impact, meaning that this strike was somewhat unfair to Klan. Yet, even so, Klan's weapon still achieved such an astonishing performance. Thinking of this, he cast a guilty glance at Klan. Fortunately, Klan's weapon was powerful enough. Otherwise, he might have affected the results. Since it was already like this, he decided to keep this matter to himself. However, with so many people watching, anyone with some skill could see that the examiner had paused during Klan's strike, clearly indicating he had adjusted his strength. For a moment, Kono thought that the examiner had been bribed, but unexpectedly, Klan's crafted weapon had still severed the refined metal, proving that Klan's weapon had tremendous lethality in its normal state. Upon seeing this, Klan sighed. Was it still unable to sever completely? He had indeed sensed the examiner's pause, but he still felt that the issue was slightly more on his side. He resolved to continue working hard in his training. Drew, upon witnessing this, suddenly stood up, looking at the scene before him in disbelief. The equipment he crafted had only caused a minor surface injury to the refined metal, while Klan's forged weapon had almost directly severed the alloy. The gap between them was visually apparent. Rain, upon seeing this, also furrowed his brows. Today, as competition had finally allowed him to gauge Klan's approximate strength, it was indeed astonishing, much more exaggerated than Kono's back in the day. Such a talent must not be allowed to grow. Thinking of this, Rain stood up and left. He clearly realized that if Klan continued to grow like this, it would only be a matter of time before the Blacksmith Guild surpassed the Alchemist Guild. This was just the beginning. After leaving the Royal Academy, Klan's performance would surely be even more astonishing. He really needed to find an opportunity to eliminate Klan, a fierce light appearing in his eyes. However, Rain was just a minority. More people, upon witnessing Klan's display, were eager to curry favor with him, hoping that when Klan became a master blacksmith, he could forge weapons for them and prioritize their requests. The remaining swords underwent other tests, and the final results showed that in terms of strength, sharpness, aesthetics, and craftsmanship, all of Klan's swords gained the top position. At that moment, Kono also stood up, preparing to announce the results of the competition. Seeing Kono rise, the audience became excited. He was the top blacksmith in the church and the only blacksmith master, an idol for countless blacksmiths. Thank you all for bringing us such an exciting competition. Over the past 2 days, I have seen the future of our church's blacksmiths, and each of you has surprised me. But there is one person who has shown me the future of the blacksmithing world, Klan. It's hard to imagine that at just 16 years old, and having only been exposed to blacksmithing for 2 months, he has achieved such accomplishments. It is simply unprecedented. Kono's words immediately caused a stir in the audience. They had known for some time that Klan's blacksmithing skills were terrifyingly strong, but many were unaware that his real age was so young. Shocked, unable to believe it, various gazes turned toward Klan, but Klan remained remarkably calm. Kono continued, I believe this moment can truly be described as that of a chosen one. He is the pride of our blacksmiths. Klan, please come up and receive your reward. Upon hearing Kono's words, Klan quickly walked up to the stage. Then, Kono took out a special glass bottle, inside of which a bluish-purple flame flickered. This is the extraordinary flame ranked 84th, Thunder Fury, which perfectly matches your attributes and should suit you well. Chapter 87. This is the gift I prepared for you. Hearing Kono's words, Klan was momentarily stunned. Wasn't the reward supposed to be a low-ranking extraordinary flame? How did it turn out to be one with such a high ranking? There are a total of 128 types of extraordinary flames, and he originally thought he would receive one ranked below 100, but instead, he got one ranked 84. Is this really okay? It's a clear upgrade in treatment for himself. Klan couldn't help but glance at Kono, who winked back, indicating his innocence. I didn't pull any strings for you. This lightning type just happens to suit you. This is the only lightning flame in the guild that fits you. What? You say there are lower-ranked lightning flames in the guild? I'm the guild leader. I know better than you. If I say there aren't any, then there aren't. So, I can only reward you with this one. No one in the guild can question my decision. Are you participating in the upcoming gold group assessment tomorrow? Of course. Guild leader. I also want to see the strength of the gold group. Good. Are you going to try absorbing the flame today? Yes, I will. Here, take this. As he spoke, Kono handed Klan a potion bottle. The contents will help you when you absorb the flame. Hearing Kono's words, Klan nodded earnestly, feeling curious about what the potion was. However, just before Klan left, Kono grabbed him and said, if you feel the extraordinary flame is too intense, you can hold off on absorbing it. The flame can be very destructive to the human body. You can wait until your strength increases before trying to absorb it. Okay, I understand, Mr. Kono. Klan had no intention of being reckless. If what Kono said was true, then there was no need for him to take unnecessary risks. He could try tonight, but if it felt dangerous, he would back off. After that, Drew and the others took turns coming to the stage. When Drew came up, Kono looked at this talented young man with admiration. Drew, you proved yourself today. This is your reward, and I hope you can continue to strive like this in the future. I will, guild leader. Both Drew and Sophia received a forging furnace as a reward, and Kono praised Sophia as well before moving on to his sister and another forger. Cora, you performed wonderfully today. I'm proud of you. Although Cora only placed fourth this time, Kono knew she had done her best, and that result was actually quite impressive. Cora walked over and hugged Kono tightly. Thank you, brother. Silly girl, what are you saying? After that, Kono personally handed out rewards to the remaining contestants, and Klan graciously participated in these proceedings. Just as Klan was leaving the competition venue, he noticed someone waiting for him. Klan recognized the person. It was Master Rain, the president of the Alchemist Guild. The two locked eyes, and Rain walked directly towards Klan. Klan was not surprised by this encounter. He expected to be surrounded by many people shortly. However, he felt a bit wary inside, because Kono had warned him to be cautious of people from the Alchemist Guild. Upon seeing Klan, Rain showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. However, this smile seemed very unnatural. Klan felt it was a forced grin. Klan, hello. I'm Rain Zalo. I believe you should know who I am. Yes, Master Rain. I know you're the president of the Alchemist Guild. What can I do for you? It's nothing much. I just wanted to get to know you, to meet the future forging master. By the way, this is a gift I prepared for you. I hope you can accept it. As he spoke, Rain handed Klan a potion bottle. This is my latest concoction. After consuming it, it can significantly enhance your training speed. I think it should be quite useful for you. Hearing Rain's words, Klan didn't hesitate and directly took the potion. Thank you, Master Rain. Ha, you're welcome, kid. It was evident that Rain's smile became more genuine when he saw Klan accept his potion, as if he had achieved a certain goal. After that, Rain left directly. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by York, who felt an uneasy premonition and hurried over to Klan. Klan, what did the president just say to you? York's tone was somewhat forceful, leaving Klan momentarily confused. He quickly realized something was off. Just now, Master Rain gave me a potion, saying it was a gift to help accelerate my training speed. Upon hearing Klan's words, York was momentarily stunned, then recalled Rain's personality. In fact, there weren't a few people in the church with S-rank talents. Rain was one of them. Moreover, Rain's talent greatly aided his alchemical skills, making him exceptionally gifted in that field, far surpassing others. However, Rain also suffered from severe psychological issues due to the influence of his talent. He was extremely arrogant and competitive. He wanted to be first in everything and believed he was the best, convinced that no one could surpass him in the field of alchemy, nor could anyone defeat the Alchemist Guild he led. His prolonged success and dominance only fueled his arrogance further. In an environment where almost no one could compete with Rain, his desires gradually grew into a terrifying monster, consuming the Rain of the past. He had changed. He was no longer the simple person who only wanted to improve his strength and alchemical skills. Now, he was arrogant and overbearing, believing that everything he did was right. In fact, when Klan first rose to fame, no one wanted to deal with him. It was Rain who proposed that idea. As for why Rain was like this, Yurt knew all too well. It was because Klan was too similar to the young Rain. Just entering the academy, Klan used his talent to astonish the entire church. However, While Rain took more than half a year to achieve his accomplishments, Klan had just arrived and directly surpassed the achievements of that ordinary forging guild leader. Such a terrifying talent truly impressed Rain. He did not believe anyone could surpass him, but Klan resembled him too much, and he believed this young man, who mirrored himself, had the potential to surpass him. Only someone so similar to him could possibly surpass him. Thus, this idea was formed. Yes, just for this reason. Rain wanted to eliminate Klan to solidify his alchemical empire. York began to struggle with whether or not to inform Klan about this matter. Chapter 88. Attempting to absorb the extraordinary flame, or not after all, no matter how one looks at it. He is now a member of the Alchemist Guild. If he helps Kron now, it would essentially mean betraying the Alchemist Guild. If he doesn't help Kron, what impact would that have? It seems like there wouldn't be any repercussions since he didn't cause Kron's situation. However, York could sense that if he truly didn't help Kron today, he would definitely regret it someday in the future. Kron, President Rian has some hostility toward you. You'd better be cautious. The entire Alchemist Guild is hostile toward you, so don't trust them. Can you show me the potion you just received? I'd like to study it a bit. Sure. In fact, Kron didn't trust York either, but there was no harm in showing it to him. While speaking, Kron took out the vial of potion that Rian had given him earlier. Upon seeing the vial, York poured out one of the potions and began to observe it carefully. The fragrance was rich, and the color was vibrant. Just smelling it made the magical power within him stir. It was indeed a creation of President Rian. After examining the potion, York couldn't help but start to praise it. Seeing this, Kron's mouth twitched slightly. Didn't he say there was a problem? Why is he praising it now? After a few minutes, York spoke again. Sorry, Kron. My level is somewhat lacking compared to the president, so I can't figure out the problem just yet. Give me one night to study it, and I'm sure I can help you find the issue. But this reminds me, I'll give you a little welcome gift. Upon hearing this, Kron was curious about what York would take out. The next moment, York pulled out several gemstones. These gemstones are very valuable. Wearing them can improve your physique. You can exchange them for points. This should be worth around 10,000 points. Hearing York's words, Kron's mouth twitched again. Well, this welcome gift is indeed quite simple. For a newcomer who just entered the guild not long ago, 10,000 points is a huge gift that can relieve a lot of pressure. Kron realized that York was afraid he wouldn't trust him, so he chose to give him money directly. This way, Kron could buy whatever he wanted. Although Kron was already quite wealthy, he didn't refuse. As this amount was certainly nothing to York, it was his goodwill. Thank you, Master York. Don't mention it. I know this is just small change for you. All right, I'll head back now and give you a response tomorrow. Okay. After that, on his way back, Kron encountered a few guild presidents. But this time, they were all minor presidents. Of course, their strength was still far above Kron's. Eventually, he finally returned home. After greeting Milia, Kron immediately began to study the extraordinary flame he had obtained today. He didn't absorb it directly, but opened a small hole in the lid. This kind of vial was specially designed for extraordinary flames. It not only stabilized the violent extraordinary flames, but also allowed the user to experience the intensity of the flame. Just like Kron now, this small hole allowed him to feel the corrosive power of the flame on his body. If the corrosive effect was too strong, Kron could choose not to absorb it for now. Thinking this, Kron placed his finger into the small hole. Soon, a violent sensation of numbness and burning surged through him. For a moment, Kron's body stiffened, and he quickly pulled his hand back, looking at the flame before him with lingering fear. Good. Kron realized that he indeed couldn't withstand this thunder fury flame. Even though the attributes matched, it was still too much. This was mainly because the thunder fury flame was ranked too high, at the 84th position among extraordinary flames. Kron had only just begun his cultivation journey for a little over 2 months. How could he possibly withstand it? Then Kron glanced at the potion that Kono had given him earlier, the Xian Rock Pill. After consuming it, a soil attribute magical power would be generated within his body, used to protect the internal organs. It was a potion specifically for absorbing thunder attribute items. It was indeed very useful, but Kron felt that even with this potion, he would likely still be unable to endure it. After thinking it over, Kron decided to go out and headed to the Blacksmith Guild. With plenty of money on him, it was time to spend a bit, perhaps due to his not-so-good mood. The front desk wasn't cola today, but a young girl who had just joined the blacksmith guild not long ago. Upon seeing Kron approach, she was clearly taken aback and then quietly said, "Are you Master Kron?" "Yes, I am Kron. It's really you, Master Kron." She became visibly excited, as the recent competition and the president's speech had made Kron a role model for almost all young blacksmiths. It was no wonder this girl was so thrilled. "Master Kron, have you come to do something? Do you want to forge?" "No, I plan to buy a forging hammer." "Oh, okay. I'll take you there right now." Kola had previously instructed her that if Kron came and wanted to buy something, she could take him directly to the warehouse, and whatever he chose would be sold to him at an 80% discount. The girl felt no problem with the preferential treatment Kron received, as his talent was simply too outstanding. As she led the way, she secretly admired Kron. "Master Kron looks so handsome, so good-looking." This was no joke. Kron's charm had reached 80 points. Even without his current talent, his looks alone would be enough to earn him admiration. However, due to his exceptional talent, his appearance was somewhat overshadowed. While thinking this, the two had already arrived at the warehouse. Kron immediately looked towards the forging hammer, but unlike before, his gaze was now fixed on a forging hammer priced over 10,000. Before long, he found one he liked. The hammer he had his eye on was called the Purple Thunder Diamond Hammer, priced at exactly 30,000 points. It had 4 attributes: precision, strength, thunder attribute enhancement, and mastery. According to common sense, a forging hammer priced over 10,000 should only have 3 attributes, yet this hammer surprisingly had 4. For a moment, Kron was curious as to why. Although 3 of the attributes were basic, the thunder attribute enhancement was quite impressive. Chapter 89, 158,000 points. Purchasing cultivation resources, however. This was already quite astonishing. Kron attempted to lift the forging hammer, and after feeling its heavy weight, he understood the reason. It was too heavy. Although the forging hammer was indeed much heavier than a regular hammer, this one was excessively so. Even Kron felt a bit strained. He then tried to use his lightning body to control the hammer. It felt somewhat easier, but it was still quite heavy. If he wanted to use it freely, it would significantly accelerate the consumption of his magical power. Seeing this, Kron frowned slightly. His attributes were still too low. If he forced himself to use this hammer, he would exhaust his magical power within 3 hours at most, and he would be left drained. Of course, the efficiency would definitely improve. After a brief hesitation, he decided to buy the Thunderbolt Diamond Hammer. There was no other reason. It had a great cost-performance ratio. In any case, he would need to change his forging hammer later, and once his attributes improved, this hammer would be much easier to use. "I'll take this hammer." Upon hearing that Kron wanted to buy the hammer, the seller wasn't very surprised and said, "All right, Master Kron, I'll go to the front desk and get your points for you." "Wait, am I not buying the hammer? Why are you giving me points?" "Well, Master Kron, because of your outstanding performance these past 2 days, the weapons you sold at the guild have been a huge hit. All the weapons you've forged have been sold out, totaling 158,000 points. We were planning to deliver this to you tomorrow, but since you're here now, it's perfect timing." Kron was taken aback upon hearing this. He hadn't expected such a situation, but it was definitely a good thing, an extra flow of funds. Since that was the case, Kron planned to browse the shops later to see if there were any suitable cultivation resources for him. The hard work he put into forging during this time was for the sake of making money to exchange for cultivation resources. It was just right that he needed to slightly enhance his cultivation as well. Thinking this, Kron nodded. "All right, thank you." "You're welcome. Please wait a moment." Okay. Soon after, Kron's point balance increased by 128,000 points, and he brought the Thunderbolt Diamond Hammer home. Holding this heavy hammer, Kron felt an inexplicable excitement. He could sense that using this hammer for training would quickly boost his strength. As he thought about this, Kron walked towards the shops, and coincidentally, he ran into Saga and the others, with their sales assistant being Stasi. Upon seeing Kron enter, Stasi quickly greeted him. "Mr. Kron, what brings you here today? It's been a long time since we last saw you." Hearing Kron's name, Vanessa, Saga, and Gato also looked in his direction. I'm here to buy some cultivation resources." "Saga, are you guys here to shop too?" Saga nodded eagerly. "Yes, Kron, our points are really running low, so we took on another quest. But since you weren't around, we chose a simpler one that we can complete with our own strength." It was evident that after some time apart, the group had become a bit more composed. suggesting that they had made considerable progress during this period. That's good. Kron acknowledged with a nod. Do you all know each other? Would you like me to introduce you? Sure. Saga quickly nodded in agreement. Although she had calmed down a bit in front of Kron now, she was still quite excited inside. After all, he was the first person she had liked, and it wasn't easy to forget him. Moreover, Kron was continuously becoming more outstanding and stronger. The white moonlight before her was becoming increasingly unreachable at an astonishing speed. Perhaps the more unattainable it was, the more she wanted it. She was growing fonder of Kron. Mr. Kron, what level of resources do you need to purchase? Level 3 lightning attribute resources. Saga and the others were taken aback by Kron's words. Level 3 resources? Those were for individuals around level 30. Had Kron really reached such a high level? Stasi was also shocked upon hearing Kron's response. It was important to note that level 3 resources were extremely expensive, but given Kron's recent fame, Stasi felt he should still have the funds. All right, Mr. Kron, please follow me. Okay. As he spoke, Kron was led to the second floor, where level 2 to level 4 resources were sold. After sharing a glance, Saga and the others cautiously followed him, as it was their first time in this area. Gato silently watched Kron's back. Ever since Kron saved him that time, Gato had been thinking of how to repay him. So, for the past few days, he had been practicing diligently, hoping to catch up to Kron. After all, he could only repay him if their strengths were comparable. However, it seemed that this opportunity was getting further away. Thinking of this, Gato felt very unwilling, but he did not give up. Since he couldn't catch up now, he would double his efforts, or even 5 times, 10 times. Before long, the group arrived on the second floor. Stasi continued talking to Kron. Mr. Kron, what attribute of cultivation resources do you need? Lightning. Okay. After that, they arrived at the lightning attribute resources section. Mr. Kron, this is thunder ironstone, a very special mineral. It is not used for forging, but is worn on the body. For those with lightning attributes, wearing thunder ironstone for a long time can slowly enhance their physique. Kron glanced at the thunder ironstone, which was very small, only the size of a fingernail, yet was priced at a staggering 1,000 points. Wow. Kron could tell this item was indeed good, but the price was excessively high, and the growth was too slow to be meaningful. The slight improvement was not even as fast as his natural attribute growth. What else do you have? This is thunderfruit, which can only be consumed by those with lightning attributes. It's a relatively mild medicine that can be eaten directly without any processing. The effects vary from person to person, but after consumption, it can increase magical power to a certain extent. The higher one's physical development, the more magical power one can gain. It costs 2,000 points each. This is Thunder Spirit Pill, which can be used in conjunction with cultivation. It greatly helps with the increase of magical power during training and has the effect of solidifying the foundation and enhancing the source. It costs 3,000 points per bottle, with 10 pills inside. Chapter 90. Using the third order Thunderfruit. Attributes surge. Listening to these expensive prices, Saga and the others were already numb. Kron, on the other hand, was listening seriously. After the introduction was complete, Kron asked, do these medicines have any side effects? As for side effects, generally there are not many because we are a precious shop, selling only mild-acting medicines. However, these things cannot be used without limits. For example, this thunderfruit can only be consumed 3 times by each person. After consuming 3, it will have no further effect. You can eat 3 in a row. The daily usage limit for the Thunder Spirit Pill is also 3, exceeding that will cause some damage to the body. After the introduction, Kron nodded and waved his hand, starting to make purchases. Give me 3 Thunder Fruits, 2 bottles of Thunder Spirit Pills to try out the effects. Then 2 bottles of third-order body enhancement potions, 5 bottles of second-order strength pills, and 5 bottles of second-order magic recovery potions. Hearing Kron's words, Saga and the others were completely silent. Wait, is Kron just listing off items? Upon hearing what Kron said, Sita, she also fell into silence for a moment. She had thought Kron was wealthy, but she didn't expect him to be this rich. For now, let us buy these. You check how much it totals. Okay, Mr. Kron. After that, Sita, she quickly calculated. The total is 31,500 points, but since you spent over 30,000 at once, you have become our VIP, so you will enjoy a 5 discount on future purchases. Thus, the total is 29,925 points. Hearing this, Kron nodded and took out his badge to pay. With a swipe, Kron's point balance decreased by nearly 30,000. But for Kron, it was still just a drop in the bucket. He could earn it back quickly anyway. After receiving the resources, Kron noticed Saga and the others staring at him without moving. Kron understood why they were acting this way. So he said, "I have some matters to attend to. I'm leaving now. If you need anything, you can find me." After saying that, he left without looking back. Watching Kron's back, the others were at a loss for words. Back home, Kron immediately took out a thunder fruit, wanted to see what this cultivation resource was like. The thunder fruit looked somewhat like an apple, but it was purple, making him think of the witch's poison apple, which made it a bit hard to swallow. However, Kron eventually bit into it. A slight electric current flowed through his mouth. The feeling was quite peculiar and somewhat stimulating, forming a unique taste. Kron found it to be quite good, and he quickly finished the thunder fruit. Soon, the electric current surged through Kron's body, but he didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, he felt a certain comfort, and his whole being radiated an indescribable refreshing sensation. Before long, his magical power began to grow rapidly, and Kron's attribute panel changed. As expected of a third-order resource, the effects were immediate. However, as time passed, this refreshing feeling slowly turned into a slight stinging pain. He could already foresee that what followed would be torment, and Kron felt a bit helpless. After all, it was medicine, and some pain was normal. However, this pain remained within Kron's tolerable range. If someone were beside him, they would see Kron's veins bulging all over, his heart beating rapidly, and his whole body trembling as if he would explode at any moment. Fortunately, Kron had told Milia not to watch him train, so she didn't see this scene. Otherwise, she might have been scared to death. An hour later, Kron's body gradually cooled down. Without hesitation, he directly consumed the second thunder fruit. Sita, she had said that thunder fruits could be eaten in succession without side effects. Only after 3 would they lose their effectiveness. So Kron planned to finish all 3 today. However, with the second thunder fruit swallowed, Kron's body underwent some changes due to the terrifying thunder attribute. He could clearly feel that the pain brought by the second thunder fruit was much more intense than the first, but it was still bearable. Now, Kron was more concerned about the third one. The power of the lightning continued to penetrate Kron's body, cleansing impurities and unblocking meridians, allowing the flow of magical power to become smoother. The second one also took an hour, and now Kron's muscles, after being tempered by the lightning, looked noticeably denser. Next was the last one. Although he knew what would happen after eating it, he still consumed it without hesitation. Soon, the lightning began to gallop through Kron's body. Even someone with such strong willpower as him couldn't help but let out a painful groan. Bang! Due to the internal power continuously swelling. He lost control and punched the side, directly smashing the bed in the room. However, Kron did not stop his movements. He frantically punched around, venting the swelling magical power in his body. Milia heard the commotion coming from Kron's room and looked over with concern, but she didn't disturb him. Kron had specifically instructed her not to find him no matter what happened, and Milia remembered this. The last hour passed exceptionally painfully. Kron's room was already a mess due to the damage from his suffering. With the last second passing, that pain finally came to an end. Bang! His body fell heavily to the ground. Today, Kron definitely didn't want to train anymore and needed a good rest. Then he checked Kron's current attributes. Name, Kron, Gas of Profession. Knight, age, 16 level, 25 martial arts. Gale Sword Technique, LV1. Thunder Summoning Technique, LV3. Thunder Strike Sword Technique, LV2. Star Forging Hammer Technique, LV2. 4-dimensional attributes. Strength, 94. Agility, 73. Constitution, 82. Spirit, 70. Attribute Talent. Wind 1, Water 4, Thunder 9, Fire 3, Earth 2, Wood 1. Light 0, Dark 0, Space 0, Time 0. Additional attributes. Charisma, 82. Luck, 6. Lifespan, 96. Extra talents. Swordsmanship talent 12. Magic talent 4. Forging talent 16. Potion talent 4. Hammer technique talent 5. It could be seen that all 4-dimensional attributes had seen significant growth and magical power had surged dramatically. The most surprising thing was that the thunder attribute talent had actually increased by 1. Chapter 91. Lightning attribute talent 10 points. Thunder summoning technique breakthrough. This is the benefit of using resources. When resources are abundant, one can truly leave those without resources far behind. After checking his current attributes, Klan instantly felt revitalized, even feeling less fatigued. He struggled to get up and left the room. Seeing the door to Klan's room open, Malia quickly turned her gaze in that direction. Due to the previous commotion, Klan's clothes were now mostly torn, revealing his well-defined muscles underneath. His already aesthetically pleasing muscles were even more tempting with the hints of skin showing, making Malia blush and her heart race. It also seemed that Klan had grown a bit taller, making him look more coordinated overall. Malia had never thought that her master had such a good physique, and she felt a bit shy and flustered. "Malia, prepare some hot water for me. I want to take a bath." "Yes, master." As she spoke, Malia hurried to prepare the hot water. Since it was a residence provided by the church, many of the living conveniences were actually quite handy. For instance, Klan's bathtub had a small heating magic array, and every time he wanted to take a hot bath, he just needed to inject a bit of magic power to activate it. One could say that magic has changed life. Before long, Malia had heated the water. "All right, master. The water is ready." "Okay, I know." Saying this, Klan walked into the bathroom, threw away his tattered clothes, and stepped into the bathtub. The moment his body entered the water, Klan felt an immediate sense of relief, as the fatigue in his body dissipated significantly. Malia quickly prepared 2 drinks and some clean clothes nearby. "Malia, I'll be done in about half an hour. Please prepare some food." "Yes, master." After saying that, Malia hurried off to get busy, while Klan leisurely enjoyed his bath. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Klan reluctantly emerged from the bathtub, dried himself off, changed into clean clothes, and headed to the dining area. After taking the first bite of meat, Klan was taken aback. "Malia, what's up with this meat today?" Hearing Klan's words, Malia immediately became nervous. The meat delivered today was completely different from usual. Normally, it was ordinary meat, but today it was monster meat. She had been quite anxious while preparing it, fearing that Klan wouldn't be satisfied. "Master, I don't know if the food delivery person made a mistake, but today's is monster meat. Is it not to your taste?" "No, it's very much to my taste." After taking a bite, Klan felt that the meat had a rich flavor and was juicy. Most importantly, after eating it, he felt his internal magic power had slightly recovered. This must be high-quality monster meat. It was likely that the delivery person didn't make a mistake, but did it intentionally. The Pope had started to improve his living conditions, beginning with these small details. Not bad at all. In fact, monster meat cannot be eaten directly because, while it is rich in magic power, it also contains some toxins. However, after years of struggle, humans have mastered techniques to remove the toxins while retaining the magic power, making monster meat very expensive. The higher the level of the monster, the more exaggerated the price, as most high-level monsters contain less toxin and more magic power. Before long, Klan was full, but he had only eaten less than a third of what he usually would. The magic power in the monster meat was too rich and filling. Klan had really stuffed himself to the limit, feeling that he could vomit if he ate another bite. "I'm going to rest. You can try this meat. It's really good." With that, Klan left. Since he couldn't finish the leftovers anyway, it would be a waste. It was better to let Malia taste it too. Eating such monster meat regularly could strengthen the body and prolong life. After thinking for a moment, Klan returned and said to Malia, "By the way, you don't need to prepare all of the meat in the future. I can't finish it. Preparing about a third should be enough." "Yes, master." Malia nodded quickly, then curiously tasted a piece, her eyes lighting up. Indeed, the meat was delicious. Upon returning to his room and seeing the disarray, Klan was taken aback. He had forgotten that he had left the room in such a state, but fortunately, the mattress still had a spot where he could manage to lie down. He planned to make do for the night. Before closing his eyes, Klan thought about whether he should send the extra monster meat to Quinn. He had eaten at Quinn's house before, and they only had ordinary meat. If Quinn could eat monster meat regularly, it should speed up her leveling up. However, he couldn't say it was because the meat at home had changed. Otherwise, those with ulterior motives would surely suspect something was amiss. After thinking for a long time, Klan couldn't come up with a suitable excuse, and it might even expose him. So, After some consideration, he decided not to send it for now. Once his strength improved a bit, he could give Quinn some benefits to avoid exposing his current relationship with the Pope. After all, once anyone with ulterior motives discovered that the Pope intended to cultivate him, his danger level would skyrocket. Although he wanted to repay Quinn now, it was evidently not the time. After understanding the implications, Klan fell into a deep sleep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Lightning Attribute Talent 1. What is this? Another point in Lightning Attribute Talent. With this, Klan's Lightning Attribute Talent had reached 10 points. His Luck Attribute was also kicking in, and it was getting a bit exaggerated. First, he got an increase in all attributes, and now he had gained an additional point in Lightning Attribute Talent. This made it hard for Klan to fall asleep. He got up and started practicing the Thunder summoning technique. Klan could clearly feel the terrifyingly fast flow of magic power within him. How to describe it? It felt as if he could manipulate it at will. This feeling captivated Klan until the next morning, and before he realized it, his Thunder summoning technique had already reached LV4. Upon reaching LV4, Klan could feel that the lightning attribute magic power within him seemed to surge at any moment. And this feeling was exactly like the lightning body, without consuming magic power, which meant that the lightning body was now passive for Klan. However, it was also different, because in this state, he could still activate the lightning body again, causing his physical attributes to skyrocket. With the double enhancement of the lightning body, his original attributes reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. Chapter 92 Side Effects of the Pill Klan took out the Thunder Hammer he had purchased yesterday. The heavy feeling from yesterday had disappeared, and he even felt lighter than when he had held the hammer before. Looking at the attributes again, he noticed that after the breakthrough, the increase in attributes seemed to be less than before, with each attribute only improving by 2 or 3 points. This surprised Klan, as he had originally thought that after the breakthrough of the Thunder technique, his attributes would skyrocket. So he planned to ask Quinn about it later. Although there was still some time before today's match, he could set off now. However, not long after leaving the house, Klan encountered York, who had been waiting at the intersection. As soon as York saw Klan, he quickly walked over to him. Master York, have you been waiting for me? Not for long. Thankfully, I didn't miss you. Klan, after researching the pill all night, I finally found out what the issue is. Please go ahead. Hearing that the other party had indeed discovered a problem, Klan was somewhat surprised. Well, that pill contains a herb called purple vein grass. When used in small amounts, it can indeed help a person quickly cultivate and enhance their strength. Klan quickly grasped the key phrase, in small amounts. So what happens if used in large amounts? Seeing that Klan understood his meaning, York nodded and continued, if used in large amounts, it can easily lead to addiction, and this addiction is quite terrifying. Even a level 60 expert cannot control their behavior once addicted, which may lead to hallucinations, convulsions, fainting, and other adverse symptoms. Overconsumption can lead to poisoning, and once the toxins accumulate to a certain level, they will begin to corrode the internal organs. Hearing York's words, Klan was stunned. He never expected the pill to be so terrifying. That old man Rain truly wanted him dead. Although Klan didn't fully trust York, he trusted him more than Rain, so he was willing to believe that what York said was true. However, you don't need to worry too much. Although the pill contains purple vein grass, the amount isn't as excessive as you might imagine, so it won't lead to an inescapable addiction, but it will cause mild dependency. Thank you, Master York. Although it was only a mild dependency, Klan could imagine that once he finished all the pills, Rain would immediately proceed with his next plan. Thinking of this, a surge of anger rose in Klan's heart. He had never provoked Rain, and they hadn't even met before. Yet the other party wanted to kill him without saying a word. Very well, since that's the case, I won't let him off easily. No need to be polite. Overall, I still recommend not taking it. You could sell this bottle of pills, and selling them one by one wouldn't have any impact, plus you can make some money. Ha ha. All right, I understand, Master York. No problem. Are you going to participate in a match now? Yes, Master. Would you like to join? I can't today. I have a lot to do. All right, then we'll part ways here. Good. After saying this, the two parted ways at the intersection, but both left with more thoughts after this meeting. Soon, Klan arrived at the venue and noticed that there were many familiar faces in the audience today, including Saga and others. Klan first waved to greet them. When Winnie saw Klan waving at her, She waved her little hand so fast it could create a breeze. Then, Klan spotted Quinn in the corner. Since he had something to ask him, Klan walked over. In fact, Quinn had come secretly. He felt a complicated emotion facing Klan. He wanted to see Klan, but didn't want to show too much concern. Unexpectedly, he was caught by Klan in an instant. As Klan approached him, he began to mentally prepare what to say, thinking about how to deal with Klan later. Mr. Quinn, clans or something? Did you come specifically to watch my match? No. Yes. I'm a bit curious about what the forging competition is like. After some thought, Quinn chose to tell the truth. Ha. Then I must perform well. As they talked, Quinn suddenly felt something was off. Klan, has your thunder technique broken through? Yes. I was just about to ask you about this, but I didn't expect to run into you here. After confirming the answer, Quinn felt a bit at a loss. The fourth layer of the thunder technique? Are you serious? To know, I'm only at the peak of the fourth layer myself, and I've been cultivating for so many years. He originally thought Klan would need a few more months to break through, but he didn't expect it to happen now. He was truly at a loss for words. What did his efforts mean over the years? I think I might know what you're going to ask. You feel that the increase in attributes isn't as much as you imagined, right? Yes, Mr. Quinn, you really know the reason. Don't worry, in the next month or so, your attributes will have slight increases every day, similar to today. Hearing Quinn's words, Klan's eyes lit up. If the following days were similar to today, then in a month, wouldn't each of his attributes increase by around 60 or 70 points? This exaggerated improvement made Klan very satisfied. Quinn continued, Klan, I really didn't expect you to cultivate the thunder technique to this extent in such a short time. From now on, you are no longer an ordinary person. You should have already felt how exaggerated the enhancement of the thunder technique is for you. This is just the thunder technique. In the future, you might cultivate even more outstanding lightning attribute techniques, and your strength will only become stronger. Hearing Quinn's words, Klan nodded seriously. Indeed, the thunder technique wasn't particularly powerful, but Klan's ability to display overwhelming strength compared to his peers was primarily due to his rapid progress. While many others were still stuck at the first layer of the technique, or hadn't even started, Klan had already reached the third layer, which made him appear exceptionally strong and caused a significant gap in strength. Chapter 93. The Golden Group competition begins, of course. It's difficult for others to cultivate this kind of mid to low level technique as quickly as Kron. The main reason is that Kron's thinking is very active and different from the average person. While others tend to stubbornly push in one direction during cultivation, Kron occasionally pauses to reflect on the process he just went through. If he finds something amiss, he adjusts until he feels it's correct before continuing. Kron understands that practicing blindly without finding the right path could lead to irreparable consequences. This is a terrifying aspect of Kron. He doesn't particularly pursue speed in his cultivation, but he is very stable. As he pondered, more people gradually arrived on the scene. It was clear that the number of participants in the Golden Group was significantly less than that in the Bronze Group, with only about 2,000 people in the Golden Group. Logically, the number in the Golden Group should far exceed that of the Bronze Group, especially since the Royal Academy has been established for so many years and many people enter each year. It wouldn't be surprising for the number of Golden Group members to exceed 10,000. The main reason for this disparity is the high mortality rate at the Royal Academy. Additionally, some individuals who felt unsuited for forging have left the Forge Master Guild. Various reasons have led to a significant decrease in this core group's numbers. However, if the Forge Master Guild becomes the #1 guild, the situation could improve significantly, making it possible for the Golden Group to surpass the Bronze Group. Upon seeing these participants, Kron became cautious. Just looking at them, he could sense their strength. Their gazes were very determined, as if each one hoped to win the championship. This round of competition was somewhat different from the previous ones. Although the materials were still officially issued, this time participants could choose their own materials from those capable of forging magical level weapons. If they could pass this round, the next would be forging hero level weapons. Kron was slightly curious about whether he could forge a hero level weapon now. Of course, that depended on passing this round first. His attributes had all been significantly enhanced, and he should be able to refine more times. As he thought about this, the competition quickly began. Unlike previous competitions, this one had a full 24 hours. After all, the difficulty of forging magical level equipment had increased significantly, and giving participants only 8 hours would not allow them to perform well. Kron quickly selected the various materials he needed, then took out the star-picking furnace and began forging. It was evident that Kron had a significant equipment advantage before, but today, that advantage was not as pronounced. Some participants even brought out forging furnaces of a higher level than the star-picking furnace. This was normal, as these individuals were much older than Kron. Their high-level equipment was a result of decades of accumulation, and while some were still intermediate blacksmiths, many were advanced blacksmiths, with a considerable number of forge masters and 5 forging masters among them. In fact, the current president could also participate in this competition due to his age, but he chose not to, mainly because his strength was too overwhelming. He was already a forging master and no longer needed to prove himself. Today had the largest audience, and Kron received a lot of attention. Drew and Sophia also chose to participate in the Golden Group competition. They were well aware that with their strength, it was impossible for them to achieve a high ranking in this competition. However, as long as they participated and weren't at the bottom, they would receive some rewards, which they didn't want to miss out on. After the competition began, everyone noticed a terrifying fact. Kron's forging speed was keeping up with the top tier. Although there was still a significant gap compared to the few forging masters, he was not slow compared to the other forge masters. Kana looked at Kron in confusion after seeing this. He quickly realized the reason was Kron's improved strength. As for how he improved, he could guess it was likely due to Kron purchasing some cultivation resources. Indeed, high-level cultivation resources could rapidly enhance one's strength. Some of the guild leaders around also quickly noticed this scene and realized Kron's strength had improved, guessing how he managed it. However, the ordinary people without experience reacted differently. After witnessing Kron's performance, they were almost shocked. What happened? It's only been a day. How did Kron grow to this level? This is not scientific. However, there are also those who were displeased with Kron, such as one of the forging masters. He didn't understand why so many people were focusing on Kron instead of him, who should have been the center of attention in this forging competition. He admitted that the kid had some talent, but it wasn't the time for such a brat. Thinking of this made him very angry, yet he still made no mistakes in his work. Kron ignored all this and focused solely on forging. His progress was increasingly distancing him from the forging masters. A quarter of an hour later, almost simultaneously, many forge masters, including Kron, began refining their weapons. 10 minutes later, the first refinement was completed. 20 minutes later, the second refinement was completed, and at the same time, several forge masters began to fall behind, lagging slightly, but Kron was still in the running. 40 minutes later, the third refinement was completed, and again a small portion of forge masters fell behind. 2 hours later, the fourth refinement was completed. By this point, half of the forge masters had dropped out, but Kron was still in the group. The audience began to wonder how far Kron could hold on. If he could truly last until the end, it would prove that he had reached the level of a top forge master. 4 hours later, the fifth refinement was completed. 7 hours later, the sixth refinement was completed. Normally, at this point, Kron would feel quite strained, but today felt different. He still felt very relaxed. Chapter 94. Breakthrough of the Star Hammer Forging Method. Seeing Klan's current state, Kono stroked his chin. If nothing unexpected happened, Klan should be able to surpass the result of refining 7 times this time. Does he already possess such forging capabilities? He no longer wanted to compare Klan to his past self. In terms of forging, he had indeed been completely crushed by Klan. Soon 12 hours passed, and Klan completed the 6th refinement. It was clear that the speed of the first-tier forgers varied. Klan was no longer among the fastest. Due to the 24-hour forging period, Klan still had enough time to refine, so he quickly began the 7th refinement, activating the Thunder Body to further accelerate the refining speed. The hardness of the magic-grade weapon after the 7th refinement was already quite remarkable, but under the purple lightning diamond hammer and Klan's current terrifying attributes, it seemed extraordinarily easy. By the 16th hour, Klan completed the 7th refinement. With 8 hours remaining, Klan felt that if he proceeded with the 8th refinement, he might be able to complete it. But in reality, he might not have enough time. Looking ahead at the masters of forging, those few had long completed the refinement of 11 magic weapons and were now resting, but their attention was also on him. It was evident that Klan completing the 7th refinement in such a short time was undoubtedly a huge shock to them. After hesitating for a moment, Klan decisively initiated the 8th refinement. Although Klan was much younger than these forging masters, he felt somewhat unwilling. After all, in the previous days of competition, Klan had always been among the top few, but today he had become the one chasing after others, which felt quite peculiar. With the enhancement of the Thunderbody, Klan's forging speed skyrocketed. However, Kono noticed that something was off. Klan's forging had become increasingly smooth, as if he had merged with the forging hammer in his hand. Due to his intense focus, Klan did not realize that each strike of his hammer became more natural. The level of the Star Hammer forging method had unexpectedly risen to LV3, surpassing the level of the Thunder Sword technique. The reason the Star Hammer forging method could improve so quickly was that it was a hammer technique that relied heavily on strength. The better the user's physical condition, the easier it was to comprehend the essence of the hammer technique. Moreover, sword techniques inherently required more talent, making the learning difficulty of hammers much lower. Coupled with the daily forging during this period, this led to Klan's significant improvement. As the hammer technique level increased, Klan's forging became increasingly effortless. Finally, at the 19th hour, Klan completed the 8th refinement. At the moment the refinement ended, Klan immediately began shaping and the subsequent steps without checking the time. He thought he only had 2 or 3 hours left. However, by the 21st hour, Klan had completely finished the forging and assembly. It was only when the assembly was complete that Klan realized he still had 3 hours left. Seeing this scene, Klan was taken aback. What was going on? Why was there still so much time left? He checked his attributes and found that his strength and other attributes had slightly increased. This should be the residual effect of the Thunder technique. It wasn't until he looked at the skills section that Klan realized something was amiss. His hammer technique had actually progressed to the level of proficiency LV3. No way. This progress seemed a bit too fast. He hadn't even upgraded his swordsmanship yet. Since there was still some time left, Klan didn't stop. Instead, he checked his sword. Making adjustments were necessary, such as the feel of the handle and the sharpness of the blade. After confirming there was nothing left to modify, Klan wrapped some threads around the handle to enhance its wear resistance, while also improving the overall aesthetic of the sword. The surrounding blacksmiths watched this scene, and after seeing Klan meticulously attend to every detail, they all swallowed hard. Without a doubt, Klan was indeed doing very well in the pursuit of perfection. Indeed, to become a top blacksmith, one needed such an attitude. After completing everything, the examiner came over to collect Klan's sword. Due to the large number of participants, they would basically test one sword at a time. Additionally, since it was the gold group, the assessment time would be slightly longer. In the first round of screening, if all went well, they would likely eliminate all intermediate and advanced blacksmiths. Upon receiving Klan's sword, the judge responsible for the assessment began testing it. Due to the excellent feel and hand, the examiner felt that the score for this sword could not be low. He then channeled the Thunder attribute magic power within him and quickly struck out a sword. The terrifying Thunder attribute sword energy flashed by, directly slicing the nearby Iron Man in half. The sword had a very good enhancement of its Thunder attribute, and for a level 3 expert, it should increase its power by more than 30%. Its conductivity was also excellent. There was no sense of stagnation during the magic power transmission. He then tried to transmit a large amount of magic power into the sword, but the sword only emitted a light ringing sound throughout the process. Normally, if the quality did not meet the standard, cracks would appear in the blade at this step, but its strength was indeed up to par. With each test, a look of satisfaction appeared more on the examiner's face, and then he conducted basic tests such as sharpness. Finally, he spoke up. Klan sword has a total score of 92 points. Upon hearing this score, Klan sighed in relief. The several forging masters all scored a perfect 100, while those blacksmiths ahead of Klan scored between 90 and 90 points. Achieving 90 points was basically the minimum requirement for these blacksmiths. After the forging was completed, Klan finally breathed a sigh of relief and then quietly watched the remaining contestants forge in the rest area. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 point in physical attributes today. Chapter 95. The Blacksmith Conference ends. 3-year agreement today. Klan received his attribute points. After all, the examination time this time was a bit too long. Du and the others were still forging. Although they could also forge magical weapons, it was clear that they were still far behind Klan. Today, Du chose not to use fire forging, but opted for normal forging, indicating that yesterday's fire forging had a significant impact on him. However, this was not a problem, as Du had already completed his 6th refinement, and it seemed that the new forge provided him with a high boost. Sophia also performed well today, completing 6 refinements as well. It appeared that everyone had made considerable progress in this blacksmith competition. However, Klan quickly shifted his focus from these individuals to a few other blacksmiths. The reason these blacksmiths submitted their work slower than Klan was not due to their lack of skill, but because they were on their 9th, 10th, or even 11th refinements. Each of these individuals was stronger than Klan at this stage. Seeing this scene, Klan clenched his fists. Indeed, there was still a significant gap between his abilities and those of these top blacksmiths, but Klan was well aware that he would soon catch up. He then began to learn seriously from these competitors. Although they were still at the blacksmith level, they had clearly distanced themselves from other blacksmiths, which should be Klan's next goal. Ultimately, the assessment came to an end. Although Klan achieved a high score of 92, he ranked 141st, and only the top 100 could advance to the next round, meaning Klan was eliminated. However, upon seeing this outcome, Klan was not surprised, as there were over 300 blacksmiths in the Golden Group. Achieving 141st place actually meant his current level had surpassed most blacksmiths. But the forging time was simply too short, and he ultimately had not learned enough. Thus, he could only attain such a ranking. Nevertheless, the reward for 141st place was still quite good. While it did not include rewards like forging hammers or forges, it did grant a large amount of high-quality ores, which could be worth about 20,000 points. Klan was quite satisfied with this result. The first place was, of course, a master blacksmith, who happened to be the one who had looked down on Klan. After receiving his reward, he walked directly toward the crowd. The audience was curious about what he intended to do. Soon, everyone realized he was actually heading toward Klan. Did he want to encourage this rising star? Thinking of this, the audience felt a bit excited, as it seemed they were witnessing the passing of the torch, the legacy of one generation to the next. Only the president and vice president's expressions changed upon seeing this scene. The others didn't know Dick's personality, didn't they know? Master Gugong looked at Kono in confusion and said, Wouldn't he want to? However, Kono grimly nodded. This guy was definitely going to provoke Klan. Should they stop him? But after hearing Gugong's words, Kono shook his head and said, It's useless. You can't stop him. If he could be stopped, he wouldn't be Dick. Although Dick was not young anymore, at 29 years old, he still had the heart of an 18-year-old, a spirit that never accepted aging or defeat. Such a personality had its pros and cons, but overall, Kono felt it was more positive. Sure enough, not long after, Dick stopped right in front of Klan, who also looked at him. For some reason, Klan felt that this person approached with a menacing aura. In the next second, Dick directly gave Klan a thumbs up and then forcefully pointed downward. You little brat, with your skills, you dare to compete with me? You're still far from it. After saying this, he snorted and turned to leave. Seeing this scene, Klan was stunned. Wait, why did this master seem so petty? Why was he acting like a child, so competitive? Admittedly, this simple provocation successfully piqued Klan's interest. He found himself both amused and angered. Old dang, just wait. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Give me 3 years, and let us see if I can surpass you. However, Klan only thought this in his heart. It was too childish. He wasn't that immature. Give me 3 years. Hearing Klan's words, Dick suddenly turned around. What 3 years? Within 3 years, I will definitely surpass you. You little brat. Dick's expression became serious. The surrounding audience was confused when they saw this scene. Wait, wasn't this about passing the torch? Why did it seem so tense? And that master named Dick was too petty? Haha, kid. 3 years? Even if I gave you 30 years, you wouldn't surpass me. Do you really think I'm one of those worthless fish? Oh, are you scared? If you're afraid, just admit it. That is how old men are. Scared? Hearing these 2 words, Dick instantly got furious. All right, I'll give you 3 years. If you can surpass me, I'll admit you're impressive and apologize. The promise of impressive and apologize instantly ignited Klan's fighting spirit. All right, Let us see the results in 3 years. After saying this, Dick left. The audience was speechless after witnessing this 3-year agreement. Wait, were these two fools? It felt like their grand images had been shattered. Of course, only a small portion of the audience thought this way. More were beginning to look forward to the outcome of the 3-year agreement. In the following 2 days, Klan watched the remaining matches of the Golden Group. He then spent 3 days watching the Diamond Group matches. Being a spectator allowed Klan to benefit greatly, feeling that he learned a lot, especially from the Diamond Group matches. In the Diamond Group, Dick also brought out his true skills, successfully forging a brilliant grade weapon. Unfortunately, the president and vice president also participated, so he only took 3rd place, but even so, it was still impressive. Although Klan was a bit of a bug, he still learned quite a bit from this guy. Meanwhile, during these 5 days, Klan's attributes increased by 14 in strength, 12 in agility, 11 in constitution, and 15 in spirit. Chapter 96. Participating in the arena competition. How to increase nobility. This is the result of adding points to the thunder control technique, along with Kron's natural growth and point allocation. After the forging competition concluded, Kron gained new insights and returned to his previous routine of daily training followed by forging. Soon, there would be another competition among newcomers. It should be noted that if he wins 1st place in this competition, his nobility can be directly elevated by 1 rank. Although being a Viscount is already a respectable position, Kron is certainly eager to rise higher. Life has been very busy for him lately, and now he must focus on training. Meanwhile, the Pope has also seen the results of Kron's forging competition. Upon seeing the rankings, the Pope was somewhat shocked. He had long known about Kron's high forging talent, but he didn't expect it to be this profound. Given this situation, Kron has a strong possibility of becoming a divine craftsman in the future. The very thought of the Church potentially producing a divine craftsman excites the Pope, as divine craftsmen can indeed forge artifacts, although making such artifacts usually takes a long time. However, with each additional artifact, the Church's foundation becomes stronger. The Pope's reaction was quick. He had already sealed off the news within the Church. However, he also knew that no matter how much he tried to contain the news, people from other countries would eventually find out. It was just a matter of time. Since Kron's forging competition has ended, perhaps it is time to arrange some other tasks for him. Before participating in the competition, it would be good to have some practical combat experience. The next day, after waking up, Kron began his basic training for the day. With the improvement of his physical abilities, he now swings his sword 10,000 times a day. However, he did not continue to increase the number of swings because he had specially forged a training iron sword for himself to enhance his practice. This sword is exceptionally heavy, and 10,000 swings will definitely yield the desired training effect. After finishing his training, Kron originally planned to go forging. Although training was his main focus, he still wanted to see if he could forge a hero-level weapon, and he couldn't neglect forging either. But just as he stepped outside, he encountered Sophia. The moment he saw her, Kron realized that it must be the Pope's doing. "What's up, Sophia? Do you need something from me?" I plan to invite you to the arena with me." Hearing Sophia's words, Kron was taken aback. Why go to the arena? Isn't it very dangerous there? It is indeed very dangerous, but the arena provides protection for competitors above the rank of Viscount. If a Viscount or higher feels they're about to lose, they can surrender and the staff will come to their aid. The reason I'm inviting you is that you're still young, having just entered the Church for 3 years. If you can achieve 10 consecutive victories in the arena, your nobility can be directly elevated by 1 rank. Upon hearing this, Kron was momentarily stunned. Wow, the arena actually has such benefits? Originally, Kron wasn't very interested in the arena, but now he was indeed a bit intrigued. As long as he could take 1st place in the arena and then again in the competition, wouldn't his nobility rise 2 levels, directly reaching marquis status like Saint Hart? You know, I've always been interested in the arena. I just didn't have the time before. Now, let's go to the arena. Upon hearing Kron's words, Sophia was momentarily speechless. Did this guy really think she didn't know about the incident between him and the Saintess in the arena? All right, then let's go to the arena and fight beasts. It will also help improve our strength. Indeed, with that, the two headed towards the arena, leaving the forging of hero-level weapons for later. Soon, they arrived at the arena. The person in charge, upon seeing Kron, quickly recalled who he was. Wasn't he the one who had a conflict with the Saintess? and then beat her up? He had heard that Kron recently achieved great results in the forging competition and even won the Bronze Group Championship, making him a young man with unlimited potential. Although Kron had previously caused some trouble in the arena, the person in charge still had a good impression of him, so he didn't intend to make things difficult. Welcome. Are you here to participate in the arena competition or to watch a performance? Upon seeing the person in charge, Kron spoke, "Thank you for your previous help. We are here to participate in the arena competition. Could you let us know the rules?" Hearing Kron's words, the person in charge realized that Kron was not the type to be ungrateful. Upon hearing that they were there to compete, the person in charge had a knowing expression. After seeing Kron defeat Saint Hart that day, he knew Kron would eventually come to participate in the arena competition. The rules of our arena are very simple. It's just fighting beasts. As long as you can kill the beasts, it's considered a successful challenge. The strength of the beasts will be arranged according to your opponent's strength. You can first take a level test. This testing stone can show your current level. Hearing this, Kron looked in the direction the person in charge pointed and soon spotted a large testing stone. How do you test it? Just place your hand on it and inject a bit of magic power. All right. Kron didn't hesitate and walked over, placing his hand on the testing stone. As a faint white light appeared on the stone, the number 27 also emerged before everyone. Seeing Kron's level, both the person in charge and Sophia were momentarily stunned. Although Sophia knew Kron's level should be rising quickly, she still had a moment of brain freeze upon seeing the number 27. No way. Is he really a newcomer? 27? Is this the level that should be seen among newcomers? This is absurd. Sophia thought Kron's level would be around 17 or 18. His exceptional forging skills were likely due to talent, and now it seemed it was also related to this absurd level. So, for my first battle, should I be arranged against a second-tier beast? Chapter 97 Conflict. Sophia's thoughts, it should be arranged for you to fight a second-tier magical beast. You should go to the rest area to take a break. I will arrange for you to fight the magical beast shortly. If there are any competitions later, we will send someone to contact you at home a day or two in advance. All right, I understand. After saying this, Kron followed Sophia to the rest area. Since neither of them was well known, they ended up in a public rest area where there were many other participants aside from the two of them. Sophia occasionally glanced at Kron out of the corner of her eye. What kind of monster is he? How can he have such high forging talent while being so powerful? Is this reasonable? She knew that she was over 3 years older than Kron, yet her level was only 46. Of course, having such a level at Sophia's age was already considered outstanding, even barely at the top tier. But Kron had only been at the academy for a little over 2 months and had already raised his level to 27. If he had 3 more years, she couldn't even imagine it. Now Sophia finally understood why she was asked to investigate Kron. His existence was indeed not very reasonable, clearly just a C-grade talent. At the same time, Sophia also developed some other thoughts. Kron now clearly had a bright future ahead of him. If he stayed in the church, his minimum achievement would be that of a cardinal. If she could win Kron's heart, her future path would be much easier. Thinking of this, Sophia looked at Kron with more affection. Kron was very perceptive and sensed this. Is it really okay to act on your target, Miss Sophia? Having interacted with Sophia for so long, Kron already knew that this sweet-looking woman was not as good as she seemed on the surface. She was the type who would climb up as soon as she seized an opportunity, not stopping until she achieved her goals. If an ordinary man encountered someone like Sophia, he would probably be drained in no time. But now she was facing Kron, whose experiences had made him even more ruthless than she imagined. He was also skilled at reading people's hearts. If she really tried to act on Kron, the consequences might be even worse than she expected. Sophia suddenly asked with concern, "Are you nervous, Kron?" A bit. In reality, Kron was not nervous at all. He just realized Sophia's thoughts and was playing along with her act. "It's okay, Kron. You're so amazing. You can easily kill the magical beast. I will cheer for you." While saying this, Sophia made a cheering gesture. This scene did not touch Kron at all, but easily captivated the other people in the rest area. Several were already mesmerized, occasionally stealing glances at Sophia. One other person with the title of Viscount walked directly toward the two. He struck what he thought was a handsome pose. "Beautiful lady, I am Price Antoine. I wonder if I could have the chance to get to know you." While speaking, he puffed out his chest to show his Viscount badge and then extended his hand toward Sophia, seemingly waiting for her response. Under normal circumstances, Sophia would have politely refused. Although she wanted to climb higher, she wouldn't accept just anyone. She cherished her wings. So she didn't want to waste time with someone of this caliber. However, today Kron was by her side, and she acted a bit flustered, knowing this could easily trigger a man's protective instinct. Then she looked to Kron for help. After seeing this scene, Kron stood up as Sophia had hoped. She doesn't want to know you. Please leave. Hearing Kron's words, the other person glanced at Kron and was slightly surprised by his young appearance. He knew very well that he shouldn't provoke a genius like Kron. But when he saw Sophia's sweet face, he couldn't help but swallow hard. She was so beautiful that he was willing to take risks for such a beauty. Under the stimulation of hormones, he quickly made an irrational move. What are you? How dare you block my way? As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room changed. Price knew very well that no matter how talented Kron was, he was still too young. His level was probably not high, and he was unlikely to be his opponent. Therefore, even though he was provoking Kron, he didn't think it would lead to any trouble. In 2 years, he would be able to leave the Royal Academy. Once he left, Kron would have no way to deal with him. Sophia appeared worried on the surface, but felt a bit excited inside. Oh, a good show is about to unfold. Kron's smile did not fade. What did you just say? What are you? Bang. The next second, Kron's foot directly kicked into the other person's chest, producing a muffled sound. With tremendous force, the other person was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall before falling to the ground. Price sat helplessly on the ground, bowing his head without any movement. This scene startled the surrounding people, as Price had some fame here, having achieved 3 consecutive victories in the Beast Arena. Now, he was knocked out with 1 kick, which was quite frightening. What kind of monstrous strength was that? Of course, Price might not have just been knocked out. He could have been kicked to death, as he showed no signs of movement at all. After about 10 seconds, Price coughed twice and then looked up in disbelief, feeling the intense pain in his chest. He was still a bit dazed. He had at least 3 broken bones from that kick. Was that the kind of power a person could unleash? He felt like he had not just been kicked, but had been trampled by a giant elephant. Struggling to get up, he wanted to say something, but ended up spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He looked at the blood on the ground in disbelief. After all, his level was 41. Even if he had been caught off guard, his physical quality was far superior to ordinary people. How could such a young brat inflict such great damage with just 1 kick? Seeing that the other person was still on the ground, Kron walked directly towards him. He knew very well that he didn't need to take responsibility for this matter. Sophia would definitely find a way to handle it, as the incident was caused by her. If the Pope found out that Kron had gotten into trouble because of Sophia, he might even replace her. Chapter 98. Instant Kill. Sophia quickly reacted and hurriedly grabbed Klan. Forget it, Klan. It's fine. Don't be angry. You've already taught that guy a lesson. Hearing Sophia's advice, Klan calmed down a bit. In fact, he wasn't really angry. He was just teasing Sophia. Since she had made her move, Klan wanted to see what else she had up her sleeve, adding some spice to their lives. Since you said that, I'll spare you this time. Next time you see us, you'd better steer clear. Upon hearing Klan's words, Price didn't dare to make a sound. He certainly didn't want to experience that feeling again. After saying that, Klan sat back down with Sophia. Price continued to play dead in place, not daring to make any moves. Although he had encountered some trouble, Sophia was very happy because Klan's actions now proved that he actually cared about her. If he didn't care, how could he be so excited? This was a good thing. She just needed to apply a little pressure to take Klan down. On the other side, someone quickly came over. Is Mr. Klan here? Your match is starting. Hearing this, Klan quickly stood up. I am Klan. After he spoke, the person led Klan away. Price also remembered Klan's name and, with some difficulty, walked out of the lounge. He wanted to see just how strong this Klan was, especially since he had almost been kicked to death. Soon, Klan was brought to the arena. This massive arena certainly had more than one venue. Aside from the main arena, there were many smaller ones. Klan was currently in a small venue with sparse spectators around. After observing the surroundings for a while, Klan withdrew his gaze. Of course, Sophia was there to watch, and Price found a corner to sit down. He was curious about Klan's level, just from that kick Klan had delivered earlier. He determined that Klan's level was definitely close to level 40 and that he must have a strength-related talent to cause such damage. He felt that if Klan hadn't ambushed him, Klan might not actually be his opponent. It was just that he was injured now, so he didn't want to have any conflict with Klan. However, when Klan's opponent appeared, Price was dumbfounded because the creature in front of Klan was just a second-tier beast. The wild black pig. This meant that this kid who had almost kicked him to death was actually just a level 20-something. Although he was among the weakest of the Viscounts, it shouldn't be something that a mere level 20-something could handle. At that moment, Price just wanted to curse. The audience, upon seeing Klan take the stage, had a few who were very interested in him, but not because of his age, it was because of Klan's appearance. To be honest, it might have been due to the Thunderstrike technique continuously enhancing his attributes, but Klan's body had been undergoing subtle changes every day. His charm had now reached 83, and Klan looked tall and well-proportioned, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, fair skin, and stunning long legs, making his overall proportions exceptionally perfect, giving off a striking handsomeness. He had the vibe of a strong little wolf dog, which was hard not to attract attention. Upon seeing his opponent, Klan's expression became serious. He knew very well that the wild black pig could not possibly be his opponent, but even so, Klan did not harbor any thoughts of underestimating it. He understood that even when fighting a rabbit, a lion must use its full strength. One must go all out even against weaker opponents. This was a life-and-death struggle, and no caution was excessive. One only has one life, and it would be the dumbest thing to lose it due to underestimating the enemy. However, after entering the arena, the once extremely ferocious wild black pig suddenly quieted down upon seeing Klan's gaze and began to slowly back away. The surrounding spectators were also stunned by this scene. Wait, what's going on? Is the wild black pig afraid? Impossible. How could it be afraid? Maybe it's not hungry, so it's not aggressive. How could it not be hungry? These beasts are usually starved to the point of losing their sanity. The most shocked were still Price and Sophia. They never expected such a situation to occur, where just a gaze could scare a beast. Is this still human? And indeed it was. Avoiding danger is an animal's instinct. Although it was very hungry, the feeling Klan gave the wild black pig was just too unsettling, and pigs are inherently smart animals. So it wisely chose not to provoke Klan. The referee, upon seeing this scene, was momentarily at a loss for words, but did not stop the match. Seeing that the opponent did not take the initiative to attack, Klan chose to attack first and charge directly at the wild black pig. Upon seeing Klan rushing towards it, the wild black pig quickly let out a terrified scream, trying to scare Klan away. However, Klan was unyielding. In no time, Klan was right in front of the wild black pig. He then drew his sword and swung. The 2-meter-long wild black pig, along with its entire body and bones, was directly split in half by Klan. Blood sprayed instantly, and after this scene unfolded, the entire venue fell silent. Wow, what just happened? That was an instant kill? That was a magical beast. Even if it's just a second-tier beast, its skin isn't something ordinary weapons can easily harm. How could it be split in half like that? Is this really just a level 20-something guy? This wave was indeed a combination of attributes and mechanics. With high personal attributes, Klan also possessed technical mechanics far beyond his peers. This was indeed somewhat unanswerable. After seeing Klan instantly kill his opponent, the spectators were at a loss for words because the scene before them was just too shocking. Match over. Contestant Klan advances. Upon hearing the referee announce the result, Klan walked in the opposite direction. Since the arena also needed a profit, generally, they wouldn't allow a contestant to fight continuously. They would try to package some powerful contestants as star players, promote them, and attract more spectators to watch for profit. Chapter 99 Heroic Weapon Thunder Tooth, Swordsmanship LV. 3 After all, the arena also requires survival, so using such means is understandable. Upon exiting, Kron could see that Sophia was now looking at him with a somewhat admiring gaze, and she couldn't help but swallow. Unlike before, Sophia's admiration this time was somewhat heartfelt. Kron was too strong, so strong that it exceeded her understanding. Women like Sophia naturally have a strong admiration for power. This further solidified her determination to win Kron over, not just for an easy future, but also because she genuinely liked Kron a bit. Why are you looking at me like that? Because you're really amazing, Kron. Do you have someone you like? Someone I like? Julia's image flashed through Kron's mind. Although the actual time wasn't long, he felt as if he hadn't seen Julia for a long time. If he had to say he liked someone, it might be that he had a slight fondness for Julia. After all, She was a ray of light during his most desperate times. But to say how much he liked her, it seemed there wasn't much, more of a feeling of gratitude. Seeing Kron lost in thought, as if recalling something, Sophia suddenly had a bad premonition. Oh no, it seems I shouldn't have asked that question. Now it appears that Kron seems to have someone he likes, which would make it a bit difficult for her to win him over. Because a young man's feelings are the purest, at this age. Some boys do have a lot of immature thoughts. However, a part of them is very, very pure in love. To them, being in love is a beautiful and sacred thing, and they look forward to being with the person they like for a lifetime. But that's okay. Even if Kron has someone he likes now, Sophia is confident she can easily win him over. After all, what is a small white moonlight compared to a little green tea? What do you plan to do next? Sophia interrupted Kron's current train of thought, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he said calmly, "Next, I plan to go to the blacksmith guild to forge." "Really? That's great. Let's go together. My plan is also to go to the blacksmith guild." Sure. Kron didn't refuse. He wanted to see what Sophia planned to do next. Meanwhile, what had just happened quickly reached the Pope's ears. Upon hearing the Shadow's report, the Pope frowned slightly. "Shadow, what do you think of this matter?" "Your Holiness, the girl named Sophia seems to want to deceive Kron's feelings. Should we replace her?" The Pope thought for a moment, a somewhat dejected expression appearing on his face, as if recalling something sad. Finally, he said, "No, Kron will have to experience these things sooner or later. Matters of the heart can easily lead a young man into despair, but if he experiences them early and comes out of it, he can truly undergo a transformation. Just watch. If Kron really stumbles, it may not necessarily be a bad thing for him." "Understood, Your Holiness." "All right, continue to protect Kron. Report to me immediately if there's anything unusual." "Yes, Your Holiness." After saying that, the Shadow disappeared from the Pope's hall. Thinking about the news the Shadow just told him, the Pope couldn't help but smile. Kron, at such a young age, was already entangled in romantic debts. Indeed, these prodigies are all the same. On the other side, Kron directly began forging heroic-level equipment. Unlike when he forged magical-level equipment before, materials for heroic-level equipment were relatively rare. Fortunately, Kron's privileges were maxed out, so he easily obtained a set of heroic-level equipment. As a result, Kron spent a full 22 hours in the forge, crafting a heroic-level weapon refined 6 times. The style was, of course, a one-handed sword, but one side of the sword was covered in serrated teeth, resembling the shark-toothed sword used by Wei Zhuang. However, due to the attributes, the color scheme was slightly different. Kron named this sword Thundertooth because the serrated edge resembled teeth. At the same time, this sword had incredibly powerful effects. As long as the level did not exceed 50, it could amplify lightning attribute damage by 50. Additionally, its attacks had bleeding and paralysis effects. Although the number of refinements was not high, such attributes are really quite good among heroic-level weapons. A 50 amplification is not something an ordinary heroic-level weapon can achieve. Kron then spent some time making a scabbard. After Kron walked out with Thundertooth, he found Sophia waiting for him in the hall. The moment Kron appeared, Sophia immediately stood up and smiled. "Kron, how did the forging go?" She was genuinely curious about Kron's forging results. If it were someone else at this age, they would likely fail, but if that person was Kron, it was a different story. After seeing Kron's performance in the blacksmith competition, she felt it was normal for him to achieve amazing results now. Kron didn't answer. He simply drew Thundertooth, feeling the violent magical fluctuations from the sword. Sophia's face was filled with surprise. "You did it. What is it called?" "Thundertooth," Kron replied flatly. In the following days, Kron fought in the arena almost every day. Now it was the 8th day since Kron came to the arena, and he had already achieved a 7-game winning streak, due to the continuous victories and his handsome appearance. Kron had been arranged to fight in the main arena, where many fans had gathered to watch him. During these days, Sophia accompanied him every day. Meanwhile, Kron's 4-dimensional attributes surged again: Strength 17, Agility 13, Constitution 16, Spirit 11. This is Kron's current 4-dimensional attributes: Strength 119, Agility 93, Constitution 116, Spirit 100. In addition, his swordsmanship had finally reached LV3, which is proficient level swordsmanship. Today's Kron is comparable to a humanoid beast, even surpassing monsters of the same level in attributes. Although the increase in four-dimensional attributes greatly enhanced the speed of magical growth, even so, Kron's magical power still couldn't keep up with the growth of his physical attributes. With his current physical attributes, he wouldn't necessarily lose to Quinn. Soon, Kron arrived at the arena. Because Kron was a first-year freshman before completing a 10-game winning streak. Every time he fought, the strength of his opponents would increase. Chapter 100. Are you saying he directly tore the head off the beast with his bare hands? The person in charge is currently explaining today's rules to Klan. Klan, this is your 8th beast fight. Due to your previous 7 consecutive victories, your opponent's strength will be raised to the 3rd tier, and the number will also increase to 2. Upon hearing this advance notice, Klan has no objections. He then goes to the waiting area, where he is now a star player in the arena, with many spectators specifically coming to watch his match today. Through the glass of the waiting area, he can see the scene in the main arena, which is large but still packed with people. In the arena, someone is challenging for their 4th consecutive win. However, unlike Klan, this person is probably in their 2nd year at the Royal Academy. So even though it's just a 4th consecutive win, they also have to face 2 3rd-tier beasts. Klan watches this scene with interest. It's clear that this guy has very strong talent, likely an A-grade talent, but it's not the most common bloodline talent among A-grade talents. Rather, it's an elemental control talent, and they seem to be a warrior. Their opponent is 2 wolf-type beasts. As soon as the battle starts, they directly use water elements to create a set of water element armor for themselves. I must say, this is one of the most commonly used tactics by elemental controllers, using elemental power to create armor to protect themselves. While this indeed significantly boosts defense, for these low-level elemental warriors, it consumes a lot of their internal magic power. So Klan feels that while this move is still acceptable, it's not very suitable for newcomers. In the blink of an eye, the 2 wolf-type beasts launch an attack together. The wolf-type beasts are indeed powerful, and they seem to be coordinating. As soon as one is pushed back, the other immediately follows up with an attack. Fortunately, the A-grade elemental power is strong enough, and the attack from the magic wolf only slightly penetrates the defense, causing a small wound without significant damage. The warrior quickly counterattacks, stabbing one of the magic wolves in the eye. Howl! The magic wolf lets out a painful scream, and the battle looks exceptionally brutal. It seems the elemental warrior has the upper hand, but ultimately, he is defeated by the magic wolf and saved by the referee. After seeing this scene, Klan frowns slightly. He can tell that the pressure of fighting 2 beasts indeed skyrockets. The main manifestation is in the attack frequency. The opponent's attack frequency suddenly doubles, and after barely pushing one back, the other quickly follows up with an attack. Moreover, the levels of the 2 magic wolves are much higher than his, making it indeed very difficult to win. Following that, another person comes on stage, facing even more beasts, 4 in total, and unsurprisingly, he is also defeated. Now, it's finally Klan's turn to fight. As soon as Klan steps onto the arena, he ignites cheers from the audience. It's clear that Klan is very popular in the arena. The reasons for this are his extremely high looks and his unique, brutal fighting style. As a super stat monster, Klan has been cutting all his opponents in half with a single sword strike, clean and swift, giving an impression of invincibility. Soon, Klan's opponent also appears, and it's again 2 magic wolves. Upon seeing this, Klan immediately draws out Thundertooth. The moment Thundertooth appears, Klan's aura seems to change instantly, and he becomes extremely dangerous. However, the 2 magic wolves, already starved for battle, completely disregard this and only wish to rush forward and tear the human in front of them to shreds. Klan stands still, seemingly stunned by the 2 magic wolves. It's not until the 2 wolves charge right in front of him that he finally slashes Thundertooth horizontally. Poochie! Thundertooth easily tears through the magic wolf's flesh, and in an instant, the magic wolf is sliced in half, dying immediately. The other magic wolf also rushes to Klan at the same time, and just as its claws are about to reach Klan's hand is faster and grabs the wolf's head. In an instant, the magic wolf realizes the seriousness of the situation. Klan's left hand only applies slight pressure, and his fingers sink into the flesh of the wolf's head due to the immense strength. However, the audience, due to their angle, doesn't see it very clearly. Die for me. Rip. A woo. Klan suddenly exerts force, accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing, and a magic wolf lets out a painfully tragic scream. Then, Klan actually yanks its head off with sheer strength. Klan casually tosses the wolf's head aside. After achieving victory, Klan walks directly towards the waiting area. The spectators in the stands, after witnessing this scene, feel as though their minds have temporarily crashed. What did they just see? Klan didn't use any weapons. He simply relied on brute strength to directly tear off the head of a magic wolf that was 10 levels higher than himself. No, is this really the Beast Arena? After a brief silence, the audience quickly erupts into frenzied cheers. One more match. One more match. The venue is filled with such voices. And just thinking about the crazy scene they just witnessed makes their blood boil. This earth-shattering cheer quickly catches the attention of the person in charge, who hurriedly comes over to the main arena, puzzled, and asks what happened. The referee quickly explains everything that just occurred to the person in charge. And upon hearing that Klan single-handedly tore off the head of a magic wolf, his pupils widen in shock, momentarily thinking he misheard. To rip off the head of a beast that is 10 levels higher than oneself. What a niche expression. After returning, Klan glances at the remaining time. There are only 14 days left until the newcomer tournament begins. Based on the current progress, Klan should be able to upgrade his rank to count before that. Meanwhile, on the other side, Saint Heart has also decided to participate in the newcomer tournament, as this is currently the fastest place she can educate Klan. Just thinking that in only 14 days she can make a move on Klan excites her immensely. Shadow continues to report today as situation to the Pope. Your Holiness, today Klan has, as usual, perfectly completed his daily tasks. Oh, so he hasn't taken a day off so far. Chapter 1. Shouldn't we give Kron some psychological counseling? The reward for 8 consecutive victories in the arena. Well, he hasn't rested for a single day. It seems that if he has even a minute without doing anything, he becomes uneasy. This may be related to his past experiences. Hearing the Shadow's response, the Pope nodded. Since Kron has been designated as a key observation target by the Church, a thorough investigation into his past experiences has naturally been conducted. Upon investigation, the Pope discovered Kron's unfortunate past. Although he felt deep sympathy, there was nothing that could be changed about what had already happened, and for Kron, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. A childhood filled with more pain than the average person has forged Kron's current strong willpower. However, the Pope also had other concerns. Was there a possibility that Kron's psyche had already become distorted? The reason he appeared so understanding now might be that he was suppressing his emotions. The Pope felt that the likelihood of this guess was quite high. After all, if his psyche wasn't distorted, how could he be so disciplined at such a young age, never giving up until he achieves his goals? Perhaps it was time to find an opportunity to give Kron some psychological counseling. After all, he was very likely to inherit the Church in the future, and the Pope definitely could not have a psychologically distorted successor. The sooner this psychological counseling could be conducted, the better. However, what the Pope did not know was that Kron's heart had already been healed long ago. On the way to the church, he had met Mr. Wayshaw, and after coming to the church, he encountered Quinn and others, as well as Malia. These people had, to some extent, comforted Kron's previously wounded heart. Congratulations, host. You have gained a bit of lifespan. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Kron was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had encountered the concept of lifespan in such a long time. Although it was already midnight, Kron still had no intention of resting. After breaking through both his mental strength and physique to 100 points, Kron's physical recovery speed and energy far exceeded that of ordinary people. Now, he only needed to rest for 2 to 3 hours each day to ensure he was full of energy. However, Kron felt that this was not very safe. If he were under too much pressure, he feared he might exhaust his body. So, Kron decided to set aside one day each week to ensure he could sleep for 6 hours. Although it was only an additional 2 to 3 hours of rest, it was already sufficient for Kron at this point. Time quickly passed to the next day, and Kron soon got up to practice. The arena staff also arrived early. Rarely, Kron woke up slightly earlier than Malia today. So, it was Kron who went to open the door. The arena staff was slightly taken aback when they saw that Kron was the one opening the door. It was the first time they had encountered Kron doing so. However, They quickly remembered what Kron was there for. Mr. Kron, I'm here to inform you that your combat order has changed today. You will be the final contestant to appear. Also, here is your reward for yesterday's consecutive victory. The reward for the 8th consecutive victory is 8,000 points, along with a heartstone. Hearing this, Kron nodded and accepted all the rewards. If worn long-term, the heartstone could slightly improve one's physique. However, this improvement was too minor for Kron, so he planned to gift this heartstone to someone else. But who should he give it to? Should it be Sophia, who had been closely competing with him lately? Of course not. Kron had already decided who the recipient of this heartstone would be. He strung the heartstone together and made it into a necklace. It must be said that although the heartstone's effect was not strong, it looked beautiful, vibrant in color and crystal clear in texture, making it a very suitable gift. While thinking about this, Kron hung the heartstone necklace in the kitchen, feeling that hanging it on the wall would be nice, so that Malia could see it as soon as she entered. After doing all this, Kron went to practice. Daily foundational training was absolutely essential. Before long, Malia got up. Kron looked outside. The sun had not yet risen, meaning it was around 4:30 in the morning. Malia had to stay up past midnight every day to heat food for herself. Given her personality, she wouldn't be lazy during the day, typically organizing the house or preparing food for herself. Looking at it this way, Malia really worked very hard every day, perhaps even harder than he did. Thinking of this, Kron felt he needed to give her more rest time in the future. Although servants in this world do not have rights, Kron wouldn't treat the people around him like slaves. Soon, Malia groggily emerged from her room, and after a quick wash, she headed straight for the kitchen. As soon as she pushed open the kitchen door, she saw the heartstone hanging on the wall. Malia was taken aback for a moment, unsure where the gemstone necklace had come from. It certainly couldn't be hers, as she had no points. The only other person in the house besides her was Kron. So could this necklace belong to Kron? It seemed so. Since the master had placed the necklace here, he must have his own thoughts about it. So, she decided not to concern herself with it, and quickly went about her own tasks. Kron practiced while observing the activity in the kitchen, feeling somewhat puzzled. Had Malia not noticed the necklace he had given her? Perhaps she just hadn't seen it yet. She would surely notice it soon. Before long, time passed, and Kron stopped practicing, coming over to the kitchen. Malia was still seriously preparing the food in front of her, humming a cheerful little tune, looking quite happy. Kron watched her from behind for a while, but it seemed Malia still hadn't noticed him. In exasperation, Kron decided to make some noise. Ahem! Hearing the sudden sound behind her, Malia quickly turned around and saw Kron standing behind her. Master, you're up. Breakfast is ready. I'll bring it to you right away. Kron quickly glanced behind her. If Malia was cooking, she should have seen the necklace as soon as she looked up, right? Did she not react because she didn't realize it was a gift from him? Did you see that necklace? Chapter 102. The 9th Arena Battle. Hearing Kron's words, Malia was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Kron meant. This necklace? Did you leave it here, master? I bought this necklace yesterday, but it doesn't really suit me, so I gave it to you. After Kron finished speaking, Malia froze completely. For me? After receiving Kron's affirmative response, Malia was completely stunned. She had never thought that this necklace was meant for her. How could anyone care about a servant's feelings? An extreme emotion suddenly surged from her heart. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks. This sudden outburst of tears left Kron momentarily confused. He could probably sense that Malia was too moved, but he still said, "What's wrong? Don't you like this gift?" "No, it's not that, master. I'm just too touched because no one has ever been this good to me." Upon hearing Kron's words, he simply walked over and patted her head. All right, don't cry. Don't cry over things like this in the future. It's a good thing." "Yes, master. I'm a bit hungry. Breakfast is ready, right?" Yes. After saying this, she hurriedly brought the food to the dining table, and Kron also started eating at the table. Malia watched Kron eat and felt particularly sweet. While preparing some snacks and drinks for Kron, she secretly observed him. These snacks were all made by Malia herself, such as fried beast meat jerky and fruit juice. Occasionally, she would glance at the necklace Kron had just given her and smile foolishly. It was evident that she really liked the necklace Kron had given her, and, of course, it might also be because it was a gift from Kron that made her so fond of it. Kron, on the other hand, made some adjustments to today as planned. Since he was going to the arena for the final battle today, he thought he could use the morning for forging. Due to time constraints, if he practiced first, there wouldn't be enough time for forging later. However, if he practiced all day, that would consume too much mana, and what if something went wrong at night? So, after a bit of thought, Kron felt it would be better to forge first. He headed to the forging room. Before long, afternoon arrived, and Rain was now lying in wait on Kron's usual route to the forging room. During this time, he had been keeping someone on Kron's tail and had completely understood Kron's daily habits. At this time, Kron should be passing through here. If everything went according to plan, Kron should have already taken all the potions and would be at his most uncomfortable point since he and T had any new potions for a few days. However, perhaps luck was on his side. Kron would not encounter Rain today. After all, if he ran into Rain, it would be easy for the latter to discover that Kron had not taken his medicine, leading to the use of some other means. After waiting for quite a while without seeing Kron, Rain felt a bit strange. Did Kron pass through this route early today, or was there some unexpected arrangement? That shouldn't be the case, right? Or was there a traitor in the guild providing Kron with information? Rain immediately thought of York, who had submitted his resignation a few days ago. He had not yet agreed to York's withdrawal application, although the latter had already left the Alchemist Association. If someone had betrayed the guild and provided Kron with information, he felt that York was the most likely candidate. However, these were just his speculations. He knew that Kron had to go to the arena every day. Perhaps he could wait for him there. So, Rain quickly made his way to the arena. Once he arrived, he immediately understood the reason Kron hadn't passed by. Today, Kron was actually appearing as the final contestant in the arena. No wonder he hadn't shown up on his usual route today. His luck was indeed good. Since the time was already set, he planned to wait here, praise Kron's performance when he came out, and then give him some new potions. Great, that's what he would do. If all went well, Kron might even bring up the topic of the pills himself. Meanwhile, around the afternoon, Kron finished his forging for the day. Since he was practicing forging, he was currently working on magical-grade equipment, and Kron's forging efficiency had improved further. However, due to time constraints, Kron's refining attempts generally would exceed 6 times, as there was simply too little time to sell the newly forged swords at the guild. After this, Kron left the blacksmith guild and headed to the arena. Since remaining in the hall would make encountering Kron seem very deliberate, Rain chose to stay in the VIP reception room, planning to pretend to run into Kron after his match. Kron was also practicing in his exclusive restroom, making sure to waste not a single second. If there were any matches from other contestants in between, Kron would occasionally take a moment to watch. However, after looking around, he found nothing interesting to watch. Time for practice passed quickly, and soon a staff member approached Kron. "Mr. Kron, you have half an hour until it's your turn." "Got it." After wiping the sweat from his body, Kron sat down to adjust his breathing. Half an hour later, Kron quickly arrived at the competition venue. The moment Kron stepped onto the stage, the crowd erupted in a thunderous cheer. "Kron! Kron! Tear them apart!" Hearing the surrounding voices, Rain was momentarily stunned. What's going on? Although he knew Kron was quite famous, this was the first time he had witnessed Kron's explosive popularity live. Soon, Kron's opponent for the day appeared before him. For magic wolves that were 10 levels higher than Kron. That is, for magic wolves at level 29. Upon seeing these magic wolves, Kron squinted his eyes, as he suspected the difficulty of the 9th level had doubled. However, to be honest, even facing 4 beasts that were of higher level, Kron found it quite simple. What he wasn't sure about was what the assessment criteria for the 10 consecutive wins would be. Kron felt it couldn't be too simple. Chapter 103. Crushing new medicine at this moment. The 4-headed demon wolves were still locked in a room on the other side of the arena, and they had already caught sight of Kron through the gaps in the fence. They were drooling, seemingly imagining the scene of tearing Kron apart in the next second. The referee, seeing this, confirmed that Kron was ready and announced, "The match begins." Then, the gate holding the demon wolves was raised, and the 4 demon wolves charged towards Kron simultaneously. Kron's expression was slightly more serious this time, perhaps due to the hunger driving them mad. The 4 demon wolves seemed to lack coordination. Their formation was very chaotic, but Kron had already calculated how to defeat the 4 demon wolves before him. In the blink of an eye, the first demon wolf appeared in front of Kron. "Kron instantly drew. and a flash of purple light passed through as the demon wolf opened its massive mouth. Leia pierced directly into its mouth, the tip emerging from the back of its head, and Kron withdrew the sword. The first demon wolf's body crashed heavily to the ground, while the second and third demon wolves rushed at him from two directions. Kron moved his feet leisurely, elegantly dodging the attacks of the two demon wolves as if he were dancing. Then, with a single slash, he severed one demon wolf's waist, splitting it in half. Due to the speed, its front and hind legs continued to move even after being cut. The last demon wolf also rushed in. Kron, seeing it, hurled Leia. With a thud, the entire blade of Leia plunged into the demon wolf's head. The demon wolf's hard skull crumbled like paper under the force of Leia's attack, completely unable to withstand the overwhelming impact. The remaining demon wolf stood frozen in place. It seemed as if it happened in an instant. Its three companions lay on the ground. However, there was no time for it to be dazed. Kron rushed in front of it, grabbed its fur, and slammed it heavily to the ground. Bang! The arena floor was made of hard stone bricks, reinforced with a magic circle to prevent easy destruction. The pain of hitting the ground was unimaginable. Awoo! The demon wolf let out a whimpering cry. Kron then grabbed its head and twisted it hard. Crack! The wolf's head was directly twisted off. What followed was a scene the audience had been eagerly anticipating. Kron once again removed the demon wolf's head with his bare hands. The audience erupted in a chorus of screams. Four high-level magical beasts were still unable to pose any threat to Kron. Kron then pulled out Leia and walked towards the exit. Rain had witnessed the entire scene, although he had heard about Kron's strong combat talent. This was a bit too outrageous, wasn't it? Even if one said Kron was focused solely on combat power, without any side jobs, he now believed that things might be even more complicated than he had imagined, because people with strong combat awareness were very sharp in life. So, should he continue with the subsequent plans? A worry arose in Rain's heart because Kron's displayed abilities were too terrifying, even causing the president of the Alchemist Guild to feel a bit uneasy. If that plan didn't succeed, what would happen to him if Kron managed to grow stronger? But soon, Rain dismissed that thought. As long as the current plan succeeded, what would the consequences matter? Thinking of this, Rain quickly appeared in the hall, just as Kron was about to leave, when he heard Rain's voice. Kron! Hearing this familiar voice, Kron slowly turned his head, but there was no trace of anger on his face. Instead, he smiled and said to Rain, "President Rain, what a coincidence. What brings you here? I came to watch a match of Junior today, but I never expected to see you here in the arena. I just watched your performance. It was a fantastic match. By the way, how did the pills I gave you last time work? They should be quite effective, right?" "They worked very well, Master Rain. Are these medicines available for sale outside?" Upon hearing Kron's words and noticing the slightly eager tone, Rain felt a bit pleased. As expected, he was starting to think about it. This was great. He didn't use magic to check Kron's current state. Originally, he had planned to use magic to investigate, but after seeing Kron's previous match, he abandoned that idea, because someone like Kron, with such exaggerated combat talent, had a very strong combat awareness. If he recklessly checked, he could easily be detected by Kron. Doing so would expose the plan, and the risk would be too great. It really wasn't worth it. "If you like, I have some extra here. You can have them." Saying this, he took out 3 bottles of the previous medicine. After seeing this, a look of excitement appeared on Kron's face, and even his breathing became slightly heavier. "Really, Master Rain?" Seeing Kron so excited, Rain became more convinced. Kron's current emotional state was too genuine, completely not acting. Perhaps he could use Kron for other things in the future, such as stealing some core information from the Blacksmith Guild, and so on. Of course, these medicines are nothing to me. Giving them to you is just putting them to good use. Then I won't be polite, Master Rain. If you need help with anything in the future, just let me know. After saying this, Kron seemed a bit impatient, but due to his upbringing, he didn't reach out to take them. Rain, seeing this, smiled slightly and handed the medicine to Kron. After expressing his thanks, Kron quickly received the medicine and, right in front of Rain, eagerly took out a pill and placed it in his mouth. Then, as if sensing something, he said, "Master Rain, I must take my leave. I will go train now." "Okay." After speaking, Kron hurriedly left, and once he got home, he immediately began to train. The moment he swallowed that pill, it melted away and flowed into his body. Kron was somewhat forewarned about this, but Master York had previously said that as long as one didn't consume an entire bottle, taking 1 or 2, or even 5 or 6 pills, would have no side effects and would indeed be beneficial for training. Chapter 104, Level 30, Kron quickly took the time to digest the effects of the potion. It wasn't until 3 hours later that he fully absorbed its power. Kron looked at the potion bottle in shock, realizing that it was indeed made by the president of the Alchemist Guild. Just one pill had brought him tremendous progress. The effects of this potion were outrageous. Just moments ago, his level had broken through to level 30, and all his attributes had increased by about 4 points. This was just from one pill. If he were to take a few more, the short-term boost would be unimaginable, if he could ignore the side effects. This potion was truly indistinguishable from a divine elixir for him at this stage. Afterward, Kron sealed the remaining potions. Although logically he could take a few more, there was no need to continue. He still needed to check his body a bit. Kron was lucky. Since Rain preferred caution, he hadn't tampered further with the potions. Besides, Kron couldn't level up too much right now, as the higher his level, the stronger the beasts he would face in the arena. Therefore, he hadn't used any of the resources he purchased earlier, planning to use them only after achieving a 10-game winning streak in the arena. Then, Kron trained for a long time before finally taking a rest. 2 hours later, he got up immediately. The arena staff arrived very early again today, and Kron was the one to open the door. Mr. Kron, this is your reward for your 9-game winning streak. Additionally, I must inform you that for tonight's main event, you will face a mutated beast that is 15 levels higher than you, as well as 4 beasts that are 10 levels higher. While saying this, he handed Kron 10,000 points and a type of, or that could be used to forge hero-level weapons. Upon hearing this, Kron was taken aback. Did he just say mutated beast? He still remembered how exaggerated the strength of the goblin warrior he encountered earlier was. Just a cricket goblin, and after mutation, it could unleash such terrifying power. If other mutated beasts were involved, their strength would be even more exaggerated, though it would depend on the degree of mutation. After all, there are differences even among mutated beasts. I understand. I'll be there tonight. Yes, I will report this afterward. Upon hearing Kron's words, the other person's tone noticeably became more excited. Evidently, he seemed to be looking forward to this battle. Kron's level had already risen to 30, meaning tonight he would face a level 45 beast and 2 level 40 beasts. This was a completely different treatment from what he faced yesterday, where he only encountered 4 level 39 beasts because he was at level 29, although he had only leveled up once. The difficulty he was about to face had increased dramatically. However, he didn't feel particularly pressured. With Leah as a hero-level weapon, it could break through even the defenses of 5-stage beasts. So Kron didn't feel too much pressure. But just to be safe, he adjusted his plans for the day, opting not to forge in the guild's forging room and instead practiced at home. Moreover, it wasn't overly intense training. It was more about getting his body into the right state. Meanwhile, the news of Kron's 9-game winning streak had already spread everywhere. After hearing this news, Saga and others wanted to watch Kron's match in person. However, upon seeing the ticket prices, she, along with Winnie and Gatto, felt helpless. The price was far beyond what they could afford, so the three could only wait outside the arena, hoping to learn about Kron's performance as soon as the battles concluded. Though the gap between them and Kron was growing, they still cared deeply about him. They had not been at the King's Academy for long, and although they had all grown to varying extents, they were still quite innocent. To them, Kron was still a good friend. Additionally, Quinn and others, who had a good relationship with Kron, also planned to watch his 10-game winning streak today. They had already been waiting in the stands. Of course, Kron's enemies also learned of this news. For instance, Saint Heart, upon knowing Kron's title would be elevated today, smashed her room to pieces before calming down to watch Kron's match. Her hatred had reached an exaggerated level, and now her focus on Kron was incredibly intense. Rain and others felt the same. They hated Kron immensely, but none of them thought he would lose this battle. The main reason was that Kron had never lost up to this point, giving the impression of being invincible. Soon, the preceding contestants finished their battles one after another. However, their performances were mediocre, with wins and losses mixed. The audience showed little enthusiasm, indicating that these contestants were merely insignificant figures to the arena spectators. As time passed, the audience grew drowsy watching one contestant after another saved by the referee. Finally, Kron arrived at the arena not long ago. However, Saga and the others had also followed closely behind him. Upon encountering these three as soon as he arrived, Kron didn't hesitate to bring them in when he learned they were there to cheer for him. If you ever need help in the future, feel free to come to me. No need to be so reserved. Of course, I can't help with anything too excessive. Upon hearing Kron's words, the three lowered their heads, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yes, Saga responded in a voice smaller than a mosquito. The other two were similar. It was their first time at the arena, and they found the environment quite grand, feeling too intimidated to act out of line. The person in charge quickly came over to greet Kron warmly upon seeing him. He never expected that the kid who had once beaten the Sanus could grow so quickly. "Mr. Kron, you're here." "Yes, these are my friends. I'm taking them to my lounge." Hearing Kron's words, the person in charge glanced at Saga and the others. Just one look was enough for him to realize that they were likely new students, still looking quite timid. Chapter 105. Hellish Demon Wolf with a quick glance. He opened his mouth and said, "All right, of course you can. By the way, this is our arena's annual pass. With this pass, you can come anytime you want, and it's free." Hearing this, the three of them were momentarily stunned and looked at Kron, unsure of what to do. "Just take it as a gift," Kron said, fully aware that the other party wanted to build a closer relationship with him. It was fine. After all, the other party had indeed helped him before, and establishing a good rapport was not a problem. After Kron finished speaking, Saga and the others nervously accepted the annual pass. Thank you. The three murmured softly. "Haha, you're welcome. Since you're Mr. Kron's friends, you are naturally my friends as well. By the way, my name is Eugene Kenneth. Just call me Eugene from now on." "All right, Mr. Eugene." Perhaps due to feeling too embarrassed, they still didn't call him Eugene directly. Seeing this, Eugene said nothing and continued, "I won't waste any more of your time." After saying that, he left directly. Saga looked at Eugene, leaving, and quietly asked Kron, "Who is he?" "Oh, he's the head of the arena. One of the supervisors," Kron replied. The three were taken aback. They knew that a large establishment like an arena would have many people managing it. They had heard that such places typically have 3 to 4 supervisors, meaning Eugene, who had just been so polite to them, was actually a big shot. A supervisor. This was absurd, and now Kron was able to earn such respect from such a significant figure. What was Kron's status in the church now? The three once again felt the gap between them and Kron, making them even more cautious in their attitude towards him. If Kron won today, he would directly be promoted to a count, and at that time, their statuses would truly be worlds apart. Soon, they arrived in Kron's lounge. Looking at the spacious lounge in front of them, with a huge glass window that provided a clear view of the arena, they felt a sense of shock, like 3 little chicks afraid to move. "Feel free to do whatever you like. I need to train a bit," Kron said as he began to prepare. Hearing Kron's words, the 3 quickly nodded, and soon someone brought in some fruit and meals. This treatment made the 3 feel overwhelmed and flattered. About half an hour later, someone came to notify them. "Mr. Kron, you will be on stage in half an hour. Please prepare yourself." "Okay, I understand." After saying that, Kron began to adjust his state. Due to the relatively long training time today, Kron drank a potion to restore his magic. He then wiped down his body a bit before finally heading out. As the audience learned that Kron's match was next, those who were almost falling asleep became excited. "Kron! Kron!" Even in the hallway, Kron could hear the audience calling his name. This feeling of being a star was actually quite nice. While thinking this, Kron quickly reached the end of the hallway. As he arrived at the arena, the audience below went completely wild. After seeing this scene, Kron calmly looked at his opponents across from him. He could clearly see that his opponents were already eager to fight, especially the largest giant wolf among them. In the opposite room, there were 5 giant wolves, each over 4 meters long, and one of them exceeded 5.5 meters. The color of this 5.5 meter long giant wolf was different from the other 4, while the other 4 were entirely gray. The leading giant wolf had most of its body gray, but also had black-red stripes, and its eyes were blood red, looking incredibly terrifying. Upon seeing this, Kron furrowed his brow. He knew exactly what kind of monster this was. The other four wolves were a breed of giant gray wolves, which were already considered quite powerful among ordinary monsters. After all, ordinary monsters have similar strengths, and in such cases, the bigger the size, the stronger the power. The fact that these creatures had giant in their name proved their strength. The mutated wolf breed was the hellish demon wolf, a mutation of giant gray wolves. Besides having greater strength and speed than regular giant gray wolves, they were also very adept at magical attacks. The fireballs they shot had strong, corrosive properties, and due to their large size, their total magic power was quite impressive, making them a very powerful mutated monster. While thinking about this, Kron's expression became particularly serious, fully realizing that he must take this battle seriously. The referee announced the start of the match immediately. The next second, the gates containing the 5 giant wolves were opened. However, unlike the previous magical wolves that charged at Kron desperately, these 5 giant wolves slowly surrounded the hellish demon wolf and then uniformly approached Kron. Seeing this, Kron's brow furrowed. This was bad. With the hellish demon wolf as their leader, their upcoming attacks would be very organized. Since that was the case, Kron decided to take the initiative. While thinking, Kron adjusted his posture and charged towards them. Watching this scene, Saga covered her eyes. There was no way. The difference in size and number between the two sides was too great. If one looked purely at size, it seemed that Kron had no chance of winning this battle. Kron's speed was quick, but the next second, a black fireball was forming in the mouth of the hellish demon wolf. With a thud, it was thrown directly toward Kron. Kron did not dodge, but instead used his Thunder Fong to strike the black fireball, wanting to test its power. Kron timed his strike perfectly. Just as the black fireball was about to hit him, the blade of his Thunder Fong swung out, tearing the fireball in half upon contact. The terrifying heat almost brushed against Kron's body as the black flames burned for a while before disappearing after hitting the stone floor. Some of Kron's outer clothing was burned away. Feeling the terrifying power of the fireball, Kron had fully assessed that it would be best to avoid the black flames if possible. Chapter 106: Flame Rain, the true numerical monster. As they continued to delve deeper, the Hell Wolf was slightly surprised upon seeing this. He did not expect the human before him to be so powerful, able to withstand his flames. However, in the next moment, he unleashed an even more powerful spell, Flame Rain. The Hell Wolf soon began to emit black light, and a magic circle appeared above its head. Kron realized the situation was dire after witnessing this scene. He knew he had to eliminate his opponent before the spell was cast. Otherwise, he would likely be injured. Kron could not accept the idea of not clearing the challenge without injury. In the next moment, Kron activated Thunderbody, his entire being transformed into a flash of lightning, quickly appearing in front of the Hell Wolf. The 4 massive gray wolves rushed at Kron like mad. Despite their large size, these giant gray wolves were still quite fast. This was the most terrifying aspect of the giant gray wolves. They had no flashy abilities and only attacked with claws and teeth. However, it was precisely because they could stand at the top of ordinary magical beasts with just these basic weapons that it proved their abilities had reached an extreme. For instance, they possessed extreme speed, strength, and defense. They had the simplest mechanisms and the purest statistics. In a sense, they were similar to Kron. However, as they appeared before Kron, he suddenly slashed down with his weapon, Thundertooth. With a squelch, he cut a large chunk of flesh from the nearest wolf. Unlike the previous magical beasts, due to its massive size, this one was not instantly killed. Moreover, its ferocity exceeded expectations. Even with a wound deep enough to see bone, it showed no hesitation and continued to attack Kron with ferocious determination. If one had to say what advantages these magical beasts had besides their terrifying statistics, it would be their low sensitivity to pain. They felt almost no pain, which led them to attack wildly. Ordinary magical beasts would never dare to fight these brutal creatures. The injured giant gray wolf lunged at Kron, who swiftly responded by stabbing his sword into its mouth as it bit down, the blade piercing through its throat. This tactic was particularly effective against these giants. Meanwhile, the second giant gray wolf charged in. Kron attempted to pull back Thundertooth, but despite its severe injuries, the giant wolf managed to flee several steps before collapsing. Thundertooth remained lodged in its mouth. Winnie and the others turned pale upon witnessing this. Kron had lost his weapon and was now facing such dangerous magical beasts. Was he all right? But soon, Kron demonstrated to the audience what a true numerical monster was. In no time, the second wolf rushed towards Kron, opening its massive jaws to bite. Kron was quick, grabbing one of its upper and lower teeth with both hands, using his immense strength to prevent its mouth from closing. No matter how hard the wolf tried, it could not shut its mouth. Soon, the other two giant wolves charged in as well. Kron forcefully swung the wolf he held, sending it flying and crashing into one of the other giant wolves. The force was so great that Kron pulled out the two teeth he had been gripping, which were about the size of daggers and extremely sharp, suitable for use as weapons. So when the last giant wolf charged at him, Kron leaped onto its neck, stabbing the two teeth directly into its eyes. A howl erupted as the giant wolf's world turned blood red. It did not fear pain, but that did not mean it was unafraid of losing its sight. It began to attack everything around it frantically. Not far away were the other two giant wolves, and as Kron jumped down, the blinded giant wolf bit down on one of their necks and tore away a chunk of flesh. Everything that happened in that short time shocked the audience. What Kron just done? Brain, did he just grab a 4-meter-long giant wolf and throw it away? Eyes. Yes, that's exactly what happened. Once the reality of the scene set in, the atmosphere in the venue became even more intense. The enormous noise affected the performance of the beasts. It particularly impacted the blinded giant wolf. Hearing the surrounding commotion, it could only attack wildly in a panic. The hell wolf observed all of this without a hint of sympathy for his subordinates. His gaze remained cold. The flame rain had now been fully unleashed. Soon, a magic circle appeared in the sky, and countless black fireballs began to fall. It was evident that after casting this spell, the hell wolf's spirit had noticeably weakened, indicating that this spell took a significant toll on him. Kron coldly watched this scene and then charged towards the three heavily injured giant wolves that had not yet died. The blinded wolf had not yet reacted when Kron's leg kicked into its forelimb. Crack! The blinded giant wolf's leg was broken, causing it to lose balance and fall to the ground. Kron then lifted it. Boom! A black fireball fell and instantly ignited the blinded giant wolf's body. Another fireball fell and exploded upon hitting the ground, but Kron now had the giant wolf shield. Although the shield was being consumed at an alarming rate, it was still able to provide temporary protection. The other two giant wolves hurriedly dodged the black fireballs. However, these fireballs were merciless, falling with great density. And in the blink of an eye, the other two giant gray wolves were left bloodied and mangled. Watching the giant gray wolf above lose its vitality and burn away at an astonishing speed, Kron dashed towards the direction of Thundertooth. The body of the previously mentioned giant gray wolf was now burnt beyond recognition, and the hilt of Thundertooth was already exposed, allowing Kron to retrieve his weapon at any moment. The hell wolf coldly observed Kron's actions, thinking that even if Kron retrieved his weapon, what difference would it make? The flame rain had 3 rounds. Could he withstand the first round? Would he be able to endure the remaining 2? Chapter 107. Killing the hell demon wolf in an instant, Kron pulled the thunder fong out from the already charred body of the giant wolf. As he held the thunder fong in his hand, the scorching temperature radiated from it. However, Kron's palm only turned slightly red without suffering any serious harm. He then swung the thunder fong sharply, and a surge of electricity coursed through it, restoring its temperature to normal. Kron looked again in the direction of the hell demon wolf. It was clear that during the duration of the fire rain, the hell demon wolf was unable to engage in any other activities. As Kron charged forward, a second round of fire rain followed closely behind. The fact that a single round of fire rain could kill a giant gray wolf illustrates the exaggerated power of the fire rain. As Kron dashed, fireballs continuously rained down towards him. Most of these fireballs Kron managed to evade, but for the few he couldn't dodge, he would use the thunder fong to slice them in half. The distance between the two sides was rapidly closing. Upon seeing this, the hell demon wolf revealed a cruel glint in its eyes. It had not expected that this insignificant human could penetrate the barrier of the fire rain. Thus, it stood up and ceased casting the fire rain. It was now very certain that the fire rain had no effect on this human. so it planned to confront him directly. Although the Hell Demon Wolf leaned towards being a magic-type beast, it did not mean its melee capabilities were weak. A whoop, accompanied by a soul-chilling roar, terrifying infernal flames suddenly ignited on its body. At that moment, the Hell Demon Wolf truly resembled a demon from hell, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Kron charged directly in front of it, swinging the Thunder Fong down in an instant. Puff! The Thunder Fong sliced off a piece of flesh from the wolf's face, exposing its bone and teeth, making the Hell Demon Wolf appear even more terrifying. Feeling a slight sting on its face, the Hell Demon Wolf became even angrier, and its claws struck out in an instant, moving with the speed of a black flash. Clang! Kron timely used the Thunder Fong to block the attack. The collision of the claw and the Thunder Fong produced a metallic sound. The strength of its claw was comparable to a hero-level weapon. In addition, the extremely high temperature of the Hellfire was constantly draining Kron's stamina. The two soon engaged in the most primal hand-to-hand combat, facing each other's attacks head-on, mostly blocking and not evading at all. This scene was incredibly impactful, causing the audience below to scream in excitement. Saint Heart furrowed her brows, watching Kron's impressive performance, and an inexplicable sense of unease arose within her. She truly could not understand how Kron could have made such a significant improvement, while the situation on the field appeared evenly matched. A closer look revealed that although the Hell Demon Wolf's attacks were fierce, they had not caused Kron any effective damage. If one had to say there was any damage, it was that the magical flames on its body might have caused some AoE damage. All other attacks had been blocked by Kron. However, every time Kron attacked, he left a blood hole on the Hell Demon Wolf. Now the ground was covered in pitch-black blood. After elevating the Thunder Sword technique to level 3, Kron's control over swordsmanship had reached an exaggerated level. Coupled with his extremely high mental power, Kron could almost perfectly discern the Hell Demon Wolf's attack routes. Although their stats were similar, Kron had achieved a mechanical advantage. With attributes and skills both excelling, it was hard to find any weaknesses in him. Due to the Hell Demon Wolf's insensitivity to pain, it completely failed to notice that, due to the massive loss of blood, its speed was gradually slowing down. Kron seized this opportunity. As the wolf's claw lifted, he slashed towards a joint. The Thunder Fong easily cut through flesh, splitting its leg in two along the seam of the bone. In that moment of severing the leg, an expression of disbelief appeared on the Hell Demon Wolf's face, and then its body uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. It struggled to get up, but a strong sense of dizziness overwhelmed its brain, preventing it from rising. Kron seized the chance, thrusting his sword into its neck, then pulling to the side, nearly severing its neck in half. Puff! A large amount of black blood gushed out from its neck. After seeing this, Kron quickly retreated. It could be seen that even after the Hell Demon Wolf collapsed, its body was still instinctively attacking, with its eyes fixed on Kron, as if it wanted to devour him whole from a distance. Seeing this, Kron, for safety's sake, thrust his sword through the wolf's ear, directly piercing into its brain, with the tip emerging from the other ear. Only then did the Hell Demon Wolf finally stop moving. Kron withdrew the Thunder Fong and looked towards the VIP area. Although the audience could not see the scene within the VIP area from the arena, Kron knew that Saint Heart was definitely watching him. Saint Heart also realized that Kron had known she was there all along. She stood up and exchanged glances with Kron. In 12 days, she would make him pay the price he owed. Soon, Kron left the arena, but the scene remained chaotic as they had just witnessed history. Since the construction of the arena, the ninth challenger had achieved 10 consecutive victories in the first year. In fact, over the years, many geniuses from the church had managed to achieve 10 consecutive victories in their first year at the arena. Those individuals were mostly of S-class talent. But anyone with S-class talent who entered these forces would be directly granted a marquee title. The arena claimed to offer promotions to titles, but in reality, it could only provide titles of Viscount or lower. This meant that newcomers could only advance to the rank of Count at most through the arena. It was not impossible to advance to Count through the arena, but one would need to achieve 50 consecutive victories. For both newcomers and veterans, this was nearly impossible, as the more consecutive victories one had, the more formidable the opponents faced afterward would become. Only those who were considered super strong among S-class talents could accomplish this. After Kron returned to the resting area, Eugene had been waiting there. Congratulations, Kron. No, from now on, you should be called Count Kron. We will report today's achievements to the church, and you will officially receive your Count badge tomorrow. Okay, I understand. Chapter 108. Awarding titles and forging armor, then Eugene said with some anticipation. So will we still come to the arena to fight in the future? Klan understood very well that the beasts faced in the arena would be even stronger afterwards, but such battles were very close to life and death fights, which could greatly enhance his strength. So after thinking for a moment, he still felt that fighting in the arena would yield some benefits for him. He decided to fight about once every 10 days. Upon hearing that Klan was willing to continue fighting in the arena, Eugene immediately showed a delighted expression. But soon Klan continued. However, I plan to start fighting only after the martial arts tournament is over. Eugene quickly nodded. Okay, of course. Well, let's not talk about it for now, let's go. All right. After that, Klan took Saga and the others and left. Saga and the others looked back at the arena, feeling a bit dazed. Everything they had just experienced felt somewhat dreamlike. Would they be able to be like Klan in the future? By the way, I have something to give you. Upon hearing Klan's words, the three were momentarily stunned, and then Klan took out 3 magical weapons. These are weapons I forged myself, all magical grade, which should greatly increase your combat power. I hope you perform well in the martial arts tournament. The 3 were taken aback upon hearing Klan's words, not expecting that he would prepare weapons specifically for them. Saga said somewhat awkwardly, Klan, this is too precious, we can't accept it. Even though she said that, her eyes were glued to the spear Klan offered. The moment she held the spear, she already liked it. Unlike the weapon she had used before, this spear was neither too light nor too heavy, and it felt very good in her hands. After picking it up, it felt like it was a part of her, and she could even imagine herself fighting with it. Winnie and Gatto felt similarly. Just take them as my investment. Remember to pay me back in the future. Okay. The 3 quickly nodded. Seeing how honest they looked, Klan couldn't help but chuckle, feeling that they were quite easy to deceive. Then Klan reached out and ruffled Winnie's hair, saying, Did you not eat well again? Winnie quickly shook her head. I ate well, I just haven't been sucking blood, so I haven't gained weight. I see. Then there's nothing we can do. All right, it's getting late. You should head back. Saga said somewhat reluctantly. Then we're leaving. After that, Klan finally turned around, and after returning home, they began their work for the day. After hesitating for a while, Winnie decided to start sucking blood from today. Deep down, she knew that although she was very resistant to sucking blood, this kind of life couldn't continue indefinitely. If vampires don't suck blood, their lifespan would shorten. So she had to face this matter head-on. Gatto and Saga then began their training. Meanwhile, Klan planned to start forging, but unlike before, he had no intention of continuing to forge weapons. Instead, he planned to forge armor and protective gear. Additionally, Klan also intended to find a mount at some point. After all, his profession was a knight, and it wouldn't do to not have his own mount after more than 100 chapters. However, Klan felt that finding a mount might be a bit disadvantageous, mainly because his growth rate was currently too fast, which meant that if he started raising a mount from a young age, the mount's growth rate would likely not keep up with his own. Unless it was a top-tier mount like a dragon, otherwise, other mounts would mostly just be transitional. So after thinking for a little while, Klan decided to find an adult magical beast to use first to practice his riding skills. Once he had sufficient funds and status, he could look for a dragon to play with. The next day, Klan went to receive his Count's medal, and the whole process went smoothly without any trouble. It was the Pope who personally awarded Klan the title. Looking at Klan, the Pope found him increasingly pleasing to the eye. Congratulations, Klan. You will eventually get what you want. Thank you, Your Holiness. Klan's gaze towards the Pope had also changed somewhat. The Pope was too sincere every time he faced him, almost like a senior who truly hopes for the growth of his junior. Klan was now somewhat confused about whether the Pope was truly a good person or if his acting was just too good. However, regardless, the help he provided was real, and if the two were to fall out in the future, he would give the Pope a chance. After the awarding ceremony, Klan began to implement his subsequent plans. That day, Klan went to the Blacksmith's Guild, and upon seeing the Count's medal on Klan, the people in the guild were shocked. These blacksmiths were not very close to Klan, and most of them were unaware of his activities in the arena, which explained their reaction. Coincidentally, Master Dick was also there. After looking at Klan's count badge and then at his own, he could hardly accept it. You, how did you become a count? Klan quickly recognized Dick, thinking that it was not even 3 years since their agreement. Now it seemed that he would be able to outclass Dick in less than 3 months. I don't know. I just became a count out of nowhere. After saying this, Klan lost the desire to continue the conversation and quickly went to the forging room to start forging his battle armor. Because he had no prior experience in forging battle armor, Klan did not plan to forge hero-grade armor. Instead, he intended to create a magical grade set first. Ultimately, after 25 hours, Klan forged a set of magical grade armor that had been refined 10 times. This armor was entirely silver-white, engraved with exquisite lightning patterns. Since it was made for himself, Klan did not use a very bulky armor style, but opted for a more fitted design, which looked more aesthetically pleasing and was more convenient for movement. Inside, Klan also used soft, high-grade beast leather so that it wouldn't be uncomfortable to wear because of the metal. In the following period, Klan forged a helmet, battle boots, gauntlets, and a belt. And in addition, he purchased a necklace that could enhance lightning attributes. This was the attribute of Klan's equipment. Chapter 109, Full Set of Armor. Thunder Warhorse, Thunder Pattern Battle Armor. It possesses extremely strong defensive power and significantly enhances the conductivity of thunder attribute magic power throughout the body when worn, increasing thunder attribute magic power by 30%. Thunder Pattern Boots. Increases thunder attribute magic power strength by 20% and comes with the skill Thunder Step, which can be used twice a day with a cooldown of half an hour. After use, movement speed is increased by 300% for 3 minutes. Thunder Pattern Helmet. Increases thunder attribute magic power strength by 50% and slightly increases mental resistance. Thunder Pattern Bracers. Increases thunder attribute magic power strength by 30% and comes with the skill Giant Strength, which consumes a certain amount of magic power upon use. Doubling strength for 10 minutes. Can be used once a day. Thunder Pattern Belt. Increases magic power strength by 20%. Thunder Necklace. Capable of storing a large amount of thunder attribute magic power, it can quickly replenish the user's magic power when consumed. This is the full set of equipment that Kron has crafted for himself. The enhancement effects of this equipment at Kron's current stage are explosive, making his already extraordinary attributes nearly unbeatable. After putting on all this equipment, Kron now looks like a knight from mythology, exuding a powerful aura. The only thing missing now is a warhorse. The new martial arts tournament allows each profession to showcase their full advantages. So after a moment's thought, Kron decided to buy a batch of warhorses. During this time, since Kron has been continuously selling weapons, his points balance has reached 270,000. This is mainly because Kron has not focused on forging recently, so he hasn't earned too much money. Soon, Kron arrived at the shop, and Cetasia, who has a keen eye, spotted him and greeted him immediately. "Mr. Kron, what would you like today?" As she spoke, she suddenly noticed that the badge on Kron's chest had changed to a count's emblem. "Mr. Kron, what is this? I accidentally leveled up. You should have mounts for sale at Wanbao Tower, right?" Hearing Kron's words, Cetasia quickly nodded and did not continue to pry, as asking about a customer's privacy is the worst behavior. "We do have them, sir. I'll take you there right away." After that, Kron followed her to the outside of the first floor, which was a large open area. Cetasia continued, "Mr. Kron, now that you are a count, according to regulations, counts can enjoy a 10% discount when purchasing items at Wanbao Tower." Upon hearing this, Kron's eyes lit up. A 10% discount? That sounds quite good. Seeing Kron's expression, she knew he was satisfied with the discount, which was great. "So, Mr. Kron, would you like to purchase an adult magical beast or a magical beast egg?" After thinking for a moment, Kron initially planned to buy some adult magical beasts, but it seemed fine to check out the magical beast eggs as well. "Show me both." "Okay, please follow me." Cetasia first took Kron to the area for adult magical beasts. Most of the magical beasts here were horse type, which clearly indicates that horses are very suitable as mounts. When Kron arrived, many horses quickly looked in his direction. Feeling the aura emanating from Kron, many horses instinctively felt a sense of closeness to him. These horses seemed very intelligent, knowing they would be chosen, so they displayed affection towards the strong. After a round of observation, Kron finally focused on a warhorse with a silver coat and a blue tuft on its head. Seeing this, Cetasia quickly introduced, "Mr. Kron, this horse is a Thunder Warhorse. It has not yet fully matured. It is currently a third-tier magical beast. Once it matures, it should reach the fourth tier. Some exceptionally gifted Thunder Warhorses can grow to the fifth tier, and it matches your attributes. The price is 50,000 points, and with a 10% discount, it will be 45,000 points." After considering, Kron thought this warhorse indeed seemed quite good and decided to tentatively hold off on making a final decision. "Let me look at others." "All right." As she spoke, Cetasia led Kron to view other warhorses and magical beasts. However, after looking around, the previous Thunder Warhorse still seemed the most suitable, essentially perfect for transitioning into the next stage. Kron then took another look at the magical beast eggs, but he truly lacked the ability to see through them, so he couldn't tell what magical beasts were inside. "I'll take the previous Thunder Warhorse." "Okay, Mr. Kron." After submitting the points, Kron finally acquired this horse. "Now it's yours." Kron said as he approached the Thunder Warhorse. This Thunder Warhorse could only be considered a juvenile among Thunder Warhorses, with strength around the peak of the third tier. Once it matures, it will quickly reach the fourth tier. Even so, this Thunder Warhorse stood over 4 meters tall, making one wonder how large it would be when fully grown. Yes, just height, not length. That's how it is in this world, where magical beasts are generally enormous. Correspondingly, the larger the magical beast, the bigger the weapons, with several meter-tall great swords being quite standard. In contrast, the Thunder 2 sword that Kron is currently using, which seems normal, is actually quite rare, only used by those of lower levels like him. While Kron was thinking, he jumped onto the back of the Thunder Warhorse. Unlike those horses that sought to please, the Thunder Warhorse had no intention of doing so and immediately began to jump wildly, attempting to throw Kron off its back. The Thunder Warhorse's strength far exceeded ordinary expectations. If a regular person were on its back, a few bumps could easily break several bones, followed by a fall leading to being trampled to death by the Thunder Warhorse. Kron simply held tightly onto the reins and sat steadily on its back. The next moment, the Thunder Warhorse charged forward. Fortunately, the area was large enough, so it didn't crash into anything immediately. Cetasia just watched the scene with a smile, seemingly accustomed to guests encountering such situations. Clearly, to conquer these adult magical beasts, one needs sufficient strength. They only respect the strong. However, she originally thought it would take Kron quite a while to tame the Thunder Warhorse, or that he might not be able to tame it all. Chapter 110. The martial arts tournament begins unexpectedly. Klan simply exerted force with both hands, and the Thunder Warhorse, which had been charging wildly just moments ago, suddenly came to a halt. It was clear to see that every muscle on the Thunder Warhorse was straining, trying to surge forward, but the immense power from Klan firmly held it in place. Klan merely watched the Thunder Warhorse struggle beneath him, and after days of training, his attributes had improved again. It was no exaggeration to say that if he were to fight a Hell Demon Wolf now, he could easily crush it with his fists without any weapons. In the next moment, Klan squeezed his legs together, and a tremendous force surged from his waist, causing the Thunder Warhorse to nearly collapse to the ground. Fortunately, Klan eased the pressure. Otherwise, this move could have seriously injured it. Correspondingly, the horse quickly settled down, no longer struggling as frantically as before. After allowing it to rest for a moment, Klan rode it around the arena, effortlessly conquering it. Looking at the obedient Thunder Warhorse beneath him, Klan felt no thrill of conquest. Perhaps it was because it had been too easy. However, he soon brushed aside that feeling and dismounted, leading the Thunder Warhorse away from the area. Riding was not allowed in the church except in special places. Although Klan was now a noble count with many privileges, he would not engage in such foolishness for no reason. In the following days, Klan deepened the bond between himself and the Thunder Warhorse, and his riding skills became increasingly refined in a short time. Before he knew it, the day before the martial arts tournament arrived. During this time, Klan had gained a total of 31 points in strength, 29 points in agility, 34 points in constitution, and 30 points in spirit, along with 1 point each in lightning attribute talent, wind attribute talent, and hammer technique talent. This was Klan's current attribute panel. Name: Clan Gasa occupation. Knight age, 16 level, 33 techniques. Gale sword technique LV1, lightning control technique LV4, thunder sword technique LV3, star forging hammer technique LV. 3 attributes: strength, 154, agility, 126, constitution, 154, spirit, 134 attribute talents. Wind 2, water 4, lightning 11, fire 3, earth 2, wood 1, light 0, dark 0, space 0. Time 0 additional attributes. Charm, 83. Luck, 6. Lifespan, 106 extra talents. Swordsmanship talent 12. Magic talent 4. Forging talent 19. Potion talent 4. Hammer technique talent 6. This time, there were no seed contestants in the martial arts tournament. Surprisingly, it was more mindless than expected. It was even less reasonable than the freshman selection competition. The first round was a free-for-all, with 10 participants grouped together, allowing only the top 2 from each group to advance. After that, it would be a draw for one-on-one matches. Once you lost, there would be no second chances. If luck was particularly bad, 2 prodigies could face each other early on, leading to the possibility of early elimination. After seeing this rule, Klan had no objections, as he felt it was reasonable. After this martial arts tournament, they would no longer be complete newcomers, as they would soon have to undertake missions or go to war, where life and death battles awaited them. Their enemies and the magical beasts would not show any empathy. Thus, this seemingly chaotic rule seemed to have some logic behind it. While some understood, others were very dissatisfied. For example, Saint Heart could not comprehend why. As the church's saintess, she had to compete alongside these commoners. She believed she should have a privilege to enter the finals directly and defeat these commoners one by one afterwards. In Saint Heart's view, that would be the correct approach. So she was quite displeased, and her expression was sour. Although it was called a freshman martial arts tournament, the actual number of participants was not large, only around 1,000, and all were individuals who had at least achieved the rank of knight. Perhaps because the saintess was participating, the Pope personally appeared at the draw location. Upon seeing the Pope, the crowd erupted in excitement, some unable to believe their eyes. However, only Klan and a few others knew that the Pope was actually there to see Klan. Soon, Klan received his draw. He was assigned to arena number 56. Klan was curious about which 9 unfortunate souls had drawn the same number as him. While pondering this, he walked toward arena number 56. Coincidentally, St. Heart seemed to have arranged it, as she drew arena number 1. After seeing her number, she walked confidently towards arena number 1, unhurried. As luck would have it, Saga also drew arena number 1, and all the contestants in arena number 1 were nervously watching St. Heart. However, St. Heart paid no mind to their gazes, and when she caught sight of Saga, she paused for a moment. The reason she remembered Saga was not because of her talent, but because she recalled that this woman had a good relationship with Klan. Thinking of this, her expression turned icy as she looked at Saga, causing Saga to feel a chill down her spine. "Do you know Klan?" she suddenly asked before the match had even begun. Saga knew very well that St. Heart and Klan's relationship was not good, especially since news had circulated about Klan offending the saintess, leading to her fury. However, after hesitating, Saga nodded, not denying her relationship with Klan. Seeing Saga's reaction, St. Heart did not continue speaking, but her gaze remained fixed on her, as if she wanted to devour her whole. Under such a stare from St. Heart, Saga felt fear but still mustered the courage to glare back. Before long, the contestants in arena number 1 had gathered. Everyone looked cautiously at St. Heart. The referee promptly announced the start of the match, and at the moment the match began, St. Heart charged toward Saga. Saga's reaction speed was quick. She instantly activated her winged spirit form, her speed skyrocketing. She understood that St. Heart would definitely target her, and her goal was to eliminate the other contestants before St. Heart could defeat her, thus preserving her chances of advancing. The other 8 contestants, seeing the 2 strongest in the group face off, breathed a sigh of relief and collectively chose to flee. Chapter 111. The Gaze of the Dead next. They waited for St. Heart to defeat Saga. To thoroughly humiliate Saga, St. Heart didn't use the angel's soul, but even so, her level had reached an exaggerated 36, which was even higher than Klan's current level. This was not only due to St. Heart's own talent, but also the extensive resources and energy dedicated to her training. After all, Saint Heart didn't need to forge anything. She only needed to train diligently every day. If Klan hadn't injured her earlier, forcing her to rest for a while, her strength would have been even greater by now. In the next moment, Saga's spear directly pierced an opponent, instantly penetrating their abdomen and rendering them unable to fight. Medical personnel outside immediately began to provide assistance. At the same time, Saint Heart slammed into Saga's back. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard from Saga's wings. Feeling the inhuman pain coming from her back, Saga hadn't even had time to scream before Saint Heart had grabbed her hair. Slap! Saint Heart then delivered a heavy slap to Saga's face. You wretched girl! How dare you be so disrespectful? Let me introduce you to Klan. I'll show you who her good friend is. You filthy thing, I'll teach you the rules today. After saying this, she continued to slap Saga. And soon Saga's face began to swell. When the Pope saw this scene, his expression turned cold. Although he had already known that Saint Heart was this kind of person, he couldn't help but feel anger upon seeing her ugly behavior. The Pope then signaled to a person beside him. Upon seeing the Pope's expression, the person immediately rushed over and took the already unconscious Saga from Saint Heart's hands. All right, Lady Saint, she has lost consciousness now. You can stop. Hearing this, Saint Heart was still very dissatisfied. Just as she was about to curse, she suddenly felt a strong gaze. Turning to the source of the gaze, she quickly discovered the Pope's icy eyes, which made her feel somewhat displeased. She understood the Pope's meaning. It was simply that what she was doing was a bit too much, that her brutality as the saint was losing the church's face. But so what? In her view, the saint was above everyone else in the church, and everyone else existed to serve her. But that old fossil, the Pope, always thought he could control her. Once she became the Pope in the future, she wouldn't have to endure this humiliation anymore. She could do as she pleased. Thinking of this, Saint Heart could only shift her anger onto others. In an instant, she activated the angel's soul, and a 5-meter-tall angelic phantom appeared behind her. Due to the size of this phantom, almost everyone around saw this scene. In the next moment, Saint Heart struck out with her palm, hitting all the enemies at once. Instantly, all the contestants flew out and collapsed on the ground, their lives unknown. This match had clearly prohibited killing opponents. But it seemed that Saint Heart was completely unaware of this rule. The Pope's expression darkened further upon witnessing this. However, after checking, he found that these people were still alive, but with such severe injuries. Even if they recovered in the future, they would be left with permanent sequelae. Meanwhile, the contestants on Arena 56 had gathered, and the referee announced the start of the match. The result was that 9 people began to fight simultaneously, and no one dared to provoke Klan. Clearly, everyone knew Klan was not to be trifled with, so they all went to compete for second place. Of course, it might not only be because of Klan's notoriety, but also because of the Count's medal on Klan's chest, which made them avoid him. After all, they were all freshmen, and most of them were just knights or barons. Suddenly having a Count among them was a big deal, and only a fool would challenge him. Upon seeing this scene, Klan smiled. This was not a bad situation. However, if Klan wanted to advance, he still needed to see how many people he could eliminate. After all, the match's primary criterion was how many opponents were eliminated. If one person eliminated 9 others, then the last person eliminated would be the first to advance. So Klan took the initiative and did not mount his steed for this battle. In the next moment, Klan charged out. Although he hadn't activated his thunder body, his speed was still like lightning, making it impossible for the average person to see his movements clearly. In the next moment, Klan rushed in front of one of the contestants and struck him with the blade of his sword, instantly knocking him unconscious. After eliminating the first contestant, the others followed the same strategy, being knocked out one by one. The Pope certainly noticed what was happening on Klan's side. After witnessing this scene, he felt immensely gratified. In comparison to Saint Heart's actions, Klan suddenly appeared noble. Indeed, these people were just looking to participate in the competition to gain some training resources. Inflicting permanent injuries on others through such a fight was truly cruel. In less than a minute, Klan defeated all his opponents. Afterward, he stepped down from the arena and went to the resting area, planning to observe the situation on the field. However, in the next moment, Saint Heart walked towards Klan. When Klan saw her, He didn't care because his strength was now sufficient to not fear Saint Heart. Seeing Klan's demeanor, a malicious smile appeared on Saint Heart's face. Just thinking about what would happen next made her feel delighted. You know that wretched girl Saga, right? As soon as Saint Heart spoke, she successfully caught Klan's attention. He quickly realized something was off. What did you do to Saga? Oh, nothing much. Just gave her a little lesson. Ha ha. As she spoke, Saint Heart seemed to recall Saga's miserable state and began to laugh maniacally without any humanity. Upon seeing Saint Heart's expression, Klan's brows furrowed tightly. He looked around and quickly locked onto his target. Saga was being treated not far away. He could see that Saga's back was covered in blood. Her face swollen like a pig's head, marked with handprints, and blood was still oozing from her mouth. She looked utterly tragic. After witnessing this, Klan's eyes suddenly lost all emotion. He looked coldly at Saint Heart, as if he were gazing at a dead person. Seeing Klan's expression, Saint Heart seemed to find the most hilarious thing in the world, and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, look at your face, it's too funny like a clown. You'd better stay like this, ha 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 ha. Chapter 112. Kron versus Shengxin. Shengxin seemed unaware that Kron was getting angry and continued to act without restraint. I had never seen such a shameless woman before. When I asked her if she knew you, she knew I would target her, and still answered that she did. How could there be such a stupid woman? Ha ha. Slap. Shengxin's laughter abruptly stopped as she felt a sharp pain on her face, instantly filling her with rage. And then she seemed to be possessed by the spirit of an angel. A 5-meter-tall angelic silhouette appeared behind her, releasing an overwhelming sense of pressure that caused the surrounding crowd to quickly step back. Kron also drew her Thunderfang, lightning coursing through her body as her Thunder Body activated. Just as the two were about to engage, the Pope suddenly appeared between them, exuding a gentle yet powerful magical presence that instantly restrained both of them. Seeing the Pope in front of them, no matter how impulsive they were, it was impossible for them to continue fighting in his presence. Noticing that both had stopped, the Pope coldly said, "What do you think this place is? If you want to fight, go to the arena." Hearing the Pope's voice, Shengxin felt deeply dissatisfied. Why should it be like this? He clearly started it. Enough. Without waiting for Shengxin to finish, the Pope interrupted her. "I have said it before, this matter ends here." After saying this, he ignored both of them and returned to his seat. Once the Pope left, Shengxin clenched her fists tightly, wishing she could rush up and tear apart both the Pope and Kron. She felt the Pope was being unfair, clearly favoring Kron. In reality, Shengxin was not wrong this time. The Pope did indeed favor Kron. After all, if it came down to it, Shengxin was merely using her words. But Kron had actually made a move. So strictly speaking, Kron should have faced some punishment, but in the end, Kron faced no punishment at all. Meanwhile, the Pope sat in his chair with a dark expression. No one dared to provoke him, but internally, he was not as agitated as he appeared. Observing Kron's actions earlier, he appreciated her more for breaking the rules to defend a friend. It was clear that Kron was a person of loyalty, and such people were likely to be good. This further convinced him that Kron was suitable for the position of Pope candidate. On the other side, Shengxin was now grinding her teeth as she left, no longer seeking trouble with Kron. The battle in the arena gradually came to an end, perhaps due to the chaotic nature of the fight in the small venue. Everyone's stamina was rapidly depleted. Ultimately, after 3 hours, the first 200 slots were filled. In fact, Saga could have advanced as well, having defeated an opponent before her serious injury, but her wounds were too severe, making it impossible for her to advance, so her spot was taken by someone else. Winnie and Gato were fortunate enough to successfully advance to the next round. Soon, Kron began the draw for the second round, drawing number 72. Kron did not check who her opponent was, simply waiting silently. After all, she would find out soon enough. After a brief rest, the elimination rounds began again. After such a chaotic battle, it was evident how intense the fight had been with such little rest time. When Kron stepped onto the stage, her opponent immediately shouted, "I concede." Hearing this, Kron looked over with some resignation. The other party firmly stated that they were not Kron's opponent, and there was no need to continue the fight. Just like that, Kron secured her first victory in the elimination round. Similarly, Shengxin faced the same situation. Her prior performance had been too brutal, and no one dared to face her now. As the rounds continued from 100 to 50, and then from 50 to 25, Both Kron and Shengxin's opponents chose to concede. Finally, when it came to the 25 to the top 13, neither Kron nor Shengxin received a bye, and their opponents did not concede either. This time, Kron's opponent was an old acquaintance. Celia looked at the arrogant Kron and coldly said, "Kron, I told you we would meet again. This time, I will win against you." Upon hearing Celia's words, Kron displayed a puzzled expression. Who was this person? Seeing Kron's reaction, Celia quickly realized that this guy had forgotten her. How infuriating! She instantly became enraged and charged at Kron as soon as the referee announced the match to begin. As she reached Kron, she swung her sword down in a fluid motion. Kron, however, showed no sign of concern, casually striking her sword against Celia's. Celia's sword flew out of her hands, and her arms trembled from the immense power behind the blow. Kron then placed her sword across Celia's neck. "Do you see the gap between us now?" Hearing Kron's words, Celia fell silent, not responding with bravado as she had the first time. Although Kron had merely struck casually, she genuinely felt as if she could be torn apart by that overwhelming force. Soon, Celia weakly knelt on the ground, her eyes vacant as she said, "I concede." The referee quickly announced Kron as the winner of the match. Kron then continued to wait in the resting area until it was time for the next round. The 13 to 7 matches. Upon seeing her next opponent, Kron began to stretch. She was about to face Shengxin. Upon realizing her opponent was Kron, Shengxin's eyes ignited with fierce determination. Finally, she could teach this guy a lesson. Soon, the two arrived on the arena stage, and their presence drew the attention of everyone present. This battle could be considered a preview of the finals. Do you think Count Kron can defeat the Saintess? I don't know, but I hope Count Kron wins. Me too. I hope Count Kron wins, but I feel like the Saintess might be stronger. After all, her talent is too extraordinary. True, we can only hope Count Kron gives it his all. Although the voices of these people were not loud, the Pope could hear them clearly. It seemed that Kron truly had the people's support. This situation arose not because Kron was exceptionally talented, but because Shengxin was genuinely terrible. Her reputation for brutality was well known, and few in the church had a favorable view of this saintess. However, the Pope was quite satisfied with this situation. As long as it continued, the resistance to Kron's ascension would gradually diminish. Once the referee confirmed that Kron and Shengxin were ready, he announced, "The match begins." Chapter 113. The unexpected battle process in an instant. The soul of the Holy Heart angel manifested. A 5-meter-tall angelic spirit appeared behind her. Having experienced being ambushed by Kron before, she was not about to underestimate him this time. Kron, too, brought his full strength to the fight, riding his thunder warhorse and donning his thunder armor, maximizing all his attributes. "This time, I won't let you ambush me, Kron. I will show you what true despair looks like," said the Holy Heart, as the angelic shadow behind her struck out with a palm. Bang! Kron raised his thunder fong to block, and to everyone's surprise, what seemed to be a devastating blow was effortlessly halted by Kron. What incredible strength! It was known that the Holy Heart could clear the battlefield with a single strike before. One could imagine the exaggerated power of her previous attacks. Even a 4th-tier existence would struggle to withstand the Holy Heart's assault, yet Kron was able to block it so casually. Was this reasonable? Upon witnessing this, the Holy Heart was momentarily in disbelief. She had been training hard during this time, and no one knew better than her how much she had improved. It was no exaggeration to say that the current Holy Heart could defeat 10 of her former selves. But under these circumstances, her attack was so easily blocked by Kron. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Her heart roared in protest. The Holy Heart could not accept that Kron, who had previously been forced to flee in terror from her attacks, now seemed to have grown stronger, and she could not crush him as she had before. Subsequently, the Holy Heart's angelic spirit began to attack Kron frantically, her palms turning into countless afterimages, launching multiple strikes in a short time. However, Kron calmly used the Thunder Fong to block these attacks time and time again. He appeared composed, but he was already nearing his limit. The same went for the Holy Heart. Both had intended to beat each other to a pulp from the very beginning. It must be said that Kron was quite detail-oriented, using only basic attacks to fend off the opponent's strikes, avoiding significant mana consumption, while the Holy Heart was expending an astonishing amount of mana to maintain her angelic spirit. The angelic spirit was indeed powerful, But in the hands of a talentless person like the Holy Heart, it was simply wasted. Kron still had the mental space to think about such things. As Kron defended against the attacks, he steadily advanced, the distance between them gradually closing. However, he was not riding the Thunder Warhorse at the moment. If they both reached their limits, the Warhorse would only be useful then. Currently, it was not ready to participate in this level of combat, and Kron's riding skills were still lacking. By the time the Holy Heart reacted, the distance between her and Kron was only about 5 meters. She suddenly recalled the scene where Kron had jumped over her angelic spirit to attack her directly, and those painful memories surged back. No, she could not endure such pain again, so the Holy Heart hurriedly tried to create distance between them. However, despite her efforts and training, her combat skills and awareness had not caught up. If she had controlled the angelic spirit to strike while retreating, perhaps they could have maintained a safe distance. But she had no such awareness, and Kron immediately seized the opportunity, chasing after her as she retreated. By the time the Holy Heart reacted, Kron had already thrust the hilt of his sword into her abdomen. Thud! It was hard to imagine the sound that a sword hilt could make. The spectators below even heard it, and they had no doubt that the Holy Heart's bones had been broken by that thrust. Buzz! A ringing filled the Holy Heart's ears, and her vision darkened. She almost lost consciousness. The pain from this strike exceeded her imagination. It was hard to describe the sensation in her abdomen. It felt as though a sharp object had violently pierced through her, and one of her bones had been shattered in an instant. Yes, it wasn't just broken. It was crushed, with countless tiny bone fragments piercing into her flesh, a pain that was beyond description. The Holy Heart let out a silent scream, but Kron did not relent. He continued to attack with the sword hilt. He struck her wrists and ankles with a deliberate pace, each hit accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, like a cold and terrifying executioner. Ah! After enduring excruciating pain for a while, the Holy Heart finally screamed, her voice heart-wrenching and chilling. It was understandable. After all, her bones were being shattered bit by bit, and it was unnatural to remain calm. She glared at Kron with an expression full of bitter resentment. "I want you dead." Then, a massive angelic shadow appeared. As the Holy Heart erupted in rage, the angelic spirit behind her grew another meter, reaching an astonishing height of 6 meters. At this moment, it seemed that the larger the angelic spirit, the stronger its power. The angelic spirit now loomed over everyone like a mountain, suffocating them with its presence. The next moment, a giant, incredibly delicate hand descended towards Kron, the immense pressure leaving an imprint of a palm on the ground around him, making Kron appear like an ant trying to shake a tree. Lightning surged around Kron as he concentrated a vast amount of mana in his right arm. He rarely used this technique, as it consumed a lot of mana. The Thunder Fang collided with the giant hand. Boom! The two energy bodies collided, quickly erupting in a blinding white light, obscuring the view of the spectators, who anxiously tried to see what was happening inside. Fortunately, the white light dissipated quickly, and the angelic spirit's shadow vanished. After sustaining such severe injuries and experiencing the sudden outburst, the Holy Heart's mana was nearly depleted. Kron, on the other hand, appeared slightly disheveled, but there were no visible external injuries. Before the battle began, they had thought it would be intense, but they never expected it to turn out like this. Kron had almost completely dominated the fight against the Holy Heart. Seeing that Kron had suffered no harm, the spectators quickly began to curse in a frenzy. "Bastard! How dare you treat me like this? I will kill you and everyone around you." Bang! Kron stomped directly on the Holy Heart's mouth, shattering several of her teeth. The immense pain made her eyes nearly bulge out, and she continued to curse Kron like a madwoman. "I want you to die, you little slave whore." Chapter 114. You can come one by one, or all at once. I have no objections. She mumbled her words, but Klan was still able to understand. In the next moment, Klan stepped on her abdomen with one foot. Hearing the other party scream, Klan felt that the sound was so pleasant to the ears, followed by one stomp after another, each landing in a different spot. At first, Shang-Xin was still stubbornly cursing, but when she saw that Klan had no expression at all, just torturing her with a gaze as if looking at a dead person, her emotions began to collapse. The abusive words gradually disappeared, replaced by pleas. I'm sorry, let me go. I won't, Ultimately, Xingxin completely lost consciousness. Klan looked up at the direction of the Pope, who gave Klan a glance, indicating that this was enough. After all, Xingxin was the saintess, and this was already excessive. If this continued, Xingxin would end up with a lifelong disability, which wouldn't look good for the church. The church, after all, cared a lot about its image. Anyway, Klan felt satisfied today, so he let her go. However, this didn't mean that Klan's revenge was over. In the days to come, Klan would make her understand what true hell was. This was Klan's character, since she had prepared to be Klan's enemy. She better be ready to be Klan's enemy for life. Yes, Klan did not plan to let Xingxin off so easily, just as Xingxin had never thought of letting herself off. After ending this battle, Klan calmly walked to the medical area. At this moment, Saga had already been bandaged and was now sleeping. Would she have any aftereffects? Seeing that the visitor was Klan, the other party quickly said, just leave her be. Count Klan. Her recovery ability is very strong. Although her wings are broken, as long as she has enough time to rest, she can fully recover. But it will take a lot of time. Hearing that Saga had no major issues, Klan nodded. On the other side, Xingxin was quickly being carried away for emergency treatment. Although Xingxin looked terrible, very few people felt sorry for her. Instead, many felt relieved. Evidently, Xingxin's relationships within the church weren't great, and she probably had offended more than just Klan. After confirming that Saga was fine, Winnie and others came over. Fortunately, with her strong talent, Winnie had now advanced to the top 7, but Gato had been eliminated. Klan was not surprised by Winnie's advancement. After all, she had an A-grade talent. As long as she didn't mess around too much, her strength would improve at an astonishing rate due to the advantages brought by her talent. Then I'll leave Saga in your care. While speaking, Klan transferred 5,000 points to Winnie, saying, use this to get better medicine for Saga. The rest, you can manage. No matter what, Saga was beaten up for Klan's sake. Although it seemed like Saga was one-sidedly devoted, Klan wouldn't neglect someone who genuinely liked him. Seeing that Klan transferred so many points to her, Winnie quickly waved her hands. No, this is too much. We'll take good care of Saga. Take it. You just keep it, Klan said in a tone that left no room for refusal, as if refusing would instantly turn Klan against her. Seeing Klan like this, Winnie could only nod and accept. Afterward, Klan finally left. In fact, if Klan wanted to make money now, he could easily earn over 10,000 points a day by continuously mass-producing magical equipment. However, Klan didn't want to do that. After all, at his current level, creating magical equipment was quite a waste of time, as it offered limited help for his growth. On the other hand, although crafting hero-level equipment was valuable, it couldn't be mass-produced, and a single piece could sell for over 10,000 points. But ultimately, it was still less profitable than mass-producing magical equipment, and there was a risk of failure leading to a total loss. However, forging hero-level equipment could continuously enhance Klan's strength, so overall, Klan would likely only forge hero-level equipment in the future. After returning, Klan continued to train, showing no intention of resting. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 mental attribute point. Just like usual, he received a basic attribute point without any waves. Time quickly passed to the next day, because the top 7 had now emerged. What was to be conducted next was a round-robin tournament among the 7, just like when they first arrived at the King S Academy. However, looking at the scene before him, Klan did not intend to follow the rules and compete fairly. Instead, he went directly to the arena and said, you can come one by one or all at once. I don't want to waste time. Although the remaining 6 were all A-grade talent holders, considered top tier among their peers, they were simply not enough in front of Klan. Moreover, after beating Xingxin yesterday, and the Pope not blaming him for it, he could now basically confirm that the Pope truly intended to cultivate him, probably wanted to see if he could replace the saintess. One had to say, this was indeed a very wise decision. Since the other party had started to cultivate him, Klan felt he might as well test the Pope's attitude. If he made such an outrageous move and the Pope didn't say anything, then he really wanted to change his successor. Sure enough, after Klan said such arrogant words, the Pope showed no reaction, but rather watched Klan with great interest. Does Klan also have such a flamboyant side. Not bad. The Pope seemed a bit enchanted. No matter what Klan did, it was beautified in his perspective. Anyway, whatever Klan did was right. As for the other 6 contestants, except for Winnie, upon hearing Klan's words, they clenched their fists tightly. Klan was simply too arrogant. The werewolf who had appeared during the freshman competition couldn't hold back any longer and charged directly onto the arena. "We don't need this many people. I alone can defeat you." After saying that, he instantly transformed into a ferocious werewolf and charged at Klan. Klan didn't even draw his sword. As the werewolf reached him, he simply turned his head slightly to dodge the werewolf's claws and then casually punched the opponent in the chest. Boom! It looked like an unremarkable punch, but it created a tremendous sound. The werewolf was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and sliding back a considerable distance before finally colliding with the wall. His head struck the wall, breaking several bricks and producing a loud thud before coming to a stop.